Live from the BDN Studios, it's Bang and Dang.
That's awesome.
If you don't like that, then
You ain't black.
All right, welcome back to Battles American Civil War Behind the Battles. And finally, we have reached. We've been kind of holding these guys off because they got a little long stories.
all right, you got to keep the winners for last.
Well, we did Grant already, but we're doing old Philip Sheridan today. It's been a while. We probably should have done him and Sherman a while ago if we were doing the heavy hitters.
Yeah.
Seems how we've did pretty much every heavy hitter on the Confederate side so far.
Yeah.
But either or, we got old Philip Henry Sheridan. He was a career Army officer, noted for his rapid rise to Major General and his close association with old General-in-Chief Grant.
Still young when he passed, too.
He was a young'un.
News.
Also, you might remember him from such hits as destroying the Shenandoah Valley and scorch earth tactics in the war.
Yeah.
Which got criticized when it was happening, but what are you going to do? And was instrumental in forcing his Robert E. Lee's surrender at Appomattox. So we'll get to all that. But before we do, we obviously got to start where his story starts, which is far from the battlefields. He was born March 3rd, 1831 in Albany, New York. Wow, New Yorker. Is this our first New York fella? I think so.
Probably.
He was the third of 6 children born to John and Mary Mina Sheridan, Irish Catholic immigrants who'd come from County Cavan, Ireland. The Sheridans eventually settled in Somerset, Ohio, where young Phil grew up. Old Phil wasn't exactly an imposing figure. He was only 5'5". He was compact, quick, and built more for a sprint than a parade, they say. His size earned him the nickname Little Phil, a moniker that would stick for him for the rest of the life.
Little guy, yeah. But he had a hell of a time getting on his horse.
He had a pony. Well, even old Abe, he took note of his stature in one of his trademark backhanded compliments, describing Sheridan as a brown, chunky little chap with a long body, short legs, not enough neck to hang him, and such long arms that if his ankles itch, he can scratch them without stooping. Sheridan didn't seem to mind. He was tough enough to take a joke.
Might as well.
I mean, that's the president, too.
Got some thick skin there, bud.
Some thick skin for that little body.
Right. Like most kids in small town Ohio, he went to work very early. Sheridan spent his teenage years behind the counter of a general store, later climbing his way up to head clerk.
Soon he'll be on fries.
And bookkeeper at a dry goods shop. It was steady work. It was honest, but dull. It was boring. This is until a stroke of pure chance changed his little life. One of the store's regular customers happened to be United States Congressman Thomas Ritchie. Ritchie's first nominee for West Point flunked out of a math test and showed what politely described as a poor attitude. He said, "You know what? I know this kid from a small town in Ohio. He's hardworking, and he's a young clerk." Sheridan, that's his name. Philip, I believe.
Little Phil.
All right. Well, Phil, he took that shot, and he packed his bags. 1848, he said, "I'm going to war."
Well, we don't know that yet.
He's going to the United States Military Academy.
It probably wouldn't be. I mean, they knew the Indians were wreaking havoc everywhere.
Right. Well, that West Point, well, it wasn't exactly smooth sailing for old little Phil. He was smart. He was fiery, though. The kind of cadet who could hold his own in a fight. And he often did, because I'm sure he got picked on a lot for his size. His 4th year, the temper got the best of him, though. He had a heated argument with a classmate, William R. Terrell. Sheridan reportedly threatened to run him through with the bayonet. Run through him with the bayonet. The academy didn't find that amusing. Hey, bud, Sheridan was suspended for an entire year.
Damn.
Still, he came back, finished out his time, and he graduated in 1853, 34th out of 52 in his class. Not top of the heap, far from the bottom, though.
Literally less than middle.
Right. And he came out of there ready to make his mark.
All right, well, just like Earl Van Dorn last week, he was only like 30 or 40 something, wasn't he?
I think it was, 40.
Well, upon graduation, Sheridan, he was commissioned as a brevet second lieutenant and shipped out west, about as far from home as one could get. His first posting was with the 1st U.S. Infantry at Fort Duncan on the dusty Texas border in Eagle Pass.
Well, that's not as far as home as you can get.
Right. From there, he was reassigned to the 4th Infantry at Fort Reading in Anderson, California. Most of his early career was spent in the Pacific Northwest, boring. And he thought life as a clerk in a friggin' general store was boring. Actually, might have been more exciting being in the frontier.
Just take a look. It's in a book. The Reading Rainbow.
Reading forward.
I
Can go to Anderson. Well, the Pacific Northwest, we all know at that time, frontier teeming with conflict, opportunity, and lots of danger.
I'm in danger.
Probably a lot of bears at that point, too.
Fuck yeah, dude.
1855, he joined a topographical survey mission to the Willamette Valley. Just seemingly routine mapping job that quickly turned into something else. Before long, he found himself in the thick of the Yakima War and later the Rogue River Wars. Well, like I said, he was fighting in those wars with the Indians. These campaigns were brutal and personal, fought across forests and mountains rather than open fields, which you don't want with those Indians.
No.
Sheridan learned quickly, leading small detachments in hit-and-run skirmishes, gaining both combat grit and a knack for negotiating with local tribes.
Right.
It wasn't textbook warfare, but it shaped him into a leader who could adapt and survive under pressure. Well, he's about to go into a whole different type of war with the Civil War.
Well, yeah, but still, yeah.
He's like, wait a minute. We're going to line up in lines and just shoot at each other?
Yeah. That's how
we need to bring trees with us.
Yeah. If anything, dealing with the Indians is far from textbook, yes. Holy shit.
They're not fucking battling like...
All right. They're not going to stand. They're not going to stand in a fucking straight line and march at you slowly while you're shooting fucking cannons at them, and just never do anything. Sad. I can't believe we fought like that. That's the stupidest way to fight. I mean, you had to. Bullets only reached so far. That's what you used artillery for. You got to get past the artillery to get close to about 100 yards before you can fire a single bullet back then. Probably not even 100 yards. Probably like 50 yards.
No.
With those muzzles.
Already looked it up. Fucking
100 yards. Civil War muzzles.
400 yards for the Springfield.
Yeah, that's a Springfield lever action. Nobody had those.
Everybody did. Union was cheating, remember?
Right. Muskets. Rifled muskets.
400 yards.
Oh, they're rifled muskets. This regular smoothbore, 50 to 75 yards. Mostly everybody had smoothbore muskets.
Not mostly everybody.
All the south.
You had a 3-inch ordnance rifle, which went to 1,830 yards at 5-degree elevation. That's not very much degree, though. That's like right over your head. Not even. 12-pounder Napoleon could go up to 1,600 yards.
Yeah, so most guns were between 100 yards. Whew,
well, that's what most battles were anyway.
Right. Right. The adaptability came at a cost, though. March 28th, 1857, at a place called Middle Cascade in the Oregon Territory. Old Philip Sheridan was wounded when a bullet grazed his nose. Oh, that makes you think. That makes you think at the end of the night when you're sipping on your...
Well, they were actually aiming for somebody behind him, but he was so small that they didn't see him. So.
It wasn't a serious injury, but it was mentally.
Right.
It was close enough to remind him how quickly a man's luck could run out. Yes, definitely. Wow. During his time out northwest, Sheridan also had a relationship that defined the rigid military and social norms of the day. He lived for a time with a woman.
I was going to say, did he live with a guy?
Right. He lived a time with a woman named Frances, known to white settlers by that name, though she was the daughter of Takalma Chief Harney. The two shared a life together in this tour in Rogue River country, a personal chapter in Sheridan's story, often left out of the official record because no one cares.
Right.
By March of 1861, the country was teetering on the brink of a civil war.
One's teetering, the other's tottering.
Old Philip Sheridan, he's now a seasoned officer with years of frontier experience. He's promoted first lieutenant. Fort Sumter fell. War erupted weeks later. He was bumped up again. This time, Captain.
Captain Lil Phil.
Little boy from Ohio, the brown, chunky little chap who'd once threatened a classmate with a bayonet, was about to enter the biggest fight of his life. And one that would make his name echo throughout American history and world history at that.
By the end of 1862, Phil Sheridan had already proven himself to be one of the Union's most aggressive young officers. But December 31st would seal that reputation in blood and fire.
Son of a bitch.
That morning at the Battle of Stones River in Tennessee, Sheridan did something few division commanders managed that day. He saw what was coming. Yeah, nobody did that.
Right.
Anticipating a Confederate strike, he positioned his men before dawn, bracing for the assault that would rip into the Union right flank. When the attack came, it was furious and unrelenting. Waves of Confederate infantry crashing against his line, like waves of the ocean against the sand. Sheridan's division held firm, firing volley after volley until the very last round of ammo was spent. Only then did they fall back, methodically and in order,
Nice.
buying the Union Army precious time to regroup and form a new defensive line. That stand may well have saved the Army of the Cumberland from collapse that very day.
Kidding. Wow. Cost, well, it was brutal. Result, undeniable. Sheridan's cool head and refusal to break earned him more than just praise. Earned him a star. Getting a little fucking star.
Was it gold?
Yeah, he gets a piece of candy at the end of the fucking the war. On April 10th, 1863, he promoted Major General Philip Sheridan. His rank retroactive to the day of that desperate fight.
Well, I got 4 months of back pay.
In just 6 months, he had climbed from captain to major. One of the fastest rises of the entire war.
Major General.
Right. After Stones River, the Army of the Cumberland caught its breath, got back on its feet. Under General William Rosecrans, the Army pushed into central Tennessee. Their aim was to drive Braxton Bragg's Confederate forces out of town, boys, and don't you come back. Sheridan's division played a key role in Rosecrans' Tullahoma campaign. The campaign so masterfully executed, it forced Bragg's retreat without even a full-scale battle. Sheridan's men were the very first bluecoats to march into town of the Tullahoma. A symbolic, strategic victory that lifted the Army's spirits.
Right.
And their penises, because the horse were waiting.
Right, but that good fortune didn't last at all. That fall,
They fell.
at Chickamauga in northern Georgia, everything went wrong.
Ooh, if anything go wrong, everything will go wrong, right?
The second day of that battle, September 20th, Rosecrans was shifting Sheridan's division behind the Union line. Old Bragg struck, and he struck hard, exploited a gap in the defenses. The Confederate assault under General James Longstreet slammed into the Union flank with devastating force. Sheridan's men dug in on a small rise called Little Hill or Lytle Hill. Somebody in the comments let us know, I'm sure. Fighting desperately to hold their ground, but they were soon engulfed by panicked Union soldiers streaming to the rear.
Uh-oh.
Overwhelmed, outflanked, his division was driven from the field in chaos, unlike his orderly retreat at Stones River.
Stones River. Right. Still, old Sheridan, he didn't run. He rallied as many of his scattered men as he could, retreating toward Chattanooga while gathering up stragglers and restoring some sense of order. When he heard that Major General George Thomas was making a stand on Snodgrass Hill, the last bluecoat foothold on the battlefield, Sheridan tried to march his division back into that very fight. But the route he took wound up in rough terrain. By the time he arrived, fighting was over.
Yeah, right.
They already rebuilt the town.
Right.
Even so, his attempt to return to the front separated him from Rosecrans, who was accused of abandoning the field and was relieved of command not long after that. Oh, Rosecrans. Sheridan's grit that very day, even in defeat, protected both his rep and his career.
Yup. 2 months later, him and his Army of Cumberland, they got their payback, though.
Oh.
November 25th, 1863, at the Battle of Missionary Ridge outside of Chattanooga. Sheridan's division was part of George Thomas'
He's got his payback on a beat-up Confederate army that knows the war is over.
Well, not yet.
Pretty much.
He was a part of George Thomas's corps ordered to advance on the Confederate rifle pits at the base of the ridge. Before they went forward, Sheridan rallied his men with just 2 simple words. 2. Remember Chickamauga.
Damn right.
They shouted it back as they surged ahead, this time not retreating army, but as avengers. The plan called for the troops to stop at the rifle pits, but momentum and pride took over.
Oh.
Under heavy fire from above, Sheridan's men kept climbing and moving. Sheridan himself was right in the thick of it, spotting Confederate officers silhouetted along the ridge line. "Here's at you," he yelled, before an exploding shell showered him with dirt.
Oh.
Without missing a beat, he brushed himself off and barked, "That's damn ungenerous. I shall take those guns for that."
Oh, this guy's a fucking joker, huh?
Ungenerous, huh?
Well, guess what? He did. Sheridan's division smashed through the Confederate defenses, breaching Missionary Ridge in one of the most stunning uphill assaults of the war. Yeah.
Uphill?
The old rebels under Bragg's, they broke and fled in confusion. They're like, what the hell? They came up a hill? Sheridan, never one to sit still, immediately ordered his men to pursue Bragg's retreat, about time, all the way to Chickamauga Station, the enemy's supply depot. but eventually pulled them back when he realized no other Union units had followed. Because guess what? They're doing exactly the same thing they've been doing for the past 2.5 years.
Nothing.
Afterward, Grant, who witnessed the charge, he gave Sheridan full credit for the victory's finishing blow. And Grant, he would later on write, to Sheridan's prompt movement, the Army of the Cumberland and the nation are indebted for the bulk of the capture of prisoners, artillery, and small arms that day. Except for his prompt pursuit, so much in this way would not have been accomplished. Good for him, right?
Right.
Less than a year, the fiery little general. Less than a year, the
firecracker.
Right, and less than a year, that fiery little general from Ohio had fought his way from the chaos of Stones River to the triumph of Missionary Ridge. And in the process, he'd become one of the Union Army's most trusted and relentless field commanders of all time.
And by the spring of 64, Philip Sheridan's name was known across the Union Army. His rise had been meteoric and had been...
mediocre.
Right.
Had been mediocre.
It hadn't gone unnoticed by the man now running the entire war effort, old Grant himself.
You always want to be noticed by the man.
He was newly promoted to General-in-Chief of all forces. He decided to shake things up in the East. He wanted a fighter to take command of the Army of the Potomac's Cavalry Corps. Someone aggressive, fearless, and not afraid to bloody the enemy.
Ooh, I like it.
That man in Grant's eyes, or at least in his later memoirs, was Phil Sheridan. The truth, though, is a little more complicated, they say. Sheridan wasn't Grant's first pick at all.
Oh.
In fact, the original choice was Major General William Franklin, but Chief of Staff Henry Halleck nudged Grant toward Sheridan instead. Whatever Grant's initial thinking, he quickly came to see Sheridan as the perfect match for his new campaign.
It's all worked out.
And in the years after, Grant would insist that Sheridan was the very man he wanted all along.
Right.
It wasn't Sheridan him per se, but
Right.
Sheridan was the type of man he wanted.
This is who I wanted.
Right.
Wow. Sheridan, he got his orders and headed east, reporting to the headquarters of the Army of the Potomac on the 5th of April, 1864. Just weeks before Grant's all-out push against Robert E. Lee. That would end up being almost a year-long siege over there.
Damn near was, yeah.
The Overland Campaign, as it would become called, was designed to grind down Lee's army once and for all.
Grind down.
Old Phil's job was to make sure that cavalry played its part. But when he arrived, he found himself boxed in by old habits and old thinking. The Army's commander, Major General George Meade, kept the cavalry tied to its traditional duties, screening the infantry, scout enemy positions.
That's important.
And protecting supply trains. It was a cautious, defensive use of cavalry, and Sheridan hated that shit. He's like, we can do stuff here, boys. He wasn't built to guard wagons. He was built to dig graves.
Right.
Well, ordered graves.
Right. Right. Watch him. His frustration grew during the first battles of the campaign. The opening clash came in the tangled wilderness of central Virginia. A nightmare of thick underbrush and choking smoke that made organized fighting nearly impossible, which is the Battle of the Wilderness.
Yeah, that's crazy.
May 5th and 6th. Sheridan's cavalry could do little in that dense, suffocating terrain.
Dude, imagine like 1,000 guns going off at once. It's just, that smoke is never leaving that place.
And
it's insane.
Isn't the wilderness where they set the field on fire and dudes that were wounded were burning to death?
Burning to death.
As you would think, in that dense forest, the horses useless.
Yeah.
Visibility zero. The fighting turned into close-range chaos. When the Union Army tried to swing around Lee's right flank toward Spotsylvania Courthouse, Sheridan saw a chance to prove himself. But the operation faltered. His troopers were supposed to clear the road from the wilderness and secure key intersections, but Confederate forces struck fast. Skirmishes along the Plank Road, May 5th, and at Todd's Tavern from May 6th through the 8th, it went against Sheridan's men. Confederates beat them to the crossroads, blocked the Union infantry, and forced the advance to grind to a halt. It was a rough start in the east for old Little Phil. Dense Virginia forest had robbed him of his mobility and his cavalry. Restless and underused, was still being treated like a defensive afterthought. Sheridan wasn't the kind of man to take that laying down. He had a point to prove, and before long, he'd find a way to make the Eastern generals see exactly what they were going to get with this little fella.
Right. He's like, my guys on horseback, they can fight. They can fight good. Well, by May of 1864, Philip Sheridan's patience worn thin. He'd been brought east to shake things up, but he's
right. Where is Grant?
Right. But all he's doing is seeing himself scouting, and he was tired of being treated like a glorified messenger on horseback. His superior, General George Meade, saw it differently. Meade wanted Sheridan's cavalry doing what cavalry had always done.
I know.
Right. Just laying low until we need you. And then when Meade confronted him about it, about not following orders, sparks flew. The argument boiled over when Sheridan, exasperated, he told Meade flat out, "I could whip Stuart if you just let me, damn it." Well, Sheridan, he was referring, of course, to the legendary Jeb Stuart, whose reputation for audacity had made him a hero in the South and a thorn in the old bluecoat's side.
It really was.
Yeah, old George took Sheridan's boast straight to Grant. Grant, who appreciated a bit of fire on his officers, he simply replied, "Well, he generally knows what he's talking about. Let him start right out and do it." That's all he needed. That's all he needed.
And with that, the leash came off.
Damn. See?
Sheridan started running around, shitting in people's yards. Meade relented and issued orders for Sheridan to take the fight directly to Stuart. May 9th, 1864, Sheridan and his cavalry thundered off on a raid aimed towards Richmond. It's a bold move that would test his theory that Union horsemen could match and beat the Confederate cavalry on their own turf, and they haven't yet, really.
No.
The raid was dramatic, but mixed in its results. Sheridan struck hard, fighting several engagements along the way. May 11th, Yellow Tavern, just 6 miles north of Richmond.
Damn.
His men clashed with Stuart's forces in a fierce run-in battle. There, Sheridan's troopers mortally wounded the famed Jeb Stuart.
Did.
A devastating loss for the Confederacy and a huge symbolic victory for the Union. The next day at Meadow Bridge, Sheridan's men beat back a counterattack by Fitzhugh Lee's men. Another of the South's top cavalry generals. We'll get to him in one of our episodes.
Damn, they let loose a hungry pit bull there, and Sheridan's just, wow. Think if they didn't. Wow. Well, it was pretty much already over with anyway.
Was it, though?
Despite those...
needed the valley to...
Right, yeah. Despite those battlefield wins, the raid failed to achieve its broader goal, though. Richmond was never seriously threatened, and Sheridan's decision to push so deep into enemy territory left General Grant temporarily blind. Without his cavalry, the Union Army his Union Army had no eyes and ears during critical moments of the campaign at Spotsylvania and the North Anna River. Historian Gordon Rhea later summed it up bluntly. He said that Sheridan's raid severely handicapped Grant at a key point in the campaign, and his dramatic ride towards Richmond, while flashy, looked more like an unnecessary showboating than sound strategy.
Oh, shut up.
Oh.
When he rejoined the Army of the Potomac, his troopers were bloodied but eager for redemption.
Damn right.
They soon clashed again with Confederate cavalry at Hall Shop on May 28th. A grueling close-quarters battle fought in thick woods that left heavy casualties on both sides.
I bet it did.
The fight was inconclusive, but it gave the Confederates valuable intelligence about Union positions, a costly oversight for Sheridan.
Yeah.
From there, his men played a crucial role in seizing the crossroads that would trigger the bloody Battle of Cold Harbor in early June. Sheridan's cavalry held off repeated Confederate attacks until reinforcements arrived. A rare moment where the Union horsemen held firm under brutal pressure. You know? Right.
Didn't happen very often. Oh, Grant, he always looked to keep the pressure on Lee. Sent Sheridan next on another ambitious mission. He said, "Go strike that northwest. Tear up Virginia Central Railroad. Link up with Major General David Hunter's army in Shenandoah Valley." Risky move, deep in hostile territory. Well, on the 11th of June and the 12th, Sheridan ran into Confederate General Wade Hampton at the Battle of Trevilian Station. This is the largest all-cavalry engagement of the entire Civil War.
Sure was.
The very first day of battle, it went Sheridan's way. He outmaneuvered Hampton, took key ground. Second day in battle, multiple assaults failed. His forces, heavy losses. Sheridan forced to withdraw, having inflicted damage, but achieving none of his objectives. The campaign's pattern becoming clear. Flashes of brilliance, followed by costly retreats. Hey, it gets too cocky, and then he's like, "Oh, step back and think for a minute, bud."
As his weary troopers marched back towards the Union lines, they ran headlong into Confederate cavalry again, June 24th, at Santa Maria, which is St. Mary's Church. Santa Maria, all right. It was another bloody encounter that cost Sheridan dearly in men and horses, but his troops successfully protected the massive Union supply train they were escorted, one of the few clear logistical wins of the whole campaign. Looking back, historians have argued over what Sheridan really accomplished during Grant's overland campaign. The headlines went to Yellow Tavern, where old Jeb fell. That victory has long overshadowed the rest of the story. I mean, that's what you wanted. You wanted him to go, though. Right. Sheridan himself was never one to downplay his achievements. In his official report, he claimed near total success. He said the result was constant success and the almost total annihilation of the rebel cavalry. We marched when and where we pleased. We were always the attacking party and always successful. A little revisionist history there, buddy.
Oh, I like it. Not everyone agreed. Historian Eric Wittenberg, he later dissected the record, noting that out of the 4 major raids, Richmond, Trevilian, Wilson Cots, and First Deep Bottom, and 13 significant cavalry battles, only Yell Tavern could truly be called a Union victory.
What are you going to do, man? It was the most important one.
The rest, including Hall's Shop, Trevilian Station, Meadow Bridge, Samaria Church, and the Wilson Cots raid, well, the costly fights that bordered on defeat. And many Sheridan's command narrowly escaped destruction multiple times. So while Little Phil had certainly proved his aggressiveness and struck a major blow by taking down Old Jib, his first campaign to the east left a divided legacy. To his critics, reckless. His supporters, exactly what the Union needed. A commander who was finally willing to fight the enemy on equal terms.
Good for you, bud. By mid-1864, the Shenandoah Valley had become the Confederacy's favorite backdoor into the North. Time and time again, Southern armies had slipped out of Virginia through the valley, marched into Maryland and Pennsylvania. And we all know that even them and Jubal Early threatened Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
It was the Confederacy's natural highway, rich in food, livestock, and railroads. And every time they used it, it sent Northern politicians into a panic. They're up the valley again! That summer, Confederate General Jubal Early decided to follow the same playbook. In what became known as the Valley Campaigns of 1864, he pushed his men north in a bold attempt to draw Union attention and resources away from Grant's siege of Petersburg. His army struck hard, fighting near Washington's outskirts, even raided towns in Pennsylvania. The move caused exactly the uproar he wanted. The freaking Washington was panicking, dude.
Right.
Panicking mannequins.
Right.
Panicking.
Right. Grant, he was already stretched thin, holding Lee at Petersburg. He knew that he had to shut down Shenandoah once and for all. The answer, a new command. The Middle Military Division, whose field force would be known as the Army of the Shenandoah. He shuffled through a list of potential commanders. He had George Meade, William Franklin, David Hunter. The plan was to put Hunter or Franklin in overall command and give Phil Sheridan in charge of the field army. One by one, those options fell apart. Either rejected by Grant, either rejected by D.C., or by the generals themselves. Nah, I'm good.
I'm good.
Nah, I'm good, but
finally, over the protests, the Secretary of War, Edwin Stanton, seems like a piece of shit. We should be doing this guy next, to be honest. I want to see what he's all about. He thought Sheridan was too young for such authority.
yeah.
Grant, he made his choice official. August 7th, 1864, old Little Phil took command of both the Middle Military Division and the Army of the Shenandoah.
Fuck yeah.
33 years old, fiery as ever, and about to take on one of the most consequential campaigns of the whole war.
Damn right.
His orders were clear and brutal. Grant's instructions left no room for interpretation. The mission wasn't just to defeat Early's army and stop the Confederate incursions into the North. It was to destroy the whole valley's ability to sustain the war. He told them directly, the people should be informed that so long as an army can subsist among them, recurrences of these raids must be expected. We are all determined to stop them at all hazards. Give the enemy no rest. Do all the damage to railroads and crops you can. Carry off stock of all descriptions and Negroes so as to prevent further planting. If the war is to last another year, we want the Shenandoah Valley to remain a barren wasteland.
Ooh.
It's a harsh command, essentially a scorched earth policy. But Grant wanted to end the Confederate threat at its source. He's like, I'm sick of this shit, dude.
Wow.
And with Sherman, while you're at it, go burn down friggin' every city you pass.
Well, Sheridan's start, it was slower than expected. He had to gather his scattered forces and organize supply lines before moving. And meanwhile, Jubal Early received reinforcements, narrowing Sheridan's window to even strike. Grant warned him not to attack with the advantage against you, but at the same time grew impatient with lack of results. The armies faced each other warily for over a month. And as of 1864 presidential election approached, the Northern public, tired of this stalemate, began to grumble, and they got grumbles became screaming. Grant and Sheridan met face to face on September 16th at Charlestown in Virginia. The two generals hashed it out. Grant gave the go-ahead, and Sheridan would strike within 4 days. When the hammer finally fell, it hit hard, because on the 19th September 1864, Sheridan's army launched a coordinated assault near Winchester. They are armed with precise intelligence from an unlikely source, a local Quaker schoolteacher. and Union sympathizer named Rebecca Wright. Her information about Early's troops' movements gave Sheridan the edge that he needed. The result? Third Battle of Winchester. A major Union victory that broke Early's lines and sent his army reeling south. That's what he needed, baby boys.
He didn't stop there either. Just 3 days later, September 22nd, he followed up with another win at Fisher's Hill, driving Early's men deeper into the valley. It was the kind of 1-2 punch Grant had been waiting for. It was fast, decisive, and ruthless. With Early in retreat, Sheridan turned to the second part of his orders, which is destroying the valley's ability to feed the Confederate war machine. He unleashed his cavalry in what became known as the Burning. They rode as far south as Waynesboro, torching barns, mills, granaries, railroads, factories, rounding up livestock by the thousands. It was a simple goal: make the valley uninhabitable for the army, or any army, as a matter of fact, for any people. Sheridan's men carried out the work with relentless efficiency as well. By the time they were done, over 400 square miles of one of Virginia's richest regions had been reduced to scorched, smoking ruin. Damn, dude.
Wow, it was a harsh warfare.
Hey, man, you got to do what you got to do.
But it achieved what Grant had demanded. The Shenandoah Valley, once a Confederacy breadbasket, gone. Usefulness to Southern cause effectively destroyed. With those victories, Sheridan's reputation as one of the Union's fiercest and most effective commanders cemented. Devastation Sheridan unleashed in Shenandoah would foreshadow the scorched earth tactics that Sherman would soon use on his march to the sea. Well, they're both pretty good. The goal was the same: cripple the Confederates' ability to wage war and make the people who supported it feel the cost of the rebellion. Yeah. That was in the heart of Georgia.
To the Southerners who lived through it, it became known simply and bitterly as the Burning.
The Burning, man.
After all the burning, the destruction was so extensive that soldiers began calling themselves barn burners and destroyers of homes.
Oh, they call themselves dope.
Right. In their letters home, many described scenes that haunted them as well. One wrote that he'd personally burned 60 private homes and admitted that it was a hard-looking sight to see the women and children turned out of doors at this season of the year.
Right, that's sad.
Another Sergeant, William T. Patterson, described the valley in eerie, apocalyptic detail. The whole country around is wrapped in flames. The heavens are aglow with the light thereof. Such mourning, such lamentations, such crying and pleading for mercy by defenseless women I never saw or want to see again. The campaign achieved its purpose militarily, obviously, but morally it left scars that would last generations.
Yeah.
And while Sheridan's forces moved methodically through the valley, Confederate partisans refused to let them rest. Colonel John Mosby and his Rangers waged a relentless guerrilla war, ambushing patrols, cutting off stragglers, and striking supply trains before vanishing into the countryside. Sheridan's men came to hate Mosby's name, calling him the Gray Ghost, a constant thorn in their side. Didn't they call in the Patriot, wasn't Mel Gibson guy the Ghost or some shit?
By October, Sheridan believed Juba Early's army had been effectively shattered and began preparing to return his troops to Grant at Petersburg. But Early said, not quite yet, buddy. I ain't done. Reinforced, determined to salvage his reputation, he launched one last surprise offensive at dawn on the 19th of October, 1864. And you guessed that very battle. It was the Battle of Cedar Creek. Sheridan 10 miles away in Winchester that morning when he heard the distant rumble of artillery. Juba Early's troops had struck hard, catching the Union completely off guard and driving them back in confusion. Sheridan immediately mounted his horse and rode at hell for leather toward the sound of the battle. His frantic gallop immortalized later as Sheridan's ride. It covered those 10 miles in record time. He reached the front at around 10:30 a.m., rallying his troops with his presence alone.
Damn, there he is.
Oh, hell yeah. All right.
While some historians credit Major General Horatio Wright and his Sixth Corps with already stabilizing the line, Sheridan's arrival turned panic into purpose. His men cheered when they saw him. Riding along the collapsing line, Sheridan shouted, "Face the other way, boys! We'll have breakfast in Winchester and supper in Richmond."
Hey.
Inspired, his troops regrouped and counterattacked, driving Early's army from the field in a decisive victory.
Look at that shit.
It was Early's last real stand. His army was broken beyond repair.
Yeah.
The triumph at Cedar Creek made Sheridan a national hero overnight. Old Abe Lincoln, he personally thanked him in writing. That's not personally, but... On November 8th, 1864, Sheridan was promoted to the Major General in the regular army.
Fuck yeah.
Making him the fourth highest ranking officer in the Union, only behind Grant, Sherman, and Meade.
Look at that shit.
Look at that.
Fantastic. I like it. Grant celebrated by ordering a 100-gun salute.
100?
Writing to Secretary of War Edwin Stanton. He said, turning what bid fair to be a disaster into glorious victory, stamped Sheridan, what I have always thought him, one of the ablest generals. Poet Thomas Buchanan Reed soon immortalized the ride in verse, with Sheridan's Ride, he called it, which spread across the North like wildfire. The poem's refrain, Winchester, 20 miles away, turned into a rallying cry and became a propaganda tool during Lincoln's re-election campaign. Sheridan himself leaned into the fame, renaming his horse from Renzi to Winchester in honor of the home. You can't do that.
Just rename your fucking horse, dude.
Your horse is like, what the fuck?
What the fuck's a Winchester?
Right. Many historians even credit Reed's poem and Sheridan's victory with helping secure Lincoln's margin of victory that November. He barely won.
Well, Lincoln, he was amused by Sheridan's newfound celebrity, and he sent him a warm note afterwards, joking about his stature. He said, when this peculiar war began, I thought a cavalryman should be about 6'4" but I have changed my mind. 5'4" will do in a pinch. Following Cedar Creek, Sheridan settled into occupation duty in Winchester, serving as the city's military governor and after Robert Milroy's earlier tenure. The valley, still smoldering from the burning, was now firmly under Union control. Several months, Sheridan's forces were tied up in light skirmishes and efforts to root out Mosby's guerrillas. Grant, he continued urging him to move south and destroy the Virginia Central Railroad, which was a key Confederate supply line feeding Petersburg. But Sheridan, he hesitated. By November, Wright's Sixth Corps returned to east to rejoin Grant, leaving Sheridan mostly with cavalry and artillery. Perfect. Finally, February 27, 1865, Sheridan broke winter camp and headed east on a new mission.
Oh, what was that?
But his time in Winchester left a complicated legacy. Many locals despised him for the destruction his men had caused, and not just for military reasons.
Oh, there was one resident in particular, Emma O'Reilly Macon. Well, she later wrote bitterly about her 7 months living under Sheridan's occupation. She said, my pen fails me when I attempt to recall and picture the many disagreeable, contemptible acts committed under General Sheridan's orders, under the name of war measures. I knew him personally from an observation of nearly 7 months' duration, and although history regards him as a great military man, in some respects he was a low vulgarian. He devastated the whole country, far and wide, and his report glorified over the fact, for he wrote, I have destroyed 1,000 barns filled with wheat, hay, and farming utensils, have driven in front of the army 4,000 cattle, and killed not less than 3,000 sheep. So entire has been the destruction that a crow flying across the valley must carry his rations, quote unquote.
Even a crow ain't stopping for nothing.
And she went on to say, all that was left was destroyed by fire, and the poor, suffering people were left in despair. Well, she has some, she's pretty pissed.
Yeah, her account captured the lasting bitterness left behind in the valley, a place once called the granary of the Confederacy. It's now reduced to ashes. Sheridan carried out Grant's orders to the letter. Make the Shenandoah so barren that even a crow, would have to bring its own food.
Right.
It was total war, and it marked a turning point. The Union had learned that victory meant more than defeating armies. It meant breaking the South's ability and will to fight.
Oh, it did.
As winter turned to spring, 1865, Sheridan was once again on the move, this time on his own terms. Grant's standing orders have given him a little bit of flexibility. He could either destroy the Virginia Central Railroad and the James River Canal, strike towards Lynchburg, then link up with Sherman in North Carolina, or return to the main Union force at Petersburg.
I take to Petersburg.
Sheridan, he didn't hesitate. He wrote in his memoirs that, feeling that the war was nearing its end, I desired my cavalry to be in at the death. That line said it all. Sheridan wasn't interested in cleanup duty in North Carolina. He wanted to be where the war would finally end.
Damn right he did. So, with that, in March of 1865, just 1 month before that day of Appomattox Courthouse, he steered his cavalry east toward Petersburg and Grant's headquarters, leading to one of the most decisive closing campaigns of the entire Civil War. March 2nd, near Waynesboro, Virginia, he found what was left of Jubal Early's shattered army, the same force that had terrorized the Shenandoah Valley just months earlier. This time, though, there would be no escape. Sheridan's troopers attacked swiftly, trapping Early's men in the town, cutting off every avenue of retreat. By the time the smoke cleared, roughly 1,500 Rebs had surrendered. Early's army ceased to exist.
Gone.
Sheridan's cavalry, they rolled on eastward, leaving nothing behind but captured guns and stacked arms. Less than a month later, Sheridan struck again, and this time, the blow landed squarely against Robert E. Lee's main force. Because on the 1st of April at the Battle of Five Forks, Sheridan's men smashed through the rebel flank southwest of Petersburg. The battle was short, the battle was violent, and that battle was decisive. Sheridan's maneuver cut Lee's final supply lines to the South Side Railroad, the last lifeline feeding the whole Confederate Army. Without it, Petersburg could no longer hold. By dawn that very next day, Lee had no choice but to abandon both Petersburg and Richmond. The Confederate capital fell. Sheridan's cavalry, they played a critical role in breaking that very line.
But as usual, that victory comes with controversy. During the chaos at Five Forks, Sheridan relieved Major General Gouverneur Warren from command of the 5th Corps right in the middle of the battle. Sheridan claimed Warren had moved too slowly and lacked urgency.
Hey, man, we want to get this shit done.
Well, others argued Warren had performed admirably. Dismissal effectively ended Warren's military career.
Clearly he didn't.
Years later, 1879, President Rutherford B. Hayes, he convened a court of inquiry to investigate the incident. Damn.
I don't think it's worth it.
14 years later.
Right.
After 100 days of testimony and dozens of witnesses, the court ruled that Sheridan's decision was unjustified.
Oh.
Tragically, the findings weren't published until after Warren's death, meaning they never saw his name cleared. Sheridan, for his part, never expressed regret about it.
Yeah, he knew what he was doing, right?
Well, still, Sheridan's energy in those final weeks was unmatched. April 6th, Battle of Sailor's Creek, he once again struck Lee's retreating army. This time, he destroyed it. His aggressive pursuit captured over 20% of Lee's remaining men, along with hundreds of wagons and artillery pieces. That, my friends, was the final hammer blow. President Lincoln, following the action from Washington, could sense what was coming. He sent a telegram quoting Sheridan. General Sheridan says, "If the thing is pressed, I think that Lee will surrender. Let the thing be pressed."
Oh, all right.
And pressed it was. 3 days later, April 9th, Sheridan's cavalry raced ahead of Lee's retreating army, blocked the only road of retreat at Appomattox Courthouse. His men held the line, cutting off the last escape route and sealing Lee's fate. Within hours, the Confederate commander surrendered the Army of Northern Virginia, and with it, surrendered the war to the Union.
We tried. Wow. Grant, who had relied heavily on Sheridan's speed and ferocity, summed up his performance with characteristic understatement, but unmistakable respect. Grant said, "I believe General Sheridan has no superior as a general, either living or dead, and perhaps not an equal."
Damn.
For, quote, Little Phil, unquote, it was the culmination of everything he fought for, from the burned barns of the Shenandoah to the ridges of the Five Forks. He had helped finish the war exactly as he wanted, in at the death. Robert E. Lee surrendered at Appomattox. Joseph Johnston laid down his arms in North Carolina. The Civil War was essentially over. But not entirely. There's one significant Confederate force still remaining. It was out west in Texas. And you guessed it. That's old General Edmund Kirby Smith. Phil Sheridan, fresh off his triumphs in Virginia, was supposed to ride in the Grand Review of the Armies, the massive Union victory parade through Washington, D.C. But Grant, he said, "Nah, bud, we got other plans for you." Because on the 17th of May, 1865, just 6 days before the parade, Grant appointed him commander of the military district of the Southwest. And he said, "Buddy, you're going to Texas, and you're going to defeat Smith without delay." Sheridan was to bring Texas and Louisiana fully back under Union control. Could he do it? Will he do it? Can he do it?
Unfortunately for him, by the time he reached Nolens, Kirby Smith had already surrendered. He's like, "Motherfucker, I was supposed to get on my upcommits in Washington." The Confederate flag was down across the continent. Now Grant had a new problem for Sheridan to handle. It was one that extended beyond U.S. borders. Just across the Rio Grande, France's Emperor Napoleon III had installed Austrian Archduke Maximilian as Emperor of Mexico, backed by 40,000 French troops.
Okay.
The U.S. government saw as a direct violation of the Monroe Doctrine.
It is.
And with the Civil War finally ending, America was in no mood to tolerate a European empire next. So they're like, "No, fuck you, dude."
Like, on to the next war.
Right. Grant authorized Sheridan to quietly build up a major force along the Texas border. Sheridan, he didn't waste any time either. He got 50,000 men in 3 corps, quickly occupying the Texas coastal cities and spreading inland to patrol the border. A combination of his army's presence, U.S. diplomatic pressure, and the fierce resistance of Mexico's Republican leader Benito Juarez gradually turned the tide.
But it did.
Sheridan later admitted in his memoirs that he quietly helped the Mexican nationalists by leaving his arms and ammo at convenient places on our side of the river to fall in their hands
Right.
while we weren't looking.
Oh, wow.
They fucking murdered Napoleon.
Yeah, it's crazy. That pressure worked.
I mean, they murdered Maximilian.
All right, Maximilian. That pressure worked. By late 1866, France began pulling his forces out of Mexico. Napoleon III, facing growing opposition at home and the rising threat of Prussia in Europe, spread up the withdrawal. You got your own stuff to worry about, bud. By March 12, 1867, the last French troops gone. 3 months later, June 19th, Maximilian captured, executed by Juarez's forces. Sheridan's silent sport had helped restore Mexican independence without a shot officially being fired by the United States of America. But while Sheridan's foreign maneuvers stabilized the border, Texas itself remained volatile.
I mean, yeah, they still got the old Comanches running around.
July 30th, 1866, Sheridan still stationed in Texas. There was a white mob in New Orleans violently attacked a constitutional convention organized to expand black civil rights. That very mob killed 34 black men, injured dozens. When Sheridan returned, he wired Grant in outrage. The more information I obtain of the affair of the 30th in this city, the more revolting it becomes. It was no riot. It was an absolute massacre. He was pissed.
Apparently. That same fury shaped his next assignment. March 1867, as Reconstruction began, Sheridan was appointed military governor of the 5th Military District covering Texas and Louisiana. He took the role seriously and personally. He immediately restricted voter registration for former Confederates and ordered that only registered voters, including black men, could serve on juries.
Wow.
When his investigation into the New Orleans massacre revealed widespread corruption and complicity, Sheridan didn't hesitate to clean house, dismissed the city's mayor, the Louisiana attorney general, and the district judge. He also faced down railroad executives who begged him to keep segregated star cars on New Orleans streetcars.
Nope.
Sheridan flatly refused, effectively forcing the desegregation of a public transit in the city. A pretty radical move for the time.
Yeah, for sure. Wow. Then came the governors. Sheridan ousted Louisiana Governor James Wells, calling him a political trickster, a dishonest man. And then he's like, you know what,
He's just out here removing governors and shit.
Right. He's like, all right, Texas Governor James Throckmorton, you're a former Confederate. I'm going to accuse you of being an impediment to the reconstruction of the state. You're gone. Sheridan replaced him with Elisha M. Pease, the Republican who had lost to Throckmorton in the prior election.
Wow.
These sweeping actions infuriated President Andrew Johnson, who viewed Sheridan's military rule as unconstitutional tyranny. The two men had been clashing for months over the interpretation of the Reconstruction Act and the rights of newly freed blacks. Johnson finally snapped, telling Grant, who defended Sheridan, that his rule has, in fact, been one of absolute tyranny, without reference to the principles of our government or the nature of our free institutions. And Grant's like, I don't know what to tell you.
Well, Johnson dismissed Sheridan from command August 1867, sparking public outrage in the North. Sheridan didn't shed any tears over leaving Texas, though. He famously quipped later that year, "If I owned Texas and hell, I would rent Texas and live in hell." Well, still, his troubles with the South, they weren't over. During Grant's presidency, Sheridan was sent back to Louisiana twice to deal with more post-war unrest.
Okay.
January 1875, Democrats attempted to seize control of disputed seats in Louisiana legislature by force.
Oh.
Sheridan backed Republican Governor William Kellogg, who was the legitimate winner of the 72 election, called the violent Democrats banditti.
Yeah, we did something on that, didn't we?
Yeah, well, it was in
One of those other ones.
I think it was in Longstreet story or something, or Grant story probably.
Right.
He called them banditti, recommended they be tried by military tribunals and stripped their habeas corpus rights.
Ooh.
The statement caused a political firestorm. Headlines in the New York World roared, "Tyranny, a sovereign state murdered."
Oh, geez, damn, that's a hell of a headline.
Right.
Somebody's picking up that newspaper. A year later, 1876, Sheridan, once again sent to New Orleans, this time to maintain peace. After the bitterly disputed presidential election between Rutherford B. Hayes and Samuel Tilden, his troops kept the streets calm as politicians argued over electoral votes behind closed doors. It was a tense standoff that nearly reignited the nation's divisions. Oh, shit. From the final battles of the American Civil War to the chaotic struggles of Reconstruction, Philip Sheridan had become a man who lived in controversy. He was admired for his decisiveness and loathed for his severity. He was a soldier who brought order at any cost, even if it meant burning valleys, breaking governors, or reshaping the laws of the South by force.
Let's take a look at how after the war, Philip had some run-ins with some Indians.
Oh, some Indians, huh?
Going all the way back to the fall of 1866, even with the war long over. Well, not long over, but Sheridan's duties were far from done. That September, he was stationed at Fort Martin Scott, just outside Fredericksburg, Texas, tasked with bringing some semblance of order to a region still seething from defeat.
Yeah, they're pissed.
The area had been part of the old Confederacy, and post-war lawlessness was rampant.
It will continue for decades.
For 3 months. 3 months, Sheridan's command operated deep in the Texas Hill Country, putting down bands of raiding native groups who had been attacking settlements and travelers. It was rough, unforgiving country, a far cry from the battlefields of Virginia. Still a place where Sheridan's hard-edged approach proved effective.
It did.
While he was occupied in Texas, political storms were brewing in Washington. Old Andrew Johnson, still bitter towards the Republican-controlled Congress, and Reconstruction's military administrators, he was growing impatient with Union generals like Sheridan, who were enforcing civil rights policies for freedmen and limiting the power of ex-Confederates. Johnson wanted the South back under Democratic control, or at least in the hands of white leaders sympathetic to his lenient version of Reconstruction.
Right.
Jeez.
Wow. At that very same time, out of the Great Plains, another crisis was erupting. This will continue for the next 250 years in America, guys. Major General Winfield Scott Hancock, commanding the Department of Missouri, had mishandled his campaign against the Plain tribes, particularly the Sioux and the Cheyenne. His heavy-handed actions and broken promises that provoked furious retaliation. Indian raids swept across the frontier, attacking stagecoach lines, burning stations, killing settlers, carrying off captives. The borderlands descended into chaos. State and territorial governors demanded help. They needed an army commander who could restore order, who could handle Indian affairs with discipline, and also could manage the sprawling Western Territories, which was an area stretching over 1 million square miles from the Mississippi River to the Colorado Rockies, and from Kansas northward, whatever that means.
Grant, now head of the U.S. Army, saw a solution that could satisfy both sides to appease Johnson's demands to remove radical Republican generals from the South and restore stability on the frontier. Grant, he swapped commands between Hancock and Sheridan. Sheridan would take charge of the Department of Missouri, while Hancock, a Democrat far more agreeable to President Johnson, he would assume Sheridan's old post in Texas. The move pleased Johnson, who trusted Hancock to roll back Republican-led reconstruction efforts. And indeed, Hancock quickly won over the local white population by relaxing federal oversight and supporting policies that reinforced racial segregation and reestablishment of former Confederate authority. Good Lord. Andrew Johnson's a fucking moron, dude.
Yeah, that guy was a piece of shit. For Sheridan, the change meant a new kind of war. One not against armies, but against nations of people fighting to preserve their way of life. Talking about the old Indians. His new assignment placed him in command of the United States Army's vast western frontier, where the government's goal was to end native resistance and confine tribes to reservations. The Kansas Historical Society, later on, it summarized Sheridan's mission bluntly. It went on to say, President Ulysses S. Grant wanted Sheridan to pacify the Plains Indians, primarily in response to the mishandling of the white Indian conflict by such notables as Major John Chivington and General Winfield Scott Hancock. Sheridan's ultimate goal was to make the Indians give up their traditional way of life and settle on reservations. His tactic, though bordering on the barbaric, it worked.
Amen. This was the beginning of what would become known as the Indian Wars. Sheridan would soon become one of their most controversial architects. His belief in total warfare, forged in the Shenandoah Valley, is like, this shit worked, I'm doing it everywhere. And now found new expression on the open plains. The man who once vowed to make a crow carry its own rations over Virginia would soon apply the same logic to the frontier. Bring peace by force and make resistance impossible. When Sheridan took command of the Department of Missouri, he inherited a problem that couldn't be solved with a single battle. Plains, they're enormous, sparsely settled, and in constant turmoil. Native tribes, Cheyenne, Kiowa, Comanche, Arapaho, and others, they were fighting to defend their homelands and way of life against a wave of settlers, railroads, and broken treaties.
I mean, they want nothing to do with you guys. Just leave them be.
Sheridan's troops spread thin across thousands of miles and backed only by state militias. Couldn't hope to fight a conventional campaign that way.
If it wasn't for gold, they would never even touch the plains.
Well,
What are you going to do? So Sheridan turned to a method he already knew well. Deprivation warfare.
deprivation.
Yeah. The same tactics he used to burn out the Shenandoah Valley were now applied to the Great Plains. If he couldn't chase down every war party, he could destroy their ability to fight. The result was the winter campaign of 1868-1869, which was a grim, relentless operation designed to strike native tribes when they were most vulnerable. Sheridan ordered coordinated attacks against the Cheyenne, against the Kiowa, and the Comanche while they were in their winter camps.
Wow.
His soldiers swept through the snow-covered plains, destroying food stores, capturing and killing livestock, and burning villages.
Campaign's most infamous engagement came on November 27, 1868, at the Battle of the Washita River. Colonel George Armstrong Custer, under Sheridan's overall command, attacked a sleeping Cheyenne village led by Chief Black Kettle. The attack left scores of men, women, and children dead. It became one of the most controversial acts of the Indian Wars.
Yeah.
Sheridan defended it as a necessary strike, part of a larger plan to force the tribes back onto reservations. And by the end of that brutal winter, that's exactly what happened. The tribes, starving and broken, had little choice but to return to the lands the government had set aside for them.
Man, bastards.
Sheridan's strategy was harsh, but achieved the results Washington wanted. After these wars, old Sheridan would oversee the Red River War, the Ute War, and later the Great Sioux War of 1876-77, which culminated in, we know, of Custer's disastrous defeat and death at Little Bighorn.
Yeah, probably deserved it.
Right.
Jeez, oh Pete. Meanwhile, another tragedy unfolded across the plains. This was the destruction of the American bison, all by the United States government. Bastards. Professional hunters, many operating with tacit military approval, slaughtered millions of buffalo between 1870 and 1874. By the time the killing slowed, over 4 million animals gone. The central food and material source for many plains tribes gone. A popular myth grew that Sheridan himself had encouraged this extermination, supposedly telling the Texas legislator, "Let them kill, let them skin, let them sell until the buffalo is exterminated." But as historian Dan Flores later proved, no such speech was ever made. The Texas legislature never even debated a bill on the hide trade. And the story originated decades later in the year of 1907. It was a memoir of a buffalo hunter named John Cook. Sheridan's supposed role in promoting buffalo hunting was almost certainly fabricated. This is another example of how the legend of Little Phil often blurred with the man himself. Even so, Sheridan's frontier career left a complicated legacy. His campaign succeeded in breaking organized native resistance by 1870s, but at an enormous human cost. He became a symbol both of Western expansion and of its brutality. This is yet another legend attached to itself to his name, the infamous phrase, "The only good Indian is a dead Indian."
Wow.
According to our story, first printed more than a century after the fact, Comanche chief Tosawi supposedly introduced himself to Sheridan in 1869, saying, "Tosawi, good Indian," to which Sheridan allegedly replied, "The only good Indians I've ever saw were dead."
Well, like the Buffalo quote, though, this exchange is almost certainly apocryphal.
Okay.
The first known appearance of the story came in D.D. Brown's "Bury My Heart at Wounded Knee" in 1970, which cited a supposed eyewitness, Lieutenant Charles Nordstrom. He claimed the phrase has evolved over time into the now notorious saying. Sheridan himself denied ever saying it, and no contemporary records or first-hand accounts support the claim.
Exactly.
His views on Native Americans were complex, harsh by modern standards, but not as genocidal as his legend suggests. The Kansas Historical Society summarized his stance. Sheridan has been accused of being unnecessarily cruel, bent on exterminating the Indian. Although he did regard the Indians as savages, whose one profession was that of arms, he felt that it would take more than just combining them to reservations to settle the West. It would also be necessary to exercise some strong authority over him.
Oh. Wow. Well, Sheridan, he did admit that the United States government had broken its word to the tribes and that its failures had helped create the conflict. In his own words, he put, "We took away their country, their means of support, and against this, they made war. Could anyone expect less?" That's what he said. He also condemned the government's neglect of the reservation system, writing that it was Congress's responsibility to, quote, "furnish the poor people from whom this country has been taken with sufficient food to enable them to live without suffering the pangs of hunger," end quote. Hardly the words of a man eager of extermination, right? Sheridan himself. He saw himself. Sheridan saw himself above all as a soldier, one bound to duty. One bound by duty to protect settlers on the frontier, not to shape the national policy. And again, his own words, "My duties are to protect these people. I have nothing to do with Indians, but in this connection, The wife of a man at the center of wealth and civilization and refinement is not more dear to him than it is the wife of a pioneer of the frontier. I have no hesitation in making my choice. I'm going to stand by the people over whom I am placed and give them what protection I can.
Okay. That was a philosophy summed up Sheridan's life after the war. Practical, unsentimental, and ruthless when necessary. To his critics, he was a destroyer. To his supporter, he was a man who finally brought order to the frontier. In truth, he was both. A soldier shaped by war who believed peace could only come once resistance was impossible.
Right.
Mm-hmm. By the late 1860s, Sheridan was one of the most famous military men in the country. We know this. Mm-hmm. His rise hadn't stopped yet. March 4th, 1869, just as Ulysses S. Grant took office as president, he was promoted to lieutenant general, which is the second highest rank in the Army. That same year, he asked Grant for a special assignment to observe the Franco-Prussian War in Europe, study how modern warfare was a-changing.
Oh.
Grant agreed. In 1870, Sheridan, he sailed overseas.
Look at that shit.
In Europe, Sheridan found himself treated almost like royalty. He traveled with the Prussian army and was personally hosted by King Wilhelm I, the future German emperor.
Oh.
He was even present when Emperor Napoleon III of France surrendered to the Germans.
Oh.
A moment that for Sheridan carried a personal sense of irony.
Wow. Right.
Just a few years earlier, French troops had backed Maximilian's short-lived empire in Mexico, a regime Sheridan had helped undermine from across the border. Now watching Napoleon's downfall must have felt like poetic justice. He was there for the downfall of two major people.
Crazy. After the fighting ended, Sheridan toured much of Europe before returning back to Washington to report his findings. His assessment was blunt. The Prussians, he wrote, were very good, brave fellows who had gone into each battle with the determination to win. Then he added dryly, there's nothing to be learned here professionally. He criticized their cavalry tactics, which he said were handled with the same overbearing micromanagement that General Meade had once used on him during the Civil War.
Get flashbacks and shit.
Wow. But still, he couldn't help but admire their organization. Sheridan called the Prussian system a perfect military system and spoke highly of their professionalism and discipline. His tone toward the French, however, it was less forgiving. He was openly disgusted by the performance, writing that they had advanced slowly and clumsily, wasted opportunities to strike German supply lines. They were routed frequently. Sheridan, he summed up his disappointment sharply by saying, I am disgusted. All my boyhood's fancies of soldiers of the great Napoleon have been dissipated, or else the soldiers of the little corporal have lost their elan. And the pampered parade soldiers of the man of destiny. Despite his criticism, Sheridan left a strong impression abroad, though. Years later, German Chancellor Otto von Bismarck, he told Grant, he said that, Philip Sheridan, he seemed to be a man of great ability. He had a wonderfully quick eye, he said.
Back home, Sheridan's reputation as a national hero only grew. October 1871, he was in Chicago when disaster struck, which was the Great Chicago Fire.
Ooh.
As flames tore through the city, Major Roswell Mason declared martial law to calm the chaos and placed Sheridan in charge of relief and security.
Oh, jeez.
Sheridan quickly organized soldiers to protect property, distribute aid, and prevent looting. The fire burned most of the city to the ground. Sheridan's own house survived, but all of his personal and professional papers destroyed. The records of a lifetime gone in a night.
Oh.
Sheridan's time in Chicago didn't end with tragedy, though. He later became one of the city's most prominent figures, even serving as the first president of the American Derby, which is a major horse racing event held at Washington Park starting in 1883. It's fitting for a man whose legend had been built in the saddle. Okay. That same year, November 1st, 1883, Sheridan reached the pinnacle of his military career when he succeeded an old comrade, William T. Sherman, as commanding general of the Army.
Wow.
It was the top post in the entire service, and he held this position until his death.
Wow. Well, June of 1888, just weeks before his health failed, Congress promoted him to the Army's highest possible rank, General of the Army of the United States. The same 5-star level once held by Grant, once held by Sherman. Even in his final years, Sheridan, he stayed deeply involved in veterans affairs and national service. He was the first president of the Society of the Army of the Potomac when it was founded in 1869. Served as commander-in-chief of the military order of the Loyal Legion of the United States from 1886 until death, and held the post of 9th president of the National Rifle Association in 1885. By the time of his passing, Sheridan had come full circle in life, from the small, fiery little Phil of Ohio to one of the most powerful and respected military leaders in all of the world. He had shaped wars on 2 continents. He'd rebuilt nations. He left behind a legacy that, for better or worse, defined the hard edge of the post-Civil War American century. Even after a lifetime of war, old Philip Sheridan found one final campaign. But this time, not against men, against greed.
Mm-hmm.
His last great battle was to protect Yellowstone.
Yeah, long before environmental protection became a national cause, Sheridan recognized that the vast wilderness of Yellowstone, with its geysers, waterfalls, and herds of elk and buffalo, it was vulnerable to the same kind of reckless exploitation that had stripped the plains of bison.
Mm-hmm.
For him, preserving it was a matter of national duty. As early as 1870, Sheridan made Yellowstone his personal crusade. He authorized Lieutenant Gustavus Doane to escort the Washburn expedition, which was one of the earliest formal surveys of the region. A year later, he sent Major John Barlow to accompany the Hayden Geological Survey of 1871 that helped convince Congress to make Yellowstone the first national park in American history.
Damn right.
Who did that? And that was your old boy Grant. In gratitude, Barlow named one of the park's peaks Mount Sheridan.
Fuck yeah.
Which overlooks Heart Lake in his honor.
Damn right.
Good for you, buddy.
Right. But establishing the park was only the beginning. By the mid-70s, Yellowstone was already under threat from poachers, from vandals, and speculators. Sheridan pushed for the Army to take direct control, arguing that only soldiers could effectively protect the land from destruction. Military control, he said, was the only way to prevent the ruin of the park's natural wonders and its wildlife. Then came an even bigger threat: corporate development. 1882, the Department of the Interior granted the Yellowstone Park Improvement Company rights to develop 4,000 acres of land inside that very park.
Oh, no.
The company's plan, it was audacious. They wanted to build a railroad into the park, sell parcels of land to private investors. No. And turn Yellowstone into a mountain resort. Fucking skiing.
Sheridan, he was furious. He immediately organized opposition, launching a campaign of lobbying, letter writing, and personal appeals to Congress. He argued that the plan would destroy the very essence of Yellowstone.
Right, it would have.
Turning it from a national treasure into a tourist playground. Working closely with journalists and allies like George Bird Grinnell, Sheridan fought to limit the damage. He called for sweeping reforms. Reduce private development for 4,000 acres to just 10.
I can take 10 acres.
Right. Prohibit any leases near the park's major attractions. And place Yellowstone under military supervision to prevent corruption and illegal hunting.
Oh.
He even arranged an expedition to the park for President Chester A. Arthur, and several influential lawmakers, showing them firsthand why it deserved protection. See this beautiful-ass country?
Right. Jeez, oh, Pete, come on, guys. His efforts worked. Because in 1883, Congress passed a rider in the Sundry Civil Bill that granted nearly every safeguard Sheridan and his supporters demanded. Tighter restrictions on development, expanded authority for federal protection, also recognition of the park's national importance. But, as with everything, despite the law, enforcement proved difficult. A series of poorly chosen civilian superintendents, some incompetent, other outright corrupt. They let poaching and illegal logging continue unchecked. So in 1886, Sheridan made the bold move himself. He ordered Troop M of the 1st U.S. Cavalry into Yellowstone to take charge. The soldiers, they built Fort Yellowstone, set up patrols, enforced hunting bans, began what became a 30-year military stewardship of the park.
For you.
30
That
years.
decision saved Yellowstone.
Damn right.
Under the Army's protection, the region stabilized, wildlife recovered, vandalism stopped, and the park remained free from large-scale private takeover.
Yes.
When the National Park Service was finally established in 1916, it inherited the framework Sheridan had built.
Look at that guy.
Decades later, the story of his crusade earned him a rare kind of praise, but not for conquest, but for conservation.
Yes, we like that.
And Ken Burns' The National Parks dude made a fucking documentary about it.
Ridiculous.
Ken Burns' The National Parks, America's Best Idea. Sheridan was hailed as an unlikely ally who joined conservationist George Grinnell and Senator George Vest in standing up to powerful railroad and land interests. Together, they investigated corrupt park contracts, fought to expand Yellowstone's borders, even pushed for laws against hunting and resource exploitation inside park limits.
Oh. Wow, though their proposal to expand the park failed, Congress did allocate $40,000 for Yellowstone's maintenance. A small but crucial victory. When that funding was later stripped away in 1886, it was Sheridan who once again came to the rescue, sending Troop M to enforce federal protection.
Right.
By the time of his death in 1888, Sheridan's name had become forever linked to Yellowstone, not as a warrior, but as a guardian. The man who'd once burned Shenandoah Valley to end a war had in his final years, he has fought to preserve the natural heart of America for future generations to come. For all his years spent in the saddle and under fire, little Phil, his later life brought a surprising calm. One built around family, one built around public respect, and finally, one built around peace.
Peace.
By June 3rd, 1875, at the age of 44, the lifelong soldier married Irene Rucker, 22-year-old daughter of Army Quartermaster General Daniel H. Rucker. The marriage drew attention across the United States and Washington, not only because of the age gap, but because little Phil was famously gruff and battle-hardened general seemed utterly smitten. Mm-hmm. The newlyweds settled in D.C. in a home gifted to them by citizens. Gifted to them by citizens of Chicago. How?
Why not?
As thanks for Sheridan's leadership and protection during that fire of 1871. There, they built a family and a quieter life. They had 4 children. Mary, born in 1876. Twin daughters, Irene and Louise, born in 1877. Philip Jr., born in 1880. Well, Philip Jr. followed his daddy into the Army, eventually reaching the rank of major.
Look at you, Phil Jr.
Philip Jr. ended up marrying Isabel McGonigal, herself the daughter of another career Army officer, George McGonigal. It was a union that carried on Sheridan's family's long connection to military service.
Sheridan's home life was actually remarkably steady.
Oh.
He remained active in his work as commanding general of the Army, we know, but his later years were largely defined by public appearances, veteran reunions, and his deepening involvement in organizations like the Loyal Legion and the Army of the Potomac Society. Those close to him said he mellowed with age, though his voice and presence still carried the same command and force that once rallied men on the battlefield.
All right.
But by 1888, Sheridan's body began to fail him. After decades of relentless travel, stress, and heavy living, his health took a sharp turn.
Right.
In the spring, he suffered a series of massive heart attacks, just 2 months after sending his long-awaited memoirs to the publisher. Why do they always die when they're about to make their memoirs?
Right.
The once slim horseman had filled out over the years, weighing over 200 pounds at age 57. He's only 5'4".
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
And the strain of his post-war duties had finally caught up to him.
Yeah. Wow.
As news of his failing health spread, Congress quickly acted to honor him one more time. June 1st, 1888, they passed legislation, like we said, they passed legislation that promoted him to the highest rank possible, General of the Army. A congressional delegation personally brought him the news. Though weak and in pain, Sheridan was overjoyed. It was a perfect capstone to a storied career and life.
Right, not to mention a nice little paycheck for his family.
Right.
Afterward, his family moved him away from the summer heat of Washington to a seaside cottage in Nantucket, a quiet enclave in Dartmouth, Massachusetts. This is where that he'd hoped the ocean air might ease his condition. But the reprieve was short, because August 5th, 1888, Philip Henry Sheridan, Little Phil, the fiery cavalryman who raided the streets of Ohio as a child, raced across battlefields as an adult from Chickamauga to Appomattox, died, heart failure, 57 years old. His body was returned to Washington, where he was laid to rest with full military honors on the sloping grounds of the Arlington National Cemetery, facing the capital city he had helped preserve. His gravesite soon became one of the cemetery's most visited spots, marked by a statue sculpted by English artist Samuel James Kitson.
Sheridan, get an American to do it.
Right. Sheridan immortalized in bronze, astride his horse, forever looking toward the city. Is it still there?
Of course it would be. It's a union.
We don't know.
Well, that burial, in fact, helped elevate Arlington itself to national prominence, transforming it from a soldier's resting place into a sacred ground for America's heroes.
Fuck yeah.
His widow Irene lived on for many years, but never remarried. When asked why, she answered with words that summed up the enduring devotion that followed Sheridan in both life and legend. I would rather be the widow of Phil Sheridan than the wife of any man living.
Oh!
It was fitting tribute. Sheridan had spent his life in motion, a man of fire, energy, and conviction. And even in his death, his legacy loomed large over the Army, the nation, and the history he helped shape.
Little Phil.
Oh, Little Phil, man. Huh? Look at this guy.
What a guy.
What a guy, huh?
Yeah.
What a guy. Could be one of the best generals America's ever had.
All right. Pretty up there, huh? Except for the devastation of the engines, but what are you going to do?
You do what you got to do, man.
I guess.
That's all. That didn't take as long as I thought. It's probably going to be about an hour 10, hour 15. It's Phil Sheridan. Next week, we'll be back with probably a discussing human being and the former Confederate soldier. General.
Most likely. Be a terrible, terrible man.
Maybe we'll do Fitzhugh or somebody.
Maybe, Or maybe Stephen Dilly.
One of them, or Pemberton, or Pendleton, or Pettigrew, or Pickett, or Pillow, or Polk, or Price, or Rhodes, or Rosser, or
Pickett
Sibley.
might be a good one. Polk probably be a decent one.
The whole episode's just going to be his Pickett's charge.
And he got his ass whooped.
Yeah, maybe we'll do Pickett next week. That. You already know what the deal is.
Dude, the guy that played him in Gettysburg looked exactly like
almost.
him, too.
We'll see you next week. Like I said, subscribe, like, comment, share with your friends, give us a review on podcast apps, wherever you do.
Damn, I didn't know he spent that many years in the United States Army. Holy shit. Good for him.
And we'll see you next week. He was only age 50 when he died, too. All right, yeah, we'll see you next week for more Battles of the American Civil War Behind the Battle.
Live from the Radiant Studios, it's Bang and Dang.
That's awesome.
If you don't like that, then
You ain't black.
All right, welcome back, Battles, American Civil War, Behind the Battles, and we're going to try this guy one more time. Hopefully, this episode actually stays recording, because this is your last chance, George.
Right, we tried, bud. Little-known general.
I'm talking about little-known General George Henry Thomas, who is one of the principal commanders in the Western Theater. And just like every other freaking guy we've covered, he was also in the Mexican-American War. And despite being a Virginian, though, he declined to join the Confederate States.
He did.
And he sided with the Union.
He sure nailed dead.
He sure did, and many people hated him for it.
Wasn't an easy decision, he said, either.
Nope. Well, he was born in Southampton County, Virginia, just a few miles north of the North Carolina border. It's a little spot called Newsom's Depot. His family, they have deep roots in the South. His father, John, he was of Welsh descent. And his mama, Elizabeth Rochelle Thomas, she came from French Huguenot stock. Together, they had 6 children, 3 girls, 3 boys, and lived in the kind of upper-class plantation life that was typical for the old wealthy Virginians of the time. By 1829, the Thomases owned 685 acres.
Damn.
Jeez. And about 15 slave people worked it. That's
not a lot.
a lot of ground to cover for those 15 slaves.
You ain't kidding. Wow. Life took a sudden turn. George was just 13 years old. His daddy died in a tragic farm accident, leaving the family in financial trouble. 2 years later, Nat Turner's slave rebellion erupted right there in Southampton County. The Thomases, which is George, his sisters, and his widowed mother, they actually had to flee their home into the woods to hide during the uprising.
Oh.
It was a formative moment in his life.
Well, what it meant to George Thomas in that moment is something for debate. Some historians, like Benson Bobrick, he suggests that witnessing the rebellion firsthand opened Thomas's eyes to the horrors of slavery.
I mean, it would.
And it showed him that the lie behind the idea of the happy slave being cared for by a benevolent master.
Well, if their family actually, treated their slaves like somewhat human, he would probably think that. You don't know what's going on in other...
Right, well, I'm sure he knows. Other historians, like Christopher Einhoff, they argue the opposite and said that Thomas's experience of the rebellion may have reinforced the idea that slavery was necessary to control enslaved people.
I mean, you can go either way there. See, this is why. This is why.
This is why. This is why we don't let him do anything. And while Thomas didn't leave any personal writings clearly stating his position, the fact remains he did own slaves during part of his adult life as well, so couldn't have affected him that much.
It's also a long-standing story that he taught up to 15 of his family's enslaved people how to read.
He only had 15.
Right.
Supposedly.
Right. Something that was illegal in Virginia at the time.
Sure was.
You couldn't civilize your slaves. What are you doing?
Who was the one guy? Was it Stonewall that traded traded little things to burn to read? To teach them how to read?
Right. I forget who it was. It might have been Stonewall.
Might have been. I don't think it was Stonewall.
No.
I think it was. It was definitely a Southern guy. It might have been Stonewall.
Right. Supposedly he
did. It was like the corks of wood that were all sappy and shit. You can burn them for like candles.
Right. For as long as the time.
Right. As long as the time. As long as the time.
As long as the time. Supposedly, he did this in despite of the law, right? In spite,
And despite.
right? And even against his father's wishes. Yeah. Whether that's myth or fact, we don't know.
What is up with this guy? Can we get a solid answer on this?
It's another layer to the complicated legacy of the man who would later be nicknamed the Rock of Chickamauga.
Well, in 1836, he got a shot at a new future when Congressman John Mason appointed him to West Point. Well, Mason wasn't exactly optimistic about his chances. He warned Thomas that no one from his district had ever managed to graduate from the U.S. Military Academy.
Oh.
But George proved him wrong. He went in there at the ripe old age of 20 when most people were going in there at like 16.
Mm-hmm.
And he earned the nickname Old Tom because of it. He also became fast friends with his roommates, who were William Tecumseh Sherman and Stuart Van Vliet.
Oh, look at that shit.
Thomas, he steadily rose through the ranks at the academy, becoming a cadet officer in his second year. And he graduated 12 out of 42 in 1840.
Not too shabby.
And from there, he was commissioned as a second lieutenant in Company D of the 3rd U.S. Artillery.
Look at that. Moving along. After graduating West Point, old Georgie, he got his first assignment in late 1840. He got assigned to the 3rd United States Artillery.
Yes.
Right. He was sent Fort Lauderdale, Florida. They want to go down there and check out those Seminoles, which at that point, Fort Lauderdale, not much more than a muddy outpost in the middle of the Seminole Wars. And still pretty much the same today. Even though he was trained in artillery, his unit was stuck doing mostly infantry work. Still, Thomas handled the job well, led successful patrols, and he even earned a brevet promotion to first lieutenant. By the end of 1841. Look at this guy. He's a overachiever.
Over the next few years, he bounced between peacetime posts in New Orleans, Charleston Harbor, and Baltimore. Then in 1845, with tensions escalating in Mexico, his regiment, they were ordered to Texas. And when that war broke out, Thomas, he made a name for himself.
Damn right he did.
He led a gun crew in some of the war's major battles. We talked about him. Fort Brown, well, we mentioned him. Resaca de la Palma, Monterey, Buena Vista. And he racked up 2 more brevet promotions along the way.
Look at this guy just
Maybe
racking up brevets.
Was there extensive
For the
battles for the Mexican-American War?
I'm sure there are. You can do the Seminole Wars, too. You can do all those wars. American Indian Wars.
Wouldn't last very long, but they're all A battles. Wait, what's A mean? America?
Yeah, Mexico.
Damn, Mexico won like 2 battles.
Yeah, they won a couple.
They didn't win any at the end of the war.
You would hope not, right? Right.
For 2 years, they didn't win a fucking battle, dude. Well,
That'd be pretty
maybe
fun.
we take a look at that.
Yeah, why not?
His calm under fire was praised by his commanders, with one saying, he more than sustained the reputation he has long enjoyed as an accurate and scientific artillerist. Well, General Zachary Taylor and John Wool, they both singled out the artillery for helping hold the line at Buena Vista, and Thomas, he was front and center of that line.
Interestingly enough, during the Mexican-American War, Thomas, he worked closely with Braxton Bragg, and we all know who that guy is. He's nothing to brag about.
No.
Man. After the war, Thomas went back to Florida for a bit. Then in 1851, he landed back at West Point, this time as a teacher.
Yeah.
He became an instructor in cavalry and artillery, and developed a solid working relationship with the Academy superintendent at that very time, and you guessed it, Robert Edison Lee.
Edward.
Edward.
He also earned a reputation as being fair but firm.
Okay.
He was nicknamed Slow Trot Thomas because he tried to protect the school's aging horses from being overworked by the cadets during drills.
Okay.
And while he was there, he taught and mentored some big names who would go on to become key Confederate cavalry leaders. You know, like Jeb Stuart, Fitzhugh
Okay.
That's it. He also expelled a young cadet who we know as John Schofield,
Oh, wow.
who later served under him in the Union Army.
Ooh.
And he also held a grudge for the rest of his life
I
because of
fucking
it.
bet. Holy shit.
John Schofield. Man.
Wow. 1852. Tensions in America is rising. Thomas married Frances Lucretia Kellogg from Troy, New York. He was promoted to captain the next year. And by 1854, him and Frances, they're going west. He wants to go get that gold.
Well,
No, his new orders take him across the Isthmus of Panama and up the Pacific coast to San Francisco. Damn. This is where he had a grueling overland march to Fort Yuma.
yeah.
Then came the big promotion. Because in May of 1855, Jefferson Davis, Secretary of War for the United States of America, made Thomas a major in the newly formed 2nd U.S. Cavalry, which is later to become the 5th.
Jefferson Davis was Secretary of War for the United States, but he did so terrible managing his army for the Confederates.
Good.
He didn't know who to promote and the right guys to promote. So,
And plus, being Secretary of War for the enemy, you think you'd know a little bit about their army.
right, I know, right?
Jeez. It was a hand-picked regiment. That's what Robert kept on saying.
Dude.
President Davis, don't you? Nah, man, I couldn't tell you.
Well, I mean, Lee could say the same thing. Dude was
Right.
fucking one of the biggest army guys in the United States.
True.
Even then.
It was a hand-picked regiment, stocked with rising stars and Southern officers that many assumed would take the Confederacy side if the country were to split.
Yeah.
Thomas's
You're in freaking Texas, dude.
Thomas's inclusion signaled that people assumed he'd stick with Virginia. And again, it was Braxton Bragg who helped get Thomas to the post.
Oh. Well, Thomas and Lee, they were still close at this point, often traveling together for court-martial duty.
Fuck yeah.
In 1857, Thomas took command of the regiment and held it for 2.5 years. He was wounded just once in his entire career during this time.
Oh, wow.
It was an arrow wound to the chest
Ooh.
during a skirmish with Comanche warriors during the Bravos Rivers in Texas.
Oh.
He pulled the arrow out himself and kept going. Classic George Thomas.
November 1860. The country teetering on the edge of civil war. Thomas requested a 1-year leave of absence.
He's like, I don't want a part of this.
Right. His career had been strong. He had experience in infantry, artillery, cavalry, and this is a rare trifecta to have. So he's valuable. But on his way back to Old Virginia, he took a hard fall off a train platform in Lynchburg.
Before reaching home, he stopped in Washington to meet with General Winfield Scott.
Okay.
There he warned Scott that the commander of the Department of Texas, David Twiggs,
Is a twig.
which is already a name you can't trust.
Right.
He was sympathetic to secession and couldn't be trusted. And turns out Thomas was spot on. Shortly after Texas left the Union, Twiggs, he handed over his whole unit and command to the Confederacy, and he said, I'll join you too.
When Civil War broke out, the United States Army saw a major shakeup. Out of 36 officers in the 2nd U.S. Cavalry, 19 gone, including some of the biggest names. Albert Sidney Johnston, Robert E. Lee, William J. Hardy. Adios, amigos. These weren't just any officers. They were George Thomas's superiors. And like a lot of Southern-born officers, Thomas found himself in a gut-wrenching spot. What do? I'm torn between Virginia, my sweet, sweet state, and his loyalty to the country.
As you can guess, it was an easy call, but he obviously ultimately chose to stick with the Union.
Right.
Some say his northern-born wife may have nudged him in that direction. I would assume so.
I would say so.
But that choice came with a heavy personal cost.
Oh, you know that.
Because his whole family in Virginia, they were furious. They literally turned his picture to face the wall, destroyed every letter he'd sent, and never spoke to him again.
Damn.
And even after the war, when things got rough in the South and Thomas tried to quietly send money to help his sisters out, they said, we don't even want you. We don't have no brother. Why are you sending us money?
Wow.
That's crazy, dude.
That is insane. Well, despite staying loyal to the Union, there were still some folks who doubted where his true loyalties lay.
I mean, understandable.
Right. This wasn't helped by the fact that just a few months before Fort Sumter, Thomas had applied for a job back home as the commandant of cadets at the Virginia Military Institute. But any lingering doubts about him leading to the old rebels were pretty much shut down when he turned down an offer from Virginia's governor, John Lecture. He said, please call me my chief of ordnance for the Virginia Provisional Army. And
He said, nope.
he said, I can't do it.
But that didn't stop the personal attacks. June 18th, 1861, his former student, Jeb Stuart, he wrote to his wife, seething. He said, oh, George H. Thomas. He said H too. He put the H in there? Probably. He's in command of the cavalry of the enemy. I would like to hang him as a traitor to his native state.
Ooh-wee.
But as the war dragged on, Thomas quietly built up a reputation among Union soldiers as a man they could trust. He was steady, dependable, never flashy, unlike Jeb Stuart.
Right.
But he was always solid. They started calling him Pap Thomas.
Aw.
He became the kind of general soldiers wanted to follow.
Damn right.
What they called a soldier.
Fuck yeah.
Put his life before anything.
Right.
And while the South may have disowned him, the men in blue knew exactly who he was. He found a new family.
Fuck yeah. So once old Georgie boy made his decision to stick with the old blue coats, His career moved fast.
Better.
In a matter of months, he was getting promoted left and right. First, he took over Robert E. Lee's old spot as lieutenant colonel on the 25th of April, 1861. Just over a week after that, boom, made full colonel,
Damn.
taking over for Elbert Sidney Johnston. And then by the 17th of August, he was promoted once again, this time brigadier general of all volunteers. That's a serious upward climb, baby. Just a short amount of time, Daddy.
His first big Civil War assignment came during the first Bull Run campaign. He was sent down to the old dreaded Shenandoah Valley. That's where he commanded a brigade under Major General Robert Patterson.
Oh, son of a bitch, I'm Batman.
Now, Bull Run was a disaster for the Union, we know that.
Yeah.
But Thomas's story quickly shifted to a whole different part of the map, which is the Western
Which
Theater.
nobody wanted to go from the South.
Well,
at
that's
least.
where he made his name, so good for him.
Good for him. He got sent to Kentucky. Reported to Major General Robert Anderson. This is the same guy who had commanded Fort Sumter at the very start of the war.
Oh, you mean the guy that fucking gave up for Sumter?
There's a million of them. Thomas's job at first was pretty unglamorous. He trained new recruits, organized independent force in the eastern half of the state. Then on the 18th of January, things started getting a little better in 1862. This is when Thomas went up against old rebel general George Crittenden and also Felix Zollicoffer. This is at the Battle of Mill Springs, which we did. And not only did he win that battle, he handed the old Bluecoats his first major victory of the war.
Yeah, we're reeling, man. We're getting our asses kicked left and right. And this is one of the battles we had to win.
At about this time, the cabinet or the Congress was like, let's just let him go. Abe's like, I will not break up this country.
Yep, he sounded exactly like that.
That very battle, it smashed rebel strength in the eastern Kentucky, and it gave the North a badly needed morale boost when things were looking pretty grim.
Pretty grim. Pretty grim.
They said it was looking pretty bad out there. I don't know. For a lot of Union soldiers and leaders, Mill Springs was the first real sign that they could actually win this damn war. And it was George Thomas who delivered
Good
it.
for you, Georgie.
He said, here's your sign.
Until by late 1861, George, he was rising to the ranks, we know. December 2nd, he got a new assignment.
Oh, again?
He's about to command the 1st Division of Major General Don Carlo Buell's Army of the Ohio. It was a big deal. But this timing wasn't exactly on his side when it came to major battles. April 1862 at Shiloh, one of the... Thomas, he missed it. He showed up just as the fighting was over. It had been a brutal clash, and wasn't that the guy we just covered? Sickles? He kept going to battles and missing it?
No, it was this guy.
No, it was Sickles.
Was it Sickles?
Yeah.
Oh, pretty sure it was.
Oh, remember? He went down to the Mexican-American War, and he was late getting there.
Yeah, that was Sickles.
It was old Sickles. Yeah. It had been a brutal clash at the old Shiloh. The Union victory came at a heavy cost.
Sure did.
Old Butcher Grant, he commanded at Shiloh and took a ton of heat for the surprise Confederate attack and how unprepared his forces seemed to be.
Oh.
Fuck, wait, it's a fucking battle today?
Right, holy shit. In the aftermath, Grant's boss, which is Major General Henry Halleck,
For now.
stepped in, basically reshuffled the entire department. And his goal, you ask? Well, it was to ease Grant out of the spotlight without totally sidelighting him.
Yeah, they wanted him out.
Wow, Halleck, he split the whole department of the Mississippi into 3 parts. Each had his own commander. And guess who got tapped to lead one of those wings?
Who?
You guessed it. General Sherman. George Thomas. They called on him on the 25th of April, 1862. He's promoted to Major General, took command of the right wing. That was no small assignment either. It included 4 divisions from Grant's old Army of Tennessee and one of the Army of Ohio. So he had himself a nice little crew.
He led the force into the siege of Corinth. That was a key strategic point in northern Mississippi. It wasn't a flashy, high-casualty battle like Shiloh, but it mattered. You got to see the thing about Corinth.
Right.
It was a major railroad junction.
Yeah.
And controlling that meant choking off Confederate movement in the region.
Damn right.
Under old George, the Union forces kept the pressure on and forced the Confederates to evacuate without a full-on assault.
Look at that shit.
Hey, man, you can get them out of there without risking a lot of lives, unlike fucking Butcher over here.
Right. 10th of June, Grant brought back into the fold and resumed command of what he had been his original Army of the Tennessee. What happened to Thomas, you ask? Well, he's already proven he could handle a major multi-division command. and that he could do it without fanfare or failure. He's just solid. He was steady. The kind of thing that would become his trademark as the war went on and on. He was a solid, steady leadership.
Solid, steady guy. This was yep. After the siege at Corinth, Thomas stayed in the game, obviously, resuming his post under old Donnie Boy Buell. Donnie Buell.
Donnie Buell.
Now, after the fall of 1862, things started heating up again.
Uh-oh.
Old Braxton Bragg, he launched an invasion in Kentucky, and the Union High Command started getting nervous. They're like, we can't have Kentucky.
No.
Buell, he was known for being a little too cautious. He was slow on the draw, slow in the head, some say. He was hesitant to make big swings.
Ooh, we got to take that swing, man. So, they actually offered command of the Army of the Ohio to Thomas. Big opportunity. But here's the twist. Thomas said, nope, I'm good. He thought that Buell's plans were already too far into motion, and he even wanted to disrupt the operation.
Okay, so take over and just continue.
Right. That's classic Thomas. He's measured, he's loyal, he's steady. Moving on to the Battle of Perryville. Thomas, second in command. But his wing didn't actually hear the fighting that was happening on the other flank. So while the battle ended up being
fucking 80 miles away or what?
Tactically inconclusive, still managed to stop Bragg's push into Kentucky. And Bragg ended up pulling back into Tennessee on his own. This is a technical win for the old Bluecoats. Even it was kind of messy.
Hey, it's a win, it's a win, it's a win, it's a win.
Hey, whatever. We turned the ball over 6 times, but we won.
All right. But still, the folks in Washington, they weren't happy with Buell's sluggish pursuit of Bragg after the battle. A common theme for everybody.
Right.
So they decided to replace him with Major General William Rosecrans.
Oh.
See, Thomas, he had some feelings about this. He said, I feel this.
Right.
He wrote to Secretary of War Edwin Stanton October 30th while people were TPing
right.
trees and shit. He protested the appointment. Rosecrans, he'd been junior to him. He said, why didn't I get it?
Right.
Well, they offered it to you.
Right.
But Stanton came back with a bureaucratic curveball. Technically, yes, Rosecrans had been junior, but his commission as Major General had been backdated to make him senior.
Right.
On top of that, Stanton reminded Thomas he had been already offered and you turned it down, bud.
Sorry, I asked once. I will not ask again.
With that, Thomas was like, damn, you're right.
I can only be told no so many times.
And once.
Right.
that many times is once.
And you better don't even think about saying no. Now, under Rosecrans, Thomas took command of the center wing of the newly renamed Army of the
Hey,
Cumberland.
you still got a wing, bud.
Right. And he started to show everyone exactly what kind of leader he was.
I think they put him in the center, too, because the center is probably the roughest spot.
It's the strongest, it has to be.
That's the roughest spot.
All right. At the Battle of Stones River, he held a firm stronghold in the middle of a retreating Union line and basically stopped Bragg by himself from running away with the wind. Damn.
Can you imagine if the battle's like a stalemate between people, the two fucking commanders got to step up and fist fight or something?
Right, that'd be great. Then came the Tullahoma campaign. This is where Thomas oversaw the key maneuvers from Decherd to Chattanooga. This is included with a successful crossing of the Tennessee River.
Yes, the first time it's ever been done in history.
It was a chess game, and Thomas played it with precision. Right. He played it like checkers. It was like, it's easy. It's easy.
I'll just jump over you.
You're like, what the hell? Can you do this? You can do what he wants.
All's fair in love and war, baby. But the moment that really cemented his legacy and legend was Chickamauga. September 1863, he's now in charge of the 14th Corps, and he's faced with another full force assault from old Braxton. Once again, the Union line on his right collapsed, but Thomas didn't. He held his ground at Horseshoe Ridge, pulled together scattered and broken units, and he built a defense that held long enough to prevent a full-blown disaster.
Ooh-wee. Wow, old James Garfield, he would go on to be the president. He was serving as a field officer at the time. He personally rode out to Thomas with orders to retreat. A president of the United States saying, let's retreat. How dare you?
Right. Well,
but,
he had an order.
Right. But Thomas said he had to stay behind to protect the army. He said, I can't. When Garfield reported back, he famously said that Thomas was standing like a rock, sir. And just like that, a legend was born. The Rock of Chickamauga. George Thomas.
Right. Not long after Thomas, he was given command of the entire army of the Cumberland.
He was. He had to.
And that's just in time for the battles for Chattanooga in November 1863.
You can't have somebody called The Rock as a private or something.
Right.
Instantly, he's got to jump up to Secretary of War.
President, damn it. This battles for Chattanooga was a turning point. His men stormed up Lookout Mountain, took the high ground. The next day, they pushed up Missionary Ridge and broke the Confederate line without even waiting for the full order.
Damn. I mean, you see the opportunity, you got to grab that shit.
Watching from Orchard Knob, General Grant turned to Thomas and he asked, "Who ordered the advance?" And Thomas, in his usual low-key, deadpan style, just said, "I don't know. I did not. I did not hit her."
Right.
But that was the thing about Thomas. He didn't need to shout. He didn't crave attention. Soldiers moved because they believed in him.
All right.
And more often than not, that belief paid off. Why wouldn't he just say, "I did it"?
Well, because he didn't. His guys just did by themselves.
Well, good for them then.
Right? Fantastic.
Kind of crazy. Somebody's got to be reprimanded.
Right. I mean, these guys doing whatever they want. Jeez. So, about the spring of 1864, German. Oh, General Sherman, he was gearing up for his march through Georgia to the Atlantic coast there.
And back through burning towns in South and North Carolina.
Piece of shit. George Thomas, he was once again right at the heart of the action. His army of Cumberland was massive, over 60,000 fighters. And they didn't just fight, they built the way forward.
Literally.
Thomas's staff handled logistics and engineering, not just for his own men, but for Sherman's entire army group. That included inventing a new type of pontoon bridge, appropriately named the Cumberland Pontoon Bridge.
Right.
Which helped to keep the whole operation moving. Obviously, you got to be able to cross those bridges quickly.
Yeah, then came the Battle of Peachtree Creek, July 20th, and that was John Bell Hood's first real attempt to break the siege of Atlanta after taking over from old Joe Johnston. And Thomas's army handed him a beating. Hood's forces took heavy losses, and the early momentum crushed. From there, things only got worse for the old Rebs. In the fall, Hood tried a bold move, tried to break away from Atlanta entirely, and threatening Sherman's supply lines in the process, he hoped it would force him to backtrack.
Nope.
Sherman, though, he said, "Nah, ain't gonna work," and decided to cut loose entirely. Then that's when he made his way to the sea. He said, "We don't even need to be here, bud.
No, we're going this
We don't
way.
care about Atlanta. We burned the shit out of it already anyways."
Right. And we already got in the islands and the whole
Right.
Mississippi. We're good. There's nothing left to do.
Basically.
We'll deal with
Get
Texas.
Richmond, that's it.
We'll deal with Texas later.
We don't even want Texas.
Right. While Sherman took the scenic route through Georgia,
That's what they're calling it.
Thomas was left behind to deal with Hood.
Dude, with the Hood.
Right. And that set the stage for one of the most underrated campaigns of the entire war, the Franklin-Nashville campaign. Well, Hood, he tried to beat Thomas in Nashville, but he didn't, because Thomas was already on the move. On the 30th of November, at the Battle of Franklin, Thomas's advance force under General Schofield.
Hey, he's like, "I fucking hate this guy, but I'll do it for my country."
Right. Well, Schofield gave Hood a brutal punch to the gut. It wasn't just a tactical win. It bought Thomas the time he needed to gather reinforcements in Nashville. And he also needed more time to prepare for what was coming next.
And what was coming next?
Ooh-wee.
Thomas, he had to organize an army pulled together from all over the Western Theater. Many of them raw recruits, some of them literally quartermaster clerks, doing nothing. On top of that, a sheet of ice covered the ground. Thomas knew the attack had to be decisive, and he wasn't going to move until everything was in place. But old back east, so General Grant, who's now commanding all the armies, was getting impatient.
No Canadian.
Thomas, he was taking too long in his eyes.
Oh, wow.
That's probably because he's seen 4 of them.
Right.
He sent General John Logan to Nashville with orders to relieve Thomas if he didn't act.
Oh.
Grant, he said, "I'm just going to head there, too, to take control if I need it."
All right.
Meade's got everything going on over here. Meade's probably like, yeah, you should go. You should go out there, Grant. I'll be fine.
Right. But before either of them could even make a move, Thomas, he said, "I'm going to strike." Because on the 15th of December, 1864, the Battle of Nashville began. This is a 2-day vicious fighting time. And Thomas absolutely destroyed Hood's army. Ooh, destroyed.
Gone.
Wow, it was one of the most complete tactical victories of the war.
Pretty sure after this, Hood had to get relegated to assisting fucking Jefferson Davis.
He's lucky he's alive.
Right.
When it was all over and said and done, Hood's army shattered. The rebels, their hopes in the West, done. Thomas sent a rare message to his wife, Frances. Really the only surviving piece of their correspondence.
The war was basically over when this happened because
Right. It was done.
the Confederates wanted to move west
Right,
when
couldn't
other
do it.
states got established. That was
Right.
the whole point of seceding.
Right. Couldn't do it.
And then once they're gone, I mean, what are you going to do now?
I mean, once they lost Mississippi, it was over with.
Right.
Done, over with. He sent that letter to his wife, and it simply said, "We have whipped the enemy. taken many prisoners and considerable artillery.
All right.
It's a hell of a thing to say to your wife.
All right.
That's it. That's
He
all.
never wrote to her except for
Right.
then.
Wow.
For his efforts, Thomas, he was promoted to Major General in the regular army, and he's about to get paid.
Damn.
Congress issued formal thanks, praising his skill and dauntless courage in driving the enemy out of Tennessee. It was well earned, but Thomas being Thomas, there was still a touch of quiet bitterness.
Ooh, yeah.
His promotion came after Philip Sheridan,
Oh, jeez.
even though Thomas's success at Chickamauga and now Nashville arguably outshone Sheridan's battles. They did. Sheridan didn't do shit into the Shenandoah Valley.
Right.
When he got the telegram announcing it, he reportedly said, "I suppose it is better late than never, but it is too late to be appreciated. I earned this at Chickamauga."
Oh, just take it, man.
And with his crushing victory at Nashville, Thomas picked up a new nickname, a man of many nicknames. He's the Sledge of Nashville.
Oh, yeah. A rock and a sledge.
And that's because when George Thomas, he laid that hammer down, there was no getting back up.
Damn.
Those bitches were shook.
I mean, he's kind of pissed off for no reason because he had the chance to do something and he declined it.
Yeah, but that was still not a promotion to Major General.
It would have been.
Maybe.
After the war, George Thomas didn't just fade into retirement. No. He kept serving. He stepped into one of the toughest jobs of that era, trying to hold the country together during Reconstruction. Yeah, that had been worse than the Civil War. I mean, besides all the people dying.
I don't know about that, but
Besides the thousands and thousands of people dying, but what are you going to do?
620 to 30,000 to be exact.
From 8,000, well, it's not exact then.
To be well, it's between there to be exact.
From 1865 through 1869, Thomas commanded the Department of the Cumberland, which covered Kentucky and Tennessee, and at different times extended into West Virginia, just sometimes, and even parts of Georgia, Mississippi, and Alabama.
All right.
It was huge and deeply volatile area. This wasn't peacekeeping in name only. Thomas had to actively work to protect newly freed black people in the South.
Yeah. The old systems of justice in the South. Well, I think you know what they are. Well, those had either collapsed or were stacked completely against black citizens. So that's when old George, he stepped in. He established military commissions, essentially military-run courts, to enforce labor contracts and make sure freedmen weren't being cheated or basically forced into new forms of slavery by another name. It's called work.
Right. We'll pay you, motherfucker.
Right. He also used federal troops to keep the peace when things got violent, especially as the old white supremacist groups like the Republican Party and the KKK started rearing their ugly heads.
Ooh. The Democrat Party.
Right.
And the Republicans. All of them. Fuck every single one of them. November 1868, Thomas submitted a report that still resonates to this day. He warned that former Confederates were trying to rewrite the narrative, casting themselves as noble fighters for liberty and justice for all, instead of defenders of a system built on slavery. Because in his own words, the greatest efforts made by the defeated insurgents have been to promulgate the idea that the cause of liberty, the cause of justice, and the cause of humanity, and the cause of equality suffered violence and wrong when the effort for Southern independence failed. Ooh. This is a species of political cant, so that the precipitators of the rebellion might go down in history hand in hand with the defenders of the government. A species of self-forgiveness, amazing in its effrontery. This guy.
Well, that was bold language for the time.
You ain't kidding.
Let's see if it pays off for him. Thomas, he didn't pull punches, though. Around this time, President Andrew Johnson, he had a complicated and often combative relationship with Republican-led Congress because he was a Democrat, after all, and a Southern Democrat at that.
Yep. So nothing really changed.
He offered Thomas a promotion to lieutenant general, though. Johnson, as we know, was trying to replace Ulysses S. Grant with someone he saw as a more neutral because he knew Ulysses was coming for that number one spot.
Yep.
But Thomas wouldn't play ball. He said, "No, dude." He told the Senate to withdraw his nomination.
Oh, wow.
You want to no part in political bullshit.
Yeah, you don't want nothing to do with that.
And plus, Grant's cool. I
Right.
liked him.
1869. He has to be reassigned out west and took command of the military division of the Pacific, with his headquarters at the Presidio in San Fran. This is where he spent his final days of his life. Because on March 28th, 1870, while sitting down to write a rebuttal to an article criticizing his wartime record. It sounds like that's typical George Harris. Written ironically by his
Thomas, but yeah.
Yeah, George Harris. George Thomas. The article was written ironically by his old rival. You guessed it. John Schofield.
I can't wait till we get to that guy.
All right. Oh, Thomas got so pissed that he suffered a stroke and died. He was 53 years old. He probably just mad writing that shit down. Fuck you, John.
Well, when General Sherman got the news, he personally went to the White House to break it to Grant. And perhaps the saddest footnote of all, none of Thomas's family from Virginia even came to his funeral. They have never forgiven him for staying loyal to the Union during the war.
Wow.
Thomas, he was buried in Oakwood Cemetery in Troy, New York. His grave is marked by a white marble sarcophagus topped with a bald eagle. And it's designed by sculptor Robert Launitz.
Bald eagle wasn't even the bird yet, was it?
Sure was.
It was supposed to be the turkey.
Well, if fucking Fat Boy would have been his way. It's a fitting monument for a man who stood like a rock when the country needed it most.
The turkey makes more sense.
Well, yes, because turkeys are badass birds.
Right.
And people just like the way bald eagles look, even though they're fucking nothing more than cool-looking seagulls.
Right. They're basically a flying rat.
And their screams are fucking little bitches.
Right. They're the most scavenging bird. More than a hawk, more than a falcon.
People in Alaska, they're so abundant up there that they're like seagulls around here. Like if a dumpster's open and shit, you'll find fucking like 10 of them flying around getting shit from the trash and shit, dude. That's how gross they are. And they don't hunt very rarely. They go for roadkill and shit.
Or they wait for another bird to get something and they go attack that.
Ed, any movie you ever heard a bald eagle scream, it's an actual hawk.
Right.
It's not even the bald eagle scream.
No.
I mean, imagine having a movie and all you hear is gobble, 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 gobble. I guess.
Oh, wow. Even after old George Thomas passed away, the men who served with him never stopped fighting for his legacy. The Veterans Organization for the Army of the Cumberland, the men who knew him best, they worked hard to make sure he was remembered well. And in 1879, they did just that. They commissioned an equestrian statue of Thomas that still stands proudly today in Washington, D.C. Even though it's full of graffiti and all that good shit, but you can find it at Thomas Circle.
Which is a square. Well, Thomas, it might not have been the flashiest commander in the Civil War. He was only an overall commander in 2 battles, which was Mill Springs and Nashville. But both were total unqualified victories, and with Mill Springs putting the Union on the map. And in between his impact at Stones River, Chickamauga, Chattanooga, and Peachtree Creek, absolutely decisive. His legacy wasn't about glory or theatrics. It was about rock-solid leadership, modern battlefield tactics, and an unmatched talent for logistics. The guy made the gears of war turn smoothly, quietly, but powerfully. He always made sure those gears were greased.
Damn right he did. Civil War historians, with Nobody Cares, has always held him high in regard. Writers like Bruce Catton and Carl Sandburg sang his praises. Among many military historians, Thomas, he ranks just behind Grant and Sherman, considered as one of the greatest Union generals of the war. But oddly enough, he never quite became a household name.
Sure didn't.
We're changing that today, boys. Bang and dang.
All 150 views.
Telling history like it is. Bang and dang, we don't miss. Part of this is because Thomas made it a deliberate choice. He destroyed all his personal papers. He said he didn't want his life hawked in print for the eyes of the curious.
Oh.
He said, fuck you guys.
It's kind of fitting that he died while trying to write a rebuttal.
Right, and that rebuttal got burned?
Probably. I don't even know how much he wrote of it, but...
It said, Mr. Schofield.
And while other generals rushed to publish memoirs in the 1870s, refighting old battles in print, defending decisions, settling scores, Thomas, he obviously left no such record. And to that fact, most of his service was in Western theater, which got way less attention anyways in the press.
Right.
And you can see how he ended up as the forgotten general. There was also some tension between Thomas and Grant, too. No one's entirely sure why, but it started early. after the Battle of Shiloh when General Halleck put Thomas in charge of Grant's divisions. It might have created a rift. Grant's like, fuck this guy, man. Well, what did I mean? It wasn't his decision.
Georgie had no issue with Grant. Grant was just pissed. Right. During the Battle of Chattanooga campaign, when it rained-soaked Grant showed up at Thomas's headquarters. Thomas, caught up in the chaos of the moment, he didn't greet him properly or offer dry clothes. Ooh, he didn't salute his general. Didn't offer him dry clothes. That's too bad. That didn't help the cause. Then later on in Nashville, Grant got impatient waiting for Thomas to strike, even though the weather made movement nearly impossible. He's like, I don't give a fuck. 75 inches of snow. Grant almost replaced him. He downplayed Thomas's contributions in his memoirs, saying his movements were so deliberate and so slow, even while acknowledging that the results were undeniably effective. Well, did he win? Well, he fucking kicked their ass.
Compliment sandwich. Well, Sherman had similar gripes about Thomas's pace as well. He also called him slow, which was a backhanded compliment that stuck Thomas's reputation long after the war.
Oh, slow Joe. Oh, slow George.
Slow George. But it is worth noting, both Sherman and Grant were deeply moved by Thomas's death. They both attended his funeral, and eyewitnesses say their grief was genuine.
Oh, obviously.
And Thomas's old horse, his trusty bay, it was named Billy after Sherman. So clearly there was some deep respect there under the surface. We don't know that for a fact.
Right. Man. Wow, one general who had never wavered in his admiration of was William Rosecrans. Even after he was replaced by Thomas in command himself, Rosecrans only had praise for him. He said, I love that guy. He's so steady.
Just like a rock. Like a rock.
When he heard about Thomas's death, he wrote to the National Tribune, calling it a national calamity.
It's a national calamity, Jane.
He even added, few knew him better than I. None valued him more. 1887, Sherman actually took to print, and he wrote an article comparing Grant Thomas and Robert E. Lee.
Oh.
Fuck yeah.
Well, he made a point to highlight that Thomas, unlike Lee, had stayed loyal to the Union. You gotta get a little backhanded dig at old Lee. He credited Thomas with everything from the early win at Mill Springs to the crushing defeat of Hood's army at Nashville. He called his services transcendent. Sherman, he said Thomas and Grant were true American heroes who deserved monuments on the scale of Nelson and Wellington and London. London. Standing side by side with George Washington, even, he says. Did he ever get it? No.
Damn it.
Hey, Georgie.
Oh, George Thomas.
Might be one of the only guys we've covered so far that genuinely
good guy.
Have no complaints about him.
A generally good guy. He's a little obsessed with his military record, but hey, what are you going to do?
I mean, not obsessed, but when people get promoted before you and you've done bigger things than them, arguably.
All right. Being a little salty.
A little salty boy. He's a little salty boy.
Little salty boy, George.
Hey, George Meade. Not George Meade. George Thomas.
George Henry Thomas.
George Henry Thomas.
Good for him.
Good for him.
One of the greatest generals ever.
Next week, we'll move it back on to the Confederates, and we're going to look at Thomas Hindman.
Is that Earl's granddad?
He was giving advice.
We'd never seen his face. He's always standing behind his horse. Well, howdy there, George. Or is he a Southern?
He would be. Yeah. He was born in Tennessee, Knoxville, and then Mississippi. Yeah, we'll take a look at Hindman next week.
He's an interesting cookie.
He was a lot of things.
Right.
And he was assassinated, fun fact. Just during Reconstruction period.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Assassinated by an assassin's bullet.
Son of a bitch.
Yep. So, yeah, we'll cover him and all that interesting stuff around him and his record of war and all that good stuff. So, subscribe, like, share your comments, and comment. Share your comments as well, though. Just randomly on your Twitter page or something. And give us a review, and we'll see you next week for more Battles of the American Civil War, Behind the Battles, where the Mother Michiganers we
Bang and dang. Live from the BDN Studios, it's Bang and Dang.
That's awesome.
If you don't like that, then
You ain't black.
All right, back once again. More Battles of the American Civil War, Behind the Battles, and back with another Union guy. And everybody knows this guy's name, probably most famous for his victory at the Battle of Gettysburg, and actually one of the only, I would say, Army of the Potomac general that actually did anything. And he remained that until the end of the war. So that tells you everything you need to know.
Well, he's the only general that had Grant by his side, basically.
Not the whole time. He didn't have Grant on his side at Gettysburg.
No.
So we're talking about, of course, George Gordon Meade. He was the commander of the Army of Potomac from 1863 to 65. Basically, from then, it was basically all of the key battles in the Eastern Theater he participated in and won many of them, actually. So finally, the South or the North has found their guy running the big army. Meade was born December 31st, 1815 in Cadiz, Spain.
Oh.
He's the eighth of 10 children of Richard Warsom Meade and Margaret Coates Butler.
Didn't know that.
His old granddaddy, Irishman George Meade, was a wealthy merchant and land speculator in Philadelphia.
George Meade. Meade is Irish? You think like, oh, Meade?
Yeah, so maybe did his dad go over to Spain for something? It was he had a shipping business. And he was in the American-Spanish trade. That's why he was born in Spain. So I guess he is American, my bad.
And his daddy was American, too.
Right. Obviously. Yeah, he was
technically not American. Well, I guess if he's part of the military, born overseas, it's still American citizen.
Right. His father was wealthy due to the Spanish-American trade and was appointed U.S. naval agent.
Fantastic.
He was ruined financially because of his support of Spain in the Peninsular War, though. Wow.
Oh.
His family returned to the United States in 1817 in precarious financial straits. Why would you support Spain over America or whatever the Peninsular War is?
He fell in love with this.
What is it between Britain, Portugal, Spain, and United Kingdom against French Empire during the Napoleonic War? So why would he get?
Because the French were our allies.
No.
So basically at war with them.
Beefing with those guys, yeah.
1814, War of 1812, lasted from what, 1812 to 1814? 14 or 15?
Yeah, so I guess we're at odds with these guys probably at the time.
I can see that.
Who was on Britain's side? Set against and its allies. Obviously the Indians and West Florida, which is Spain. Yeah, West Florida, Spain. So that would be why he fell out of favor with the old U.S., huh?
Wow. Meade, he attended elementary school in Philadelphia and the American Classical Military Lyceum, which is a private school in Philly, modeled after the United States Military Academy at West Point. Oh, that's nice.
Oh, what's the matter? Couldn't get at West Point?
Ooh, his traitor daddy died in 1828 when George was just 12 years old. He was taken out of the Germantown Military Academy.
Oh.
George, he was placed in a school run by Salmon Chase in Washington, D.C. However, it closed after a few months due to Chase's other obligations.
He said, sorry, kids, I don't have time for your education.
He was then placed in the Mount Hope Institution in Baltimore.
Well, Meade then entered the United States Military Academy at West Point, July 1st, 1831.
Nice.
He would have preferred to attend college and study law and did not enjoy his time at West Point.
Oh, nobody does.
Although he still graduated 19th in his class of 56 in 1835. He was uninterested in the details of military dress and drills and accumulated 168 demerits,
Damn.
which is only 32 short of the amount that would trigger a mandatory dismissal.
Only 32. Meade, he was commissioned a brevet second lieutenant in the 3rd Artillery. He worked for a summer as an assistant surveyor on the construction of the Long Island Railroad.
Oh, they do that, huh?
He was assigned to service in Florida. That's why he was with the Spanish, dude. You're down there with a bunch of Spaniards. He fought in the Second Seminole War and was assigned to accompany a group of Seminole to Indian Territory in the West. He became a full second lieutenant by year's end. And in the fall of 1836, after the minimum requirement of 1 year of service,
Well, he didn't side with the Spain. His dad did.
Oh, right. Here we go. Right. After only a required 1 year of service, he said, you know what? I'm done. I'm going to resign from the Army. I'm going to go home. And he returned to Florida and worked as a private citizen for his brother-in-law, James Duncan Graham, as an assistant surveyor to the United States Army Corps of Topographical Engineers on a railroad project.
Right.
What's up with everybody being surveyors?
Oh,
I guess it was a time when the country needed to be surveyed.
right. And you went to the Army to probably do just that.
Right.
He conducted additional survey work for the topographical engineers on the Texas-Louisiana border, the Mississippi River Delta, and the northeastern boundary of Maine and Canada. 1842, a congressional measure was passed which excluded civilians from working in the Army Corps of Topographical Engineers. Oh, and Meade had to re-enter the Army as a second lieutenant in order to continue his work with them. Aha.
Oh, wow.
November 1843, he was assigned to work on lighthouse construction under Major Hartman Bach. He worked on the Brandywine Shoal Lighthouse in the Delaware Bay.
Oh, that's nice.
I bet you that's
Cold.
all right. Still in operation, and it came in 1828.
Oh, they got 3 lights. Nice.
First lit in 1914.
Oh,
What?
beautiful.
It was constructed in 1828, but it was only first lit in 1914.
Wow.
Maybe like electricity. Maybe it was like, obviously, it had to have been like
1914? Shit.
whatever they used back then. It's first screw pile lighthouse. Piles that are screwed in the sandy or muddy sea rivers.
Oh. Meade served in the Mexican-American War, as did most other soldiers and generals and lieutenants of the Civil War. And he was assigned to the staffs of Generals Zachary Taylor and Robert Patterson. Old Zachary Taylor keeps on popping up in everybody's stories.
Right.
He fought at the Battle of Palo Alto, the Battle of Resaca de la Palma, and the Battle of Monterey. He served under General William Worth at Monterey. He led a party up a hill to attack a fortified position. He was breveted to the first lieutenant and received a gold-mounted sword for gallantry from the citizens of Philly. Oh, look at that. Oh, just from the citizens.
Right.
1849, Meade was assigned to Fort Brooke in Florida to assist with the Seminole attacks on settlements. 1851, he led the construction of the Carey's Fort Reef Light in Key Largo. He just loves lighthouses.
In 1852, the Topographical Corps established the United States Lighthouse Board, and Meade was appointed to the 7th District Engineer with responsibilities in Florida.
I wonder why he didn't go into the Navy then.
Well, he led the construction of the Sand Key Light in Key West, the Jupiter Inlet Light in Jupiter, Florida, and the Sombrero Key Light in the Florida Keys.
Here's this guy.
When Bach was reassigned to the West Coast, Meade took over responsibility for the 4th District in New Jersey and Delaware, and there he built the Barnegat Light on Long Beach Island, the Absecon Light in Atlantic City, and the Cape May Light in Cape May.
Look at that shit. Look at this guy.
He also designed a hydraulic lamp that was used in several American lighthouses as well.
Son of a bitch, this guy. Does he have a lighthouse named after him? He better.
Right.
Jeez. He went on to receive an official promotion to first lieutenant in the year of 1851. And then in 1856, he was captain. 1 year later, 1857, Meade was given command of the Lake Survey mission of the Great Lakes. Completion of the survey of Lake Huron and the extension of the surveys of Lake Michigan down to Grand and Little Traverse Bay were done under his command. Mm-hmm. Prior to Captain Meade's command, the Great Lakes water level readings were taken locally with temporary gauges. A uniform plane of reference had not been established at this time. In 1858, based on his recommendation, instrumentation was set in place for the tabulation of the records across the basin. Meade stayed with the Lake Survey until 1861 and the outbreak of the Civil War. Right. Look at that. He was just going to continue on doing that forever because who wants to leave the beautiful state of Michigan when you're there?
Right. Well, when that war broke out, he was appointed Brigadier General of Volunteers August 31st, 1861, which was a few months after the start of the war. And that was thanks to the strong recommendation of Pennsylvania Governor Andrew Curtin. He was then assigned command of the 2nd Brigade of the Pennsylvania Reserves under General George McCall. The Pennsylvania Reserves were initially assigned to the construction of defenses around Washington, D.C. Right. This dude's just a builder.
That's it. In March of 1862, the Army of the Potomac reorganized into 4 corps. Meade served as part of the 1st Corps under Major General Irvin McDowell. Well, that 1st Corps was stationed in the Rappahannock River, but in June, the Pennsylvania Reserves were detached and sent to the peninsula to reinforce the main army. With the onset of the 7 Days Battle on the 25th of June, 1862, the reserves were directly involved in the fight. And that's his first action. Good for you.
Well, later on at Mechanicsville and Gaines Mill, Meade's brigade was mostly held in reserve. But at Glendale, June 30th, the brigade was in the middle of a fierce battle.
Oh.
His brigade lost 1,400 men, and Meade was shot in the right arm and through the back.
Damn.
He was sent home to Philadelphia to recuperate. He then resumed command of his brigade in time for the Second Battle of Bull Run. Should have stayed home a little longer.
Right, just in time to get his ass whipped again.
He was then assigned to Major General Irvin McDowell's Corps of the Army of Virginia. His brigade made a heroic stand on Henry House Hill to protect the rear of the retreating Union Army.
Yeah, that was, if you guys remember, if people were here listening to this and listening to that show, that was a funky little battle there. Division Commander John F. Reynolds was sent to Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, to train militia units. And then Meade, he assumed temporary division command at the Battle of South Mountain and the Battle of Antietam.
Yeah.
Under Meade's command, the division successfully attacked and captured a strategic position on high ground near Turner's Gap held by Robert Rhodes. His troops, which forced the withdrawal of other Confederate troops. When Meade's troops stormed the heights, the Corps commander, Joseph Hooker, exclaimed this, "Look at Meade. Why, with the troops like those, led in that way, I can win anything." Wow, that's high honors there from Hooker.
September 17th, 1862, at Antietam, Meade assumed temporary command of the First Corps, and he oversaw a fierce combat after Hooker was wounded and requested Meade replace him. September 29th, 1862, Reynolds, he returned from his service in Harrisburg.
I think that's the last time we've seen Hooker, too, of the war.
I think he went up and did something. Reynolds assumed command of the First Corps, and Meade assumed command of the 3rd Division. So he got a whole division now.
Oh, look at this guy. All right. Little did he know.
All right.
On the 5th of November, 1862, Ambrose Burnside replaced McClellan as commander of the Army of Potomac. Should have done it months before. I don't even know if they should have done it with Burnside, but Burnside gave command of the First Corps to Reynolds, which frustrated Meade, as he had more combat experience than Reynolds.
Oh.
Meade, he was promoted to the Major General of the Pennsylvania Reserves on the 29th of November, 1862. And he was given command of the division in the Left Grand Division under William B. Franklin. During the Battle of Fredericksburg, Meade's division made the only breakthrough of the Confederate lines, spearheading through a gap into Lieutenant Thomas Stonewall Jackson's corps at the southern end of the battlefield. However, his attack was not reinforced, which resulted in the loss of much of his division.
Poor guy. Well, then he led the Center Grand Division through the Mud March and stationed his troops on the banks of the Rappahannock. December 22nd, 1862, Meade, he replaced Daniel Butterfield in command of the 5th Corps, which he led in the Battle of Chancellorsville.
Whoa, that poor Chancellorsville.
January 26, 1863, Joseph Hooker assumed overall command of the Army of the Potomac.
So he did come back.
And Hooker had grand plans for the Battle of Chancellorsville, but was unsuccessful in execution, allowing the Confederates to seize the initiative. After the battle, Meade wrote to his wife that General Hooker has disappointed all his friends by failing to show his fighting qualities in a pinch.
Oh, after he just gave you so much high praise, bud. I guess that's how it goes.
Right.
Meade's corps was left in reserve for most of that battle.
That's why he's pissed.
Contributing to the Union defeat. Meade was among Hooker's commanders who argued to advance against Lee. But Hooker, he said, "No, there's millions of them over there. Right. We must go." Meade learned afterward that Hooker misrepresented his position on the advance and confronted him.
Oh.
All of Hooker's commanders supported Meade's position except Dan Sickles.
Oh, Danny, you don't have to be such a...
Right.
June 1863, Lee took the initiative again and moved his Army of Northern Virginia into Maryland and Pennsylvania. Hooker then responded rapidly and positioned the Army of the Potomac between Lee's army and Washington, D.C. However, the relationship between the Lincoln administration and Hooker had deteriorated due to Hooker's poor performance at Chancellorsville.
All right.
Hooker then requested additional troops to be assigned from Harper's Ferry. He wanted them to assist in the pursuit of Lee in the Gettysburg campaign. Lincoln and General-in-Chief Henry Halleck refused. Then Hooker resigned in protest. He said, "I can't lead an army if you're not going to give me guys."
Right. Which actually probably would have worked in Hooker's favor.
Maybe.
In the early morning hours of the 28th of June, 1863, a messenger from Abraham Lincoln arrived to inform Meade of his appointment as Hooker's replacement.
Look at that.
Upon being woken up, he'd assumed that Army politics had caught up to him and that he was under arrest, under court-martial, only to find that he had been given leadership of the whole Army of the Potomac, the most powerful army of the Union.
He's like, well.
Looky here. He had not actively sought command, and he was not even the president's first choice. John F. Reynolds, not that Reynolds guy again. Right. He was one of 4 major generals who outranked Meade in the Army of the Potomac, which Reynolds had earlier turned down the president's suggestion that he take over. Oh, wow.
Shit. I think he regretted that. 3 corps commanders, John Sedgwick, Henry Slocum, and Darius Couch, they recommended Meade for the command of the army and agreed to serve under him despite outranking him.
Oh, wow.
Look at that. While his colleagues were excited for the change in leadership, the soldiers in the Army of the Potomac were uncertain of Meade since his modesty, lack of theatrical, and scholarly demeanor did not match their expectations for a general.
Right. He just wasn't that.
He was just a quiet guy.
Wasn't that uppity.
Well, Meade then assumed command of the army on June 28, 1863. And in a letter to his wife, he wrote that command of the army was more likely to destroy one's reputation than to add to it. Yeah, because there's been 4 of them since before this, and they've all failed.
Meade rushed the remainder of his army to Gettysburg and deployed his forces for a defensive battle. He was only 4 days into his leadership of the Army of the Potomac and informed his corps commanders that he would provide quick decisions and entrust them with the authority to carry out those orders the best way they saw fit.
That's what you got to do, man.
Especially when you're on horseback and
these guys are 4 miles away.
Right. He also made it clear that he was counting on the corps commanders to provide him with sound advice on strategy as well.
Good for you. Work together.
Like, hey, man, if we work together, I'm going to try to stay stuff, but if you got something I think is logical, we're all going to put, they'd be like, yeah, that's
nice. Since Meade was new to high command, he did not remain in headquarters, but constantly moved about the battlefield, issuing orders and ensuring that they were followed.
Perfect.
Meade, he then gave orders for the Army of the Potomac to move forward in a broad front to prevent Lee from flanking them and threaten the cities of Baltimore and Washington, D.C. He also issued a conditional plan for a retreat to Pipe Creek, Maryland, in case things went poorly for the Union. No need, buddy.
Right.
By 6 p.m., evening of July 1st, 1863, Meade then sent a telegram to Washington informing them of his decision to concentrate forces. He said, we're going to make a stand right here in Gettysburg.
Oof. Ooh. That was a hit or miss there, and he's lucky that it turned out his way.
Which is kind of new for the Union because Lee was usually the one defensive.
Right. Wow. July 2nd, 1863, Meade continued to monitor and maintain the placement of the troops. He was outraged when he discovered that Daniel Sickles had moved his corps 1 mile forward to high ground without Meade's permission. And that doing so left a gap in the line, which threatened Sickles' right.
Oh, come on, Dan. What are you doing?
His right flank was threatened. Meade recognized that Little Round Top.
Little Round Top, that's what it was. No, this is Gettysburg. We're talking about the other one. Never mind.
Right. Meade recognized that Little Round Top was critical to maintaining the left flank. He sent Chief Engineer Gouverneur Warren to determine the status of the hill, and he quickly issued orders of the 5th Corps to occupy it when it was discovered empty.
Oh, shit. Yep, gotta go.
Gotta go.
Meade continued to reinforce the troops defending Little Round Top from Longstreet's advance and suffered the near destruction of 13 brigades.
Damn.
One questionable decision Meade made that day was to order Slocum's 12th Corps to move from Culp's Hill to the left flank, which allowed Confederate troops to temporarily capture a portion of it. On the evening of July 2nd, 1863, Meade called a council of war consisting of his top generals. The council reviewed the battle to date and agreed to keep fighting in a defensive position. So
had to.
We can just stay here, man. As long as we occupy these hills, what are they going to do?
Plus, there's like a major opening, or if anything, where it'd be hand-to-hand combat. Ooh.
Not only that, they were fighting literally in town.
Right. It's crazy stuff. 3rd of July, 1863. Everybody's got their steaks getting marinated and ready for the fireworks show. Did they do fireworks back then?
The fireworks have been in existence since like 1400. So.
Meade gave orders for the 12th Corps and the 11th Corps to retake the lost portion of Culp's Hill, and personally rode to the length of the lines from Cemetery Ridge to Little Round Top to inspect the troops. He's like, all right, that's nice. His headquarters were in Leicester House, directly behind Cemetery Ridge, which exposed it to the 150-gun cannonade, which began at 1 p.m. Damn. The house came under direct fire from incorrectly targeted Confederate guns. Sound like they were correctly targeted. Butterfield was wounded. 16 horses tied up in front of the house, murdered.
Damn, that's a big loss.
Meade did not want to vacate the headquarters and make it more difficult for messages to find him. But the situation became too dire, and the house evacuated. Meade's on the run.
During the 3 days of the battle, Meade made excellent use of capable subordinates, such as Major Generals John Reynolds and Winfield Hancock, to whom he delegated great responsibilities. He reacted swiftly to fierce assaults on his lines left and right, which culminated in Lee's disastrous assault on the center. We all know that as Pickett's Charge.
Yeah, Pickett's Charge, dude. If Pickett's Charge would have actually worked for the Confederates, they probably would have won that battle.
What if? Woulda, coulda, shoulda. By the end of the 3 days of fighting, the Army of the Potomac's 60,000 troops and 30,000 horses had not been fed in 3 days and were weary from fighting. On the evening of July 4th, 1863, Meade held a second council of war with his top generals, which was minus Hancock and Gibbon, who were absent due to duty and injury. Due to duty.
Duty injury. The council reviewed the status of the army, and they debated staying in place at Gettysburg versus chasing the retreating Army of Northern Virginia. The council voted to remain in place for 1 day to allow for rest and recovery, and then we'll set out after Lee's army.
I mean, come on, you guys just can't. You got to give these guys, give up the break.
All right. Meade sent a message to Halleck stating, I'll make a reconnaissance tomorrow to ascertain what the intention of the enemy is. Should the enemy retreat, I shall pursue him on his flanks.
All right, flank that motherfucker.
And Halleck's like, hell yeah, motherfucker. About time. Send that to McClellan.
This is what you're supposed to do. And Hooker and Burnside.
All right.
July 4th. Pew, pew, pew. It was observed that the Confederate Army was forming a new line near the nearby mountains after pulling back their left flank. But by the 5th, it was clear that they were making a retreat, leaving Meade and his men to tend to the wounded and fallen soldiers until July 6th, when Meade ordered his men to Maryland. Meade, obviously, was criticized by President Lincoln and others for not aggressively pursuing the Confederates during their retreat. Lincoln's like, this motherfucker, not again.
Here we go again, guys.
Meade's perceived caution stemmed from three causes: casualties and the exhaustion of the Army of the Potomac, heavy general officer casualties that impeded effective command and control, and a desire to guard a hard-won victory against a sudden reversal. Yeah, dude, I mean, come on. It's 3 straight days. Lincoln and Halleck aren't like, dude, probably the biggest battle we'll ever see on American soil in history until World War III starts. But we can't give these guys a day to rest. Like, get the fuck off of it, dude.
Right. And not to mention that month of May, month of June was very active for both of these armies. It's just exhausted.
Yeah, man. I mean, come on.
Holy shit. Halleck, sitting nice and comfy in Washington, D.C.
Smoking on a cigar, eating fat steaks every day.
Right. Halleck informed Meade of the president's dissatisfaction, which infuriated Meade, that politicians and non-field-based officers were telling him how to fight the fucking war.
Meade. About time somebody said it.
So how the hell are you going to tell me how to fight this war? Well, it can't be that bad.
Richmond, north of Richmond.
Right. Would you come out here and check it out? Nah, I'm good. He wrote back and offered to resign his command. He was like, I'll fucking go home. But Halleck refused the resignation and clarified that his communication was not meant as a rebuke, but as an incentive to continue the pursuit of Lee's army.
He's like, look, Bad, we've been through this with the last 4 guys. You did a good job at Gettysburg, but we need you to chase these guys back into Virginia.
Right. He's like, well, Sherman's doing nothing. Well, we get him to.
Right. Now, take a look at Grant. He just opened up a whole damn river for us. You think you could do something here?
Right. At one point, the Army of Northern Virginia was trapped with its back to the rain-swollen, almost impassable Potomac. However, the Army of Northern Virginia was able to erect strong defensive positions before Meade, whose army had been weakened by the fighting, could even organize an effective attack.
Hey, man.
It happens.
Well, Lee knew he had the superior defensive position and hoped that Meade would attack, and the resultant Union Army losses would dampen the victory at Gettysburg. Mm-hmm. By July 14th, 1863, Lee's troop built a temporary bridge over the river and retreated back into Virginia. Meade, he was rewarded for his actions at Gettysburg by a promotion to brigadier general in the regular army July 7th, 1863, and the thanks of Congress, which commended Meade. It said, and the officers and soldiers of the Army of the Potomac for the skill and heroic valor which at Gettysburg repulsed, defeated, and drove back, broken and dispirited, beyond the Rappahannock. Okay, we get it. The veteran army of the rebellion.
Oh.
Okay, guy.
Veteran army of the rebellion. They still hold Lee in high regard.
Of course.
Meade wrote the following to his wife after meeting with President Lincoln. Yesterday, I received an order to repair to Washington to see the president. The president was, as he always is, very considerate and kind. He found no fault with my operations, although it was very evident he was disappointed that I had not got a battle out of Lee. He coincided with me that there was not much to be gained by any farther advance, but General Halleck was very urgent that something should be done. But what that something was, he did not define. As the Secretary of War was absent in Tennessee, final action was postponed till his return.
Oh, no, who's stalling Lincoln and Halleck?
My lovely wife.
Truly yours.
Truly yours, George Meade.
During the fall of 1863, the Army of the Potomac was weakened by the transfer of the 11th and 12th Corps to the Western Theater.
Had to, though.
Meade, he felt pressure from Halleck and the Lincoln administration to pursue Lee into Virginia, but he was cautious due to a misperception that Lee's army was 70,000 in size when in reality they were only 55,000 compared to the Potomac's 76,000. Many of the Union troop replacements for the losses suffered at Gettysburg, they were all new recruits, and it was uncertain how they would perform in combat. You have no choice.
Right.
Lee, on the other hand, petitioned Jefferson Davis to allow him to take the offensive against the cautious Meade, which would also prevent further Union troops being sent to the Western Theater to support Rosecrans in the Battle of Chickamauga. The big one, too.
Well, the Army of the Potomac, stationed along the north bank of the Rapidan River, and Meade made his headquarters in Culpeper, Virginia. In the Bristow campaign, Lee attempted to flank the Army of the Potomac and force Meade to move north of the Rappahannock. The Union forces had deciphered the Confederate semaphore code. This, along with spies and scouts, gave Meade advance notice of Lee's movements. And plus, when did he drop his little fucking...
Well, that was with McClellan.
Right. As Lee's troops moved north to the west of the Army of the Potomac, Meade abandoned his headquarters at Culpeper. He gave orders for his troops to move north to intercept Lee. He's like, here we go, boys. Let's roll.
Yeah, Meade successfully outmaneuvered Lee in the campaign and gained a small victory. Lee reported that his plans failed due to the quickness of Meade's redeployment of resources. However, Meade's inability to stop Lee from approaching the outskirts of Washington, that prompted Lincoln to look for another commander of the Army of Potomac.
Oh, wow.
Jeez, you're like a shitty franchise, dude. Just keep changing coaches every year. What do you expect to happen?
Yeah.
In late November 1863, Meade planned one last offensive against Lee before the winter weather limited troop movement. In the Mine Run campaign, Meade attempted to attack the right flank of the Army of Northern Virginia south of the Rapidan River, but the maneuver failed due to the poor performance of William French.
Yeah, William French was a piece of shit. There was heavy skirmishing, but a full attack never occurred. Meade determined that the old Reb forces was too strong and was convinced by Warren that an attack would have been suicidal. Meade held a council of war, which concluded to withdraw across the Rapidan River during the night of the 1st of December, 1863. Misinformed and scared once again, these guys just continue, man. You would have had you had old Lee on the run. Lee on the run.
Don't worry, boys, we got help on the way. 1864 was an election year, and Lincoln understood the fate of his reelection lay in the Union Army's success against the Confederates. Lieutenant General Ulysses S. Grant, fresh off his success in the Western Theater, he was appointed commander of all Union armies in March of 1864. In his meeting with Lincoln, Grant was told he could select who he wanted to lead the Army of the Potomac. Edwin Stanton, the Secretary of War, told him, "You will find a very weak, irresolute man there, and my advice to you is to replace him at once." Ooh. Damn, they did not like Meade, huh?
Wow. Well, Meade, he offered to resign and stated the task at hand was of such importance that he would not stand in the way of Grant choosing the right man for the job. And he even offered to serve wherever placed. Grant assured Meade he had no intentions of replacing him, saying, "Oh, bud, I got you. I'll just shadow you." Grant later wrote that his incident gave him a more favorable opinion of Meade than the great victory at Gettysburg. Well, Grant knew that Meade disapproved of Lincoln's strategy and was unpopular with politicians and the press. He also was not willing to allow him free command of the Army of Potomac either, without direct supervision, which Grant did supervise him the rest of the war.
He sure did. So are you even the commander of the Potomac at this point?
Right.
Grant's orders to Meade before the Overland Campaign were direct and to the point. He stated, "Lee's army will be your objective point. Wherever Lee goes, there you will go also."
Oh.
May 4th, 1864, the Army of the Potomac left its winter encampment across the Rapidan River. Meade and Grant both believed that Lee would retreat to North Anna River or to Mine Run. But Lee received intelligence about the movements of the Army of the Potomac, and he countered with a move to the east and met the Union Army at the old Battle of the Wilderness.
Oh, man. Meade, he ordered Warren, he said attack, with his whole corps, and then he had Hancock reinforced with his second corps. Meade ordered additional Union troops to join the battle, but they struggled to maintain formation and communicate with each other in the thick woods of the wilderness.
Thick of the woods.
After 3 days of brutal fighting and the loss of 17,000 men, the old Bluecoats called it a draw, and Meade and Grant moved with the forces south towards Spotsylvania Courthouse, where they were to place the Union Army between Lee's forces and Richmond, in the hopes of drawing them out to the open field of combat. They kept on trying that, and Lee was like,
Not today. The Union Army moved ponderously slow toward their new positions, and Meade lashed out at Major General Philip Sheridan and his cavalry corps, blaming them for not clearing the road and not informing Meade of the enemy's movements. Grant had brought Sheridan with him from the Western Theater, and he found the Army of the Potomac's cavalry corps run down and in poor discipline. Meade and Sheridan clashed over the use of cavalry, since the Army of the Potomac had historically used cavalry as couriers, scouting and headquarter guards. They said, we don't want you in our battles.
Right.
Sheridan then told Meade that he could whip Stuart if Meade let him.
Ooh.
That's old Jeb he's talking about.
I don't think so.
He did.
Meade reported the
He
conversation.
didn't.
Right. Meade reported the conversation to Grant, thinking he would reprimand the insubordinate Sheridan. But Grant replied, well, he generally knows what he's talking about. Let him start right out and do it. Damn. Meade deferred to Grant's judgment and issued orders to Sheridan to proceed against the enemy's cavalry. And from the 9th of May through the 24th of May, he sent him on a raid toward Richmond, directly challenging the old rebel cavalry. Sheridan's cavalry had great success. They broke up the old Confederate supply lines, liberated 100 of Union's prisoners, mortally wounded Confederate General J.E.B. Stuart,
Oh, Jeb.
and they threatened the city of Richmond. And old Jeb Stuart. If only he was just looking for Grant still.
Right. However, his departure left the Union Army blind to enemy movement, so let's find somebody else to do it. Grant made his headquarters with Meade for the remainder of the war, which caused Meade to chafe at the close supervision he received. Newspaper reported the Army of the Potomac was directed by Grant, commanded by Meade, led by Hancock, Sedgwick, and Warren.
Right, this is a shit show, people.
Now, following an incident in June of 1864, in which Meade disciplined reporter Edward Cropsey from the Philadelphia Inquirer newspaper for an unfavorable article. All of the press assigned to his army agreed to mention Meade only in conjunction with setbacks. They said, we will not cover anything you've done positively.
Wow. Meade
See,
apparently...
fuck the fate, dude. It's just so dumb.
The garbage. Meade apparently knew nothing of this arrangement. And the reporters giving all the credit to Grant angered him. Additional differences caused further friction between Grant and Meade. Waging a war of attrition in the overland campaign against Lee, Grant was willing to suffer previously unacceptable losses, with the knowledge that the Union Army had replacement soldiers available. Whereas the old Confederates, they're running dry. Meade was opposed to Grant's recommendations to directly attack fortified Confederate positions, which resulted in huge losses of Union soldiers.
The Butcher.
Grant became frustrated with Meade's cautious approach, and despite his initial promise to allow Meade latitude in his command, Grant, you know what? I'm going to start overriding you, Meade, and I'm going to order the tactical deployment of the Army of the Potomac myself.
And Meade became frustrated with his lack of autonomy, and his performance as a military leader suffered.
It did.
During the Battle of Cold Harbor, Meade inadequately coordinated the disastrous frontal assault. However, Meade took some satisfaction that Grant's overconfidence at the start of the campaign against Lee had been reduced after the brutal confrontation of the Overland Campaign, and stated, I think Grant has had his eyes opened and is willing to admit now that Virginia and Lee's army is not Tennessee and Bragg's army.
Oh. After the Battle of Spotsylvania Courthouse, Grant requested that Meade be promoted to Major General of the regular army. In a telegram to Secretary of War Edwin Stanton on the 13th of May, 1864, Grant said this: Meade has more than met my most sanguine expectations. He and William T. Sherman are the fittest officers for the large commands I have come in contact with. Well, good for you, Grant. There's nobody else anyway. Meade felt slighted that his promotion was processed after that of Sherman and Sheridan, the latter his subordinate.
Oh, wah.
Boo-hoo-hoo. The U.S. Senate confirmed Sherman and Sheridan on January 13, 1865. Meade on the 1st of February. Subsequently, Sheridan was promoted to Lieutenant General over Meade on the 4th of March, 1869. Wow. After Grant became president, and Sherman became the commanding general of the United States Army. Fuck you, Meade. Might as well just go home, bud.
The army, apparently.
However, his date of rank meant that he was outranked at the end of the war only by Grant, Halleck, and Sherman. Well,
Meade and the Army of the Potomac crossed the James River to attack the strategic supply route centered on Petersburg, Virginia. They probed the defenses of the city, and Meade wrote, We find the enemy, as usual, in a very strong position, defended by earthworks. We find the enemy, as usual, in a very strong position, defended by earthworks, and it looks very much as if we will have to go through a siege of Petersburg before entering on a siege of Richmond.
no.
An opportunity opened up to lead the Army of the Shenandoah to protect Washington, D.C. against the raids of Jubal Early. Meade, he wanted the road to free himself from under Grant. However, the position was ultimately given to Sheridan. Oh, geez, he probably was pissed. When Meade asked Grant why did it not go to himself, the more experienced officer, Grant stated that Lincoln did not want to take Meade away from the Army of the Potomac and imply that his leadership was substandard.
Oh.
Well, right. He didn't want to take him away from the Army of the Potomac to say, you suck, so I'm taking you away from the Potomac. Well, boost his ego a little bit, even though that's probably why.
Yeah.
Grant probably wanted him under his nose. He said, we're not letting this guy out.
During the siege, Petersburg,
Petersburg trade.
he approved the plan of Major General Ambrose Burnside to plant explosive in a mine shaft dug underneath the Confederate line.
Oh, you idiots.
East of Petersburg. But at the last minute, he changed Burnside's plan to lead the attack with a well-trained African-American division that was highly drilled just for this action, instructed him to take a politically less risky course, and he substituted an untrained and poorly led white division. The resulting Battle of the Crater was one of the great fiascos of the war. Yeah, that was crazy.
If you guys don't know that, go to our episode on that battle. These dudes blasted the crater and then literally went inside. The crater was 20 feet deep or something, and went inside the crater because they thought it was going to be a good cover for guns. And
it's like fish in a barrel.
Yeah, and the Confederates literally stood on the rim of the crater and just shot them all. It's just crazy, dude. Yeah. Insane. Although he fought during the Appomattox campaign, Grant and Sheridan received most of the credit, and Meade was not present when Lee surrendered at the courthouse.
Nope.
With the war over, the Army of the Potomac was disbanded June 28, 1865, and Meade's command of it ended.
Yeah, that's the first thing they're doing. We'll get this far out of here. Let's take a look at old Meade's political rivalries. So many of the political rivalries in the Army of the Potomac stem from opposition to the politically conservative full-time officers from West Point. Meade, he was a Douglas Democrat and saw the preservation of the Union as the war's true goal and only opposed slavery as it threatened to tear the Union apart. He was a supporter of McClellan, the previously removed commander of the Army of Potomac, and he was politically aligned with him.
That makes sense.
Other McClellan loyalists who advocated a more moderate prosecution of the war, such as Charles Stone, John Porter, they're arrested, court-martialed.
Oh.
Ooh. When Meade was wakened in the middle of the night and informed that he was given command of the Army of Potomac, he later wrote to his wife that he assumed that Army politics had caught up with him and he was being arrested once and for all, finally.
Not this time, buddy. Well, Meade's short temper earned him notoriety, and while he was respected by most of his peers and trusted by the men in his army, he did not inspire them. You gotta inspire. While Meade could be sociable, intellectual, and courteous on normal times, the stress of war made him prickly and abrasive and earned him the nickname Old Snapping Turtle.
Ooh.
He was prone to bouts of anger and rashness and was paranoid about political enemies coming after him. Oh, jeez.
Wow. Well,
always politics, dude.
Yeah.
Ruin this war. Ruin this perfect war.
well, those political enemies included Daniel Butterfield, Abner Doubleday, Joseph Hooker, Alfred Pleasanton, and Daniel Sickles.
Oh, Danny.
Probably his arch rival. Sickles had developed a personal vendetta against Meade because of Sickles' allegiance to Hooker, whom Meade had replaced, and because of controversial disagreements at Gettysburg. Sickles had either mistakenly or deliberately disregarded Meade's orders about placing his Third Corps in the defensive line.
Don't think it was mistakenly.
Right, which led to that corps destruction and placed the entire army at risk on the second day of battle. But they did persuade.
They persuade, yep.
They did persuade
prevail.
Yeah, they did prevail.
They persuaded. Jeez. Halleck, Meade's direct supervisor prior to Grant, was openly critical of Meade. Both Halleck and Lincoln pressured Meade to destroy Lee's army, but gave no specifics as how it should be done. Do it.
All right.
Radical Republicans, some of whom, like Thaddeus Stevens, they were former know-nothings and hostile to Irish Catholics like Meade's family. In a joint committee on the conduct of the war, they suspected that Meade was a copperhead and tried in vain to relieve him from command.
Oh.
Sickles, he testified to the committee that Meade wanted to retreat his position at Gettysburg before the fighting even started.
I don't know about that. Maybe.
The joint committee did not remove Meade from the command, obviously.
Let's take a look at old Meade and the Reconstruction era. What did he do at this time? In July of 1865, Meade assumed command of the Military Division of the Atlantic, which was headquartered in Philly. On January 6, 1868, he took command of the 3rd Military District in Atlanta. Also of January 1868, he assumed command of the Department of the South. The formation of the state governments of Alabama, Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, and South Carolina for re-entry into the United States was completed under his direct supervision. When the governor of Georgia refused to accept the Reconstruction Acts of Congress, Meade replaced him with General Thomas Ruger.
Damn.
Oh, a coup.
Oh, you said you want to be back in the Union, bitch. Which we want.
We don't want to be back in the Union. You're forcing us.
Right. After the Camilla Massacre, September 1868, caused by anger from white Southerners over blacks gaining the right to vote in the 1868 Georgia State Constitution.
Fucking racist Democrats.
Meade, he investigated the event and decided to leave the punishment in the hands of civil authorities. He then returned to command of the military division of the Atlantic in Philadelphia. 1869, following Grant's inauguration as president and Sherman's assignment to general-in-chief, Sheridan, he was promoted over Meade to lieutenant general. Meade effectively served in semi-retirement as a commander of the military division of the Atlantic from his home in Philly.
As well.
Damn, dude. They're like, screw you, Meade. You want to support McClellan? Basically, I bet.
All right. Let's take a look at some notable things in his little personal life. New Year's Eve, 1840, which is his birthday. He married Margarita Sargent, daughter of John Sargent, running mate of Henry Clay in the 1832 presidential election. They had 7 children together. John Sargent Meade, George Meade, Margaret Butler Meade, Spencer Meade, Sarah Wise Meade, Henrietta Meade, and Willie Montgomery. And Willie Meade.
Oh, Billy Meade.
His notable descendants.
Hi, Billy Meade here.
Right. His notable descendants include George Meade Easby, which is great-grandson. Happy Rockefeller. Oh, shit. Which is great-great-great-great-great-great. Which is great-great-granddaughter. And Matthew Fox, which is great-great-great-grandson.
Isn't that the dude from Lost? Yeah, Party of Five, too. Well, Meade, he was a commissioner of Fairmount Park in Philadelphia from 1866 until his death. The city of Philly gave Meade's wife a house at 1836 Delancey Place, in which he lived also, I would assume so. Right. The building still has the name Meade over the door, but is now used as apartments. Meade, he received an honorary doctorate in law from Harvard, and his scientific achievements were recognized by various institutions, including the American Philosophical Society and the Philadelphia Academy of Natural Sciences. Having long suffered from complications caused by his war wounds, Meade died November 6, 1872 in the house at 1836 Delancey Place from pneumonia. He was buried at Laurel Hill Cemetery.
Good for him. Let's take a look at the legacy of old George Meade. Meade has been memorialized. Meade has been memorialized with several statues, including an equestrian statue at Gettysburg National Military Park by Henry Kirk Bush Brown. The George Gordon Meade Memorial statue by Charles Grafley in front of the E. Barrett Prettyman United States Courthouse in Washington, D.C. Another statue by Alexander Milne Calder, and one by Daniel Chester French atop the Smith Memorial Arch, both in Fairmount Park, Philly. A bronze bust of Meade by Boris Blatt was placed at Barnegat Lighthouse in 1957. Oh, you got to have something at a lighthouse.
Right, how come they didn't name him a lighthouse after him?
Can do love lighthouses.
United States Army's Fort George Meade, Fort George G. Meade, and Fort Meade, Maryland, is named for him, as are Meade County, Kansas, Fort Meade, Florida, Fort Meade National Cemetery, and Meade County, South Dakota.
Wow.
The Grand Army of the Republic Meade Post No. 1, founded in Philly in 1866, was also named in his honor. The General Meade Society was created to promote and preserve the memory of Union Major General George Meade.
Makes sense.
The General Meade Society was created to promote and preserve the memory of Philip Sheridan.
Philip Sheridan. What's his name? Sickles.
Daniel Sickles. That'd be shit. Oh, man. Members gather in Laurel Hill Cemetery on December 31st to recognize his birthday.
Oh, and the new year.
Oh, right. The old Baldy Civil War Round Table in Philly is named in honor of Meade's horse during the war.
Oh.
In World War II, the United States Liberty ship SS George G. Meade was named in his honor.
Fantastic. The $1,000 treasury note, also called coin note, of the series 1890-1891, feature portraits of Meade on the obverse. The 1890 series note is called the Grand Watermelon Note by collectors because the large zeros on the reverses resemble the pattern on a watermelon. The preserved head of Old Baldy Meade's wartime horse was donated to the Civil War Museum of Philly by the Grand Army Republic Museum in 1979. Ooh.
Well, Meade has been portrayed in several films and television shows, obviously.
Right, and I mean, what?
Halford Allen, he portrayed him in the 1924 film The Dramatic Life of Abraham Lincoln. He doesn't even get his... oh, jeez. Thurston Hall played him in the 1940 film Virginia City. Rory Calhoun played him in 82 TV miniseries The Blue and the Gray. Richard Anderson played him in the 1993 film Gettysburg. And Tom Hanks portrayed him in the 2021 TV series 1883. He did. Meade, he's also a character in the 2003 alternate history novel Gettysburg, a novel of the Civil War, written by Newt Gingrich. What the fuck? And William Forstchen. Yeah. All right, that's George G. Meade, guys. He was a lighthouse builder and disliked in the Union Army.
Richard Anderson also portrayed Meade in 1993 film Gettysburg.
Yes, I said that already.
Did you?
Of course.
Oh, and Meade is a character in the 2003 alternate history novel.
Yes, we know. Didn't know that he was a big-time McClellan guy and Democrat like that, but I guess. But
that's probably why nobody liked him.
All right. Next week, we'll be back for more, probably another Confederate guy, and who knows who it's going to be. Maybe it's going to be Jeb. You never know until we get there. Who's another? Maybe we'll do Longstreet. I don't know. It's going to be a Confederate guy anyways. Maybe we'll do D.H. Hill.
Maybe we do a place.
We did a place. What do you mean?
There's more places.
Like?
There's all kinds of places.
Like?
That one place.
We just did 2 on chips. Anyways, yeah, we'll be back then, so make sure you're subscribing, sharing with your friends, giving us reviews, all that good stuff, and we'll be back next week for more Battles of the Civil War. American, that is. Behind the battles. We are the Mother Michigan as we...
Bang. Live from the BDN Studios, it's Bang and Dang.
That's awesome.
If you don't like that, then...
You ain't black.
All right, welcome back to Battles of the American Civil War, Behind the Battles, and we finally made it. Well, not finally made it. We had to make it to old William Tecumseh Sherman.
Oh.
I've been putting this guy off.
Marshal himself, huh?
Right. Been putting this guy off for a while because it's going to be, it might be a one-parter, but it's still going to be like 2 hours long. So it's going to be a long one. Everybody obviously knows he was a general. Scorcher tactics during the war. Came out of the war, became general of the army. We'll take a look at all that. He was born on February 8th, 1820 in Lancaster, Ohio, into a large and ambitious family.
Weren't they all?
He was the 6th of 11 children, born to Charles Robert Sherman, who was a respected lawyer and an Ohio Supreme Court justice.
Oh, shit.
And then you had old Mommy Mary. She was a homemaker.
Mm-hmm.
It's a household that was expected its sons to go somewhere in life, and many of them did.
Fantastic.
One of his brothers, John, he would go on to become a powerful United States Senator and Secretary of Treasury.
Wow.
Another, Charles, he became a federal judge. And yet another, Hoyt, he made his name in banking. But that path was almost cut short early. So on June 24th, 1829, Charles Robert Sherman died suddenly at 40 years old while traveling on court business in Lebanon.
Oh, no.
Overnight, the family lost its provider, and Mary, she was left trying to support 11 kids with limited means. It's kind of event that quietly reshapes a life before a child even understands what's happening. He was only 9 years old.
Especially in 1829. Damn.
Right.
Wonder what happened.
Died of a heart attack, clearly.
That's what it said?
Died suddenly, I would assume it would have been a heart attack, right?
Or an arrow through the chest.
In fucking Lebanon, Ohio.
Ohio? Fuck yeah. Oh, major Indians.
Oh.
9 years old, young William. He was taken to a household of Thomas Ewing, Sr., neighbor and attorney, a prominent Whig politician, and a close family friend who had practiced law alongside Sherman's daddy. Ewing, he did more than offer help. He effectively adopted the boy, raised him as his own, opened doors that would otherwise have been permanently closed. Well, if his dad was alive, the same doors would have been open, maybe more. It was Thomas Ewing who ensured that old William received a solid education. It was also Ewing who secured his appointment to the United States Military Academy at West Point. That single intervention set Sherman on the path that would eventually carry him from an orphaned Ohio boy to one of the most consequential and controversial generals of the American Civil War, or any war, really.
Right.
And like much of Sherman's life, it started not with ambition, but with circumstance, stepping in and refusing to let go. He's like, no, I'm going to hold on.
You have no choice.
Right.
Well, he didn't grow up in the shadow of small ambitions. Like we said, his family tree, they did everything. In addition to his younger brother, John, doing what he did, he also became one of the founders of the Republican Party itself. and built a long public life as United States Representative, Senator, and Cabinet Secretary. But even in his adopted household, the pattern continued for old Sherman. Two of Sherman's foster brothers, they rose to prominence during the Civil War as well.
Nice.
Hugh Ewing served as Major General in the Union Army before later becoming a diplomat and author.
We know that one.
Thomas Ewing Jr. also wore general stars and later took on a very different kind of battlefield, as he served as a defense attorney in the military trials of those accused in the Lincoln assassination.
Son of a bitch.
Wow. Look at that. Wow.
The next generation kept pushing boundaries as well. Sherman's niece, Euthanasia Sherman Meade.
Damn. Didn't know what that word meant back then, I guess.
Euthanasia Sherman Meade. Oh, wow. Became a pioneering woman physician in California at a time when the profession was still largely closed to women. You couldn't be a physician back then. Taken together, it meant that Sherman grew up surrounded by examples of public service, ambition, and responsibility. Soldiers, judges, politicians, bankers, and reformers filled his whole world. Long before Sherman ever marched an army across Georgia and burned everything in his sights, he was already part of a family that expected history to take notice. Sherman's name alone, it was enough to make people stop and ask questions. And it did just that.
Well, William Tecumseh Sherman carried a name that sounded nothing like the usual roll call of the 19th century America.
No.
One writer of the era even remarked that Sherman appeared to be the only prominent American named after a Native American chief.
Oh.
According to old Sherman himself, the explanation was simple. In his memoirs, he said his father had caught a liking for the famous Shawnee leader Tecumseh and decided to give his son that name, pairing it with William at birth. Not everyone agreed on how that story played out, though. How the fuck are you going to tell him how his story played out?
That's not how it happened.
Right.
All right.
According to biographer Lloyd Lewis in 1932, he stirred things up by claiming Sherman had originally been named only Tecumseh. Lewis wrote that the name William came later when Sherman was about 9 or 10. Oh, did Ewing give him the name William? And he was baptized as a Catholic at the request of his foster family, the Ewings.
Oh.
And Lewis is telling the Dominican priests performing the baptism found the name Tecumseh too pagan and chose William instead.
Wow.
Supposedly because it matched the saint's feast day on the calendar.
Okay. That's possible.
It makes for a good story and it stuck around for a little while. But more recent biographers, they're not convinced. They point out that Sherman had already been baptized as an infant by a Presbyterian minister.
Yeah.
And the evidence suggests he likely received the name William at that time. So it still was Tecumseh, I guess, right? In other words, the Catholic baptism probably did not rename him at all, despite how often that version of the story has been repeated.
They just love to suck Catholics' asses, don't they?
Right. What's not in doubt is how Sherman referred to himself. As an adult, he signed every letter the same way, even the ones he wrote to his wife, simply W.T. Sherman.
W.T.
Among friends and families, he went by a nickname that fit him far better than either formal name could. That's what they called him. They called him Cump.
Really?
Tecumseh?
Yep.
For Cump.
Hey, yo,
Cump for Tecumseh.
Right.
Which tells me his name was Tecumseh.
Right. Wow. After his daddy died in 1829, Sherman, he was taken into the household of Ewing, as we said before.
Right.
For a boy whose life had been just knocked off balance, the Ewing home brought something rare: stability, structure, opportunity. The path began at the Lancaster Academy in Ohio. This is where Sherman quickly showed he was more than capable in the classroom. He had a sharp mind and a particular knack for subjects that rewarded logic and precision. It was the kind of academic performance that made the next step obvious, especially with the Ewing's political influence right behind him. 1st of July, 1836, 16-year-old William Tecumseh, he entered the United States Military Academy at West Point. Academically, he thrived. Mathematics, engineering, topography became natural. Subject that rewarded careful thinking and spatial awareness rather than blind obedience. Where we heard that before? With Buckner? Blind obedience? These were exactly the skills.
I mean, I guess, yeah.
These were exactly the skills that later defined how we would wage war. Discipline? Well, that was another story. Sherman had a little patience for West Point's rigid system of rules and rituals. He piled up an average of 150 demerits per year.
Hey.
Usually for minor issues involving appearance, polish, or routine compliance. He was not rebellious in any dramatic sense. He just did not care much for pointless formalities.
I don't give a shit what I look like.
Right. Despite this, he remained popular among his classmates, known for his intelligence, his sharp wit, and his ability to see the bigger picture when others were still memorizing regulations.
June 30th, 1840, he graduated 6th out of 42.
Ain't bad.
An impressive finish that earned him a commission as a second lieutenant in the Corps of Topographical Engineers.
Oh.
Was a perfect fit for him. Branch focused on mapping, roads, rivers, and infrastructure, all things that match his analytical strengths. West Point also shaped how Sherman thought about war itself. Under instructors like Dennis Hart Mahan, he absorbed an engineering-based view of warfare that emphasized terrain, logistics, and movement rather than parade ground position. Among his classmates was none other than old George H. Thomas. We did him a while back. He finished 12th and would later become part of Sherman's professional circle. By the time Sherman left, he was already forming the mindset that would define his career. War, to him, was not about pretty formations or perfect uniforms. It was about ground supply lines and understanding how armies actually function when the rules stop mattering. When everything's gone to hell.
Yeah, fuck those uniforms.
When Sherman later looked back on his years at West Point, he didn't dress them up or soften the edges. In his memoirs, he explained his academy experience in plain, almost shrugging terms, the same way he approached most things in life. He said one thing and one thing only about his time in West Point in his memoirs, and it was, "At the academy, I was not considered a good soldier, for at no time I was selected for any office, but remained a private throughout the whole 4 years. Then, as now, neatness in dress and form, with a strict conformity to the rules, were the qualifications required for office, and I suppose I found not to excel in any of these.
Right.
In studies, I always held a respectable reputation with the professors, and generally ranked among the best, especially in drawing, chemistry, math, and natural philosophy.
Right.
My average demerits per annum were about 150, which reduced my final class standing from number 4 to 6. So he could have graduated number 4.
That's bullshit. His academics was better than just because he didn't tuck in his shirt.
Right.
Jeez. The passage, it says almost everything you need to know about W.T. Sherman as a young man. He was not interested in impressing superiors through polish or ritual. No. He cared about substance, about understanding how things worked, about mastering the technical side of soldiering. He accepted the demerits, accepted the consequences, and moved on without an apology. Even then, Sherman understood himself clearly. He was never going to be the model cadet, but he was already becoming something far more dangerous and far more useful in wartime.
Prick.
Yeah. Old Sherman graduated in 1840. He entered the Army as a second lieutenant, 3rd United States Artillery. Quickly sent down to Florida during the Second Seminole War. This was his first exposure to active service. Well, even then, Sherman viewed the conflict with a critical eye. Years later, in his memoirs, he remarked that it was a great pity to remove the Seminoles at all, calling Florida the Indians' paradise, and noting that even decades later, the state still seemed underpopulated and undeveloped.
Yeah, it's a fucking swamp.
It still is now.
Well, half of it, yeah.
After Florida, Sherman was stationed in Georgia and then South Carolina, Charleston. His life took on a very different rhythm. As the foster son of Thomas Ewing, a powerful Whig politician, Lieutenant Sherman moved easily within the upper circles of the Old South society. He was well-liked, socially comfortable, far removed from the hardships usually associated with the frontier soldiering. He liked being on the East Coast.
Unfortunately for him, when the Mexican-American War broke out, he didn't march with an army into battle, though. Instead, he was assigned to administrative duties during the United States occupation of California. By the time he arrived, most of the fighting was already over, though the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo had not been signed until February 1848. Oh, it had not yet been signed when he was there in February of 1848.
Right.
Sherman traveled west with fellow lieutenants Henry Halleck and Edward Ord, departing from New York City aboard the converted sloop USS Lexington. The journey around the Cape Horn, he had to go all the way around South America in those days.
Terrible.
Lasted 198 days, just long enough to forge lasting friendships with these guys.
All right.
Sherman became especially close to Halleck, whose sharp intellect deeply impressed him.
During that very voyage, Sherman and Halleck, they even hiked the summit of Corcovado, overlooking Rio de Janeiro, studying the city's design, a detail that perfectly suited Sherman's engineer-minded way of thinking. January 28, 1847.
I wonder if there's anything there specifically that he was studying of the design. But
Right. Sherman and Ord.
We'll never know.
January 28, 1847, Sherman and Ord disembarked in Monterey. Just 2 days before Yerba Buena officially became San Francisco. Sherman and Halleck lived together in Monterey from 1847 to 49 in what is now known as Sherman Quarters.
Fuck Halleck, I guess, huh?
Right. June 1848, Sherman accompanied California's military governor, Richard Barnes Mason, They went on an inspection trip to the gold mines at Sutter's Fort. Here's a twist of history, folks. Sherman unintentionally helped ignite the California gold rush. He drafted the official reports in which Governor Mason confirmed the discovery of gold.
Look at that.
Oh,
He quickly became involved in the explosive growth of the region. At the request of John Augustus Sutter Jr., he assisted old Captain William Warner in surveying the new city of Sacramento and laid out its street grid in 1848. Look at that. He also opened a general store in Coloma, earning $1,500 in 1849, which is a staggering sum compared to his army pay of just $70 a month.
right.
Surveying work and land sales in Sacramento and Benicia brought even more money. Despite his success, though, Sherman's military career moved slowly. He received a brevet promotion to captain in 1848 for meritorious service. But his lack of combat experience and steady but unspectacular advances led him discouraged.
Right.
In the end, Sherman would become one of the very few high-ranking officers in the American Civil War who never fought in Mexico. It's a fact that set him apart from many of the men he would later command. He's like our first guy that didn't. May 1st, 1850, he married his foster sister.
Oh, no.
Ellen Boyle Ewing. What's his foster sister? Ellen, 4 years, 8 months younger than Sherman, and the match firmly tied him to the powerful political family that had raised him. At the time of the wedding, her father, Thomas, was serving as United States Secretary of the Interior. Ceremony took place in Washington and was officiated by James Ryder, which was the president of Georgetown College. Wow.
Oh, that's cool.
Wasn't a quiet affair either. Old President Zachary Taylor, Vice President Millard Fillmore,
Right.
plus a long list of political heavyweights attended.
No shit.
Turned the wedding into a showcase of Washington society at its peak.
Look at that.
Yeah, look at this guy.
Yeah, that's nice. Ellen Sherman was a deeply devout Catholic. Religion would be a steady presence in their household. Although William himself was never as religious as his wife, all of their children were raised in the Catholic faith. Something that would later become a point of tension between the couple, as Sherman's career kept him away from home for long, long stretches.
Apparently not too long.
Right. Together, William and Ellen had 8 children, a large family even by the standards of that time. Maria Ewing, known as Minnie, born in 1851, died tragically in 1913. Mary Elizabeth, born in 1852, died in 1925. William Tecumseh Jr., known as Old Willie, born in 1854 and died in 1863.
During the war.
Thomas Ewing, born in 1856, died in 1933.
Oh.
Eleanor Mary, known as Ellie, born in 1859, died in 1915. Man, some youngins up in this son of a bitch. Rachel Ewing, born in 1861, died in 1919. Charles Celestine, he was born in and died in 1864. Oh. And Philemon Tecumseh, born in 1867 and died in 1941. So they only had the one at birth, huh?
I mean, the other one was 8. All the other
Damn.
ones lived.
So they lost a baby in 1863.
Had another one and it died.
And it died. Oh, my.
Crazy.
Oh, my.
Where the hell do you find time to father a child in the middle of the war, first of all?
Right.
That marriage placed old Sherman squarely inside one of the most influential political families in the country. It gave him prestige, connections, and expectations. But it also tied him to domestic responsibilities and religious traditions that would not always sit comfortably alongside the restless, uncompromising soldier he was about to become. September 27, 1850, he was appointed a captain of the Army's Commissary Department, with his office based in St. Louis. Steady work, respectable, very much behind the scenes, but he was restless. 1853, he resigned his commission altogether and stepped into civilian life. I mean, how many times has that been done by all these guys? He took a position as manager of the San Francisco branch of the Bank of Lucas, Turner and Company, whose headquarters were also in St. Louis. All right, so he went to San Fran, huh? Must have liked it out there. Hey.
Right. Well, that move west was anything but smooth.
Yeah, you got to go through mountains.
Right. He survived 2 shipwrecks along the way.
No, he didn't go through mountains.
At one point, floating through the Golden Gate, clinging to the overturned hull of a sinking lumber schooner.
Oh.
It was
Well, see, if he could survive, then the Alcatraz guys did.
Right. It was a dramatic entrance into a city that thrived on chaos, speculation, and nerve. San Fran did not suit him well. Sherman suffered frequent asthma attacks, which he later blamed in part on the stress and relentless pressure of the city's cutthroat business culture. Well, years later, he summed up the experience with biting honesty. He said that he could handle 100,000 men in a battle and take the city of the sun, but he was afraid to manage a single lot in the swamp of San Francisco. Damn. It was one of the clearest admissions that Sherman ever made that war, not commerce, was where he felt in control. The financial world around him was just as unstable as he found it exhausting. When the collapse of Page, Bacon and Company triggered the panic surrounding Black Friday on the 23rd of February, 1855, San Fran's banking system nearly imploded. Major banks closed, businesses folded overnight, confidence gone. Through it all, Sherman managed to keep his own bank solvent. No small feat in a city teetering on financial collapse.
Look at you, bud.
1856, during San Fran's vigilante period, Sherman briefly served as a major general in the California militia. It's a short return to uniform that hinted at where his instincts still lay. But the banking troubles continued. San Francisco branch closed in May of 1857. And Sherman, he was sent to New York City on behalf of the same firm. He traveled aboard the steamer SS Central America. When the bank failed during the Panic of 1857, Sherman shut down the New York branch as well.
Early in 58, he returned to Cali one last time to settle the bank's remaining accounts. Later that year, he moved to Leavenworth, where he became office manager for a law firm run by his brothers-in-law, Hugh and Thomas.
Oh, beautiful.
Sherman even obtained a license to practice law, despite never formally studying for the bar.
Oh, whatever.
It was another attempt at reinvention, but it didn't go well. He had little success as a lawyer, just as he had little patience for civilian professions that demanded constant negotiation and uncertainty. By the end of the decade, he had tried banking, law, business, and none of them fit. What he had learned instead was something far more valuable. He just wasn't built for speculation or compromise. He was built for command.
Ooh-wee.
That's why in 1859, he took a job that finally seemed to fit him. At the suggestion of old Don Carlos Buell, and with the backing of George Mason Graham, Sherman accepted the position of first superintendent of the Louisiana State Seminary of Learning and Military Academy in Pineville.
That'll be all right.
Which we all know as LSU today.
Oh.
Louisiana State University. It was a military school, huh?
Oh.
Cool. And from the beginning, he proved exactly to be what the institution needed. He ran the seminary with discipline, fairness, and energy, earned both respect and loyalty from students and faculty. Joseph P. Taylor, brother of the late President Zachary, he summed it up bluntly when he said that if you searched the entire army from one end to the other, you could not find another man better suited for the position in every respect than Sherman.
Oh, nice.
Praise wasn't exaggeration either. Sherman brought structure, seriousness, and a practical military mindset to a school that was still defining itself. He said, all right, they got their Hulk Hogan for early WCW, right?
They're Chris Jericho for AEW.
Maybe.
Politically, Sherman, he occupied an uncomfortable middle ground. His younger bro, John Sherman, he was a vocal anti-slavery voice in Congress. William, by contrast, had expressed some sympathy for white Southerners and their traditional agrarian society, including slavery. I see on one hand, but on the other...
Keyword, white Southerners.
Right. But on one point, he was unyielding. Secession was madness. He believed it would destroy the country and bring catastrophic war. At the seminary, Sherman formed a close friendship with Professor David French Boyd, a Virginian and an enthusiastic secessionist.
Oh, no.
Oh. Boyd later recalled the moment news arrived that South Carolina had split off from the Union. Sherman, normally controlled, he broke down. He burst into tears, paced the floor, spoke with a raw intensity that left a lasting impression. Boyd, he remembered Sherman warning, "You people of the South don't know what you're doing. This country will be drenched in blood, and God only knows how it will end. It is all folly, madness, a crime against civilization. You people speak so lightly of war, you don't even know what you're getting yourself into." After that, Sherman was pissed, and he left Louisiana and headed for Washington, likely hoping that his experience and reputation might land him a place back in the United States Army. At the White House, he met with old Lincoln. Just days after Lincoln's inauguration, Sherman spoke bluntly, warning that the North was dangerously unprepared for the war he believed was coming. Lincoln listened, but to Sherman he seemed unconvinced and unmoved. The meeting, well, left Sherman uneasy and frustrated. He was sensing that the country's leadership did not yet grasp what lay ahead. They did not either.
With nothing settled in Washington, Sherman returned west and settled in St. Louis, where he took a civilian job as president of the 5th Street Railroad, which was a streetcar company. Missouri, a border state teetering between Union and secession, was one of the most volatile places in the country. Sherman tried to stay out of politics, but events made that impossible. From his vantage point, he watched Congressman Frank Blair work relentlessly to keep Missouri in the Union, efforts Sherman observed closely and would later respect deeply. Early April, Montgomery Blair offered Sherman a position as chief clerk in the War Department, promising that once Congress assembled in July, the job would lead to a nomination as Assistant Secretary of War. Sherman turned it down, though. He had no interest in political appointments and even less faith in Washington bureaucracy. Then came Fort Sumter. After the April 12th...
That changed a lot of people's minds.
Right. After the April 12th and 13th bombardment and its capture by Confederate forces, Sherman still hesitated, though. When Lincoln called for 75,000 three-month volunteers to suppress the rebellion, Sherman privately mocked the idea, reportedly saying, "Why, you might as well attempt to put out the flames of a burning house with a squirt gun."
Didn't have squirt guns back then.
Right.
Forgot it.
Did they?
I don't think so.
You think so?
There's no fucking way they had squirt guns.
They had cast iron and rubber bulbs, with the first patented version appearing in 1896. That's 1896, though.
They lied.
It said Civil War, though.
Right. The earliest that he could find is 1803.
Oh, so it was like a spray bottle to spray on apple tree worms.
Okay.
A squirt gun, but like a spray bottle. Okay. He said it, though. He said, "Why, you might as well attempt to put out the flames of a burning house with a squirt gun," which is more like a spray bottle back then. Right. It's not a squirt gun. Don't think of it like that. To Sherman, the scale of the crisis was being badly misunderstood.
It was.
By May, hesitation gave way to duty. Sherman offered his services to the regular army. His old younger brother John, along with other political allies of Lincoln, helped smooth the path. The commission came through, and Sherman returned to uniform with no illusions about what lay ahead.
Right.
June 3rd, he wrote plainly to his brother-in-law, laying out the future as he saw it. "I still think it is to be a long war, very long, much longer than any politician thinks." Once again, Sherman was right.
Of course.
Sherman's return to uniform came fast and hard. May 14th, 1861, he was commissioned as colonel of the 13th United States Infantry Regiment.
Nice.
On paper, respectable. In reality, the regiment didn't even exist yet.
Whatever, it will.
Like much of the Union Army in those first frantic weeks, it still had to be raised, trained, and equipped, and that could take weeks, months. You never know.
Because they lost half their fucking army. Sherman's first real command came elsewhere. He was placed in charge of a brigade of 3-month volunteers, part of the division led by Daniel Tyler. Tyler's division was one of 5 in the Army of Northeastern Virginia, commanded by Irvin McDowell. He opened the very first McDowell's in New York, Queens. On July 21st, 1861, that army marched into history at the First Battle of Bull Run. The battle was a disaster. Union hopes of a quick and relatively bloodless war collapsed in a single day of confusion, panic, and retreat. Green troops broke under fire. Officers lost control. The road back to Washington filled with fleeing soldiers and civilians alike. They all came for a picnic. Bull Run shattered illusions on both sides, but especially the North. They're like, "Oh shit, Sherman." No, he was like, "I told you." He stood out. He was one of the few Union officers to distinguish himself amid the chaos. Historian Donald Miller later described Sherman's performance at Bull Run as exemplary. During the fighting, Sherman was grazed by bullets in both the knee and the shoulder, wounds that underscored how close he stayed to the action. British military historian Brian Holden Reed, he offered a measured assessment. He said that if Sherman made tactical errors during the attack, he more than made up for them during the retreat, helping maintain what order he could as the army fell back. Holden Reed also observed that while Sherman was just as unseasoned as the men he commanded, he had not fallen victim to the naive illusions that blinded so many officers on the field.
We'll whip them, surely, right? But he's like, "No, don't think about that."
They'll see us and nobody will even fire shots.
Still, though, the defeat shook him. Bull Run forced Sherman to question his own judgment and the readiness of volunteer soldiers suddenly thrust into modern war.
Right.
Yet, even in defeat, he made a strong impression in Washington. When Lincoln visited the troops July 23rd, Sherman caught the president's attention. Lincoln saw competence where others saw chaos. Promotion came quickly. Sherman, he was elevated to Brigadier General of Volunteers effective May 17th, 1861. It mattered. It made Sherman's senior rank to Ulysses S. Grant, who would later become his commander and closest professional ally, as we know.
Right.
Sherman was assigned to serve under Robert Anderson in the Department of the Cumberland, headquartered in Louisville. In October, he succeeded Anderson and took command of the department himself. was a sudden rise and one that made him deeply uncomfortable. Uh-oh, man, he's about to have a breakdown. In his memoirs, Sherman later admitted that he saw this assignment as a broken promise. Lincoln had assured him he would not be given such a prominent leadership role so early.
Oh.
Now, only months into the war, he found himself responsible for an entire department with too few troops, too little equipment, and a nation already learning that this war was going to be nothing like what they had imagined.
All right.
Jeez.
All right, perfect. Sherman replaced Robert Anderson in Louisville. He suddenly carried responsibility, like I said, for the military defense of Kentucky, one of the most dangerous border states in the war. Confederate forces already held Columbus and Bowling Green, with additional pressure near the Cumberland Gap. It was a wide, unstable front, and Sherman, he did not like what he saw. Almost immediately, he grew deeply pessimistic. He bombarded Washington with complaints about shortages of men, arms, and supplies. At that very same time, he produced inflated estimates of Confederate strength and demanded massive reinforcements. To Sherman, the danger was real, and it was growing fast. To officials back east, it sounded like panic. Panic. He's like, we need more shit. He's like, there's like 5 million rebels over there.
You don't even know.
Situation worsened after Secretary of War Simon Cameron. He visited Louisville in October 1861, and soon afterward, critical press coverage began to appear. They portrayed Sherman as an unstable and overwhelmed general or leader. By early November, exhausted and under fire from both the press and Washington, Sherman, he said, I just want to be relieved of command. And Washington said, we want you out too. So they relieved him. Sherman was replaced by Don Carlos Buell and transferred to St. Louis. In December, Henry Halleck, commander of the Department of the Missouri, he placed Sherman on leave. He judged him unfit for duty. Halleck sent him home to Lancaster. He said, you go home, bud.
Yes.
You got to go.
Unfortunately for him, at home, things didn't... Unfortunately for him, at home, things didn't improve quickly. Sherman's wife, Ellen, wrote to his brother, Senator John Sherman, asking for guidance and worrying aloud about that melancholy insanity to which your family is subject. In private letters, Sherman later admitted that the pressure of command had broken him down and that he even contemplated suicide.
Oh, dang.
Matters grew worse when the Cincinnati Commercial publicly described him as insane. It was the lowest point of his life. By mid-December 1861, Sherman had recovered enough to return to duty under Halleck in the Department of the Missouri. In March, Halleck's command was expanded and redesignated the Department of the Mississippi, consolidating Union authority in the Western Theater. Sherman's assignments at first were deliberately limited. Yeah, we don't want to freak this guy out again.
Right.
He commanded an instructional barracks near St. Louis, then took charge of the district of Cairo, whatever you guys call it. Operating out of Paducah, Sherman handled logistics and support for operations led by old U.S. Grant during the campaign against Fort Donelson. Grant had just scored a major victory at Fort Henry and was given command of the loosely defined district of West Tennessee. Though Sherman technically outranked him, he made his position clear in a letter that revealed both humility and trust. I feel anxious about you as I know the great facilities have a concentration by means of the river and the railroad. But I have faith in you. Command me in any way.
Oh, man, anyway. This was a turning point in his career. The man once dismissed as unstable was finding his footing once again, not through authority, but through partnership. After the fall of Fort Donelson, Sherman finally got what he wanted, because on the 1st of March, 1862, William Tecumseh Sherman, he was assigned to serve directly under Ulysses S. Grant in the Army of West Tennessee, commanding the 5th Division. It was a partnership that would reshape the war in the West, though its first test nearly ended in a catastrophe. The test, Battle of Shiloh.
Yeah.
April 6, 1862. Rebel forces launched a massive surprise attack that caught most senior Union commanders off guard. Sherman was no exception. He dismissed intelligence reports from militia officers and refused to believe that old rebel General Albert Sidney Johnston... He's like, Johnson, he wouldn't leave his base at Corinth to strike. No
You think
way.
so?
Sherman took few precautions. He strengthened picket lines, but declined to entrench, or even build a base, or even conduct extensive reconnaissance. Part of the hesitation came from memory. After Kentucky, Sherman was keenly aware of how easily caution could be labeled panic. He later admitted that he feared if he appeared too alarmed, some same voices would return. As he wrote to his wife, if he took more precautions, they'd call me crazy again.
Crazy. When the old rebels' attack hit, Sherman was caught unprepared, but he didn't break. Under intense pressure, he rallied his division and conducted an orderly fighting retreat, slowing the Confederate advance and helping prevent a complete Union collapse on the first day. That night, as heavy rain fell across the battlefield, Sherman encountered Grant standing beneath a large oak tree, a cigar glowing faintly in the darkness. Sherman later said he felt a sudden instinct not to mention retreat and instead remarked, "Well, Grant, we've had the devil's own day, haven't we?" Grant took a puff and replied calmly, "Yes, lick 'em tomorrow, though." And they did. April 7th, Sherman played a key role in the Union counterattack that drove Confederate forces from the field. During the battle, he was wounded twice, once in the hand and once in the shoulder, and had 3 horses shot out from underneath of him. His conduct drew praise from both Grant and Halleck, and in recognition, Sherman was promoted to Major General of Volunteers effective May 1st, 1862. More importantly, Shiloh changed him. The battle restored his confidence and reshaped how he viewed both himself and the war. Biographer Robert O'Connell later wrote that Shiloh marked the turning point of Sherman's life.
Late April, Union force, about 100,000 men under Halleck, with Grant reduced to second command, began a slow advance on Corinth. Sherman commanded the division on the extreme right of the Union line, serving under General Henry Thomas. After Corinth, serving under George Henry Thomas. After Corinth fell on the 30th of May, Sherman found Grant discouraged and considering resignation. Drawing on his own experience, Sherman urged him to stay. He reminded Grant how a single newspaper accusation of madness had nearly ruined him before Shiloh, and how one battle had given him new life. Sherman told Grant that if he stayed in the army, some happy accident might restore you to favor and your true place. Grant listened. By July, Grant's fortunes improved when Halleck left for the east to become general-in-chief. Sherman, meanwhile, he was appointed military governor of occupied Memphis, stepping into a new phase of responsibility just as his confidence and clarity finally matched his ability. November 1862. Grant, now commanding Union forces in Mississippi, he launched a campaign aimed at one prize above all others: Vicksburg, the old rebel stronghold that controlled the Mississippi. Grant elevated Sherman to corps commander, placed half of his army under Sherman. It was a major vote of confidence, but also a test Sherman could not afford to fail.
Not everybody was convinced he was ready, though. Historian John Winters later wrote that at this stage, Sherman had not yet shown clear proof of great leadership. Winters pointed to Sherman's earlier breakdown in Kentucky, the hallucinations, the dark moods, and even thoughts of suicide. Sherman, he argued, was an odd blend of strength and weakness, impatient, irritable, sometimes depressed and gruff, but also a solid soldier whose men trusted him and whose fellow officers largely respected him. If Sherman failed at Vicksburg, Winters suggested his rise might end there. The campaign had begun poorly. December of 62, Sherman led his corps downriver and struck north of Vicksburg at the Battle of Chickasaw Bayou. We did that. The result was a sharp and humiliating repulse. Sherman had expected coordination with Grant advancing from another direction, but without his knowledge, Grant abandoned that movement. Oh, well, that's on Grant.
Right.
Sherman's troops ran headlong into strong defenses and were thrown back with heavy losses. Soon after that, political General John McClernand, he ordered Sherman's 15th Corps to participate in an assault on Arkansas Post. Grant despised McClernand and viewed the move as a political distraction from Vicksburg. Sherman, however, had already identified Arkansas Post as a legitimate threat to the Union River traffic, and he supported the operation.
Okay.
January 11th, 1863, Union Army and Navy forces captured the post, giving Sherman his first clear success of the campaign. Still, that pesky little Vicksburg still remained.
Not for long.
The early failures forced Grant into a radical new plan. He proposed cutting loose from traditional supply lines and marching his army deep into Mississippi, living off the land. Sherman initially doubted the wisdom of the idea, but he submitted to Grant's judgment. He submitted to Grant.
No.
And the spring campaign of 1863 solidified not just the strategy, but the personal bond between the two.
Oh.
Good for you guys. Friends, how many of us have them?
Right. Grant reorganized his army into 3 corps. The 13th Corps under McClernand, the 15th Corps under Sherman, the 17th Corps under Sherman's protege, McPherson. As the army slogged through swamps, rivers, and back roads, criticism followed. One newspaper sneered that the army was being ruined in muddy turtle-like expeditions led by a drunkard. Old Ulysses S. Grant, and advised by a lunatic, old William Tecumseh Sherman. They were wrong, because on the 4th of July, 1863, after a long siege, Vicksburg fell. Mississippi River, now fully under Union control. This cut the old Confederacy in half and delivering one of the most decisive strategic blows of the entire war. But work was not finished. Confederate General Joseph E. Johnston had gathered 30,000 men at Jackson, hoping to relieve the trapped garrison under John Pemberton. When Pemberton surrendered, Johnston advanced toward Grant's rear. Grant, he responded by turning Sherman loose. Sherman struck fast and hard. The Jackson expedition drove Johnston's forces away and recaptured the city by the 25th of July, 1863. The Mississippi River remained firmly in Bluecoat's hands for the rest of the war. Historians, well, they believe that especially at Jackson, that Sherman finally cut his teeth as an army commander. The doubts were gone. The failures had taught him. And the man once whispered about as unstable had emerged as one of the most formidable commanders in the whole Union Army.
Good for him.
Good for him.
Well, the old Meridian campaign closed one chapter of Sherman's career and opened up a much larger one.
Oh.
Up to this point, old William Sherman had enjoyed mixed success as commander of the Army of the Tennessee. And controversy still clung to him, especially over his role at Chattanooga. Through every setback, one thing never wavered. Old U.S. Grant trusted him completely, both as a soldier and as a friend. And that trust reshaped the war. Spring of 1864, Lincoln called Grant east to take command of all the Union armies. Grant, in turn, handed Sherman the most important field command in the West, which was the head of the military division of Mississippi. Sherman's soldiers, they had given him a nickname that stuck, Old Uncle Billy.
Uncle Bill.
The promotion placed him in charge of the Union forces across the entire Western Theater, yes.
As Grant prepared to face old Robert E. Lee in Virginia, Sherman laid out his vision for ending the war in a letter that mixed confidence with his trademark blunt humor. He said, "If you can whip Lee, I can march to the Atlantic. I think old Uncle Abe would give us 20 days leave to see the young folks." With that, Sherman turned south. He invaded Georgia with 3 armies. The Army of Cumberland, 60,000 strong, under George Henry Thomas.
What the hell are those kids do up there?
The Army of Tennessee, 25,000, under James B. McPherson. And bringing up the rear, the Army of Ohio with 13,000 troops led by John Schofield. All these together, they moved against Confederate General Joseph E. Johnston and his Army of Tennessee. He kicked his ass. Sherman avoided costly frontal assaults whenever possible. Instead, he relied on relentless flanking maneuvers through rough terrain, constantly threatened Johnston's supply lines and forced him to retreat. Only once did Sherman gamble on a direct attack, and that was the Battle of Kennesaw Mountain. The old rebels, they won the field, but the victory changed nothing. Sherman simply shifted his lines and continued advancing toward Atlanta. He's like,
whatever.
Yeah, whatever. In July, the old rebel leadership changed tactics. They said, no, we need to change tactics. Johnson replaced by the far more aggressive John Bell Hood. And Hood immediately challenged Sherman for direct battles. Ooh, it was exactly what Sherman wanted.
He sure did.
Hood's attacks played to the Union strength and steadily bled Confederate forces out of stupidity.
In August, amid the fighting, Sherman received unexpected news.
Oh, no.
He had been commissioned a major general in the regular army.
Okay, that works.
Sherman later admitted the honor surprised him and was not something he wanted until after Atlanta fell. He's like, what if I fail here?
Right.
Well, that fall did indeed happen, though. September 2nd, 1864. Hood abandoned Atlanta and Sherman marched in. After ordering nearly all civilians to leave the city, Sherman directed that military and government buildings be burned. Many private homes and businesses, they were consumed as well. Atlanta's capture electrified the North, and overnight Sherman became a household name. As you would guess, the political impact was enormous. Atlanta's fall all but guaranteed Lincoln's re-election in November, crushed the Copperhead faction within the Democratic Party. They'd been calling for immediate peace with the Confederacy, not so fast.
Not today, Charlie.
It also destroyed the momentum of Democratic nominee old George McClellan. Yeah, that guy, whose chances had seemed strong only weeks earlier. Even at Lincoln himself, he was scared.
Yeah, I don't want to see how, though. It's just insane.
Well, as historian Brian Holden Reed later put it, Sherman did more than any man other than the president himself to shape the public mood that carried Lincoln to victory at the polls.
Oh, shit.
Congratulations, Sherman.
All right. Wow, Sherman taking Atlanta had not just won a campaign, no. He'd altered the course of the whole entire war, the election, and the nation's future. During September of October of 1864, Sherman and Hood circled each other across northern Georgia and Alabama. A tense cat-and-mouse contest as John Bell Hood threatened Sherman's supply lines communications to the north. Sherman saw the moment coming and pushed for a radical solution. He asked permission to cut loose entirely, sever his own supply line, and march south through Georgia. He assured Grant that if allowed, he could make Georgia howl. He said, just give me a chance, buddy. Grant said, you know what? I mean, we're riding high right now on Gettysburg and Vicksburg's victories. Go ahead.
Just 2 years earlier. Just 2 years earlier.
It's not 1861.
Gettysburg was in 1863.
Oh, it's 1864 right now.
It's damn near 65, but yeah.
Right. It's still riding high on it.
I guess.
Hood responded by marching north into Tennessee, hoping to draw Sherman after him. Sherman said, nah, but I ain't going that way.
He said, what the hell do I got to go there for?
Right.
Nope.
Sherman said, nah, I'm good. He dismissed the threat with characteristic bluntness. He reportedly said, he was recorded saying, give Hood his rations to go that way because my business is down south. Sherman left the job of dealing with Hood to George Henry Thomas and John Schofield, and they didn't disappoint because Hood's army was shattered at the Battle of Franklin on the 30th of November and effectively destroyed at Nashville on the 15th and 16th of December. With the elections behind him, Sherman turned fully to his own campaign because on the opening day of deer season, November 15th, 1864, he marched out of Atlanta with roughly 62,000 men, heading for the Atlantic coast and the port city of Savannah. His army lived off the land, dismantling railroads, seizing supplies, or wrecking infrastructure. Sherman later estimated damage about $100 million back then. A staggering figure meant not just to cripple rebel logistics, but to break the Southern will to continue the war. This movement became known, as you guessed it, Sherman's March to the Sea.
Yep.
How much is them $100 million today?
A lot.
How much do you think that is?
$2 trillion.
Oh my gosh.
Just kidding. $2 billion.
Oh, still.
December 21st, Sherman's army, they did indeed enter Savannah. Shortly after arriving, he appointed Private A.O. Granger. He was like, A.O. Granger.
Hey, Granger.
Be my personal secretary.
All right.
He then sent a message to Abraham Lincoln offering the captured city as a Christmas present. The impact on the North was immediate. Newspapers celebrated Sherman's success at a time when Grant's grinding campaign against Lee in Virginia appeared stalled. In Congress, a bill was even introduced to promote Sherman to the rank of lieutenant general, possibly even with the idea of replacing Grant as overall commander.
Wow.
That wasn't happening.
Right.
Sherman, he wanted no part of it, though. He wrote angrily to both Grant and his brother, Senator John Sherman, rejecting the idea outright.
Said it's bullshit.
Around this time, Sherman made what would become one of his most famous declarations of loyalty.
Okay.
He says, General Grant is a great general. I know him well. He stood by me when I was crazy, and I stood by him when he was drunk.
Ooh,
and now,
said that.
and now, sir, we stand by each other always. Amid triumph, however, came personal loss. While in Savannah, Sherman learned from a newspaper that his infant son, Charles Celestine, had died during the campaign.
Son of a bitch.
The general had never, ever even seen the child.
I mean, I guess.
So, it kind of makes it a little more.
Right. Well, for him, at least, right?
Even at the height of victory, the war continued to take its toll, though.
Yeah, of course.
Grant's first instinct after Savannah was to have Sherman load his army into steamers and rush north to Virginia to help crush Lee. Sherman, he saw a different opportunity, though. He said, how about I march overland through the Carolinas and do more damage, burn the shit out of those, and then I'll meet you up there. Perfect. He said, I'll wreck what remains of Southern war, making power along the way, just as he had in Georgia. Grant said, fuck it, do it, buddy. Sherman had one state especially in mind.
South Carolina.
No, it was.
the
ones that caused it all, basically.
And indeed, it was South Carolina. Sherman believed striking it hard would have a powerful psychological effect. His army moved north against light resistance from forces under Johnston.
He was like, I just threw you out of fucking Georgia. Right. What are you going to do now?
When Johnston heard reports that Sherman's men were advancing across the flooded Sockahoxie swamps on corduroy roads at nearly a dozen miles a day, he reportedly concluded that no such army had existed since the time of Julius Caesar.
Oh.
Wow. February 17th, 1865. War just about over. Sherman entered Columbia, the state capital. That very night, fires broke out. By the morning, much of the city laid in ruins. The burning of the Columbia immediately became one of the most controversial episodes of the war. Some claimed it was deliberate Union vengeance. Others argued the destruction was accidental. It was windy that night, and burning cotton bales left behind by retreating Confederates. What do you think's
I
going
think
to happen?
a little bit of both.
Right. Well, that argument has never been settled by either side. From South Carolina, Sherman pushed into North Carolina. Native American lumber guides helped his army across the flooded Lumber River. Days of torrential rain has flooded it. Sherman later described the march through the swamps, the Pocassins, and the creeks of Robeson County as the damnedest marching I've ever saw. Despite the hardship, his troops caused relatively little civilian damage in North Carolina. Unlike South Carolina, Union soldiers generally viewed the state as a reluctant Confederate.
They had no choice.
Having succeeded second to last, ahead of only Tennessee. Yeah, so they're like, all right, we'll give it a little. Isn't that crazy? The only battle of Sherman's entire march through Georgia and the Carolinas that was a major one came at the Battle of Bentonville, which we've done.
Yes.
It was fought on the 19th through the 21st of March in 1865, about 2 weeks before the war ended. There, Sherman defeated Johnston's army once again. Afterward, Sherman marched to Goldsboro, linking up with Union forces that had captured the coastal cities of New Bern and Wilmington. He's just wreaking havoc and just whooping Johnston's ass. It's like he's holding his coattail and kicking him and catching him again and kicking him again. Wow, poor Johnston. I don't know if you don't have no forts named after him or anything.
Who, Sherman?
Johnston.
Oh, he might have. Back in the day.
I mean, a cemetery.
In late March, Sherman briefly left his army and traveled to City Point to meet with Grant. By coincidence, old Abe was there as well.
Why would Abe be there in Quinkydink?
Why not? The meeting produced the only three-way... Whoa.
Hey, that's why Abe was there.
Yeah. The meeting produced the only three-way conference of Lincoln, Grant, and Sherman during the war.
Oh, shit.
Also with the Admiral of the Navy, David Dixon Porter, there. Damn, we got all the big wigs.
Fuck yeah.
The moment was later immortalized in the painting The Peacemakers.
Oh, no shit.
Returning to North Carolina, Sherman marched on the capital at Raleigh, began communicating with Johnson about possible terms to end the fight. And he said, come on, guys, it's time. April 9th, 1865, Sherman gathered his troops and passed along the news that changed everything. Guess what, boys? Lee, he just surrendered at Appomattox Courthouse.
Oh.
The Army of Northern Virginia, no longer.
Wow.
The war, for all practical purposes, was over.
Pretty much.
After Lee's surrender and the shock of Abraham Lincoln's assassination just a couple days later, April 14th,
Insane.
Sherman moved quickly to end the war in the Carolinas.
It's so crazy that the United States didn't get overran by multiple countries. Civil War, your president shot. It's just all out chaos in the United States, and nobody did nothing.
What are they going to do?
Right now, that was a perfect chance to strike.
What are they going to do?
If France and Britain were like, come on, boys, let's work together. We can take these motherfuckers
Well,
out.
France and Britain wasn't working together. That's for damn sure.
Right.
Yeah, that was not possible.
No.
Sherman, he moved quickly to end the... April 17th, he met with Confederate General Joseph Johnson at Bennett Place to negotiate surrender terms.
Johnson, you should have surrendered a long time ago, bud.
Well, and now he goes down in history as the last major army to do so. At Johnson's urging, though, and with the influence of Confederate President Jefferson Davis, and I guess the Secretary of War, John Breckinridge, Sherman agreed to sweeping and unusually generous conditions that addressed not only military surrender, but political restoration as well.
No shit. That's bullshit.
He's like, the president just got assassinated. We need healing.
All right.
April 20th, they all lit up a bunch of blunts. And Sherman, who said, forward these terms of Washington, boys.
Right. Wow. Good for that, right?
Yeah, he wasn't supposed to do that.
No, Sherman believed he was acting in the spirit of Lincoln's wishes. This is based on their conversation at City Point. He was convinced that leniency was the best way to prevent Johnston's army from dissolving into the countryside and waging a bitter guerrilla war. He didn't want that. What Sherman did not have was authorization. He had acted without the approval of Grant, or from the cabinet, or from the very new president, Andrew Johnson. So the political...
We already know these two are going to go at it.
All right, so that political mood changed overnight. Lincoln's assassination hardened attitudes in Washington.
Yeah, they're like, fuck these guys. They don't deserve nothing.
Right. Reconciliation was suddenly out of favor. The Johnson administration rejected Sherman's terms outright. Grant had to step in to shield Sherman from possible dismissal for exceeding his authority. Matters grew worse when Secretary of War Edward Stanton leaked Sherman's memorandum to the New York Times. What a piece of shit.
Yeah, Stanton.
Wow.
What a dick.
This implied that Sherman might have been bribed to allow Jefferson Davis to escape.
Oh,
wow. The accusation, of course, was baseless. And the damage, well, was permanent.
20 minutes.
Ignited a deep and lasting hatred between Sherman and Stanton.
Yep.
And also reinforced Sherman's lifelong contempt for politicians. He's like, you piece of shits. You motherfuckers. Grant, well, he reset the process. He instructed Johnson to accept purely military terms, modeled on the surrender Grant had negotiated with Lee at Appomattox. Johnson, disregarding direct orders from Davis, he said, you know what?
Yeah. What else am I going to do?
Right, I'm good. 26
Basically, Grant's like, you can either do this or we'll just take you in custody. And
he's like, what you got? Davis ain't nobody, guy. Right. 26th of April, 1865, Johnston formally surrendered his army and called all the remaining Confederate forces in the Carolinas, Georgia, and Florida. He said, we're done, guys. It was the largest single surrender of that very war. The fighting was finally over. May 1865, Sherman traveled north with portions of his army to Washington. On the 24th of May, his troops marched down Pennsylvania Avenue, all hooting and hollering in the grand review of the armies. A triumphant procession that marked the end of the 4 years of bloodshed in a nation at war. Sherman rode at the head of veterans who had marched from the Mississippi to the Atlantic and back again.
damn right. For old Sherman, the war ended not with celebration, but with a mixture of vindication, exhaustion, and bitterness.
I mean, I'm right.
Not only had he helped win the Union's greatest victories, but the final chapter had left scars that would never fully heal.
Yeah.
Sherman's views on race were complicated, uncomfortable, and very much shaped by his time.
Right.
Before the war, he was not an abolitionist, and like many men of his background, he didn't even believe in racial equality.
I mean,
he expressed some sympathy for Southern whites, who argued that enslaved black people benefited materially from slavery, though he opposed breaking up slave families and supporting repealing laws that forbade enslaved people from being educated. Oh, wow.
Wow.
Repealing laws. Oh, yeah, repealing the laws so they can be educated.
Right.
Throughout the war, though, Sherman consistently refused to employ black troops in his armies. It's a position that put him at odds with many in the Republican Party.
I mean, come on.
In his memoirs, he later addressed the political pressure he faced in 64 and 65 to encourage mass slave escapes. One motive behind those efforts, he noted, was to prevent able-bodied enslaved men from being used by the Confederacy.
Yeah.
Sherman rejected that logic outright, though. He believed such a policy would slow the war and delay the complete liberation of enslaved people.
Right.
He says, my aim then was to whip the rebels, to humble their pride, to follow them to their inmost recesses and make them fear and dread us.
Damn right.
Fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom.
Ooh.
Fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. I did not want them to cast in our teeth what General Hood had once done at Atlanta, what we had to call on their slaves to help us to subdue them.
Oh. Well, despite this stance, the reality on the ground overtook policy. Tens of thousands of formerly enslaved people attached themselves to Sherman's columns during the marches,
They did.
moving as refugees behind the army. Their presence.
Sherman's like, I can't feed all you guys. We're
Right.
living off the land.
You want to follow us, but I can't promise you rations. Their presence quickly became a humanitarian, military, and political problem. Mm-hmm. Conditions harsh, supplies limited, disease everywhere.
Rapid.
Disease everywhere. Abolitionists accused Sherman of doing little to protect them. Criticism serious enough to prompt Secretary of War Edward Stanton to travel south in January of 1865 to see the situation firsthand. He's like, all right, what the hell's going on here? 12th of January in Savannah, Sherman and Stanton met with 20 local black leaders, most of them Baptist or Methodist ministers. They were invited at Sherman's request. Historian Eric Foner, he said that the exchange was a rare moment where the realities of slavery and the hopes shaping Reconstruction came into sharp focus. They're like, oh, wait a minute here. We still got to deal with you guys. How are we going to do that? Damn, guess we shouldn't have burned down all those damn
All those slave quarters.
The group spokesman, Baptist Minister Garrison Frazier. Minister Garrison Frazier, he spoke with striking clarity about freedom, land, and independence. After Sherman left the meeting, Frazier was asked how the black community viewed the general. His response, unequivocal. He says, we looked upon General Sherman prior to his arrival as a man in the Providence, sound like an old white man.
Black people had country accents.
We looked upon General Sherman proud to his rival as a man in the providence of God, specially set apart to accomplish this work, and we unanimously feel inexpressible gratitude to him, looking upon him as a man that should be honored for the faithful performance of his duty. Some of us called upon him immediately upon his arrival, and it is probable we would not meet the secretary with more courtesy than he met us. His conduct and deportment toward us characterize him as a friend and a gentleman.
And a scholar, right?
4 days later, Sherman issued Special Field Orders number 15. Their order set aside confiscated land along the coast, South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida, for the settlement of about 40,000 free people and black refugees.
He's like, maybe a hurricane will take him out.
Right. He placed the program under the supervision of Rufus Saxon. Well, Rufus was an abolitionist officer who had previously overseen the recruitment of black soldiers. The order became the origin of the enduring promise remembered as 40 acres and a mule.
That people mistake as the actual federal government promised, but it never happened.
Well, that promise was short-lived because 1865, Andrew Johnson said, "No, I don't think so." He returned much of the land to the former white owners.
Even after the wall. Even after the war, Sherman's racial views remained controversial. Some Republicans regarded him as deeply prejudiced, and his wartime record gave him reason. Yet his attitudes didn't remain fixed. Over time, Sherman dealt with black Americans in what contemporaries described as a friendly and unaffected manner. His thinking evolved slowly but unmistakably. In 1888, near the end of his life, Sherman published an essay in the North American Review that surprised many of his critics. In it, he defended full civil rights for black citizens in the former Confederacy and issued a stark warning to the South. He urged Southerners to let black men vote and to count those votes honestly. Adding that if they did not, another war would come. No, that's not.
All right.
Stoking some fire there, bud. One more brutal than the last, he said, where torch and dagger would replace the musket of organized armies. For a man often remembered only for destruction, it was a reminder that Sherman's legacy, like the country he helped reshape, was never simple. Long after the smoke cleared, Sherman's campaigns kept fighting new wars on paper. Historians credit Sherman with mastering what he called maneuver warfare, or the indirect approach.
Right.
Instead of smashing head-on to strong defenses, this style aimed to defeat an enemy through shock, disruption, speed, and surprise, forcing them out of position before they could properly react. To historians, Sherman's method of war was not just effective, it was modern. He ushered in like the new modern era of war.
Right.
No more standing in a fucking line, shooting each other in the face.
Stupid. He pointed especially to Sherman's Atlanta campaign. This is where Sherman repeatedly used turning movements to force the old rebel general, Joseph Johnson, to retreat without even risking costly frontal assaults. Gain and again, Sherman slid around Johnson's flank, threatened supply lines, and made staying put impossible. Johnson, he was rarely beaten outright, but he was steadily displaced, which, in historians' views, was the whole point. The historians went even further. They argued that studying Sherman played a major role in shaping his own theories of strategy and tactics and mechanized warfare. Mechanized. Those ideas, he claimed, well, it later influenced German military thinkers such as Heinz Guderian and even Erwin Rommel, particularly in their use of speed, mobility, and the armored forces during the Second War.
Oh, good for you, Sherman. You just fucking
right
responsible for
killing
the Jews.
He didn't know. Sherman's influence did not stop there. Another student of Liddell's Hart's writing on Sherman was American General George S. Patton. Patton reportedly spent a long vacation walking Sherman's old routes across Georgia and the Carolinas.
Wasn't it Patton that had a picture of Lee and Stonewall Jackson on his wall? And
I believe so.
Said they were Jesus or something like that? He worshipped him?
Right. Oh, wow. Yeah, he walked the routes of the Georgias and the Carolinas. He had a book in hand, studying the ground exactly as Sherman had once did. When Patton later unleashed his own rapid, aggressive advances across Europe, observers noted the resemblance. Bold movement, relentless pressure, and the instinct for keeping the enemy off balance. As Patton himself put it through action rather than words, he was fighting what could only be described as a super Sherman style.
Super Sherman style.
Pow! He even ran like that.
A century later, Sherman was no longer just a Civil War general. He's fucking dead in the ground, yeah, obviously. He'd become a case study in how wars would be fought in the age of engines, armor, and motion. Like old Grant and Lincoln, Sherman believed the Confederacy could not be negotiated into submission. Its ability to wage war militarily, economically, and psychologically had to be broken outright. To Sherman, anything less meant the fighting would simply drag on or erupt again later. Right. That conviction shaped everything he did in the final years of the war. He believed the North had to fight a war of conquest. Not conquest for territory alone, but conquest of will. Oh. Civilian supplies, transportation networks, and economic infrastructure all supported Confederate armies, and Sherman made no distinction between them. Modern historian Mark Grimsley, he later described this approach as hard war, a term meant to distinguish it from both limited warfare and the far more industrialized total wars that we see now. Some historians have labeled Sherman's campaigns an early form of total war, though others strongly dispute that framing, because they always do. Brian Holden Reed argued the concept of total war fits the Civil Wars, fits the World Wars far better than the Civil War. Okay. And then applying it, because in the World War, they were literally going out and just destroying whole cities. Yeah. And then applying it to Sherman's risks, oversimplifying what was actually happening.
Damn right.
What wasn't disputed is the scale of destruction. Sherman's marches through Georgia and the Carolinas deliberately targeted railroads, warehouses, mills, crops, livestock. Civilian property suffered enormously. Looting was officially forbidden, but we already know what happened there.
Right.
Exact numbers are impossible to calculate, but civilian deaths appear to have been relatively few compared to the massive destruction. Sherman's stated goal wasn't slaughter, it was paralysis. Got to cut off everything that they can. They're not going to fucking survive this war.
Nope. That philosophy was made explicit after the fall of Atlanta, 1864. Sherman ordered the city evacuated. Atlanta's city council protested, warning of suffering for women, children, and the elderly. Sherman said, well, you know what? Sherman responded with a written letter that became one of the most famous documents of the whole entire war. He laid bare his thinking without apology. He said, you cannot qualify war in harsher terms than I will. War is cruelty, and you cannot refine it. And those who brought war into our country deserve all the curses and maledictions a people can pour out. I know I had no hand in making this war. I know I will make more sacrifice today than any of you to secure peace. But you cannot have peace in a division of our country. If the United States submits to a division now, it will not stop, but will go on until we reap the fate of Mexico, which is eternal war.
Well, I got news for you, Sherman.
I want peace and believe it can only be reached through union and war. And I will ever conduct war with a view to perfect and early success. And I will ever conduct a war with a view to perfect and early success. For Sherman, cruelty...
You got to pronounce words right.
Right. For Sherman, cruelty was not the point. Finality was. One of the most visible tactics was the systematic destruction of railroads. Union soldiers tore up tracks, heated the rails over fires, and twisted them
Sherman's neckties.
Right, and twisted them to useless shapes that became known as Sherman's neckties. Repairs were nearly impossible for the old Rebs, short on iron, tools, and heavy machinery. It was a simple act with enormous strategic impact. Right, they've been destroying railroads the whole fucking war. Not that bad, though, huh?
Well, the damage inflicted by Sherman's army was uneven. It was noticeably harsher in South Carolina than in Georgia or North Carolina. We know why. Many Union soldiers viewed South Carolina as the birthplace of secession. It's the place where the war began, and resentment followed them into the state.
Sure did.
That bitterness fueled one of the war's most enduring controversies, which was the burning of Columbia. Some pro-Confederate sources later claimed that Union troops deliberately burned the city. Others cited statements attributed to Oliver Otis Howard, suggesting Union responsibility. Well, they burnt it, right? Sherman denied this outright, though. He stated that if he had chosen to burn Columbia, he would have done so openly and without hesitation. Instead, he blamed Confederate Lieutenant General Wade Hampton and accused him of ordering cotton burned in the streets during the evacuation. In his memoirs, Sherman admitted he emphasized Hampton's responsibility deliberately, hoping to undermine Hampton's standing among South Carolinians as well.
Modern scholarship has largely rejected simple explanations. Historian James McPherson, he concluded that responsibility was shared.
Hey, James McPherson? Wasn't that a general name?
Yeah. Confederate authorities, they left thousands of cotton bales in the streets, many already burned, large quantities of alcohol unsecured. Union soldiers contributed to the chaos, but many, including Sherman himself, worked through the night trying to extinguish all the fires. Columbia burned, but not by a single hand.
Clearly.
Elsewhere, Sherman showed restraint. After Lincoln's assassination, Sherman and subordinates such as John Logan, they took active steps to prevent acts of revenge in Raleigh. North Carolina is viewed as a reluctant Confederate state. It was spared. It got spared the level of destruction inflicted farther south. Yeah, North Carolina, they had no choice.
Sherman and those who served him, with him, the logic of hard war was grim but consistent. Major Henry Hitchcock, an Alabama native on Sherman's staff, summed it up bluntly. Destroying the means of survival for thousands was terrible, he wrote. But if it shortened the war and broke the power of those fighting in it, then in the end it was mercy. Sherman never pretended his methods were humane either. He argued instead that they were honest. And in his mind, they were the fastest path to peace.
Honest and necessary.
Hey, man, isn't that like the same thing the United States argued when they killed 60 million people innocently, or whatever it was, 100,000 people innocently with bombs?
Right.
We'll drop these bombs on these guys, and then we'll save millions of lives.
Right.
But by the time the shooting stopped, Sherman had no illusions left about war. May of 1865, after the major Confederate armies had surrendered, he wrote privately with a candor that's cut straight through any lingering romance about victory.
Okay.
In a personal letter to somebody, he admitted, "I confess without shame, I am sick and tired of fighting. Its glory is all moonshine. Even success, the most brilliant, is over dead and mangled bodies. With the anguish and the lamentations of distant families appealing to me for sons, husbands, and fathers.
Right.
'Tis only those who have never heard a shot, never heard the shriek and groans of the wounded and lacerated. It's only those that cry aloud for more blood, more vengeance, more desolation."
Ooh.
It's true. It's always the ones that aren't doing the shit that want you to do it.
It was the voice of a man who had seen the war end not in triumph, but in exhaustion. June 1865, just 2 months after Lee's surrender, Sherman received his first major post-war command, initially called the Military Division of the Mississippi, and later renamed the Military Division of the Missouri. It encompassed a staggering expanse of territory stretching from the Mississippi River to the Rocky Mountains. It was the largest command in the United States Army. His mission, you ask? Well, it shifted from defeating armies to managing peace on the restless frontier. His responsibilities? Well, it focused on protecting the main overland, the routes of western expansion, including the Oregon Trail, the Bozeman Trail, the Santa Fe Trail. Wagon trains, settlers, mail routes, supply lines, they all demand military protection, often simultaneously, and often urgently. The problem? Well, the scale.
It's too big.
Sherman had limited troops to cover an enormous region, and requests for military escorts and garrisons poured in faster than he could even possibly satisfy them. The work was administrative, it was political, and it was deeply frustrating. After commanding hundreds of thousands of men in war, Sherman found himself buried in petitions, complaints, and impossible expectations. He said, "Fuck this shit, and this is wearing me down."
But still, his stature had only continued to grow. July 25th, 1866, the Congress, they created a new rank, which was General of the Army. That was specifically for old U.S. Grant. At the same time, Sherman was promoted to Grant's former rank of Lieutenant General, formally placing him just one step below his closest friend and partner in war. For Sherman, the promotions were acknowledgments, not reward.
Right.
The war had been won, but at a cost he never stopped counting. And as he turned himself from battlefield to frontier, his writings made one thing unmistakably clear. No one who truly understood war ever wished for another one. For the first several years after the war, his Western Command didn't immediately erupt into full-scale conflict. During the initial 3 years of his tenure as divisional commander, he allowed negotiations between the United States government and Native Americans to proceed, while he quietly strengthened his scattered forces and waited for the completion of the Union Pacific and Kansas Pacific railroads. Those rail lines, he believed, would determine the future of the frontier far more than any single battle.
Right.
During this period, Sherman served as a member of the Indian Peace Commission. The commission oversaw negotiations that produced the Medicine Lodge Treaty and the Treaty of Fort Laramie. Sherman, however, played only a limited role in drafting those agreements. In both cases, he was summoned back to Washington before negotiations concluded. One of those summons had nothing to do with Indian affairs at all. What did it have to do with?
Right.
Well, he was called as witness in the impeachment trial of old Andrew Johnson.
Good, that piece of shit.
And he did indeed testify April 11th and 13th, 1868.
Wow. Good for him. I'm glad he did. Sherman did, however, take a more direct role in other negotiations. He successfully helped arrange the removal of the Navajo from the disastrous Bosque Redondo Reservation and the return to their traditional lands. And where are those lands, you ask? Western New Mexico. It was one of the few Indian policy outcomes Sherman regarded as an unqualified success. But, as usual, peace did not last. When the Medicine Lodge agreements collapsed in 1868, Sherman authorized his subordinate, Philip Sheridan, to launch the winter campaign of 1868 to 69. Sheridan applied the same hard war tactics he and Sherman had refined during the Civil War. He culminated in the Battle of the Washita River. Sherman improved the methods and the logic behind them.
Of course he would.
1871, Sherman personally ordered that the leaders of the Warren Wagon Trail raid be tried for murder in Jacksboro. The attack had been carried out by Kiowa and Comanche warriors.
Oh.
Sherman himself had narrowly escaped. The resultant civilian trial of Chiefs Santana and Big Tree marked the first time ever that Native American leaders were tried for murder in the United States civilian court. No shit. Throughout his Western command, Sherman viewed railroad expansion as a central strategic issue of the frontier. Yeah. He called it the most important element now in progress to facilitate the military interest of our frontier. Which is true, right? I mean,
yeah, you gotta have a way to get there. And if you need a bunch of shit transported.
Right. Protecting rail construction and operation became one of his highest priorities. He regarded native resistance primarily through that lens.
His language on Indian affairs could be brutal. I mean, after the Fetterman Massacre of 1866, in which 81 soldiers were killed, he telegraphed Grant and said that we must act with vindictive earnestness against the Sioux, even to their extermination. Men, women, and children.
Damn, so just get rid of these sons of bitches. They're like wasps. They do nothing.
Yeah, and then when you get close to their nests, they just swarm you.
Right.
The following year, he wrote that we're not going to let a few thieving, ragged Indians check and stop the progress of the railroads. In an 1873 private letter, he stated flatly that during combat, soldiers could not pause to distinguish age or sex, adding that once resistance ended, survivors should be turned over to Indian agents. And basically, it doesn't matter what age they are or who they are, you kill them.
Yeah, wow.
He also believed that the destruction of the bison was inevitable and should be encouraged.
That was bullshit. That was bullshit.
He viewed the eradication of the herds as a way to break native resistance and force assimilation. He said, these guys aren't going to hunt for their own shit. They're going to buy processed foods from us one day. He expressed this belief openly, including before a joint session of the Texas legislature in 1875. While the Army itself did not conduct organized bison extermination under his command, Sherman actively encouraged private hunting.
Yeah.
When Congress passed legislation in 1874 to protect the bison from overhunting, Sherman helped persuade Grant to kill the bill with a pocket veto. He said, we'll stick this in our pocket for now.
Wow.
Jeez.
By the end of his Western service, Sherman had become as controversial in peace as he had in war. His actions helped open the frontier to railroad and settlement, but they also accelerated displacement and suffering of natives. Just as the Civil War, Sherman believed harsh measures shortened conflict. Whether they instead ensured that another chapter of violence would follow remains one of the most enduring debates of his legacy. Grant became president in 1969. Sherman moved into the final and most politically fraught chapter of his career. He was appointed commanding general of the United States Army, promoted to the rank of full general.
Full general.
Placing him at the very top of the military pecking order.
That's not true because the president's commander-in-chief. But
right. After the sudden death of John Rawlins, Sherman even served briefly as Secretary of War, a role that only reinforced how uneasy he was with civilian politics. It's like, fuck this shit.
Well, that unease quickly turned to frustration. His early years as commanding general were plagued by disputes with Rawlins and later with William Belknap. Sherman believed both men had stripped authority from the Army's senior officer and reduced the position of commanding general to little more than a ceremonial title.
Right, you can't do that.
He bristled at what he saw was interference from Washington and resented being boxed in by bureaucrats who had never commanded troops in their life.
Damn right.
Or the field.
Right.
Sherman also found himself at odds with Eastern reformers and humanitarians who condemned the Army's conduct during the Indian Wars.
Oh, fuck off. Go out there and fight them then.
They don't want to fight them.
Exactly.
In Sherman's view, many of these critics underestimated the realities of frontier conflict.
Right.
He suspected they had found a sympathetic ear in President Grant himself.
Oh, he's getting soft in his old age.
Tired of constant political infighting, Sherman moved his headquarters west to St. Louis. He said, get out of fucking Washington, dude.
I'm going to St. Louis.
And that was in 1874. He didn't return until 76 after the appointment of Alphonso Taft, who promised Sherman greater independence and authority. He's all right.
Wow, much of Sherman's time as commanding general was spent overseeing continued military operations in the West. His mandate was to make the plains and western states safe for settlement. This was a mission that carried the Army into three major conflicts: the Modoc War, the Great Sioux War of 1876, and the Nez Perce War. Sherman's policies toward native resistance remained hard-edged, but his record was not one-dimensional. Even as he sanctioned military campaigns, he spoke out forcefully against corrupt speculators and dishonest government agents who exploited native communities confined to reservations. Yeah. It's like, all right, we got him there. Treat him humanely, will ya? To Sherman, incompetence and corruption were as damaging as open warfare, which is true.
During the same period, he reorganized the Army's network of western forts, adapting them to a frontier that was shifting rapidly as railroads expanded and settlement followed. His focus was always structural and logistical. He believed the Army had to evolve with the country. It was policing, obviously. 1875, a decade after the war ended, he entered the public arena in a new way. He became one of the first major Union commanders to publish memoirs. The Memoirs of General William T. Sherman, it was called, by himself, released in 2 volumes by D. Appleton and Company. It traced his life beginning in 1846 at the outbreak of the Mexican War and concluded with the reflections on the military lessons of the Civil War.
Okay.
The book caused immediate controversy.
Oh, jeez.
Former allies and enemies alike objected to how Sherman portrayed events and personalities.
Hey, you don't like it? I'm going to tell you.
Grant, who's still president, obviously, was told by others that Sherman had treated him unfairly in his book. But after reading the memoirs himself, Grant disagreed completely.
He said, nah, you guys are idiots.
He said the book was true, honorable, credible to Sherman, and just to his companions, himself included.
Damn right.
He said it was exactly the book Grant expected Sherman to write. I mean, well, that's him.
Fuck yeah.
Literary critics took notice as well. Edmund Wilson later wrote that Sherman possessed a trained gift for self-expression.
Aw.
Quoting Mark Twain, Wilson described Sherman as a master of narrative.
Fuck yeah.
Sherman, Wilson observed, never struck poses or pretended to feel emotions he did not.
All right.
I did not.
All right.
Readers experienced the campaigns as if they were marching alongside with him.
Fuck yeah.
Hearing not only what he did, but what he thought and felt along the way.
Oh, that's fantastic. Everybody loves a good story.
Look at that.
Wow, even as a senior officer, Sherman
Wasn't trying to prop shit up and
right.
overblow shit like all these other fucks that did memoirs.
Yeah, even as a senior officer, Sherman continued shaping the Army's identity. Because in 1872, he introduced the shoulder strap insignia that symbolized his rank as General of the Army. 4 years later, and during the disputed election of 1876, violence erupted in Charleston as Southern Democrats supporting Wade Hampton sought to intimidate black voters. Republican Governor Daniel Henry Chamberlain, he appealed for federal help. Grant responded by ordering Sherman to gather available Atlantic region troops and deploy them to South Carolina. He said, I want you to restore order, Bubba. It was one of the last times Sherman would be called upon to intervene directly in a domestic crisis. Sherman's public speeches during this period cemented one of the most endearing phases associated with his name.
Or phrases, yeah.
June of 1879, he delivered a calm, uplifting address to graduates of the Michigan Military Academy, carefully avoiding graphic language. Just 1 year later, on the 12th of August, 1880, he spoke before a crowd of more than 10,000 in Columbus, Ohio. He dropped the restraint.
He said, I'm swearing everything here.
He warned young men who saw war as a glory that it was, in truth, hell. Don't you think by any chance that this is going to be good. It's pure hell.
Not an actual quote, but yeah.
A reporter soon shortened the quote, and by 1881, the phrase, war is hell, had entered the American lexicon permanently. And we still see that today. 1880, Sherman organized and accompanied President Ruther B. Hayes.
With the Ford in there somewhere.
Sherman organized and accompanied President Hayes on the first presidential tour of the West Coast. Another milestone in a nation still binding itself together after the Civil War. One of Sherman's most lasting institutional contributions. followed shortly after, because in 1881 he established a command school at Fort Leavenworth, the forerunner of today's Command and General Staff College. Oh. It was designed to professionalize the officer corps and ensure future wars would be led by trained thinkers rather than improvisers.
Yeah, that's where you get people who go to like the military academy or whatever. They become officers immediately.
Right.
Well, Sherman stepped down as commanding general November 1st, 1883. February 8th, the next year, his 64th birthday, he officially retired from the Army under mandatory retirement rules.
Aw.
That'd be 64. He left behind a force profoundly shaped by his ideas, his discipline, and his refusal to romanticize war.
Yeah, fuck that. A lot of people like to.
By the end of his life, Sherman had become something rare. A victorious general who despised war, a destroyer who believed destruction could save lives in the long run, and a blunt, uncompromising figure who nonetheless shaped the modern American military more deeply than most men who ever wore its uniform. After retiring, he spent most of the remainder of his life in New York City.
Oh, New York City.
The pace was slower, but he was anything but idle. He threw himself into the theater, developed a love for amateur painting, and became a familiar and much sought after presence at dinners and banquets. He enjoyed the spotlight on his own terms, often entertaining crowds with sharp stories and a fond habit of quoting William Shakespeare.
Good for him.
Despite being removed from command, Sherman never drifted far from the world he'd helped build or shape.
All right.
He stayed in close contact with fellow veterans and took an active role in a variety of social and charitable organizations.
Good for him.
The war was over, but the bonds it created remained central to his life.
That's right.
I mean, obviously.
Right. Politics. Well,
However,
it was something he wanted no part of. As the presidential election of 1884 approached, Sherman's name resurfaced as a potential Republican candidate. The suggestion did not flatter him. It made him pissed.
he's like, fuck you.
Sherman shut it down with unmistakable finality. He declared, "I will not accept if nominated, and I will not serve if elected." Damn. Everybody's like, "What's up with him?" The statement was so the statement was so absolute that it entered political vocabulary. Ever since then, an ironclad refusal to run for office has been known as the Shermanesque statement. 1886, after the publication of Grant's memoirs, Sherman returned once more to his life story.
He's like, damn it, I got to revise some things.
Right. He issued a second edition of his memoirs, revised and corrected. And this time it was published by Appleton again.
Right. This time again, yes.
This expanded version added a new preface, a chapter covering his life up to 1846.
He's like, wait a minute, Grant did his childhood?
Right. And then another part dealing with the post-war years through his retirement in 1884, along with appendices, portraits, improvised maps that were improved, and a proper index.
All right. You gotta actually see what you're doing here.
Hey, where's the index?
What he did not do was rewrite his original narrative, though. He refused to substantially revise the text.
I wouldn't.
Explaining he didn't see himself as a historian. No need to do that. Somebody else can do that shit. And they will, trust me. Instead, he was a witness testifying. Instead, he said he was a witness testifying before the great tribunal of history. If others disagreed with his account, he insisted they were free to publish their own versions. Sherman believed memory was personal, responsibility unavoidable, and history big enough to hold competing truths.
All right, that's very true.
Still, in a limited concession, he did include the perspectives of some critics and contemporaries in the appendices.
I mean, you got to.
It was a fitting final note. Even in retirement, Sherman remained stubbornly himself. Opinionated, candid, unwilling to soften his edges, and he was uninterested in pleasing anyone at the cost of honesty. He had spent a lifetime shaping events rather than chasing approval. In the end, it didn't really matter.
Nope.
He left a final judgment where he believed it belonged, with history itself.
William Tecumseh Sherman died of pneumonia, New York City, 1:50 p.m., Valentine's Day, 1891, 6 days after his 71st birthday. News of his death traveled quickly. President Harrison, who had once served under Sherman, ordered all national flags lowered half-staff and sent a personal telegram to the family. In a formal message to Congress, Harrison offered a tribute that captured the balance of Sherman himself, always insisted upon. He wrote that Sherman was an ideal soldier who fully shared the spirit of the Army, yet cherished the civil institutions created by the Constitution, serving as a soldier only so that those institutions might endure in honor and usefulness. 19th February, just 5 short days after the passing, a funeral service was held at Sherman's home, followed by a military procession throughout the city. Among the pallbearers was one figure who drew particular notice. You guessed it, Joseph E. Johnston, the rebel commander who had opposed Sherman in Georgia and the Carolinas, walked beside that very coffin. It was a brutally cold day. A friend urged Johnston to put on his hat to protect himself, and Johnston said no. He replied that if Sherman were in his place and he himself lay in this very coffin, Sherman would not have worn his hat. Johnston, you all know what happens after that. He caught a severe cold and died of pneumonia a month later.
He sure did.
Wow.
Well, Sherman's body was then transported west to St. Louis, where a second funeral service was held at a Catholic church February 21st. His son, Thomas Ewing Sherman, he presided over the funeral masses in both New York and St. Louis.
Wow.
And among those in attendance was former President and fellow Civil War veteran Rutherford B. Hayes, who later remarked that Sherman had been the most interesting and original character in the world.
Oh.
Sherman was laid to rest in Calvary Cemetery.
Oh.
In death, as in life, Sherman drew together contradictions with that few figures could reconcile. He was feared and admired, blamed and credited, mourned by former enemies, and honored by the nation he helped preserve. He despised war, yet understood it more clearly than most who ever commanded armies.
That's usually how it goes.
And long after the last cannon fell silent, his words, his marches, and his hard conclusions continued to shape how Americans understood both war and peace.
Fuck yeah.
In the years immediately after the war, he occupied an unusual place in American memory. In the North, he was popular and widely admired, especially by the soldiers who had served under him. Many of those men credited him not just with victory, but with honesty. He never pretended the war had been glorious, and they trusted him for that. In the South, though, reaction is a little more complicated.
Yeah, I can see why.
Sherman was generally respected as a capable and serious military professional. His conservative politics made him more acceptable to many white Southerners than other Union leaders.
Wow.
Especially during the early years of Reconstruction. But that balance did not last.
Never does. Wow, that's because in the 1880s, Southern Lost Cause writers began reshaping Sherman into a villain.
The whole Lost Cause is the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
Stupid publications like Confederate Veteran, based in Nashville, devoted more attention to Sherman than to any other Union general. Part of that focus helped elevate the Western theater of the war, which Lost Cause narratives had often neglected, but the deeper purpose was morale. In this new telling, the destruction of the railroads, the destruction of the cops, the plantations, the cops, the destruction of the crops, the burning of the plantations that mattered less than what Sherman was said to represent. An attack on Southern honor itself? Well, that's what they say. Lost Cause writers increasingly portrayed Sherman not simply as destructive, but as deliberately insulting. His campaigns were framed as assaults on Southern dignity, and most pointedly, on unprotected white womanhood. Oh. In that mythology, Sherman became the opposite of the idealized Southern warrior, set deliberately against Robert E. Lee, who was recast as an embodiment of chivalry and restraint.
Okay.
The contrast was very simple, and it was effective. Even it ignored much of historical reality. Wow, you fucking bastards.
Right. In the early 20th century, Sherman's reputation took another turn, this time from abroad.
Oh no, fuck you, Britain. Nobody cares what you idiots had to say.
Influential British military writers such as Garnet Wolseley and J.F.C. Fuller, and especially B.H. Liddell Hart, they studied Sherman closely. They were less interested in Civil War memory than in what Sherman might say about the future of warfare.
Oh, okay.
According to American historian Wesley Moody, these writers often filtered Sherman's campaigns through their own theories of mechanized and modern war. And in doing so, they sometimes exaggerated the scale and intent of Sherman's destruction.
Of course.
Unintentionally, this helped reinforce Lost Cause portrayals of Sherman as morally reckless.
Uh-oh.
That line of thinking reached its peak in the late 20th century, because in 1973, John Walters published Merchant of Terror, portraying Sherman as the architect of a form of warfare that ignored ethical limits and human dignity.
Oh.
A decade later, James Reston Jr., he went even further, arguing that Sherman had planted the intellectual seeds for later programs of civilian deprivation, including American tactics in Vietnam. These interpretations painted Sherman as a forerunner of modern atrocity. Oh, don't fuck, shut up.
No, jeez. Some historians, well, they pushed back since then, and they pushed back hard. Scholars such as Brian Holden Reed, he argued that these readings flatten history and confuse intent with consequence. They note that Sherman operated within the legal and moral frameworks of his time, and that his campaigns, however harsh, were aimed at infrastructure and morale rather than civilian slaughter.
Right.
I mean, he could have easily just went and just murdered everybody.
Could have.
A literary critic, Edmund Wilson, he offered a different kind of critique. In Sherman's memoirs, Wilson saw a disturbing honesty, an account of warfare that fed on itself, growing harsher as it moved south. Wilson did not accuse Sherman of cruelty for its own sake, but he did not shy away from the moral discomfort the memoirs provoke. That discomfort continued into the modern era. Former Defense Secretary Robert McNamara, he returned repeatedly to Sherman's blunt assertion that war is cruelty and cannot be refined. He cited with both Wilson's Ghost and in the documentary The Fog of War. The statement, well, McNamara, he suggested, remained unresolved. A warning rather than a justification. Comparisons followed. South African historian Herman, Herman Guillaume compared Sherman's campaigns to British operations during the Second Boer War, another conflict that targeted civilian infrastructure. He argued that Sherman, harsh as he was, struck a better balance between severity and restraint than British commanders later would.
But he didn't really target even civilian infrastructure. He was targeting things that would keep the South militarily provided.
Right.
I mean,
exactly.
I mean, obviously, you got to burn crops. Can't feed the soldiers.
Mm-mm. Wow. Today, Sherman's defenders include a wide range of scholars.
And bang.
Lloyd Lewis, Victor Davis Hanson, John Marsalick, and Holden Reed all see Sherman a commander grappling honesty with the realities of modern war. They didn't celebrate destruction, no, but they used it deliberately to end conflict sooner rather than later. That's what Sherman's goal.
Right.
In the very end, Sherman's reputation has never settled into something simple. To some, he remains a destroyer. To others,
Sherman the Destroyer.
A reluctant modernist who understood earlier than most that war had changed forever.
Mm-hmm.
What remains clear to this very day is that few figures from the Civil War continue to provoke such argument.
And fewer yet still force Americans to confront the uncomfortable question Sherman himself never avoided. What does it actually take to end a war?
It takes...
Long after the armies marched home and the gun smoke cleared, the memory of Sherman took on a physical form in bronze and stone as well.
Okay.
In 1902, the gilded bronze Sherman Memorial by Augustus St. Gaudens rose at Grand Army Plaza near the entrance to Central Park.
Oh.
Sherman is shown astride his horse in Ontario, moving forward with unmistakable momentum, while a winged female figure of victory leads the way.
Fuck yeah.
It's not a quiet statue either. It advances. St. Gaudens later used his original bust of Sherman as the basis for the larger work, which that bust is now housed at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Smaller version of Victory also stands watch at Arlington National Cemetery. Washington obviously honored him as well. In 1903, the General William Tecumseh Sherman Monument by Carl Roll Smith was placed near President's Park. The equestrian statue is surrounded by 4 soldiers representing the infantry, artillery, cavalry, and engineers.
Okay.
The location was chosen deliberately. He was said to have stood on that ground in May of 1865 while reviewing returning Union troops, watching the war pass into history.
Dang.
Other tributes followed, some expected, some strange.
Oh.
Sherman's Circle bears his name. During World War II, we all know that the old British forces named the M4 Sherman tank in his honor,
Look at that.
linking his legacy to a new global conflict.
Yeah, right.
And in California, the massive sequoia, known as General Sherman, still stands, the largest single trunk tree on Earth. A fitting symbol for a man whose presence once reshaped a continent.
Even postage stamps carried his image. Only a handful of generals of the United States Army have ever been honored that way, and fewer still, more than once.
Look at that guy.
The first Sherman stamp issued by the United States Post Office, February 22nd, 1893, just over 2 years after his death. But monuments do not settle arguments. They never do. Sherman remains one of the most...
If anything, they make more arguments.
Right. Well, he's still today one of the most debated figures in American history. To some, he was a man who understood that war could only end when its causes were destroyed. To others, He was a ruthless figure who carried destruction too far. He was both admired and feared, praised and condemned, often for the very same actions. What cannot be denied is this. Sherman saw war without illusion. He stripped it of romance and said out aloud what many preferred to avoid. He said, war's cruel. He said that war demanded terrible choices. And he also said that ending a war quickly might be the only mercy left. His statues moved forward because he always did. Not toward glory, not toward applause, but toward the hard conclusion that peace, real peace, sometimes comes only after everything else has been exhausted. And that is why, more than a century later, William Tecumseh Sherman still stands at the center of the argument, just as he always did. Until he didn't.
Until he didn't. All right, there you guys have it.
Finally, now we get somebody else who wasn't a piece of shit.
Right. Well, in some people's eyes, but I guess some people would call him a piece of shit. But hey, man, you got to do what you got to do and more.
Right.
And he never sugarcoated it. So that's him. We're not going to bog you down. You know, guys, all the things. Survive. Y'all out there, survive. Make sure you're surviving out there.
Got to survive, boys.
Also, subscribe while you're surviving.
Yeah,
and comment, like, share, and all that other good stuff. We'll see you next week for a Confederate who will never live up to William Sherman. That's for sure. So we'll see you then on Battles of the American Civil War, Behind the Battles of the Revolution.
Bang. Live from the BDN Studios, it's Bang and Dang.
That's awesome.
If you don't like that, then
You ain't black.
Back with some more Behind the Battles of the American Civil War. After taking not a couple weeks off, but a couple weeks off of profiles, we're back on the profiles with
Styling and profiling.
the
The hero of the Union.
the second most important guy of the Civil War, I guess you would say, behind Abraham Lincoln himself, was old Ulysses S. Grant, a nobody,
The old drunkard himself.
a legitimate nobody
Yep.
until 1863.
I don't even think he did that well in West Point.
Well, no, he was a nobody, basically flat broke.
Right.
After, we'll get into it. He was a flat brokered, down on his luck, drunk.
Scottish, huh?
Got reprimanded a couple times at his days after West Point in the Mexican-American War and shit like that from being a little drunk.
Well, there was a couple of battles where he used to sit next to trees and eat biscuits and drink whiskey and fall asleep.
Well, that was Stonewall Jackson, but yeah.
Was it Stonewall?
Yes.
Either way.
They're one in the same.
They're one in the
We
same.
got Ulysses S. Grant. This one's going to be a two-part. I tried to make it a one-part, but there's just literally no way. So we're going to do, first part's going to be his early life, his first foray into the military, the Civil War stuff, and his run up to presidency. And then the next part's going to be his presidency and the end of his life. So, and they're both pretty long. So there's no way I was doing 4 parts on this guy.
We just have to do dos amigos.
Especially, it's only because he was president. That's why there's so much shit. Like the second part's just crazy about the stuff that happened during his presidency. Yeah,
he picked a bad time to be president.
Yeah, especially during Reconstruction and all that shit, and lots of new stuff coming into the United States. So we'll get to that next week. But first, he was of English and Ulster Scots ancestry.
Nice.
His immigrant ancestor, Matthew Grant, arrived with the Puritans from England in the 1630s.
Oh, fantastic.
Grant's paternal great-grandmother, Susanna Delano, French origin, was the granddaughter of Jonathan Delano, who lived... Oh, cares? He was the seventh child of Philippe de Lannoy. Philippe was descended from the illustrious House of Lannoy and was one of the Fortune's passengers who landed at Plymouth in November 1621.
Fantastic.
Joining the first settlers of the Mayflower.
Nice.
Oh, wow. The offspring of the paternal uncle of Susanna, Thomas Delano, born in 1704, gave a few decades later another president of the United States, Franklin D. Roosevelt.
Look at that shit.
Wow.
Wow. Nice lineage there. Ulysses S. Grant.
I had no idea.
Fantastic.
His mother descended from Presbyterian immigrants from County Tyrone, Ireland, where the ancestral family home still stands in Ballygawley. They moved to Bucks County, Pennsylvania.
Look at that shit.
Oh, Pennsylvania.
Haram Ulysses Grant was born in Point Pleasant, Ohio.
Yeah, that's another thing. His middle name's Ulysses. There's no S.
Yeah, that's weird. I always thought that was weird.
Well, we'll get to how he got that.
Hiram Ulysses Grant was born in Point Pleasant, Ohio on the 27th of April, 1822. Point Pleasant, located in the southwestern corner of Ohio near Cincinnati, pretty much Kentucky. His father, Jesse Root Grant, he lived from 1794 to 1873. Oh, good for him. He was a self-reliant tanner and businessman. Oh, he tanned hides, huh? His mother, Hannah Grant, was born 1798, 1883. Good for her. Look at these long-living Grants.
He died not too long after. Yeah, about 10 years.
Grant was Jesse's and Hannah's first child. Both Jesse and Hannah, they were natives of Pennsylvania. Fall 1823. Family moved to the village of Georgetown in Brown County, Ohio, where they had 5 more kids. At the young age of 5, old Ulysses began his formal education, starting at a subscription school. And he later was enrolled into 2 private schools.
Private schools. In the winter of 1836-37, Grant was a student at Maysville Seminary. And in the autumn of 38, he attended John Rankin's Academy.
Nice.
Raised in a Methodist family devoid of religious pretentiousness, Grant prayed privately and was not an official member of the church.
That's how you should do it.
Unlike his younger siblings, Grant was never disciplined, baptized, or forced to attend church by his parents.
Wow. First child, right? Firstborn.
One of his biographers suggests Grant inherited a degree of introversion from his reserved, even uncommonly detached mother. She did not visit the White House during her son's presidency at all.
Okay.
At home, Grant assumed the duties which were expected of him as a young man, and they primarily included maintenance of the firewood supply.
Makes sense.
He thereby developed a noteworthy ability to work with and control horses, which were in his charge.
Right.
And he used it to provide transportation as a vocation during his youth.
That makes sense.
Obviously.
All right. Take a look at his time at West Point. 1839 to 1843. He spent 4 solid years there. Age 17, help of his daddy, Grant, nominated for a position at the United States Military Academy. This is in West Point, New York. He was nominated by Congressman Thomas L. Hamer. Hamer mistakenly nominated him as Ulysses S. Grant of Ohio. Mm-hmm. Okay. At West Point, he adopted this very name, but only with the middle initial. Among his Army colleagues at the academy, his nickname became Sam, because the initials U.S. also stood for Uncle Sam.
Mm-hmm.
The S, according to Grant, did not stand for anything, though Hamer had used it to abbreviate his mother's maiden name.
Oh,
his mother's
Simpson.
maiden name. Oh, okay.
Well, the influence of Grant's family brought about the appointment to West Point, while Grant himself later recalled that a military life had no charms for me.
Okay.
Grant, he stood a mere 5'1", weighed 117 pounds when he entered West Point. Ooh. He later said he was lax in his studies, but he achieved excellent grades in mathematics and geology.
All right.
Although Grant had a quiet nature, he did establish a few intimate friends at West Point, which included Frederick Tracy Dent and Rufus Ingalls. Laura Ingalls?
All right.
He joined a fraternity group known as the 12 and 1 and was highly esteemed by his classmates.
Fantastic. Look at this guy. A little frat boy, huh? Well, he did not excel in school. Grant studied under romantic artist Robert Walter Weir, and he produced 9 surviving artworks. Oh,
Really?
okay. He also established a reputation as a fearless and expert horseman.
He did.
Studying an equestrian high jump record that stood for almost 25 years, he did. He graduated in 1843, ranking 21st in the class of 29.
Hey, man, not
very
everybody
good.
can be up there.
Grant, he later recalled that his departure from West Point was of the happiest times and that he had intended to resign his commission after serving the minimum term of obligated duty. He was like, yeah, screw this military bullshit.
Look good on the resume.
Right. Despite his excellent horsemanship, he was not assigned to the cavalry, as assignments were determined by class rank, not aptitude. Yeah, bud, you gotta be better. Grant was instead assigned as a regimental quartermaster, managing supplies and equipment in the 4th Infantry Regiment, with the rank of brevet 2nd lieutenant. That's not bad.
Well, Grant's first assignment after graduation took him to the Jefferson Barracks near St. Louis, Missouri. After recuperating from an illness that left him thin and weak, Grant reported there in September of 1843.
Damn.
It was the nation's largest military bastion in the West, commanded by Colonel Stephen Kearney. Oh.
All right.
Grant was happy with his new commander, but still looked forward to the end of his military service.
Yeah.
During this period, Grant had entertained the idea of becoming a mathematics teacher following his military service and spent much of his free time studying advanced algebra, geometry, and trigonometry.
Damn.
This dude loved to, he's a nerd.
Fantastic.
Grant, he then
That's
spent
probably
some of
why
his,
he was so good at countering Lee.
Yeah, because that took trigonometry, that's for sure.
Yeah. Geometry.
Sure.
Algebra. A equals B squared or some shit.
Grant, he spent some of his time in Missouri visiting the family of his West Point classmate Frederick Dent and getting to know Dent's sister Julia. The two, they became secretly engaged in 1844. Nobody knew it.
Rising tensions with Mexico saw Grant's unit shifted to Louisiana. Later that year, as part of the Army of Observation under Major General Zachary Taylor, future president. President James K. Polk, he said, Taylor, I want you to go south to force that Mexican government to bargain over disputed territory between the U.S. and Mexico, which is mostly Texas and North New Mexico and Arizona, parts of California, Nevada.
Well, considering, yes, this is everything that borders Mexico.
Well, that was Mexico.
Yes. The Gadsden Purchase.
Grant, he was in charge of securing hundreds of mules in preparation for the move south. He purchased the mules from Mexicans.
Oh, shit. He said, hey, Mexicans, we're going to purchase these from you to go take your land.
And had the mules branded, but the mules resisted being broken to wear a saddle in the pack. Major General Taylor took notice of Grant when Grant jumped into the water to help his men remove oyster beds so ships could advance from Aransas Bay to Corpus Christi, saying he wished he had more officers like Grant.
Oh, good for you. He just wanted to eat some oysters.
He just went in there.
He was hungry.
Right.
March 11th, 1846, Grant's 4th Infantry, part of the 3rd Brigade, left Corpus Christi, first traveling west and then veering south.
All right.
Having reached the Rio Grande, both the Mexican and American armies spied on each other.
Damn right they did.
On April 25th, the Mexican-American War broke out when Mexican troops fired on and killed 11 American troops, commanded by Captain Seth Thornton at Rancho de Carrecitos.
Oh.
Defending Fort Texas on the Rio Grande, Taylor's army advanced on Palo Alto and Resaca de la Palma. Uh-oh.
Here comes Grant's first ever battle experience. Battle of Palo Alto. This was against a substantial Mexican force that intended to flank and attack the American army. They wanted to end them.
Of course.
Put them out, boys. Grant, he said, I'm not going to panic, and he did it. He readied his 1822 musket when Taylor ordered 2 large artillery guns that fired on the Mexican army, who retreated at that time. The very next day, the American army followed the retreating Mexican army to Resaca de la Palma. Not content with his responsibilities as quartermaster, Ulysses said, you know what? I want to make my way to the front lines. I'm going to engage in battle, baby. And he did that, and he participated in the Battle of Resaca de la Palma. He led his company in a charge, capturing a Mexican officer and a few of his men as well. This is Ulysses S. Grant's first victory. Grant later realized the ground he gained and his captives had earlier been won in the battle.
Well, crossing the Rio Grande, the United States Army continued to advance into Mexico.
Oh, shit.
Thousands of American volunteers were incorporated into the U.S. military, serving alongside the regular army, including Thomas Hamer, who had nominated Grant to West Point.
Look at that shit.
Starting in September, Taylor and his army of invasion moved south and engaged the Mexican army at the Battle of Monterrey.
Damn.
During the battle, Grant demonstrated his equestrian ability, carrying a dispatch through Monterrey's sniper-lined streets on his horseback while mounted in one stirrup.
Oh, no
He
shit.
was like on the side. Like
Damn, look at this guy. Look at this guy. He's freaking...
he was like hanging off the side so maybe he wouldn't get shot.
President James Polk, who was wary of Taylor's growing popularity, divided his army. What a piece of shit. Sending some troops, including Grant's unit, to form a new army under Major General Winfield Scott. Scott's army landed at Veracruz and advanced toward Mexico City. Here we go.
Yeah, we went all the way down there.
Damn. The army met the Mexican forces at the battles of Molino del Rey and Chapultepec. This is outside Mexico City. At the latter battle, which is Chapultepec, Grant dragged a howitzer into a church steeple to bombard nearby Mexican troops. Damn, he dragged a howitzer by himself? Holy shit.
Into the steeple?
Damn. Scott's army was soon into the city, and the Mexicans agreed to peace not long after.
They're like, all right.
They're like, oh, wait, you guys actually are going to fight. Shit.
In his memoirs, Grant...
So basically, we could have took over Mexico City if we really wanted.
Mexico City, and we would have had way down there, but who would have wanted that? In his memoirs, Grant indicated he had learned extensively by closely observing the decisions and actions of his commanding officers, particularly admiring Taylor's methods, and in retrospect, he identified with Taylor's style.
Nice.
At the time, he felt that the war was a wrongful one because he believed that territorial gains were designed to spread slavery throughout the nation.
Oh, wow.
He wrote in 1883 that I was bitterly opposed to the measure, and to this day, I regard the war, which resulted, as one of the most unjust ever waged by a stronger nation against a weaker nation.
It's true.
He also opined that the later Civil War was inflicted on the nation as punishment for its aggression in Mexico. Like some kind of divine power that was like, hey, we're going to make you guys have a civil war because you wanted to take over Mexico. I don't think it works like that.
Yeah. August 22nd, 1848. 4-year engagement. Grant and Julia married. He and Julia would go on to have 4 children. Frederick Dent Grant, Ulysses S. Grant, they call him Book, Ellen Renshaw Grant, they call her Nellie, and Jesse Root Grant, the second. Whoa. Who's the first? His grandpa? The couple corresponded during his service in Mexico. In one letter, Julia shared with him a very pleasurable dream she had of him in a beard, which he was then sporting upon his return after the war.
He's like, yeah, this is going to see me in his beard.
Ooh. All right. She's like, yeah, I don't like it.
He's like, I'm going to plant my seed.
She's like, you remember John?
Right.
Yeah.
Although Grant received promotions during the Mexican-American War, the peacetime army offered little for a young officer's advancement.
Right.
Lieutenant Grant was assigned to several different posts over the ensuing 6 years. His first post-war assignments took him and Julia to Detroit and then Sackett's Harbor, New York.
Damn.
The location that made him the happiest. Spring of 1852, he traveled to Washington, D.C. in a failed attempt to prevail upon the Congress to rescind an order that he, in his capacity as quartermaster, reimbursed the military $1,000 in losses incurred on his watch, for which he bore no personal guilt.
Oh, look at them.
They're saying he owed $1,000.
Oh, I thought he went there to be like, hey, bud.
No.
Yeah, I cost you guys $1,000.
Jeez. Well, he was then sent to Fort Vancouver in the Oregon Territory.
Damn, they sent him all the way up there.
Initially landed in San Francisco during the height of the California gold rush. Go pan a couple rivers before you head up there.
Holy shit. Like, where can we send this motherfucker?
He's asking, he's doing too much now.
Julia could not accompany him as she was 8 months pregnant with their second child. She didn't want to go there anyway. Further, a lieutenant's salary would not even support a family on the frontier. The journey proved to be an ordeal due to transportation disruptions, an outbreak of cholera within the entourage while traveling overland through Panama. Grant made use of his organizational skills, arranging makeshift transportation. He had hospital facilities to take care of the sick, and also he arranged. There were 154th Infantry fatalities, including Grant's longtime friend, John Gore. After Grant arrived in San Francisco, he traveled to Fort Vancouver, continuing his service as quartermaster. The United States military was to keep the peace in the Pacific Northwest between settlers and Indians. Good luck. And this was in the aftermath of the Cayuse War.
On assignment out west and in an effort to supplement a military salary inadequate to support his family, Grant, he assumed his work as quartermaster, so equipped him, attempted but failed as several business ventures. He was like, nothing, I got to do some side work here.
Right.
The business failures in the West confirmed Jesse Grant's belief that his son had no head for business, creating frustration for both father and son.
Son of a bitch.
In at least one case, Grant had even naively allowed himself to be swindled by a partner.
Oh, man.
These failures, along with the separation from his family, made for quite an unhappy soldier, husband, and son.
That's when the alcohol came in.
Rumors began circulating that Grant, he was drinking in excess. Drinking on the job.
You ain't kidding.
Drinking to feel.
Summer of 1853, Grant promoted to captain, one of only 50 on active duty. Then he was assigned to command Company F, 4th Infantry at Fort Humboldt on Northwest California coast. At least he got to go back to Cali. Without explanation, he shortly thereafter resigned from the Army on July 31st, 1854. Wow. The commanding officer at Fort Humboldt, Brevet Lieutenant Colonel Robert Buchanan, a strict disciplinarian, had reports that Grant was intoxicated off duty, but while he was being seated at the pay officer's table. Oh, you can't do that, right? Buchanan had previously warned Grant several times, said, you need to stop drinking, boy. In lieu of the court-martial, Buchanan gave Grant an ultimatum to sign a drafted resignation letter. So you either quit drinking or you got to go, bud. Grant's like,
well, Grant said, all right, I resign. The War Department stated on his record, nothing stands against his good name.
oh, okay.
Rumors, however, persisted in the regular army of Grant's intemperance. According to biographer McFeely, historians overwhelmingly agree that his intemperance at the time was a fact, though there are no eyewitness reports proving this.
I'm sure there were times where he flipped out.
I'm sure he was drunk, passed out a time or two.
Yeah, what are you going to do?
Two of Grant's lieutenants corroborated this incident, and Buchanan confirmed it to another officer in a conversation during the Civil War.
All right.
Historian Jean Edward Smith, or Jean, he says the story rings true.
Ooh.
He also maintains Grant's resignation was too sudden to be a calculated decision.
Right.
Yeah, they kicked him out, man.
Yeah, it's over with. Historian William McFeely, he said that Grant left the Army simply because he was profoundly depressed, and that the evidence as to how much and how often Grant drank remains elusive.
Oh, just quit kind of I'm trying to cover up for him. Jeez.
Buchanan never mentioned it again until asked about it during the Civil War. The effects and the extent of Grant's drinking on his military and public career are debated by historians. I don't care what historians think or debate. Lyle Dorset said Grant was an alcoholic, but functioned amazingly well.
Functioning alcoholic, man. William Farina, he maintains Grant's devotion to family kept him from drinking to excess and sinking into debt.
Right.
Years later, after his resignation, Grant told John Eaton, "Vice of intemperance had not a little to do with my decision to resign." Mm-hmm. Grant's father, again believing his son's only potential for success was to be in the military, he tried to get the Secretary of War to rescind the resignation to no avail.
Damn, this dude's up there. Come on, man, my boy's better. Like, dude, even your boy says he's not.
He's not gonna survive at life if he's not in the military. Come on. Well, I have no faith in him. He'll never be president of the United States. Come on.
Right. At the very old age of 32.
That is.
Yeah, back then. 32 years old, no civilian vocation. Grant began to struggle through 7 financially lean years in poverty. He didn't know what to do with himself. His father, Jesse, initially offered Grant a position in the Galena, Illinois branch of Tannery's business. He's like, you can only come work with me, though, on a condition that Julie and the children, for economic reasons, stay with their parents in Missouri. He didn't like them. Or at Grant's in Kentucky.
Assuming his house in Kentucky.
Grant's house. So he didn't want them. He didn't want no kids or wife there, huh? So this is the
probably because
this is the bachelor pad.
Barely made any money.
Right. Ulysses and Julia were adamantly opposed to another separation, which, why would you? And they said, nah, we're good. 1854, Grant farmed on his brother-in-law's property near St. Louis, using slaves owned by Julia's father, but that farm did not succeed.
Yes, it's 2 years later, Grant and family moved to a section of his father-in-law's farm to give his family a home. They built a house he called Hard Scrabble.
Oh.
Julia hated the rustic house, which she described as an unattractive cabin. Shut up.
Jeez.
During this time, Grant also acquired a slave from Julia's father, who was a 35-year-old man named William Jones.
Okay.
Having met with no success farming, the Grants left the farm when their 4th and final child was born in 1858. Grant then freed his slave in 1859 instead of selling him, at a time when slaves commanded a high price and Grant needed money badly.
Oh, that's perfect.
He was also chastised. Yeah, see, didn't say it. He was also chastised by his wife's dad because instead of just letting his slave do the work, he would be out there like
Right, he would be doing
digging
it.
and shit with
Right.
him and side by side. And his dad's like, "What are you
Like,
doing?
what are you doing? That's what he's for."
Right.
No, man. He's here to help against his will. For the next year, the family took a small house in St. Louis. He worked again without success with Julia's cousin, Harry Boggs, as a bill collector. How can you not be a bill collector? I guess. If you don't have the money, you can't collect them.
Right.
1860, Jesse offered him the job in his tannery in Galena, Illinois, again, without any conditions this time. Which Ulysses is like, finally,
Yeah,
that's
right.
all I ever wanted,
Don't know why
Daddy.
you couldn't do that before.
The leather shop, Grant and Perkins. They sold harnesses, saddles, and of course, other leather goods. They also purchased hides from farmers in the prosperous Galena area. Ulysses moved his family to Galena before that year ended. And he was like, damn right, let's go make some money, honey.
Well, although unopposed to slavery at the time, Grant kept his political opinions private and never endorsed any candidate running for public office before the Civil War.
Ooh,
His father-in-law, he was a prominent Democrat in Missouri,
makes sense.
a factor that helped derail Grant's bid to become county engineer in 1859, while his own father, he was an outspoken Republican.
Ooh.
In the 1856 election, Grant cast his first presidential vote ever for Democratic candidate James Buchanan,
Oh, wow.
saying he was really voting against Fremont, the Republican candidate.
Yeah, nobody wanted Fremont. That was a bad guy.
1860, he favored the Democratic presidential candidate Stephen Douglas over Abraham Lincoln,
Oh, wow.
and Lincoln over alternate Democratic candidate John Breckinridge,
Really?
of course.
15th of April, after the Confederate attack on Fort Sumter in Charleston, South Carolina, President Abe Lincoln called for 75,000 volunteers to put down secession.
This is for a lot of you that listened to our series for a while, especially with obviously these generals and stuff. You're going to hear a lot of the same stuff about what happened during the battles. But
you might have forgot.
some people might not have heard any of our stuff or just listen for Grant. So you gotta go with it.
Right. The town of Galena was very enthusiastic in support of the war and recognized in Grant the one local with broad military experience. They're like, this is you, bud. It's your chance.
You have to represent us.
Grant helped recruit a company of volunteers in Galena and accompanied it to Springfield, which was the state capital, where untrained units were assembling in great confusion. They're like, what the hell is going on? We're like, I don't know, man. Sponsored by his influential congressman, Elihu
Akbar.
Elihu Washburn. Grant was named by the governor, Richard Yates, to train volunteers. He's like, there you go, bud. Here you go. How do you want to get paid?
He indeed
Whiskey.
proved efficient and energetic in the training camps, but desired a field command. Yates appointed him as a colonel in the Illinois militia and gave him command of the undisciplined and rebellious 21st Illinois Infantry, June 17th.
Damn.
He went to Mexico, Missouri, guarding the Hannibal and St. Joseph Railroad from Confederate attack. July 31st, 1861, Lincoln appointed him as Brigadier General in the United States Volunteers.
Oh, shit.
September 1st, he was selected by Western Department Commander Major John Fremont. Oh, he was like, I voted against you, bitch.
Right.
To command the District of Southeast Missouri. He soon established his headquarters at Cairo, Illinois, where the Ohio River joins the Mississippi.
Smart.
His command was soon reorganized and renamed the District of Cairo.
And then it begins. Look at that. Take a look at the battles of Belmont, Fort Henry, and Fort Donelson, which we did all these battles.
Obviously.
Grant's first Civil War battle occurred while he was in the command of the District of Cairo. The Confederate Army, stationed in Columbus under General Leonidas Polk, had violated Kentucky's military neutrality, which we've said multiple times. Grant took the initiative and seized Paducah, Kentucky on the 5th of September, 1861. He was ordered by commanding Union Major General John Fremont just to make demonstrations against the Confederates, rather than attack Polk directly. Grant obeyed the order until President Lincoln discharged Fremont from active duty on the 2nd of November, 1861. He's like,
He's
wait.
like, you can't tell me what to do no more.
He's like, Fremont's gone? Charge!
Going on the offensive, Grant took 3,000 Union troops by boat and attacked the Confederate Army commanded by General Gideon Pillow, positioned at Camp Johnson in Belmont, Missouri, November 7th, 1861. Having initially pushed back the Confederate forces from Camp Johnson, Grant's undisciplined volunteers wildly celebrated rather than continuing. Pillow, who was given reinforcements by Polk from Columbus, he then forced the Union troops to make a hasty retreat.
Ooh, here we go. Back in
Gotta get you boys disciplined, man.
Ooh, although the battle was considered inconclusive and futile, Grant and his troops gained the confidence needed to continue on the offensive.
Feel like we can do it.
More importantly, old Lincoln, he took notice of Grant's willingness to fight. Grant, he won.
He's like, somebody, finally.
Right. Grant, he then won approval from Major General Henry Halleck. Halleck said, go ahead and attack Confederate Fort Henry on the Tennessee River. Get that fort, baby. Embarking on Admiral Andrew Foote's naval flotilla, the expedition steamed south on the 3rd of February, 1862, with 2 divisions of 15,000 men. Oh.
During the winter, the river had risen and swamped some of the defenses of Fort Henry. Yeah. February 6, 1862, Admiral Foote's Union fleet consisted of ironclads and wooden ships bombarded Fort Henry as Grant's troops began the landing.
Damn.
Before Grant could attack, though, the fortress surrendered.
Damn right it did. Seen all that. Like, oh, shit.
2 Union naval officers entered the fort on a rowboat to accept the surrender. Although approximately 3,000 Confederates escaped east before, the fall of Fort Henry opened up the Union war effort in Tennessee and Alabama.
Yeah, this started...
And put old Grant's name on the map, baby.
This started the whole, we need all of Mississippi.
Yep. Well,
River-
yeah,
river
got to get the
that is.
Vicksburg and shit.
Man. After the fall of Fort Henry, Grant moved his army overland 12 miles east to capture another fort, which is Fort Donelson on the Cumberland River. Fantastic. Foote's naval fleet arrived on the 14th of February and immediately started a series of bombardments.
Started handing out Valentines.
Right. You shot me with your love.
You bombard me.
My heart is a fortress for your love.
That's funny.
Fort Donelson's water batteries effectively repulsed the naval fleet stealthily on February 15th, 1861. Confederate Brigadier General John Floyd ordered General Pillow to strike at Grant's Union forces encamped around the fort in order to establish an escape route through Nashville. He's like, we gotta get the hell out of here.
Yeah, Pillow's attack pushed McClernand's troops into a disorganized retreat eastward on the Nashville Road. However, the Confederate advance stalled. Grant was able to rally the Union troops to keep the Southerners from escaping. Confederate forces under General Simon Bolivar Buckner, they finally surrendered Fort Donelson February 16th. Grant's surrender demand to Buckner was popular throughout the Union as no terms except an unconditional and immediate surrender can be accepted.
Damn.
And that's why they called him Unconditional Surrender Grant.
Damn right.
President Abraham Lincoln promoted Grant to Major General of Volunteers right after this.
I bet he did.
Still not regular army, though.
The surrender of Fort Donelson was a tremendous victory for the old Bluecoats. 12,000 Confederate soldiers had been captured, in addition to the bountiful arms inventory of the fort.
Arms.
However, old Ulysses now experienced serious difficulties with his superior in St. Louis, who was Major General Henry Halleck, who loved him not too long ago. Some writers believe that Halleck was personally or professionally jealous of Grant.
You see the rise of his popularity with Lincoln. Lincoln's probably talking about this Grant guy in the east over there. I mean, the west. And he's like,
well, in any event, Halleck made various criticisms about Grant to Washington, even suggesting that Grant's performance was impaired by drinking. Oh, here we go. Slander, baby. Well,
with Washington's support, Halleck told Grant to remain at Fort Henry and give command of the next expedition up the Tennessee River to Charles Smith, who was newly nominated as Major General.
wow.
Grant asked 3 times to be relieved from duty under Halleck. However, Halleck soon restored Grant to field command, perhaps in part because Lincoln intervened to inquire into Halleck's dissatisfaction with Grant.
Right.
Grant soon rejoined his forces, eventually known as the Army of Tennessee. That happened at Savannah, Tennessee. After the fall of Donelson, Grant became popularly known for smoking cigars, as many as 18 to 20 a day, because people kept sending them, and he's like, I have no choice now. I'm addicted. Thanks, guys.
Shit.
That ended his life.
That's a lot of cigars.
Literally why he died.
You ain't kidding, man. Holy shit. Let's take a look at the Battle of Shiloh. March 1862. Major General Henry Halleck ordered Grant's army to Tennessee. He wanted him to move southward up the Tennessee River to attack Confederate railroads. Halleck then ordered Major General Don Carlos Buell's Army of the Ohio to concentrate with Grant before implementing a planned attack on Confederate troops concentrated in Corinth, Mississippi. Buell, whose veteran army was only 90 miles east of Columbia, was hesitant in sending reinforcements, claiming swollen rivers were hindering progress, which is probably true. Union commanders Grant and then Brigadier General William T. Sherman, the informal commander of Pittsburgh Landing, they mistakenly assumed Confederate troops would not attack the Union Army, so there was no entrenchments. Oh. Why would you think that?
Well, mistakenly. April 6, 1862, the Confederates launched a preemptive full-force attack on Grant's troops in Shiloh.
Yeah, they did.
The objective was to destroy Grant's forces before being reinforced by Buell's army. Over 44,000 Confederate Army of Mississippi troops, led by Albert Sidney Johnston and P.G.T. Beauregard, they vigorously attacked 5 divisions of Grant's army, camped 9 miles north from Savannah, Tennessee, at Pittsburgh Landing.
Uh-oh.
Union Colonel Everett Peabody, upon his infantry discovering the oncoming Confederate assault, they were able to adequately warn the Union Army to form battle lines. Nonetheless, the Confederates, they were initially able to drive back the Union Army.
Ooh-wee. The Union soldiers left, however, under Brigadier Generals Benjamin Prentiss, W.H.L. Wallace, and James M. Tuttle. They bravely withstood determined Confederate assaults in a road pocket known as the Hornet's Nest.
Yeah, the old Hornet's Nest.
They did that for 7 hours before being forced to yield ground towards the Tennessee River. They tried. This gave the Bluecoats much needed time to be able to stabilize their line formations and gather reinforcements. Prentiss himself was taken prisoner and forced to surrender his division to the old rebels.
I mean, you got to lose some casualties every once in a while.
And then you had W.H.L. Wallace mortally wounded. Grant, nursing a previous horse fall injury, drunk bastard, arrived from Savannah.
Drunk while horsebacking.
Arrived from Savannah, where both he and Sherman rallied the troops and staved off defeat.
Oh, Sherman, his buddy till the end. Mm-hmm. Although Grant's forces were battered, the Army of the Tennessee held strong compact positions with 50 artillery guns, while 2 federal gunboats fired at the Confederates.
Damn.
After receiving reinforcements from Buell and his own army, Grant had a total of 45,000 troops and launched a counteroffensive April 7th.
Damn.
Confederate General Johnston, he was killed in this battle on the first day of fighting.
Damn.
And the Confederate Army, now under Beauregard, was outnumbered, and they had to go back to Corinth, Mississippi.
Yep, Shiloh.
Said, we lost this one, boys. This is like the first real one. They were like, this shit's real, dude.
Right. 23,746 casualties at Shiloh shocked both the Union and the Confederacy, whose combined totals exceeded casualties from all the United States' previous wars.
Crazy.
The Battle of Shiloh led to much criticism of Grant for leaving his army unprepared defensively. He was also falsely accused of being drunk. According to one account, Lincoln rejected suggestions to dismiss Grant, saying this, I can't spare this man. He fights. After Shiloh, General Halleck took the field personally and gathered a 120,000-man army at Pittsburgh Landing, including Grant's Army of Tennessee, Buell's Army of Ohio, and also added John Pope's Army of the Mississippi. Look at this guy.
He assigned Grant the role of second in command, with others in direct command of his divisions. Grant was upset over the situation and might have left his command, but his friend and fellow officer, William Sherman, he persuaded him to stay in Halleck's army.
Ooh.
He said, you'll move up. Just wait.
Right.
After capturing Corinth, Mississippi, the 120,000-man army was disbanded. Halleck, he was promoted to general-in-chief of the Union Army, then transferred east to Washington, D.C. Grant, he then resumed immediate control of the Army of Tennessee, and a year later, he goes and captures the Confederate stronghold of Vicksburg.
Sure in hell did.
Further cements his old legacy. July 2nd, 1862, Lincoln authorized African-American contrabands or fugitive slaves seeking refuge in the Union Army to be recruited. During the fall of 62, Grant made efforts to take care of wagon loads of black slave refugees in western Tennessee and northern Mississippi.
Oh.
November 13th, 1862, Grant placed Chaplain John Eaton of the 27th Ohio Infantry in charge of the refugees. Eaton organized camps and put the refugees to work to bring in the fall corn and cotton crops on deserted plantations. Okay. Eaton proved to be a judicious and fair leader of the refugees, protecting them from Confederate marauders.
Well,
These are my property now.
well, these refugees were not paid directly at this time, though. Money was allocated and spent on them reasonably for their benefit. Basically, they're saying
Food,
that
clothing.
they weren't smart enough to handle their own money, their own finances.
Food, clothing, and
Housing.
Living.
Eventually, these African Americans were recruited into the Union Army, paid directly to cut wood to fuel the Union steamers. With the resultant income of the refugees were able to feed and clothe their families themselves. Look at that shit. This would be the beginnings of what would be known as the Freedmen's Bureau during Reconstruction. Similar efforts to incorporate African Americans into the Union War were made on the Atlantic coast. Okay.
Many Union political conservatives in Illinois, however, they were against and blocked the influx of African Americans into their state. January 1st.
So Illinois, huh? A Union state.
January 1st, 1863, President Lincoln did the Emancipation Proclamation, freed the slaves in the states and parts of states in rebellion. Thereafter, the Union recruited both former slaves and other blacks to fight against the Confederacy in new regiments of the Union Army known as the United States Colored Troops.
Did they have to be known that? That's the shitty part. That's why I always laugh and everybody like, it was about slavery. Okay, so why were the black troops in the Union Army called the colored troops then, you stupid fuckers? They should have just been Union troops. Moving on to the Battle of Vicksburg, which we did. You guys can go back, take a look at that. Resolved to take control of the Mississippi River from the Confederacy, old Lincoln and the Union Army and the Navy. They were determined to take the Confederate stronghold Vicksburg in 1862. And have to wait a year. Lincoln authorized Major General John McClernand, a war Democrat politician. He's like, hey, get some troops recruited. We're going to call them the 13th Corps and organize an expedition against Vicksburg. Can you do that? A personal rivalry developed between Grant and McClernand, though, on who will get credit for taking Vicksburg. Well, I don't think Grant would get credit, right? The Vicksburg campaign started in December of 1862, lasted 6 months before the Union Army finally took the fortress.
Sure did. The campaign combined many important naval operations, troop maneuvers, failed initiatives, and was divided into two stages. Prize of capturing Vicksburg would ensure either McClernand or Grant's success, and would divide the Confederacy into eastern and western parts. At the opening of the campaign, Grant attempted to capture Vicksburg overland from the northeast. Confederate Generals Nathan B. Forrest and Earl Van Dorn, they thwarted the Union Army advance by raiding Union supplies.
Okay.
A related direct assault riverine expedition then failed when Major General William T. Sherman was repulsed by Confederates at the Battle of Chickasaw Bayou.
Yep, Chickasaw Bayou. January 1863, McClernand and Sherman, they combined the 13th and the 13th and 15th Corps, the Army of the Mississippi, and they defeated the Confederates at Arkansas Post. Grant, he made 5 attempts to capture Vicksburg by water. All failed. With the Union impatient for a victory, March of 1863, the second stage to capture Vicksburg began, and Lincoln right on Grant's ass, like, hey, we need something here, bud. I need to get reelected. Grant, he marched his troops down the west side of the Mississippi River, crossed over at Bruinsburg. Admiral David D. Porter's Navy ships had previously made a run past Vicksburg's batteries on the 16th of April, enabling Union troops to be transported to the east side of the river. Look at that. Good for you guys.
The crossing succeeded due to Grant's elaborate series of demonstrations and diversions that masked his intended movements from the Confederates.
Oh.
After the crossing, Grant maneuvered his army inland, and after a series of battles, the state capital of Jackson, Mississippi was captured. Confederate General John Pemberton was defeated by Grant's forces at the battles of Champion Hill and Black River Bridge, then retreated to the Vicksburg fortress. After 2 unsuccessful and costly assaults on Vicksburg, Grant said, you know what? We're going to settle in for a siege.
He loves his sieges, and they usually work out. Pemberton, unable to combine forces with the army of Joseph Johnston, which was hovering in central Mississippi, he said, you know what? We're going to surrender this fort July 4th, 1863. He said, here you go, Grant. The capture of Vicksburg was a turning point for the Union war effort. The surrender of Vicksburg and the defeat of Confederate General Robert E. Lee at Gettysburg were stinging defeats for the old Confederacy, now split into two by the Union's domination of the Mississippi River. President Lincoln promoted Grant to the permanent rank of Major General in the regular army. Look at
Finally
that.
going to the regulars.
Vicksburg, it marked the second surrender of a Confederate army, which was the Buckner being the first to Grant the year before.
Grant's the only one taking guys, man. Well, during the siege, Grant dismissed McClernand for publishing to the press a congratulatory order that seemed to claim it was McClernand's corps that was winning the campaign. McClernand appealed the dismissal to his personal friend, President Lincoln, but to no avail. He said, nah. Grant had ended the rivalry on his own terms.
Nice.
The Union Army had captured considerable Confederate artillery, small arms, and ammo. Total casualties, killed or wounded, for the final operation against Vicksburg started March 29th, 1863, were 10,142 for the Union, 9,091 for the Confederacy.
Crazy. Although the victory at Vicksburg was a tremendous advance in the Union war effort, Grant's reputation did not escape criticism, as it always has and always will. During the initial campaign in December of 1862, Grant became very upset and angry over speculators and traders who inundated his department and violated rules about trading cotton in a militarized zone. You can't do that. As a result, Grant issued his notorious General Order Number 11 on December 17th, expelled all Jews who he believed were engaged in trade in his department, including their families as well. Damn. Wow. When protests erupted from the Jews and the non-Jews alike, President Lincoln rescinded the order on the 4th of January, 1863. However, the episode tarnished Grant's reputation, I bet.
Well, in addition to that, Grant was accused by Major General Charles Hamilton and William Counts for being a drunkard and gloriously drunk in February and March of 1863.
When there's only like one or two people saying it, but now you got a good handful or...
Yeah, but are they saying it
Right.
just because they know that he's got a reputation already?
True.
Well, Major General John McClernand was alleged to have promoted and secretly spread this rumor in the Union Army.
Fucking McClernand.
Both
They need a
McClernand,
duel.
right? Both McClernand and Hamilton were seeking promotion in the Army at the time of these allegations. Cincinnati commercial editor Murat Halstead, he railed that our whole army of the Mississippi is being wasted by a foolish, drunken, stupid Grant.
Oh, my gosh.
Lincoln sent Charles Dana to keep a watchful eye.
Okay.
To save Grant from dismissal, Assistant Adjutant General John Rawlins, who was Grant's friend, he got him to take a pledge to not touch alcohol.
Let's take a look at General Order Number 11. During the Vicksburg campaign, Grant received numerous reports from General Sherman and others that highly visible Jewish merchants were trading gold for cotton and were routinely violating trade regulations in Grant's war district. When his own daddy, Jesse Grant, arrived at his headquarters with two prominent Jewish merchants requesting special permits to trade in cotton, Grant became very angry and ordered his daddy and his partners to leave on the next train going north.
Get the hell out of here.
And Daddy, I don't want to see you back here with those Jewish boys.
I believe Jewish merchants had used his father and were also playing a large role in the widespread cotton speculation. He issued the General Order Number 11 from his headquarters in Holly Springs, Mississippi, December 17th.
Wow.
Because of the generalized wording of the order, allegations of anti-Semitism were soon levied at Grant. The order stated in part, the Jews as a class violating every regulation of trade established by the Treasury Department, and also the department orders, are hereby expelled from the department, comprising areas of Tennessee, Mississippi, and Kentucky.
New York Times denounced the order as humiliating and a revival of the spirit of the medieval ages. Its editorial column called for the utter reprobation of Grant's order. After protests from Jewish leaders, the order was rescinded by Lincoln, like we said, 3rd of January, 1863. Grant initially maintained that a staff officer issued it in his name. It was suggested by General James Wilson that Grant may have issued the order in order to strike indirectly at the lot of relatives who were always trying to use him. For example, his daddy, Jesse, who was in the business with the Jewish traders, and perhaps struck instead at what he maliciously saw as their counterpart, opportunistic traders who were Jewish. I think he was just sick of the dirty, greedy sons of bitches. And I'm not saying the Jews, but I'm saying people like that.
Yeah, I guess. Bertram Korn, he suggests the order was part of a consistent pattern.
Oh.
He says this was not the first discriminatory order Grant had signed. He was firmly convinced of the Jews' guilt and was eager to use any means of ridding himself of them.
All right.
During the campaign of 1868, Grant, he admitted the order was his, but maintained it would never have been issued if it had not been telegraphed the moment it was penned, and without reflection. Okay.
Oh, wow.
The order, ostensibly in response to illegal cotton smuggling done with, has been described by one modern historian as the most blatant official episode of anti-Semitism in the 19th century American history.
Take a look at Chattanooga. Major General William Rosecrans. He was defeated at Chickamauga, September 1863. The Rebs, led by Braxton Bragg, besieged the Union Army of the Cumberland and Chattanooga. In response, Lincoln put Grant in charge of the new military division of the Mississippi. He wanted to break the siege at Chattanooga, making Grant the commander of all Western armies. Look at that shit. Grant, who immediately relieved Rosecrans from duty, personally went to Chattanooga to take control of the situation. He took 20,000 troops commanded by Major General William Sherman from the Army of Tennessee. Major General Joseph Hooker, he was ordered to Chattanooga, taking 15,000 troops from the Army of Potomac. This dude was coming strong.
Rations, they were running severely low for Cumberland for the Army, and supply relief was necessary for a Union counteroffensive.
Right.
When Grant arrived at Chattanooga at the Union camp, he was informed of their plight and implemented a system known as the Cracker Line, which was devised by Major General George Thomas's chief engineer, William Baldy Smith.
Okay.
After Union Army seized Brown's Ferry, Hooker's troops and supplies were sent into the city, helping to feed the starving men and animals, and to prepare for an assault on the Confederate forces surrounding the city.
Right. 23rd of November, Grant launched his offensive on the Missionary Ridge, combining the forces of the Army Cumberland, Army of Tennessee, and the Army of Potomac all into one. Major General Thomas, he took a minor high ground known as Orchard Knob, while Major General Sherman took strategic positions for an attack on Bragg's right on Missionary Ridge. 24th of November, heavy fog. Hooker captured Lookout Mountain, positioned his troops to attack Bragg's left at the Rossville. 25th of November, Grant ordered Thomas's army to Cumberland. He said make a diversionary attack only to take the rifle pits on Missionary Ridge. Okay.
Well, however, after the soldiers took the rifle pits, they proceeded on their own initiative, without orders, to make a successful frontal assault straight up Missionary Ridge.
They did. You guys got to listen to that episode.
Bragg's army, routed and defeated, was in complete disarray from the frontal assault and forced to retreat to South Chickamauga Creek.
Right.
Although the valiant frontal assault was successful, Grant, he was initially upset because he did not give direct orders for the men to take Missionary Ridge. However, he's obviously going to be satisfied with the results. The victory at Missionary Ridge eliminated the last Confederate control of Mississippi, or Tennessee, and opened the door to an invasion of the Deep South.
Oh, the Deep South, baby.
Leading to Sherman's Atlanta campaign of 1864.
Look at that shit.
Casualties after the battle were 5,824 for the Union and 6,667 for Confederate armies. Okay. Get shit done.
Right. After the old rebel defeat at Chattanooga, President Lincoln promoted Grant to a special regular army rank, General-in-Chief, or Lieutenant General. That's authorized by the Congress on the 2nd of March, 1864. This rank had previously been awarded to two other times, to full rank to George Washington and a brevet rank to Winfield Scott. President Lincoln was reluctant to award the promotion until informed that Grant was not seeking to be a candidate in the presidential election of 1864. With the new rank, Grant moved his headquarters to the east and installed Major General Sherman as commander of the Western armies, which was probably one of his best decisions he made.
President Lincoln and Grant, they met together in Washington and devised total war plans that struck at the heart of the Confederacy, included military, railroad, and economic infrastructures. No longer refugees, African Americans were now incorporated into the Union Army as trained soldiers, taking away the Confederacy's labor force as well. Two primary objectives in the plans were to defeat Robert E. Lee's Army of Virginia and Joseph Johnston's Army of Tennessee. So we got to get these two big boys out. Who would have thought Lee's would come first?
They would attack the Confederacy from multiple directions. Army of Potomac, led by George Meade, would attack Lee's Army of Northern Virginia. Benjamin Butler would attack south of Richmond from the James River. Sherman would attack Johnston's army in Georgia, which he did. And George Crook and William W. Averill were to destroy railroad supply lines in West Virginia. Nathaniel Banks was to capture Mobile, Alabama. Franz Sigel was to guard the Baltimore-Ohio Railroad and advance it in the Shenandoah Valley. Grant, he would command all the Union Army forces while in the field with Meade and the Army of Potomac.
April 12th, 1864, Confederate forces under Major General Nathan B. Forrest, they captured Fort Pillow and slaughtered Union African-American troops rather than keep them as prisoners. Lieutenant General Grant, he retaliated by ordering Union prisoner exchanges canceled until Union black soldiers were treated equally with white soldiers.
Oh, wow.
The Confederate government, they declined to do so.
Let's take a look at the Overland Campaign. May 4th, 1864. Grant began a series of battles with Robert E. Lee in the Northern Virginia Army, known as the Overland Campaign. We did something on that, if you guys want to take a look at it. First battle between Lee and Grant took place after the Army of the Potomac crossed the Rapidan River into an area of secondary growth trees and shrubs known as the Wilderness. Battle of the Wilderness, we did that too. Lee was able to use the protective undergrowth to counter Grant's superior troop strength. Union Major General Winfield Hancock's Second Corps was able to inflict heavy casualties and drive back the old Confederates' General A.P. Hill's Corps 2 miles. However, Lee, he was able to drive back the Union advance with General James Longstreet's reserves. So it was like, come on, baby. Let's get these sons of bitch Longstreet.
The difficult, bloody, and costly battles lasted 2 days, May 5th and 6th, resulting in an advantage to neither side. Unlike Union generals who retreated after similar battles with Lee, Grant ignored any setbacks and continued to flank Lee's right, moving southward. The tremendous casualties for the Battle of the Wilderness were 17,666 for the Union, 11,125 for the Confederate armies.
Damn.
Good Lord.
Although the Wilderness Battle was costly for the old Bluecoats, Grant decided to move south, continue to fight with Lee. I mean, that's the only thing you can do. As the Army of the Potomac moved southward from the Wilderness, Grant, on the 8th of May, he was forced into yet an even more desperate 14-day battle at Spotsylvania. Anticipating Grant's right flank move, Lee, he was able to position his army at Spotsylvania Courthouse before Grant and his army could even arrive. You guys remember that battle?
Well, at least they got to one courthouse before.
Right. The battle started on the 10th of May. Although Lee's army was located in an exposed rough arc known as the Muleshoe, his army resisted multiple assaults from Grant's army for the first 6 days of battle. The fiercest fight in the battle took place on a point known as Bloody Angle.
Oh, Bloody Angle. Well, rifles refused to fire due to the troops' gunpowder getting wet from rainy weather, and they were forced into a bloody hand-to-hand struggle similar to battles fought in ancient times. Both Confederates and Union soldiers were slaughtered, and men were piled on top of each other in their attempt to control the point. By May 21st, the fighting had finally stopped. Grant, he got 18,000 men lost, 3,000 been killed in this battle. Many talented Confederate officers were killed in the battle, with Lee's army significantly damaged, having a total of 10 to 13,000 casualties. Popular Union Major General John Sedgwick of the 6th Corps was killed in the battle by a sharpshooter and replaced by Major General Horatio Wright. During the fight-in at Spotsylvania, Grant stated, "I will fight it on this line if it takes all summer."
This dude is just, he's locked in, baby.
He didn't care. He was willing to lose some damn troops, that's for sure.
Right. He was locked in and ready to roll. Finding he could not break Lee's line of defense at Spotsylvania, Grant turned southward and moved into the North Anna River, which was a dozen miles closer to Richmond. An attempt was made by Grant to get Lee to fight out in open by sending an individual Second Corps on the west bank of the Mattapony River. Rather than take the bait, Lee anticipated a second right flank movement by Grant and retreated to North Anna River himself in response to the Union 5th and 6th Corps withdrawing from Spotsylvania. During this time, many Confederate generals, including Lee, they were incapacitated due to illness or injury.
Well, Lee, he was sickened with dysentery. He was unable to take advantage of the opportunity to seize parts of the Army of the Potomac. After a series of inconclusive minor battles at North Anna, May 23rd and 24th, the Army of the Potomac withdrew 20 miles southeast to the important crossroads at Old Cold Harbor. From June 1st to the 3rd, Grant and Lee had fought each other at Cold Harbor with the heaviest Union casualties on the final day. Grant's ordered assault on June 3rd was disastrous and lopsided, with 6,000 Union casualties to Lee's only 1,500. Great.
And Lee kicked Grant's ass for a minute. After 12 days of fighting at Cold Harbor, casualties, 12,000 for Union, 2,500 for Confederacy.
Wow.
11th of June, 1864, Grant's army, they broke away completely from Robert E. Lee. And on the 12th of June, they secretly crossed the James River on a pontoon bridge, and they attacked the railroad junction at Petersburg. For a brief time, Lee had no idea where Grant and his army were.
100,000 men. Where'd they go? Among northern anti-war elements after the stalemate at Cold Harbor, Grant was castigated as the Butcher for having sustained high casualties without a decisive victory over Robert E. Lee.
Yeah, but he was weakening them down, man.
However, Grant was able to successfully eliminate Lee's offensive capacity after the Overland Campaign and pinned him in the trenches of Petersburg.
Sure did.
Grant himself, who regretted the assault on June 3rd at Cold Harbor as a bad mistake on his part, he was determined to keep casualties minimal thereafter. Grant's plan was to keep fighting, and Lincoln supported him, as did the Republican Party apparatus, speakers, and newspapers across the North.
Fantastic.
Got him now. Gotta just drive it home.
Without a Union military victory, Lincoln's presidential campaign of 1864 against former general and Democratic contender George McClellan might have been at risk. Major General Sherman was bogged down chasing Confederate General Joseph Johnston into a conclusive battle. Benjamin Butler, who was supposed to attack Confederate railroads south of Richmond, was trapped in the Bermuda Hundred. Sigel had failed to secure the Shenandoah Valley from the old Confederate invasion, and he was relieved from his duty.
The entire Union war effort seemed to be stalling, and the Union public was growing increasingly impatient. The Copperheads, an anti-war movement of the Northern Democrats, they advocated legal recognition of the Confederacy, immediate peace talks, and encouraged draft dodging and desertion.
Oh, wow.
Jeez. The Union war effort was at its weakest point in the summer of 1864, while leaving the Washington capital exposed to Confederate attack, of which it did get attacked. Well, basically.
Petersburg was a supply center for Northern Virginia, with 5 railroads meeting at one junction. Its capture meant the immediate downfall of Richmond. To protect Richmond and fight Grant at the battles of Wilderness, Spotsylvania, and Cold Harbor, Lee was forced to leave Petersburg with minimal troop protection. After crossing the James, the Army of the Potomac, without any resistance, marched towards Petersburg. After crossing the James, Grant rescued Butler from the Bermuda Hundred and sent the 18th Corps, led by Brigadier General William Baldy Smith. He said, "Go capture the weakly protected Petersburg, will ya?" Which was guarded by Confederate General P.G.T. Beauregard.
Grant then established his new headquarters at City Point for the rest of the war. Union forces quickly attacked and overtook Petersburg outlying trenches June 15th. However, Smith inexplicably stopped fighting and waited until the following day, June 16th, to attack the city.
Crazy.
Which allowed Beauregard to concentrate reinforcements into secondary field work. Second Union attack on Petersburg started June 16th, lasted until the 18th, when Lee's veterans finally arrived to keep the Union away from taking the important railroad junction. Unable to break the Petersburg defenses, guess what? Grant said, "Worked once, we'll do it again over here. We're going for a siege."
And he did that for almost
For
a year.
a long time.
Holy shit. Realizing that Washington was left unprotected due to Grant's siege of Petersburg, Lee detached a corps under the command of Lieutenant General Jubal Early, hoping it would force the Union Army to send forces to pursue him. If Early could capture Washington, the Civil War would not have ended, but the Confederates would have embarrassed the Union and deeply wounded Northern morale.
And Lincoln wouldn't have got reelected, that's for damn sure.
Right. I mean, you don't have a capital. Early, with 15,000 troops, marched north down the Shenandoah Valley, defeated Union Major General Lew Wallace at Monocacy.
Or Monocacy, yeah.
Yeah, defeated Major General Lewis Wallace at Monocacy. And following the Battle of Fort Stevens, he reached the outskirts of Washington, causing great alarm.
Sure did.
Close as he'll get, though.
At Lincoln's urging, Grant dispatched the veteran Union 6th Corps at the parts of the 19th Corps, led by Horatio Wright, to the capital. With the Union 22nd Corps manning Washington's fortifications, Early was unable to take the city. Confederate Army's mere presence close to the capital was still an embarrassment.
It was.
At Petersburg, Grant blew up a section of Lee's trenches with gunpowder planted inside a huge mine, the old crater. And the explosion dug a huge crater and opened a big gap in the Confederate line, and stupid guys just climbed in the crater and literally got shot like fish in a barrel. That was crazy.
Yeah, that was stupid.
Slow and chaotic, with troops milling around in the side of the crater. This allowed Lee to repulse the breakthrough.
Wow.
Yeah.
Despite the setback with the crater incident.
Yeah, we'll call it that.
Right. And a congressional investigation that followed, I bet there was, Grant was able to lock in Lee and the Army of Northern Virginia at Petersburg. Grant's Union siege at Petersburg allowed the Union war effort on other fronts to finally bear fruit, like Sherman. He's doing some damage.
We got this army. Stop doing nothing. You guys go do wreak havoc on the rest of the fucking.
And
shit.
Sherman's like, "Will do. Atlanta, here I come, baby," because he took Atlanta on 2nd September 1864 and began his famous March to the Sea in November. Victories at Atlanta and Mobile Bay. Lincoln was reelected president. The war effort continued. 19th of October, after 3 battles, Philip Sheridan, Army of Shenandoah, defeated Early's army.
Yeah, bye,
Bye-bye, Jubal.
Sheridan and Sherman, they followed Lincoln and Grant's strategy of total war by destroying the economic infrastructure of the Shenandoah Valley and a large swath of Georgia and the Carolinas. They did. December 16th, Major General George Thomas beat Confederate General John Hood at Nashville. Grant, he continued for months to stretch the Petersburg siege line westward to capture the vital railroad lines that supplied Richmond, stretching Lee's defensive works thin. We can stretch, you guys can't.
March 1865, Grant invited Lincoln to visit his headquarters at City Point. By coincidence, Sherman, then campaigning in North Carolina, just so happened to visit City Point at that same time.
Isn't that swell?
This allowed for the war's only 3-way meeting of Lincoln, Grant, and Sherman. Wow. which was memorialized in G.P.A. Healy's famous painting, The Peacemakers.
David Porter was there too, but I guess he's not important enough to do anything with.
Look at that shit. Grant continued to apply months of relentless military pressure at Petersburg on the Army of Virginia. Lee was forced to evacuate Richmond in April 1865.
Yep. After a 9-day retreat, during which Grant expertly maneuvered his armies to block off all paths of retreat, we know Lee surrendered his army at the Appomattox Courthouse April 9, 1865. Considered his greatest triumph, this was the third time a Confederate army surrendered to Grant. There, Grant offered generous terms that did much to ease tensions between the armies and preserve some semblance of Southern pride, which was needed to reunite the warring sides.
Right.
Within a few weeks, the American Civil War was over, though minor actions continued until Kirby Smith finally surrendered his forces in the Trans-Mississippi June 2nd, 1865. Yep. That's the war for Grant.
Yep. 3 surrenders? I think that's pretty damn good.
3 of the largest as well.
Hey. Grant was a very popular man in the United States after the Civil War. President Lincoln was assassinated in April of 1865. Grant became America's first 4-star general and would aid Congress, led by radicals, in their effort to reconstruct the South. He often disagreed with President Andrew Johnson's conservative approach during the Reconstruction era.
Yeah, it's probably the wrong guy to lead Reconstruction. So.
Yeah, Grant was looked on as a popular national leader who could mend the nation's wounds and bring in an era of peace.
This didn't sit well with old Johnny.
Nope.
Grant was able to oust the French from Mexico as the commanding general under Johnson, and also able to thwart the Fenian Brotherhood attempted to take over Canada. Irish Republicans, they tried to go out there and take over Canada, huh?
Oh, shit.
Well, Grant was also in charge of Indian campaigns on the western frontier. We'll get to this later, but when he was elected president, his terms were filled with federal corruption scandals and sectional violence over the constitutional citizenship rights of African Americans. Grant, as president, supported the efforts of Congress to protect the civil rights of African Americans, and was able for a few years to legally and militarily defeat the KKK.
Oh, wow. Grant, he was often viewed, as we said multiple times, as a drunkard, a butcher, who had won only because he waged a brutal war of attrition.
Hey, man, you gotta do what you gotta do sometimes.
Historian Edward Bonenkemper counters this view and says that Grant was the most successful general of the Civil War,
Clearly.
noting that in the West, Grant drove the Confederates out of the Mississippi Valley through a series of battles and campaigns, including Fort Donelson, Vicksburg, and Chattanooga. Grant was brought back east and put in command of the Union Army. He was able to defeat Lee.
Yes, we know.
Right.
He's pretty successful, yes.
According to Bonenkemper, Grant's armies were more destructive than Confederate armies. Grant's Union armies in the West and the East that battled Confederate armies inflicted more casualties. A total of 190,760 Confederate versus 153,643,000 for the Union. A difference of 37,000.
All right. Well, April 14th, 1865, Grant attended a cabinet meeting in Washington. Lincoln invited him and his wife Julia to Ford's Theater, but they declined.
Yeah, good for him.
Because they already planned to travel to the home in Burlington. Said, dude, I want to go home.
Or did he kill Lincoln?
In a conspiracy. Oh, shit. That also targeted top cabinet members in one last effort to topple the Union. Lincoln, assassinated by Wilkes Booth at the theater, and died the next morning.
Damn.
Many, including Grant himself, thought that Grant had been a target in the plot, and during the subsequent trial, the government tried to prove that Grant had been stalked by Booth's conspirator Michael O'Laughlin.
Oh, could they have done that?
Well, Edwin Stanton notified Grant of the president's death and summoned him to Washington. The Vice President Johnson sworn in as president April 15th. Grant, he was determined to work with Johnson, and he privately expressed every reason to hope in the new president's ability to run the government in its old channel. Not going to happen.
Let's take a look at his commanding generalship, 1865 to 1869. After the war, Grant spent 4 years as head of the United States Army in peacetime. After defeating Lee and the Confederacy, Grant was the most popular man in the whole country. May of 1865.
Had to piss old Johnson off.
Right. In May of 1865, Union League of Philadelphia purchased the Grants a house in that city, but Grant's work was in Washington.
Clearly.
He attempted to commute for a time and then return on the weekends. But he and Julia decided, we're just going to stay in Washington, boys. They were secured in a place in Georgetown Heights, while Grant instructed Elihu Washburn that politically his legal residence remained in Galena, Illinois. I get it.
Right.
I get it.
In the spring of 1865, Grant made an appearance at Cooper Union in New York. The New York Times described the reception for the war hero. He said, the enhanced and bewildered multitude trembled with extraordinary delight.
Ooh.
Further travels that summer, with repeated enthusiastic receptions, took the Grants to Albany and back to Galena and throughout Illinois to Ohio. July 25th, 1866, the Congress promoted Grant to the newly created rank of General of the Army of the United States.
Look at that. Grant was the most popular man in the country when Johnson.
Yep.
Yep, when Johnson was at the loggerheads with the Congress over Reconstruction, he took his case to the people with his infamous swing around the circle throughout the country, and he sought to capitalize on Grant's popularity by having Grant travel with him.
Might as well.
Grant, wishing to appear loyal, agreed to accompany Johnson. However, he confided in his wife that he thought Johnson's speeches were a national disgrace. Oh, wow. Grant continued his efforts to appear loyal while not alienating Republican legislators essential to his
He knew
future.
he was going to run for president, though. At the same time, Johnson also suspected Grant to be a political candidate in the 68 presidential election and decided to replace Secretary of War Stanton with Grant or Sherman. Grant discussed the matter with Sherman and initially convinced him to avoid the politically troubled president.
Right.
Johnson then sent Grant on a fact-finding tour of the South, after which he filed a report recommending continuation of the Freedmen's Bureau, but opposed use of black troops and garrisons, which were still needed in the South for protection of both races.
He also warned of threats by disaffected poor people, black and white, and recommended that local decision-making be entrusted only by thinking men.
Yeah, we don't want to hear what these poor people got to say.
By which he was thought to have men of property.
Right, people that had standing.
Right. In this respect, Grant's initial Reconstruction policy aligned with Johnson's policy of pardoning established Southern leaders and restoring them to their positions. Like, dude, we need them there because these stupid.
Some of these guys were actually good at what they did.
Right.
They just, were treasonous for a minute.
Right. these disaffected poor people.
Right. Come on.
He joined Johnson in arguing that Congress should allow congressional representatives from the South to be seated once again.
Might as well. All right. Well, let's take a look at his dealings with Mexico and Canada as general. He immediately had to contend with the Maximilian of Mexico and the French army, which had taken over Mexico under the authority of Napoleon III. Most Americans felt this to be a violation of the Monroe Doctrine. Johnson, he told Grant to put military pressure on the French to leave Mexico by sending 50 G's worth of troops to the Texas border under Sheridan. Grant told Sheridan to do whatever it took to get Maximilian to abdicate and the French army to get out. Sheridan, he sent Benito Juarez, who was the ousted leader of Mexico, 60,000 U.S. rifles in aid in an effort to defeat Maximilian.
Yeah.
Damn, he said the former president, the leader, said, you go lead your men and get your country back, buddy.
Like, we can easily come and take it, and you won't have nothing. We're giving you a chance to do it, bud. By 1866, the French army completely withdrew from Mexico. Maximilian was executed by Juarez in 1867 in a cabinet.
Maximilian wasn't even French. If I remember, this dude's freaking German.
Austrian.
Yeah, Austrian, yeah.
Pretty much. In a cabinet meeting, Johnson suggested that Grant be assigned to the Mexican frontier.
Good Lord, that's worse than sending Lincoln to Oregon.
Right. This was a way of removing him from the political mainstream.
Yeah, you think?
Grant immediately recognized the nature of his proposal. He's like, hell no.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Sorry,
buddy.
bud. I mean, I'm all for help and everything else, but I'm not going there. As a compromise, Grant sent Sherman,
He said, Sherman, my boy.
who is
Trust me.
now promoted to lieutenant general. He said, "Go on, Sherman, take my place, baby." After the war,
He said, I'll make it up to you when I get president.
right after the Civil War, thousands of Irish veterans joined the Fenian Brotherhood with the intention of invading and holding Canada in exchange for Irish independence.
Damn.
Oh wow!
June 1866, Johnson sent Grant to Buffalo to assess the situation. He ordered the Canada-U.S. border closed to prevent Fenian soldiers from crossing over at Fort Erie, and that more weapons be confiscated. June of 1866, the United States Army arrested 700 Fenian troops at Buffalo, and the Fenians gave up their attempt to invade Canada. Like, damn, they got 700 of us. We got to go.
That's it, guys. We tried. Grant, as commanding general, inherited the Indian Wars.
Yeah, it's about 80 other generals did, too.
These wars were happening hot around America, but especially in the plains, as the United States continued westward expansion. That's what they called it. After the Civil War ended in 1865, Grant turned his attention to the neglected American western frontier. One of these plains wars, known as the Red Cloud's War, started in July of 1866. It was led by Sioux Chief Red Cloud. To end hostilities, Grant offered forts on the Powder River to be abandoned, and for General William Sherman to make a peace treaty with the Sioux. As a result, Red Cloud signed the Fort Laramie Treaty in 1868, successfully negotiated by Sherman himself.
Yep. November 1865, Johnson sent Grant on a fact-finding mission to the South, like we said. And that's where he recommended the continuation of the Freedmen's Bureau and advised against the use of black troops and garrisons. Grant did not believe the people of the South were ready for self-rule, and that both whites and blacks in the South required protection by the federal government. Concerned 4 years of war led to a diminished respect for civil authorities. Grant concluded the Army should continue their presence to maintain order. Yeah.
Very kind of smart.
Can't leave them up to their own devices
Like
yet.
instantly, hey, war's over. Do what you guys can do. As well as Grant believing that former leaders should be put back into their offices, he also believed that former Confederates should be re-enlisted into the United States military.
Yeah, why not?
He personally intervened on behalf of Lee, who had been indicted for treason along with other Confederate generals, keeping Lee safe from prosecution, saving the nation from opening up old war wounds as well. In January of 1866, Grant authorized the removal of cases against Union officers to federal courts and Freedmen's Bureau.
Yeah, there's a lot of Union officers getting in trouble for some stuff.
Yeah.
In the elections of 1866, an intra-party fight arose in Maryland when the mayor of Baltimore, who was a radical, appointed radical police commissioners who would be responsible for managing voter registration. Maryland's governor, a partisan of Johnson, he requested that federal troops intervene, which Grant initially considered inappropriate. To provide some manner of response, Grant met as a civilian with the opposing party heads, and with the use of the Army as an implicit threat, he was able to facilitate a settlement. Said, we'll come in here, but not the way you like, so you better get this shit settled.
Grant's service as Union general caused him to join the Republican Party and forced him to consider African Americans as both humans and soldiers.
Damn it, I'm going to be forced to do
Son
this?
of a bitch. Johnson,
That's a stupid way of saying that. I mean,
Johnson, a robust Democrat, sided with white supremacists and openly held racist views, believing blacks were inferior and that the country and government were for white men. Yeah, Johnson was a piece of shit.
clearly.
Johnson favored a lenient approach to Reconstruction, calling for an immediate return of the former Confederate states into the Union without any guarantee of African American civil rights.
Does this guy not learn for the last 4 years? Holy moly. The radical Republican controlled Congress opposed the idea and refused to admit congressmen from the former Confederate state. Congress, over Johnson's vetoes, renewed the Freedmen's Bureau and passed the Civil Rights Act of 1866. Been a million of those.
Right.
With Johnson at war with Congress, Grant and Johnson, they found themselves in quiet conflict over Reconstruction reinforcement, while Grant, as a soldier, was determined to remain loyal to his commander-in-chief.
Right.
Needing Grant's popularity, Johnson took Grant on his swing around the circle tour, speaking out against congressional Reconstruction.
Enthusiastic cheering for Grant interrupting Johnson's speeches caused the relationship between Johnson and Grant to cool.
Yeah, he's like, why am I taking this guy here?
Right.
He's overshadowing
Oh, dude,
me.
I guarantee he wanted to kill him all the time.
Probably.
Grant believed that Johnson was purposely agitating conservative opinion to defy congressional Reconstruction, privately calling Johnson's speeches a national disgrace, like we said earlier. Concerned that Johnson's differences with Congress would cause a renewed insurrection, Grant ordered Southern arsenals to ship arms north to prevent their capture by Southern state governments.
Damn.
Holy shit. Having returned to Washington, Johnson attempted to send Grant on a mission to Mexico. As we said earlier, he said no, he sent Sherman instead.
March 2nd, 1867, overriding Johnson's veto, making unprecedented use of the power of the military, Congress passed the first of 3 Reconstruction Acts, which divided the southern states into 5 military districts. Transitional state governments in each district were to be led by military governors to ensure that African Americans' newly granted constitutional and congressional rights were protected. Grant, who was to select the general to govern each district, preferred the will of Congress through the enforcement of congressional Reconstruction, but at the outset opposed the use of military.
Right.
He said, we've already been in these guys' states and stuff militarily for the last 4 years, dude.
Nevertheless, Grant adapted, and by complying with the acts and instructing his subordinates to do likewise, he further alienated Johnson. For example, Grant authorized Sheridan to remove public officials in Louisiana who were against congressional Reconstruction. Sheridan's aggressive methods to register freedmen met with Johnson's disapproval, and the president sought his removal.
All right. Well, I'll try to get rid of Sheridan.
This guy's a piece of shit. Grant perceptibly stayed the middle course and recommended a rebuke, but not a dismissal.
Right. Well, protecting Grant, Congress passed the Command of the Army Act, which was attached to an Army appropriation bill, preventing his removal or relocation and forcing Johnson to pass orders through Grant, who was the general in chief.
Ooh.
Republicans gained majorities in all 11 states, and African Americans were elected to Congress and high state offices as well. Grant hoped that Reconstruction Acts would help pacify the South. The Army, they conducted new elections for constitutional conventions in the ex-Confederate states.
Look at that shit. They registered blacks to vote, and in many places they prevented white men who supported the Confederacy. As set out in the Disenfranchisement disenfranchisement clause of the 14th Amendment. Throughout the Reconstruction period, more than 1,500 African Americans were elected to political office, while Grant and the military protected their rights initially by overturning the Black Codes in 1867. Congressional Reconstruction finally ended with the Compromise of 1877 and the complete withdrawal of military troops from southern states.
You guys are on your own. See what you can do.
Yep.
Nothing. Let's take a look at Johnson's impeachment and how this is going to affect old Grant. Johnson and Grant's different civilian and military backgrounds would cause a collision course over policy. August 12, 1867, during a Senate recess, President Johnson suspended Secretary of War Edwin Stanton, who was a Lincoln appointee who sympathized with Congressional Reconstruction. Grant himself respected Stanton and sided with him on Reconstruction, while both shared a dismay for Johnson. To keep Grant under control as a potential political rival, Johnson asked him to take the post. Grant recommended against the move in light of the Tenure of Office Act, which required Senate approval for cabinet removals anyways.
Ooh, look at that shit. Look at Johnson.
And it would never happen.
Wow. Well, Johnson, he believed that the act did not apply to officers appointed by the previous president, and he forced the issue by making Grant an interim appointee on the same day.
Damn, dude.
This guy is, wow. Grant agreed to accept the post temporarily, and Stanton vacated the office until the Senate reconvened. 10th of January, 1868, the Senate Committee on Military Affairs voted to recommend reinstatement of Stanton. The following day, Grant consulted with his staff, and rereading the Tenure Office Act, he learned that if he kept the office, he would be subject to a $10,000 fine and 5 years in prison. Whoa.
Damn. Said you can't just take the office.
Wow.
Well, Grant hurried to the White House and told Johnson he was not going to break federal law. Johnson, he told Grant he would pay the fine and go to prison in Grant's place.
Oh, whatever.
But Grant found Johnson's answer preposterous. Stupid.
Right.
Monday, January 13th, the Senate voted to reinstate Stanton to office 35-6.
Wow.
The following morning, Grant locked up his War Department office and gave the key to Assistant Adjutant General Edward Townsend. 1 hour later, when Stanton arrived at the War Department office, Townsend gave Stanton the key, witnessed by welcoming onlookers.
Fantastic.
Grant was like, you make sure he gets this damn key, 'cause I ain't going to prison.
Son of a bitch. Johnson. This incurred Johnson's wrath even more. At a cabinet meeting immediately afterward, Johnson accused Grant of breaking his promise to remain Secretary of War. Grant disputed that he had ever made such a promise, although cabinet members later testified he had done so. Newspapers friendly to Johnson published a series of articles to discredit Grant over returning the War Department to Stanton, stating that Grant had been deceptive in the matter.
Fuck off. Well, the public insult infuriated Grant, and he defended himself in an angry letter to Johnson, after which the two men were confirmed foes.
So,
When Grant's statement became public, it increased his popularity among radical Republicans, and he emerged from the controversy unscathed. Although Grant favored Johnson's impeachment, he took no active role in the impeachment proceedings, which were refuted in part by Johnson's removal of Stanton. Johnson barely survived, and none of the other Republican leaders directly involved benefited politically in their unsuccessful attempt to remove the president.
ooh.
And this is where next episode we'll go to the 1868 election, because it's right around the corner after this. And Johnson not going to survive with that, because, yeah, we're going to start off next episode with the campaign. And obviously we'll get into Grant's presidency, his legacy, all that stuff, his later life, and he literally goes broke at the end of his life. I don't know. I don't understand how this happens, but we'll get to it and how it happened. So that'll be next week. That's Ulysses S. Grant, the greatest president who ever lived. So we'll get that. We'll get out of here because this is a long one already, and we'll see you next week for the presidency of old U.S. Grant. So we'll see you then. More battles of the American Civil War, behind the battles, where are the month of Michigan
Bang,
we live.
bang.
Live from the BDN Studios, it's Bang and Dang.
That's awesome.
If you don't like that, then
You ain't black.
All right, back for some more Ulysses S. Grant. Finishing up this guy's story. This guy probably has the most incidents and scandals in his presidency than any president in the entire history of America. You'll see, because this whole episode is about scandals and incidents in Grant's presidency.
This guy's rough.
It is absolutely crazy how much shit goes on.
I mean, it
with
is-
this guy's
it is
stuff.
Piecing the country back together.
Yeah, well, when we left off last episode, him and Johnson, they ain't getting along so well. So guess what? 68 elections coming up, and he's about to be nominated. And we know what happens at that 1868 presidential campaign. Grant's curt response to Johnson in the Stanton matter, because Johnson got rid of Stanton, and then Congress voted to bring Stanton back. It was a whole big old thing. That increases popularity with the radical Republicans. John Weiss Forney, editor of the Washington Daily Chronicle, who had paved the way for previous presidential nominations, took up the effort for Grant's nomination by first inquiring with Brigadier General John Aaron Rawlins, who was a Grant confidant, about Grant's interest in the presidency. Rawlins responded that while Grant was a loyal member of the Republican Party, he would be unable to serve as president for financial reasons, since he would lose his lifetime military pension upon ascendancy to the White House, and the presidency did not provide any such income benefit, which is crazy.
Right. Why would he lose his military? Just for them 4 years?
No.
Or 8 years?
No, once you resign to your spot, you lose it.
That's true.
How do you end this general and you have no money saved up? Like, what are you doing? Everything's paid for, probably.
By becoming president under current terms, Grant, he would at best leave the office at age 56 with no income.
That's young as hell.
Assuming that he served 2 terms. Rollins hoped Forney could facilitate a legislative change to solve this very problem. The ultimate answer was that this could not be changed. Forney forged ahead with an editorial reviewing Grant's record with the recommendation for his nomination. Grant personally approved the writing before publication. By reviewing the article, though limited to the accuracy of his record, Grant implicitly opened the door for the nomination despite the precarious financial prospects in his future.
Well, the Republicans did indeed choose Grant as their presidential candidate on that first ballot at the 1868 Republican National Convention in Chicago, and he faced no significant opposition. The Republicans kept the name Union on their ticket, as had been done earlier at the 1864 convention. Right. Grant received all 650 votes from delegates, with no other candidate being nominated, and upon the announcement was welcomed with a frenzied enthusiasm. In his letter of acceptance, Grant concluded with, "Let us have peace," which became his campaign slogan. For vice president, the delegates nominated House Speaker Schuyler Colfax. All right.
In June, Grant traveled to St. Louis, having gained possession of his father-in-law's plantation and an additional 200 acres of Dent land. He had 12 slave cabins demolished to banish the vestiges of any slavery on that property whatsoever. As was common practice at the time, Grant remained at home in Galena during the campaign and left most of the active campaigning and speaking on behalf of his campaign manager, William Chandler, and others.
Well, had it easy.
The Democrats nominated former New York Governor Horatio Seymour.
Horatio Seymour.
Seymour!
Their campaign focused mainly on ending Reconstruction and returning control of the South to the white planter class, which alienated many war Democrats in the North. The Democrats attacked Republicans' support of African-American rights while deriding Grant, calling him Captain of the Black Marines.
Well,
Democratic orators over and over proclaimed Grant was a drunkard.
well,
Grant himself did not take to the stump, allowing Republican spokesmen to identify him with patriotism and with grief for Lincoln's martyrdom. Don't jab back at him. Just
Right.
you're a hero, dude. I mean,
in Grant's
well, this might screw him.
right in Grant's 1862 General Order Number 11, and anti-Semitism became an issue during the presidential campaign. In a letter published after the election, Grant sought to unequivocally distance himself from General Order Number 11. Grant refused to associate with this order any longer, saying, "I have no prejudice against sector or race, but want each individual to be judged by his own merit." There you go. DEI back then was alive and well, huh? As was expected at the time, Grant returned to his home and left the active campaign.
That would have been the opposite of DEI.
Right. During the campaign, the Republican focused on continuing Reconstruction and restoring the public credit. It's like, we got to get this country back together. We got to reconstruct it.
Right.
We got to make the Southerners feel at home again. Let's do it, guys.
Well, Grant won the election by 300,000 votes out of 5,716,082.
Damn, that's it.
He received an Electoral College landslide of 214 to Seymour's 80.
Damn.
Grant, at the age of 46, became the youngest president on record. His election was a triumph of principles that included sound money, efficient government, and the restoration of Southern reconstructed state. When he assumed the presidency, Grant had never before held elected office, and at the age of 46, yes. He was the first president to be elected after the nation had outlawed slavery, obviously, and granted citizenship to former slaves.
Right. You knew he was going to win in a landslide anyways, taking down the frickin' Confederate Army. Implementation of these new rights was slow to come. 1868 election. The black vote counted in only 16 of the 37 states, nearly all in the South. Well, Grant lost Louisiana.
Wait, the black votes counted in the South? Mm-hmm. Oh, that's a kick in the nuts, the South.
Right. The black vote counted in only 16 of 37 states, which we all said, which was mostly in the South. Grant lost Louisiana and Georgia primarily due to the Ku Klux Klan violence against African American voters. Grant's March 4th, 1869 inaugural speech addressed 4 priorities. First, he said he would approach Reconstruction calmly, without prejudice or hate or sectional pride, remembering that the greatest good for the greatest number is the object to be obtained. Secondly, he spoke on the nation's financial situation, which he can't even speak on himself.
Right. How are we supposed to take financial advice from a guy that's a broke bitch?
He was advocating a return to a specie basis.
Yeah?
Third, he said, he spoke on foreign policy. He advocated Americans to be respected with equality worldwide. Lastly, he advocated the passage of the 15th Amendment, that blacks or former slaves receive the constitutional right to vote.
Yes, and he will. Let's take a look at his cabinet and how he rounded that out. Apparently, they surprised the nation. Although he respectfully listened to political advice, he independently bypassed traditional consultation from prominent Republicans and kept his cabinet choices secret.
Oh.
His initial cabinet nominations were met with both criticism and approval. He appointed Elihu Washburn, who was Secretary of State, as a friendship courtesy.
Okay.
Washburn served 11 days of office and then resigned.
Oh, wow.
A week later, he appointed Washburn minister to France. Then appointed conservative Hamilton Fish, who was the former governor of New York, to replace Washburn.
All right.
Jeez.
He then,
So just to say that he held the title,
Right.
Here you go, friend.
he then went on to appoint wealthy New York merchant Alexander Stewart, Secretary of Treasury. But he was quickly found to be disqualified by a federal law that prohibited anyone in the office from engaging in commerce.
Oh, yeah, that's probably a good idea.
When Congress would not amend the law at Grant's bidding, an embarrassed Grant appointed Massachusetts Congressman George Boutwell to replace Stewart. For Secretary of War, Grant appointed his former Army Chief of Staff, John Rawlins. However, Rawlins died of tuberculosis in September
Dude, his
1869.
presidency is not starting out very well. Jeez, that's a sign of things to come there, guys.
Right. To replace Rawlins, 6 weeks later, Grant appointed former Union Army General William Belknap.
Why didn't he get his buddy Sherman or Sheridan?
Right.
Well, for U.S. Attorney General, he appointed Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Associate Justice Ebenezer Hoore. For Secretary of Navy, he appointed Philadelphia businessperson Adolph Bory.
Okay.
Bory resigned from office June 25th, 1869, finding the job stressful.
What?
His notice accomplishment.
Secretary of the Navy? I guess.
His noted accomplishment was the racial integration of the Washington Navy Yard.
Oh, fantastic.
Grant then appointed a former New Jersey public prosecutor, George Robison, to replace Bory. For Secretary of Interior, he appointed former Ohio Governor and Senator Jacob Cox. Postmaster General, he appointed Senator of Maryland John Creswell, who racially integrated the U.S. Post Office.
Look at
Look
that.
at that, guys. Black people can now deliver your mail.
Fantastic. They don't know where they're delivering it to, but... March 1869, President Grant made it known that he desired the Tenure of Office Act, which is in 1867. He wanted that repealed, stating it was a stride toward a revolution in our free system. The law prevented the president from removing executive officers without Senate approval. Grant,
Oh, damn.
Right. Grant believed it was right.
Yeah. That's what Johnson tried to do to Stanton, and everybody got all pissed. And now he wants to do it? Well,
Yeah. Grant believed that it was a major curtailment to the presidential power. To bolster the repeal effort, Grant declined to make any new appointments except for vacancies until the law was overturned. What a piece of shit.
Well, March 9th, 1869, the House repealed the law outright, but the Senate Judiciary Committee rejected the bill and only offered Grant a temporary suspension of the law.
Okay.
When Grant objected, the Senate Republican caucus, they met and proposed allowing the president to have a free hand in choosing and removing his cabinet.
Well, he
I don't
should.
see why you wouldn't.
Right.
The Senate Judiciary Committee wrote the new bill. A muddled compromise was reached by the House and Senate, and Grant signed the bill into law April 5th, having gotten virtually everything he wanted.
Virtually. Fantastic. Let's take a look at the 15th Amendment. Grant worked to ensure ratification of the 15th Amendment, approved by Congress, sent to the states during the last days of the Johnson administration. The amendment prohibited the federal and state governments from denying a citizen the right to vote based on that citizen's race, color, or previous condition of servitude. Ooh, even if they were a rebel.
Even if they were former slaves.
Right. 24th of December, 1869. Everybody's putting up their stockings, getting ready for Santa. Grant established federal military rule in Georgia. And he restored black legislators who had been expelled from that state legislature. And look at him. Good for you guys.
February 3rd, 1870, the amendment reached the requisite number of state ratifications, which was then 27. and was jeez, and was certified as the 15th Amendment to those United States Constitution. Well, that one. He hailed its ratification as a measure of grander importance than any other one act of the kind from the foundation of our free government to the present day.
Okay.
By mid-1870, former Confederate states, which were Virginia, Texas, Mississippi, and Georgia, they had ratified the 15th Amendment and were readmitted to the Union.
Oh.
Well, that's what they said. You guys want to be readmitted, you better allow black people to vote, buddy.
Yeah, buddy.
George is pissed.
Yeah, George, my 22nd of June, 1870. Grant signed a bill into law passed by Congress. It created the Department of Justice and to aid the Attorney General, the Office of Solicitor General. Grant appointed
He created the DOJ.
and Solicitor General. Grant appointed Amos Ackerman as the Attorney General and Benjamin Bristow as America's first ever Solicitor General. Both Ackerman and Bristow used the Department of Justice to vigorously prosecute KKK members in the early 70s. Grant appointed Hiram Whitley as director of the new Secret Service Agency in 1869. After he had successfully arrested 12 Klansmen in Georgia who had murdered a leading local Republican official. Oh, shit.
Whitley used talented detectives who infiltrated and broke up KKK units in North Carolina and Alabama. However, they could not penetrate the main hotbed of a KKK activity in upstate South Carolina.
Oh, wow.
Grant sent in army troops, but Whitley's agents learned they were lying low until the troops were withdrawn.
Obviously, a smart thing to do.
Whitley then warned Ackerman, who convinced Grant to declare martial law and send in U.S. Marshals, which were backed by federal troops to arrest 500 KKK guys. Hundreds more fled the state, and hundreds of others surrendered in return for leniency.
In the first few years of Grant's first term, there were 1,000 indictments against Klan members, with over 550 convictions from the Department of Justice. By 1871, 3,000 indictments, 600 convictions, with most only serving brief sentences, while the ringleaders were in prison for up to 5 years in federal penitentiary in Albany, New York. The result was a dramatic decrease in violence in the South, I bet. Ackerman gave credit to Grant and told a friend that no one was better or stronger than Grant when it come to prosecuting terrorists. Ackerman's successor, George Williams, in December of 1871, continued to prosecute the Klan through 1872 until the spring of 1873, during Grant's second term. Williams's clemency and moratorium on Klan prosecutions was due in part to the fact that the Justice Department, having been inundated by Klan outrage cases, did not even have the effective manpower to continue prosecutions.
Yeah. All right.
There's so many.
All right.
So many.
Let's take a look at the Naturalization Act of 1870. July 14th of that year, Grant signed into law the Naturalization Act of 1870 that allowed persons of African descent to become citizens of the United States.
Hey.
This revised an earlier law, which was the Naturalization Act of 1790, that only allowed white people of good moral character to become U.S. citizens. The law also prosecuted persons who use fictitious names, misrepresentations, or identities of deceased individuals when applying for citizenship.
That happened a lot back then.
I'm sure it didn't. How you going to fact check it?
Right.
That's all, folks.
Let's take a look at the Force Acts of 1870 and 1871. To add enforcement to the 15th Amendment, Congress passed an act that guaranteed the protection of the voting rights of African Americans. Grant signed a bill known as the Force Act of 1870. He signed that into law on the 31st of May, 1870. This law was designed to keep the Redeemers from acting or threatening African Americans. This act placed severe penalties on persons who use intimidation, bribery, or physical assault to prevent citizens from voting and place elections under federal jurisdiction.
Well, good for him. January 13th, 1871, he submitted to Congress a report on violent acts committed by the KKK in the South. March 23rd, he told a reluctant Congress the situation in the South was dire.
It's because half the Congress was in it, too.
Right. And federal legislation was needed that would secure life, liberty, and property, and the enforcement of the law in all parts of the United States. Grant stated that U.S. mail and the collection of revenue was in jeopardy. Congress investigated the Klan's activities and eventually passed the Force Act of 1871, which allowed the prosecution of the Klan. This act, also known as the KKK Act, and written by Representative Benjamin Butler, it was passed by Congress to specifically go after local units of the KKK.
Okay.
Damn, dude, I'm getting down on these guys like Trump and the immigrants.
Right.
Illegals.
Right. Although sensitive to charges of establishing a military dictatorship, Grant signed a bill into law on the 20th of April, 1871, after being convinced by Secretary of Treasury George Baltwell. He was convinced that federal protection was warranted,
I would say so, man.
having cited documented atrocities against the freedmen. This law allowed the president to suspend habeas corpus on armed combinations and conspiracies by the Klan. This act also empowered the president to arrest and break up disguised night martyrs.
Marauders. The president's out there arresting people.
The actions of the Klan were defined as high crimes and acts of rebellion against the old United States of America.
The KKK consisted of local secret organizations formed to violently oppose Republican rule during Reconstruction.
Oh, wow.
There was no organization above the local level. So it's not a national, right?
Right.
Wearing white hoods to hide their identity, the Klan would attack and threaten Republicans. The Klan was strong in South Carolina. The Klan is strong with this one.
Right.
In South Carolina between 68 and 70,
Okay.
South Carolina Governor Robert Scott, who was mired in corruption charges, he allowed the Klan to rise to power because he was probably in on them. Grant, who was fed up with their violent tactics, ordered the KKK to disperse from South Carolina, lay down their arms under the authority of the Enforcement Acts on October 12th, 1871.
Better do it.
Get out or else.
There was no response. So, on the 17th of October, 1871, Grant issued a suspension of habeas corpus in all 9 counties in South Carolina.
Jeez, there's only 9 counties in South Carolina? How many
Right.
are there now?
Probably. Grant ordered federal troops in the state, who then captured the Klan, who were vigorously prosecuted by Attorney General Ackerman and Solicitor General Bristow. With the Klan destroyed, other white supremacist groups would emerge, including the White League and the Red Shirts.
Moves us to the Amnesty Act of 1872. Texas, they were readmitted into the Union March 30th, 1870.
Damn, that
Mississippi, February 23rd, 1870.
Damn.
Virginia, January 26th, 1870.
Holy shit.
Georgia, they became the last Confederate state to be readmitted on July 15th, 1870. Jeez. What the hell did they do before then?
Right.
All members of the House of Representatives and Senate were seated from the 10 Confederate states that seceded. Technically, the United States was again a united country.
Aw.
Well, to ease tensions, Grant signed the Amnesty Act of 1872 on May 23rd, which gave amnesty to former Confederates.
Yes.
This act allowed most former Confederates, who before the war had taken an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States, to elected public office.
I swear I'm going to do it right now. I'm going to do it this time. I will uphold the Constitution this time.
This time. Only 500 former Confederates remained unpardonable and therefore forbidden to hold elected public office.
Take a look at the Public Credit Act. On taking office, Grant's first move was signing the act to strengthen the public credit, which the Republican Congress had just passed. It assured that all public debts, particularly war bonds, would be paid only in gold rather than in greenbacks. The price of gold in New York Exchange fell to $130 an ounce. Still a lot. The lowest point since the suspension of specie payments in 1862.
Well, May 19th, 1869, Grant protected the wages of those working for the U.S. government. In 1968, a law was passed that reduced the government working day to 8 hours. However, much of the law was later repealed, allowing day wages to be also reduced. To protect workers, Grant signed an executive order that no reduction shall be made in the wages, regardless of the reduction in hours for the government day workers.
Oh, okay. Take a look at Boutwell reforms.
About well, sure.
Yeah, Boutwell. Treasury Secretary George Boutwell reorganized and reformed the United States Treasury by discharging unnecessary employees. He started sweeping changes in the Bureau of Engraving and Printing to protect the currency from counterfeiters. And he also revitalized tax collections to hasten the collection of revenue. These changes soon led to the Treasury to have a monthly surplus. By May of 1869, Boutwell reduced the national debt by $12 million. Holy shit. By September, the national debt was reduced by $50 million, which was achieved by selling a growing gold surplus at weekly auctions for greenbacks and buying back wartime bonds with the currency. The New York Tribune wanted the government to buy more bonds and greenbacks. The New York Times praised the Grant's administration's debt policy.
Okay. During the first 2 years of the administration with George Boutwell at the Treasury helm, expenditures had been reduced to $292 million in 1871, which was down from $322 in 1869.
Nice.
The cost of collecting taxes fell to 3.11% in 1871.
Holy shit.
Grant reduced the number of employees working in the government by 2,248 persons from 6,052.
Damn.
Well, on March 1st, 1869, to 3,804 on December 1st, 1871.
Fantastic.
Cut it in half almost, huh? He had increased tax revenues by $108 million from 1869 to 72. And during his first administration, the national debt fell from $2.5 billion to $2.2 billion.
Look at that.
$300 million bucks. All right.
Damn. In a rare case of preemptive reform during the Grant administration, Brevet Major General Alfred Pleasanton was dismissed for being unqualified to hold the position of Commissioner of Internal Revenue. In 1870, Pleasanton, a Grant appointment, approved an unauthorized $60,000 tax refund and was associated with an alleged unscrupulous Connecticut firm. Treasury Secretary George Boutwell promptly stopped the refund and personally informed Grant that Pleasanton was incompetent to hold office. Refusing to sign on Boutwell's request, Pleasanton protested openly before Congress. Grant removed Pleasanton before any potential scandal broke out.
Okay, buddy.
You got to go.
It's not going to save you. Because now we're going to take a look at something called the Gold Corner Conspiracy.
Oh, shit.
The New York Gold Conspiracy almost dismantled Grant's presidency. September of 1869, financial manipulators Jay Gould and Jim Fisk set up an elaborate scam to corner the New York gold market, buying up all the gold at the same time to drive up the price. The plan was to keep the government from selling gold, thus driving its price. Grant and Secretary of Treasury George Boutwell, they found out about the gold market speculation and ordered the sale of $4 million in gold on Black Friday. On Friday, September 23rd. They call it Black Friday. Gold and Fisk were thwarted, and the price of gold dropped.
Damn right.
The effects of releasing gold by Boutwell were disastrous, though. Stock prices plunged and food prices dropped, devastating farmers for years. Although the financial panic that followed was short-lived, the gold scandal overshadowed Grant's presidency.
Yeah.
Well,
Take a look at Grant's foreign affairs. He loved his foreign women.
his foreign gumans.
Grant was a man of peace and almost wholly devoted to domestic affairs.
Well,
They were
he was like, oh, these foreign chicks are...
right.
Let's check these out.
There were no foreign policy disasters and no wars to engage in. Besides Grant himself, the main players in foreign affairs were the Secretary of State Hamilton Fish and the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Charles Sumner.
That guy's still kicking about, huh?
They had to cooperate to get a treaty ratified. When Sumner stopped Grant's plan to annex Santo Domingo,
We'll get to that.
Grant had his vengeance by systematically destroying Sumner's power and ending his career. Damn. Historians have high regard for the diplomatic professionalism, independence, and good judgment of Hamilton Fish.
Good.
The main issues involved Britain, Canada, Santo Domingo, Cuba, and Spain. Worldwide, it was a peaceful era, with no major wars directly affecting the United States, except for fighting the old savages in the plains.
All right. Well, the foreign policy of the administration was generally successful, except for the attempt to annex Santo Domingo. The annexation of Santo Domingo was Grant's effort to create a haven for blacks in the South, and was a first step to end slavery in Cuba and Brazil. So let's send them all over there. The dangers of a confrontation with Britain on the Alabama question. A series of demands for damages sought by the government of the United States from the United Kingdom in 1869 for attacks upon Union merchant ships. By Confederate ships built in British shipyards. Oh, get out of here.
Get out of here.
Idiots. Anyways, those were resolved peacefully and to the monetary advantage of the United States. So apparently we got paid.
Good for them.
Issues regarding the Canadian boundary were easily settled.
Okay.
The achievements were the work of Secretary Hamilton Fish, who was a spokesman for caution and stability. Speaking of that, Santo Domingo and the failed annexation of it.
Which is the Dominican Republic.
Right. Grant gave a high priority to protecting and improving the status of blacks in the United States and tried to ship them out to the Caribbean country of the Dominican Republic.
That's fucking insane.
As a safety valve for them. Senator Charles Sumner was even more firmly devoted to black interests and opposed Grant's scheme. Sumner stopped the plan and Grant retaliated by destroying Sumner's power. 1869, Grant proposed to annex the independent Spanish-speaking black nation of the Dominican Republic, which was then known as Santo Domingo. Previously, in 1868, President Johnson had proposed annexation, but Congress refused.
Ooh.
Why would they want to send a bunch of African Americans down to a Spanish-speaking place? They'll be even more out of place.
Yeah.
And then what are they going to do? They're going to displace the Santo Domingans.
Right. It just didn't seem right. In July of 1869, Grant sent Orville Babcock and Rufus Ingalls, who negotiated a draft treaty with Dominican Republic President Buenaventura Baez to keep the island nation and Baez secure in power, Grant ordered naval ships to secure the island from invasion and internal insurrection. Baez signed an annexation treaty on the 19th of November, 1869. Secretary Fish drew up a final draft of the proposal and offered $1.5 million to the Dominican national debt. The annexation of Santo Domingo as an American state, the United States acquisition of the rights for Samana Bay for 50 years with an annual $150,000 rental. And he also guaranteed protection from foreign intervention. I mean, that's a pretty good deal.
Wow.
On the 10th of January, 1870, Santo Domingo Treaty was submitted to the Senate for ratification. Grant made the mistake of not building support in Congress or the country at large.
Yeah, because not only did Grant believe that the island would be of strategic value to the Navy,
It would have been.
particularly Samana Bay,
It would have been.
but also he sought to use it as a bargaining chip in domestic affairs.
Yes, also as well.
By providing a haven for the freedmen, he believed that the exodus of black labor would force Southern whites to realize the necessity of such a significant workforce and accept their civil rights.
Like, hey, man, you guys can come back. You just got to give me a couple months for these frickin' crackers down here to realize what's going
how
on.
much they miss you.
Right.
He hoped that the U.S. ownership of the island would push Spain to abolish slavery in Cuba and Puerto Rico, and perhaps Brazil as well.
Oh,
March 15th, 1870, the Foreign Relations Committee, which was headed by Sumner, recommended against the treaty passage.
yeah, they could have done something, like spruce it up a little bit to make it work.
Wait, this dude's the leading spokesman for the African American civil rights, but he doesn't want... I mean, I don't know. Right, who would think it was a good idea to ship a bunch of African Americans somewhere anyway?
All the other stuff was a good idea for Santo Domingo, but not that part. Sumner, the leading spokesman for the African American civil rights, he believed that annexation would be enormously expensive, it would, and involve the United States in an ongoing civil war, and would threaten the independence of Haiti and the West Indies, thereby blocking black political progress. Possible, I forgot about Haiti and the West Indies. Sons of bitches, take them over too. On May 31st, 1870, Grant went before Congress and urged passage of the Dominican Annexation Treaty. Strongly opposed to ratification, Sumner successfully led opposition in the Senate. 30th of June, 1870, Santo Domingo Annexation Treaty failed. 28 votes in favor of the treaty and 28 votes against. Grant's cabinet was divided over the Santo Domingo annexation attempt, and Bancroft Davis, assistant to Secretary Hamilton Fish, was secretly given info to Senator Sumner on State Department negotiations.
Oh,
you traitor. You fucking traitor.
Wait a minute, it was 28 to 28, so who got the deciding vote then?
All right, the head of the Senate,
As
right?
in Republicans for the Senate?
I don't know.
Weird. Grant, he was determined to keep
I
the
think I have
Dominican
2/3.
Republic.
Yeah,
Oh, right.
2/3.
Grant was determined to keep the Dominican Republic Treaty in the public debate, mentioning Dominican Republic annexation in his December 1870 State of the Union address. December.
Damn, this dude's adamant.
Grant, he was able to get Congress in January 1871 to create a special commission to investigate the island. Senator Sumner, he continued to vigorously oppose and speak out against annexation.
Yeah.
Grant then appointed Frederick Douglass, who was an African-American civil rights activist, as one of the commissioners who voyaged to the Dominican Republic. He's like, this place is fucking trash.
Right.
Returned to the United States after several months, the commission in April 1871 issued a report that it stated the Dominican people desired annexation and that the island would be beneficial to the United States. Of course they would say that.
Right. Like, oh, yeah, they're for it. To celebrate the commission's return, Grant invited the commissioners to the White House, except for Frederick Douglass, because blacks weren't allowed in the White House unless he was serving them food. Right?
That's fucked up.
African American leaders were very upset at this, and the issue of Douglass not being invited to the White House was brought up during the 1872 presidential election by Horace Greeley. Douglass, however, who was personally disappointed for not being invited, he remained loyal to Grant and the Republican Party.
Oh.
Although the commission supported Grant's annexation attempt, there was not enough enthusiasm in Congress to vote on a second annexation treaty.
I mean, yeah, if somebody's not enthused, they're not going to do that.
Right.
Unable constitutionally to go directly after Senator Sumner, Grant immediately removed Sumner's close and respected friend, who was Ambassador John Lothrop Motley.
This dude is...
Just remove him.
Yeah.
Well, he's a senator. I guess you can't. With Grant's prodding in the Senate, Sumner was finally deposed from the Foreign Relations Committee.
Okay.
Grant then reshaped his coalition known as New Radicals, working with enemies of Sumner such as Ben Butler of Massachusetts, Roscoe Conklin of New York, that's a South name, and Oliver P. Morton of Indiana, giving in to Fish's demands that Cuba rebels be rejected, and moving his Southern patronage from the radical blacks and carpetbaggers who were allied with Sumner to more moderate Republicans.
Okay.
This set the stage for the liberal Republican revolt of 1872, when Sumner and his allies publicly denounced Grant and supported Horace Greeley with the liberal Republicans.
All right.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, a congressional investigation in June 1870 led by Senator Carl Schurz revealed that Babcock and Ingalls, they both had land interests in the Bay of Samana.
Oh, jeez.
And that land interest would increase dramatically in value if the Santo Domingo Treaty were ratified. I see. U.S. Navy ships, with Grant's authorization, had been sent to protect Baez from an invasion by a Dominican rebel, Gregorio Luperon, while the treaty negotiations were taking place. The investigation had initially been called to settle a dispute between an American businessman, Davis Hatch, against the United States government. Baez had imprisoned Hatch without trial for his opposition to Baez's government. Hatch had claimed that the United States had failed to protect him from imprisonment. The majority of congressional report dismissed Hatch's claim and exonerated both Babcock and Ingalls. The Hatch incident, however, kept certain senators from being enthusiastic about ratifying the treaty.
There's always something, and there's another thing called the Treaty of Washington.
Oh, son of a bitch.
Historians have credited the Treaty of Washington for implementing international arbitration to allow outside experts to settle disputes. Grant's able Secretary of State Hamilton Fish had orchestrated many of the events leading up to the treaty. Previously, Secretary of State William Seward, during the Johnson administration, first proposed an initial treaty which concerned damages done to the American merchants by 3 Confederate warships, the CSS Florida, Alabama, and Shenandoah, that were built in Britain. These damages were collectively known as the Alabama Claims.
Yes. Well, these 3 ships had inflicted tremendous damage to United States shipping, as insurance rates soared and shippers switched to British ships. Washington wanted the British to pay heavy damages.
How many shippers can ship to British ships if British ships could ship to shippers?
Washington wanted the British to pay heavy damage, perhaps including turning over Canada.
Yeah, why were they allowing Confederate ships to be built in their ports anyway?
That's crazy. Later, the United States added the British blockade runners to the claims, stating that they were responsible for prolonging the war by 2 years by smuggling in weapons through the Union blockade to the Confederacy, which did happen.
April 1869, the U.S. Senate overwhelmingly rejected a proposed treaty that paid too little and contained no admission of British guilt for prolonging the war.
Yeah.
Senator Charles Sumner, he spoke up before Congress, publicly denounced Queen Victoria, demanded a huge reparation, and opened the possibility of Canada ceded to the United States as payment.
Yeah. See, it's not the first time.
You guys just want land, I swear. The speech angered the British government, and talks had to be put off until matters cooled down.
Ooh.
Negotiations for a new treaty began January 1871 when Britain, they sent Sir John Rose to America to meet with Fish. A Rose meeting with a fish.
A joint high commission was created on the 9th of February, 1871, consisting of representatives from both Britain and U.S., obviously. The commission created a treaty where an international tribunal would settle the damage amounts. Would settle the damage amounts. The British admitted regret, not fault, over the destructive actions of the Confederate war cruisers, nor that charges of blockade running were included in the treaty. Grant approved and signed May 8th, 1871. The Senate ratified the Treaty of Washington on the 24th of May, 1871.
Well, the tribunal met on neutral territory in Geneva, Switzerland. Oh, the old Geneva. The panel of 5 international arbitrators included Charles Francis Adams, who was counseled by William Evarts, Caleb Cushing, and Morrison Waite. August 25th, 1872, the tribunal awarded the United States $15.5 million in gold. $1.9 million was awarded to Great Britain. For what? Historian Amos Elwood Corning, he noted the Treaty of Washington in arbitration bequeathed to the world a priceless legacy. In addition to the $15.5 million arbitration award, the treaty resolved some disputes over borders and fishing rights.
Oh.
Well, this is still going on. We got some Native American and their affairs. After the very bloody frontier wars in the 1860s, Grant, he sought to build a peace policy towards the tribes. He emphasized appointees who wanted peace and were favorable towards religious groups. In the end, however, the Western warfare grew worse. Grant declared in his 1869 inaugural address that he favored any course toward them which tends to their civilization and ultimate citizenship. In a bold step, Grant appointed his aide, General Eli Parker. His Seneca Indian name is Donahagawa. He's the first Native American Commissioner of Indian Affairs.
Fantastic.
Right, how do you have a Commissioner of Indian Affairs and have some white guy?
Right.
Parker met some opposition in the Senate until Attorney General Hoare said Parker was legally able to hold the office. Senate confirmed Parker by a vote of 36 to 12. During his tenure, native wars dropped from 101 in 1869 to 58 in 1870. 58 wars. That's stupid.
Early on, Grant met with tribal chiefs of the Choctaw, Creek, Cherokee, and Chickasaw nations who expressed
He's
interest.
like, I only want to meet with the C's.
Right. He ain't messing with the other guys. And the Chickasaw nations who expressed interest to teach wild natives outside their own settled districts farming skills.
Non-domesticated.
I think they know how to farm. Well, probably not. Grant told the native chiefs that American settlement would lead to an inevitable conflict, but that the march to civilization would lead to pacification. 10th of April, 1869, Congress created the Board of Indian Commissioners. Grant appointed volunteer members who were eminent for their intelligence and philanthropy. The Grant Board was given extensive joint power with Grant. Secretary of Interior Cox and the Interior Department supervised the Bureau of Indian Affairs and civilized Native Americans.
No natives were appointed to the committee, only European Americans.
Oh, wow.
The commission monitored purchases and began to inspect native agencies. It attributed much of the trouble in native country to the encroachment of whites, clearly. The board approved of the destruction of native culture.
Oh, wow.
The natives were to be instructed in Christianity, agriculture, representative government, and assimilated on reservations.
Oh, son of a bitch.
Yeah, so that's his plan for everything. Let's move the blacks down to the damn South America, and let's just put Indians on these little lands that have one tree on the whole fucking 700 acres.
Jeez.
Let's take a look at old Red Cloud. He's gonna have a White House visit, but they won't let Frederick Douglass in, but they'll let Red Cloud. Grant's peace policy received a boost when the chief of the Oglala Sioux, Red Cloud, Maipialuta, and Brule Sioux Spotted Tail, they arrived in Washington, D.C. and met Grant at the White House for a bountiful state dinner, May 7th, 1870. Red Cloud had a previous meeting with Secretary Cox and Commissioner Parker. He complained that promised rations and arms for hunting had not been delivered. Afterward, Grant and Cox lobbied Congress for the promised supplies and rations. Congress responded July 15, 1870. Grant signed the Indian Appropriations Act into law that appropriated the tribal monies.
Oh. 2 days after the Spotted Tail urged the Grant administration to keep white settlers from invading native reservation land, Grant ordered all generals in the West to keep intruders off by military force if necessary. Oh, wow. 1871, Grant, he signed another Indian Appropriations Act that ended the government policy of treating tribes as independent sovereign nations. Natives would be treated as individuals or wards of the state, and Indian policies would be legislated by congressional statutes.
Well, speaking of that peace policy, let's take a look at it. At the core of that policy was placing the Western reservations under the control of religious denominations. No. 1872, the implementation of the policy involved the allotting of Indian reservations to religious organizations as exclusive religious domains.
Holy shit.
Jeez. Of the 73 agencies assigned, the Methodists received 14. The Orthodox Friends, they received 10.
Oh, wow.
Presbyterians received 9. The Episcopalians 8. The Roman Catholics 7. The Hicksite Friends, they received 6. The Baptists 5. The Dutch Reformed 5. The Congregationalists 3. Christians 2. Unitarians 2, American Board of Commissioners for Foreign Missions 1, and the Lutherans 1.
Lutheran, here you go, bud. Well, infighting.
There must be a lot of Methodists in the government.
There were. Infighting between competitive missionary groups over the distribution of agencies was detrimental.
Oh, geez, you got a bunch of missionary groups like pulling up their sleeves and duking it out.
Hey, come on,
That's
boy.
hilarious. There needs to be a movie about that.
Wow. The selection criteria were vague. Some critics saw the peace policy as violating Native American freedom of religion. In another setback, William Welsh, a prominent merchant, prosecuted the Bureau in a congressional investigation over malfeasance. Although Parker was exonerated, legislation passed in Congress that authorized the board to approve goods and services payments by vouchers from the Bureau. Parker resigned from office, and Grant replaced Parker with reformer Francis A. Walker.
All right. Well, we got some domestic affairs. First up
Holiday law.
is the Holidays Law. June 28, 1870, Grant approved and signed legislation that made Christmas, December 25th, a legal federal public holiday in the national capital of Washington, D.C.
Fantastic.
According to historian Ron White, call him tater salad, Grant did this because of his passion to unify the nation.
Damn right.
Now the Indians get to celebrate because you just made them all friggin'. During the early 19th century in the United States, Christmas became more of a family-centered activity.
Aww.
Other holidays included in the law within Washington, D.C. were New Year, 4th of July, and Thanksgiving. The law affected 5,300 federal employees working in the District of Columbia, which is obviously... The legislation was meant to adapt to similar laws in states surrounding Washington and in every state of the Union.
Okay. 1862, during the American Civil War, President Lincoln signed into law the Morrill Bill that outlawed polygamy in all United States territories. Mormons who practiced polygamy in Utah, for the most part, resisted the Morrill law and the territorial governor.
They said I can't have all. They said I can only have one wife.
Right. During the 1868 election, Grant had mentioned he would enforce the law against polygamy. Tensions began as early as 1870, when Mormons in Ogden, Utah began to arm themselves and practice military drilling. They did. By the 4th of July, 1871, Mormon militia in Salt Lake City, Utah, were on the verge of fighting territorial troops. In the end, violence was averted. Old Brigham Young was a mean old bastard back then.
Grant, who believed Utah was in a state of rebellion, was determined to arrest those who practiced the polygamy outlawed under the Morrill Act. October 1871, hundreds of Mormons were rounded up by U.S. Marshals, put in a prison camp, arrested, and put on trial for polygamy.
Dude, the Mormons would, attack Indian tribes and just murder every single one of them.
They didn't play around,
Sons
man.
of bitches.
One convicted polygamist received a $500 fine and 3 years in prison under hard labor. November 20th, 1871, Mormon leader Brigham Young, in ill health, had been charged with polygamy as well.
Yes, he was.
There's a whole university named after this sick fuck.
Yes, there is.
I can't say sick fuck. Who am I? You want to have fucking 6 wives and they're okay with it? Who gives a shit?
Yeah, his great-great-great-grandson won the Super Bowl. Young's attorney stated that Young had no intention to flee to court. Other persons during the polygamy shutdown were charged with murder to intent to kill. Oh.
Murder with intent to kill.
With murder or intent to kill. The Morrill Act, however, proved hard to enforce since proof of marriage was required for conviction, right? There's never any proof.
Right.
Grant personally found polygamy morally offensive. On December 4th, 1871, Grant said polygamists in Utah were a remnant of barbarism, pugnant to their civilization, to decency, and to the laws of the United States of America, and to God.
Well, let's take a look at the Comstock Act. In March 1873, anti-obscenity moralists, led by Anthony Comstock, Secretary of the New York Society for the Suppression of Vice, easily secured passage of the Comstock Act, which made it a federal crime to mail articles for any indecent or immoral use.
All right.
Grant signed the bill after he was assured that Comstock would personally enforce it.
Fantastic.
Comstock, he went on to become a special agent of the post office, appointed by Secretary James Creswell. Comstock prosecuted pornographers, imprisoned abortionists, banned nude art, stopped mailing of information about contraception, and tried to ban what he considered bad books. I don't get why people don't want people to learn about contraception.
Right.
It's stupid.
Or nude stuff. If people are going to be nude, let them be nude.
Right.
During Grant's presidency, the early women's suffrage movement, led by Susan B. Anthony and Elizabeth Cady Stanton, they gained national attention. Anthony lobbied for female suffrage, equal gender pay, still fighting on that, baby, and protection of property for women who resided in Washington, D.C. In April 1869, Grant, he signed into law the protection of married women's property from their husbands' debts and the ability for women to sue in court in Washington,
That
D.C.
is true. Husbands get into debt and they end up selling their wife shit because they can't pay it.
In March of 1870, Representative Samuel M. Arnell, he introduced a bill co-authored by suffragist Bennett Lockwood that would give women federal workers equal pay for equal work.
2 years later, Grant signed a modified Senate version of the Arnell bill into law. That law required all federal female clerks would be paid the fully compensated salary. However, lower-tiered female clerks were exempted.
Yes.
The law increased women's clerk salaries from 4% to 20% during the 1870s.
Damn, that's significant.
All right. However, the culture of patronage and patriarchy continued.
Of course, it's always going to be there.
To placate the burgeoning suffragist movement, the Republicans' platform included that women's rights should be treated with respectful consideration, while Grant advocated equal rights for all citizens, equal rights and left.
Take a look at the Yellowstone and the conversation of Yellowstone.
Yeah, eat that, Teddy Roosevelt. You're not the only one that loves Yellowstone.
Right. An endearing hallmark of Grant's administration was the creation of Yellowstone.
Sure was.
The world's first national park. Organized exploration of the upper Yellowstone River began in fall of 1869 when the Cook-Folsom-Peterson expedition made a month-long journey up the Yellowstone River and into the geyser basins. 1870.
Dangerous.
Right. 1870, the somewhat more official Washburn-Langford-Doane expedition explored the same regions of the upper Yellowstone and geyser basins, naming Old Faithful and many other park features. Official reports from Lieutenant Gustavus Cheney Doan and Schreiber's monthly accounts by Nathaniel Langford, they brought increased public awareness to the natural wonders of this very region. Like, it's freaking beautiful, guys. Check it out.
Influenced by Jay Cook of the Northern Pacific Railroad and Langford's public speeches about the Yellowstone on the East Coast, geologist Ferdinand Hayden, he sought funding from Congress for an expedition under the auspices of the U.S. Geological Survey.
Fantastic.
March 1871, Grant signed into law congressional legislation appropriating $40,000 to finance the survey of 1871. Hayden was given instructions by Grant's Secretary of Interior Columbus Delano. The expedition party was composed of 36 civilians, mostly scientists, I would hope, and 2 military escorts. Yeah, you got to protect from them Indians.
Right.
Among the survey party were an artist, Thomas Morin, and photographer William Henry Jackson.
Oh, that's cool.
You got to draw and photographer what you see.
Right. Hayden's published reports, magazine articles, along with paintings by Moran and photographs by Jackson, convinced Congress to preserve the natural wonders of the Upper
This is
Yellowstone.
beautiful.
It's great. They could have just lied and made stuff up.
Right. Meanwhile, they're just like spending on whores and shit.
Right. On December 18th, 1871, a bill was introduced simultaneously in the Senate by Senator C.S. Pomeroy of Kansas and in the House of Representatives by Congressman William Clagett of the Montana Territory for the establishment of a park in the headquarters of the Yellowstone River. Hayden's influence on Congress is readily apparent when examining the detailed information contained in the report of the House Committee on Public Lands. It says, the bill now before Congress has for its objective the withdrawal from settlement, occupancy, or sale under the laws of the United States a tract of land 55 by 65 miles
Damn.
about the sources of the Yellowstone and Missouri rivers and dedicates and sets apart as a great national park or pleasure ground for the benefit and enjoyment of the people.
Good for you.
Yeah, I like it.
Well, when the bill was presented to Congress, the bill's chief supporters, ably prepared by Langford, Hayden, and Jay Cook, they convinced their colleagues that the region's real value was as a park area to be preserved in its natural state.
Yes, don't fucking touch it.
The bill was approved by a comfortable margin in the Senate January 30th, 1872, and by the House February 27th. Don't know why it took so long.
Right.
March 1st, 1872, Grant played his role in signing the Act of Dedication into law. It established the Yellowstone region as the nation's first national park, made possible by 3 years of... Yes, we know. So, yeah, Yellowstone's first national park, guys. Why do they always
Here
say...
goes the regulations, so son of a bitch.
Right.
1872 Yellowstone Act prohibited fish and gaming, including buffalo, from the wanton destruction within the confines of the park.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I guess. However, Congress did not appropriate funds or legislation for the enforcement against poaching. As a result, Secretary Delano could not hire people to aid tourists or protect Yellowstone from encroachment. By the 1880s, buffalo herds dwindled to only a few hundred, and majority found mostly in Yellowstone National Park.
Yep. And to this day, you can see a bunch of ignorant tourists get gored by them on a daily.
Gourd, and things are sizes of buses.
Yeah.
As the Indian Wars ended, Congress appropriated money enforcement legislation in 1894, signed into law by President Grover Cleveland, that protected and preserved buffalo and other wildlife in Yellowstone. Grant also signed into legislation that protected northern fur seals on Alaska's Pribilof Islands. This was the first law in U.S. history that specifically protected wildlife on federally owned land.
Well, speaking of those buffalo herds, let's take a look at the end of those buffalo herds. Because in 1872, around 2,000 white buffalo hunters working between Kansas and Arkansas, they were killing buffalo for their hides by the many thousands. The demand was for boots for European armies or machine belts attached to steam engines. Oh, right. The damn Industrial Revolution. Acres of land were dedicated solely for drying the hides of the slaughtered buffalo. Native Americans, they protested at the wanton destruction of their food supply. Between 1872 and 74, the buffalo herd south of the Platte River yielded 4.4 million kills by white hunters and about 1 million animals killed by Indians.
5.5 million buffalo, dude. That's
Gone.
a lot. You can imagine them roaming around. They had to be like herds of
course.
hundreds of thousands.
It'd be like going to
India,
it would be like
Dubai.
It would be like going to the woods and seeing squirrels.
More than that.
That's pretty much what it was. How many buffaloes are there now? It's about only 444,000, 500,000 in the United States, and that's all in the
And
like the Yellowstone
Montana and all that.
and they're all protected. There's 31,000 wild bison in North America. Yeah, 444,000 in conservation or commercial herds, but only 31,000 wild. They were down to like
How many buffalo in 1700 right there?
60 million.
million buffalo. Talking about wiping out its freaking species.
They had just 541 animals by 1889. Holy moly, dude.
Popular concern for destruction of the buffalo mounted, and a bill in Congress passed, H.R. 921, that would have made buffalo hunting illegal for whites.
Just for whites.
Taking advice from Secretary Delano, Grant chose to pocket veto the bill, believing that the demise of the buffalo would reduce Indian wars and force tribes to stay on their respective reservations. No,
He's like, no, we want these buffalo to be
Right.
gone because then the Indians have nothing. They got to totally rely on us.
and it would force the tribes to adopt an agricultural lifestyle rather than roaming the plains and hunting buffalo.
You still got to hunt, dude.
Right. Ranchers, they wanted the buffalo gone to open pasture land for their cattle herds. With the buffalo food supply lowered, Native Americans were forced to stay on their reservations and grow their corn.
Right. They're maize. It's amazing. All right. Well, that's the end of the buffalo herds. Bye. Because Grant said, nope, I'm not passing no laws.
Yeah, that's insane.
Let's take a look at some. This is be the first of a couple. This is just his first term reforms and scandals. We'll have more in a second term coming up. Let's take a look at Civil Service Commission. The reform of the spoil system of political patronage entered the national agenda after the Grant presidency and would take on the fervor of a religious revival. The distribution of federal jobs by congressional legislatures was considered vital for their reelection to Congress. Grant, he required that all applicants to federal jobs apply directly to the department heads rather than the president.
Oh.
Well, why, of course. Two of Grant's appointments, Secretary of Interior Jacob Cox and Secretary of Treasury George Boutwell, they put in place examinations in their respective departments advocated by reformers. Why, well, yeah, why would the president interview all these guys?
Right.
What you got these guys for?
He's killing buffalo. Leave him alone. Grant and all reformers agreed that the prevailing system of appointments was unsound, for it maximized party advantage and minimized efficiency and the nonpartisan interest of good government.
Right, just giving favors to people that are with you. Yeah.
Some people say his efforts at civil service reform weren't very honest, but they were met with criticism from all sides and were a failure. Grant, he was the very first president that recommended professional civil service. He pushed the initial legislation through Congress and appointed the members of the very first United States Civil Service Commission, the USCCC. No, USCSC.
Right. The temporary commission recommended administering competitive exams and issuing regulations on the hiring and promotion of government employees. Grant, he then ordered their recommendations in effect 1872, having lasted for 2 years until December of 1874. At the New York Custom House, a port that took in hundreds of millions of dollars a year in revenue, applicants for an entry position now had to pass a written civil service examination. Chester Arthur, who was appointed by Grant, he's a future president.
No.
Chester Arthur? Fuck yeah, he is.
B. Arthur.
Chester A. Arthur.
I don't know about that.
Fuck yeah, dude. The 21st president of the United States of America, 1880, right after Grant.
He was?
Sure
That was B. Arthur.
No. Yeah, he was appointed by Grant as New York Custom Collector. He stated that the examinations excluded and deterred unfit persons from getting employment positions. Yeah, isn't that the way you should want it?
Well, however, Congress, no mood to reform
Oh,
itself.
go figure. It's been this way for 300 years now.
It denied any long-term reform by refusing to enact the necessary legislation to make the changes permanent. Historians have traditionally been divided whether patronage, meaning appointments made without a merit system, should be labeled corruption.
I mean, I think maybe not corruption, but definitely dumb.
Right. The movement for civil service reform reflected two distinct objectives. One, eliminate the corruption and inefficiencies in a non-professional bureaucracy, and two, to check the power of the President Johnson.
Although many reformers after the election of 1868 looked to Grant to ram civil service legislation through Congress, he refused, saying civil service reform rests entirely with Congress. If members will give up claim and patronage, that will be a step gained. But there is an immense amount of human nature in the members of Congress, and it is human nature to seek power and to use it to help friends.
Oh.
You cannot call it corruption. It is a condition of our representative form of government.
I mean, that's true.
I guess. Grant, he used patronage to build his party and help his friends.
He sure in hell did. So did Lincoln.
So did every president, I would assume. He protected those whom he thought were the victims of injustice or attacks by his enemies, even if they were guilty.
Ooh.
Grant, he believed in loyalty to his friends, as one writer called it, the chivalry of friendship.
Well,
That's the problem as
chivalry's dead.
That's the problem as well.
Yeah, I mean, you got to draw the line.
Yeah.
It's not personal, it's business, baby.
Should be like a sweepstakes at some business or something. No family members or anything can be a part of it. Well, no family members or friends can be in your fin cabinet.
Yeah. Yeah, just enemies. Love it. Take a look at the New York Custom House ring. Prior to the presidential election of 1872, 2 congressional and 1 Treasury Department investigations took place over corruption at the New York Custom House under Grant collector appointments, Moses Grinnell and Thomas Murphy. Private warehouses were taking imported goods from the docks, charging shippers storage fees.
Oh, jeez.
Grant's friend, George K. Leet, was allegedly involved with exorbitant pricing for storing goods and splitting the profits. Oh, man, that's bullshit. It's not bad enough, all the shit they got to pay on the ship.
Right. Ship.
Yep.
Ship.
Grant's third collector appointment, Chester A. Arthur,
Future president.
implemented Secretary of Treasury George Boutwell's reform to keep the goods protected on the docks rather than private storage.
Good for you, Chester.
Yeah, look at you, bud. You wasn't a terrible one. He wasn't a great president.
Well, there's that. Let's take a look at the Star Route postal ring.
Oh, no.
Also known as the Star Route scandal.
Oh, shit.
In the early 1870s, during the Grant, obviously, lucrative postal route contracts were given to local contractors on the Pacific coast and southern regions of the U.S. These were known as star routes because an asterisk was given on official post office documents.
Okay.
These remote routes were hundreds of miles long and went to the most rural parts of the United States by horse and buggy. It's kind of like the Pony Express,
All right.
basically.
Yeah.
In obtaining these highly prized postal contracts, probably paid you a lot of money as well. An intricate ring of bribery and straw bidding was set up in the postal contract office. The ring consisted of contractors, postal clerks, and various intermediary brokers. Damn, dude, anything to get some corrupt shit and do some stuff.
Straw bidding was at its highest practice. While John Creswell, Grant's 1869 appointment, he was the Postmaster General. 1872 federal investigation into the matter exonerated Creswell, but he was censured by the minority House report. A $40,000 bribe to the 42nd Congress by one postal contractor had tainted the results of the investigation. 1876, another congressional investigation under a Democratic House shut down the postal ring for a few years.
That's a few years. That's after Grant's presidency. So,
How fast
you guys want to look up that Star Route scandal? There's a lot more to it because it
Yeah.
wasn't just for Grant, apparently. Let's take a look at something called the salary grab. March 3rd, 1873, Grant signed a law that authorized the president's salary to be increased from $25,000 a year to $50,000 a year,
Oh,
and congressmen's salaries to be increased by $2,500. Representatives also received a retroactive pay bonus for the previous 2 years of service. This was done in secret and attached to a general appropriations bill, just like they always are. Reforming newspapers quickly exposed the law, and the bonus was repealed in January of 1874. Grant, he missed an opportunity to veto the bill and make a strong statement for good government. Oh, jeez. Because he knew, of course he wanted another $25,000 a year. Dude was already crying about being broke
Right.
before he even got president.
that would be nice.
Good Lord, man.
Let's take a look at that election of 1872. As his first term entered its final year, Grant remained popular throughout the nation, despite the accusations of corruption that were swirling around his administration. When the Republicans gathered for the 1872 National Convention, he was unanimously nominated for a second term. Henry Wilson, he was selected as his running mate over scandal-tainted Vice President Schuyler Colfax.
Gotta get you out of here, Schuyler.
Gotta go, bud. The party platform advocated high tariffs and a continuation of radical Reconstruction policies that supported 5 military districts in the southern states. Damn, military districts. Holy shit.
Well, during Grant's first term, a significant number of Republicans had become completely disillusioned with the party. Wary of the scandals and opposed to several of Grant's policies, split from the party they did to form the Liberal Republican Party. Yeah, that doesn't go together.
Right.
At the party's only national convention held in May of 1872, New York Tribune editor Horace Greeley was nominated for president, and Benjamin Gratz Brown for vice president.
Fantastic.
They advocated civil service reform, a low tariff, and granted amnesty to former Confederate soldiers. They also wanted to end Reconstruction and restore local self-government in the South.
I mean, got to get done. Democrats at this time, had no strong candidate choice of their own, saw an opportunity to consolidate the anti-Grant vote, and jumped on the Greeley bandwagon, reluctantly adopting Greeley and Brown as their nominees.
Oh.
It is the only time in American history when a major party endorsed a candidate of a third party. Oh, shit. While Grant, like an incumbent presidents before him, he did not even campaign. An efficient party organization composed of thousands of patronage appointees did so on his behalf. Must be nice. Frederick Douglass supported Grant and reminded black voters that Grant had destroyed the violent KKK.
He might have destroyed the KKK, and he might not have let me into the White House with all the other white folks, but he's still a good guy.
They sent me out a plate, though.
Greeley, he embarked on a 5-state campaign tour in late September, during which he delivered nearly 200 speeches. His campaign was plagued by misstatements and embarrassing moments.
Oh, wow.
However, because of political infighting between liberal Republicans and Democrats,
They didn't
of
care.
course, and due to several campaign blunders, the physically ailing Greeley was no match for Grant. He won in a landslide.
I bet he did.
He got 286 to the 352 Electoral College votes.
Damn, well, I guess there's a lot of Democrats, too.
All right. And received 55.8% of the popular vote.
Oh, shit.
President's reelection victory also brought an overwhelming Republican majority into both houses and of Congress. And heartbroken after a hard-fought political campaign, Greeley, he died a few weeks after the election.
Oh, shit.
Out of respect for Greeley, Grant attended his funeral.
Oh, obviously. Jeez. What do you
Geez, so we were about to nominate or elect a guy that was about to be dead anyway?
Son of a bitch. That's probably what they wanted.
Yep, son of a bitch.
Take a look at the second term, 1873 to 1877. Second inauguration of Grant's presidency was held on a Tuesday, the 4th of March, 1873. Commencing the second term of his presidency. 4-year term. Commencing the second 4-year term of his presidency. Subsequently, the inaugural ball ended earlier when the food froze. Departing from the White House, the parade escorted Grant down the newly paved Pennsylvania Avenue, which was all decorated with banners and flags, onto the swearing-in ceremony in front of the Capitol building. That's where they went. Chief Justice Salmon P. Chase administered the presidential oath of office.
Well, yeah, because that food froze because this was one of the coldest inaugurations in U.S. history, with the temperature at only 6 degrees at sunrise.
Ooh.
After the swearing-in ceremony, the inaugural parade commenced down Pennsylvania, like we said. The Evening Star observed, the private stands and windows along the entire route were crowded to excess.
Oh.
The parade consisted of a variety of military units along with marching bands and civic organizations. The military units in their fancy regalia were the most noticeable,
Right,
of course.
obviously.
Together, there were approximately 12,000 marchers who participated, including several units of African-American soldiers.
Fantastic.
Right.
Good for you guys. Well, on to the inaugural ball. There were about 6,000 people in attendance. Great care was taken to ensure that Grant's inaugural ball would be in a spacious quarters and would feature an elegant assortment of appetizers, food, and champagne. A large temporary wooden building was constructed at Judiciary Square to accommodate the event. Grant, he arrived around 11:30 p.m., and the dancing began.
And the dancing and drunkenness began.
It was the only term of Henry Wilson as vice president. Well, obviously. Well, I guess he could be vice president of somebody else.
Well, though he couldn't have.
Oh, well, he died 2 years, 263 days into his term, and the office remained vacant for the balance of
Yeah,
it.
no vice president for 2 years, huh? Jeez. Let's take a let's take a little bit of a look at this reconstruction we've been hinting at. Grant, he was vigorous in his reinforcement or his enforcement of the 14th and 15th Amendments,
Right.
and prosecuted thousands of persons who violated African American
You
civil
got
rights.
to, man. If you're going to do that, you got to be strong on it.
You would think he used military force to put down political insurrections in Louisiana, Mississippi, and South Carolina.
Damn.
He proactively used military and Justice Department enforcement of civil rights laws and the protection of African Americans more than any other 19th century president. And like we already know, he used his full powers to weaken the KKK, reducing violence and intimidation in the South.
All right. Good for you, bud. He then appointed James Milton Turner as the first African-American minister to a foreign nation. Grant's relationship with Charles Sumner, the leader in the promoting civil rights, it was shattered by the senator's opposition to Grant's plan to acquire Santo Domingo by treaty.
Yeah.
Grant retaliated, firing men Sumner had recommended and having allies strip Sumner of his chairmanship of the Foreign Relations Committee. Sumner then joined a liberal Republican movement in 1872 to fight Grant's reelection. He lost. You lost, Sumner.
Well, conservative resistance to the Republican state governments grew after the 1872 elections. With the destruction of the Klan in 1872, new secret paramilitary organizations arose in the Deep South.
Damn right it did.
Mississippi, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Louisiana. The Red Shirts and the White League operated openly and were better organized than the KKK.
Damn.
Their goals were to oust the Republicans, return conservative whites to power, and use whatever illegal methods needed to achieve them.
Oh.
Being loyal to his veterans, Grant remained determined that African Americans would receive protection.
Uh-oh, here we go.
Yep, that's about it for that.
Let's take a look at the Colfax Massacre. After the 4th of November 1872 election, Louisiana was a split state. Controversial election it was. 2 candidates were claiming victory as governor.
Oh.
Violence was used to intimidate black Republicans. The Fusionist Party of liberal Republicans and Democrats claimed John McHenry as the victor, while the Republicans claimed United States Senator William P. Kellogg as the governor. 2 months later, each candidate was sworn in as governor on January 13th, 1873. A federal judge ruled that Kellogg was the rightful winner of the election and ordered him and the Republican-based majority to be seated.
Oh.
The White League supported McHenry and prepared to use military force to remove Kellogg from office. Oh, shit. Grant ordered troops to enforce the court order and protect Kellogg. On the 4th of March, federal troops under a flag of truce and Kellogg's state militia defeated McHenry's Fusionist Party's insurrection. Oh.
Good for you guys. A dispute arose over who would be installed as judge and sheriff at the Colfax Courthouse in Grant Parish. Kellogg's 2 appointees had seized control of the courthouse on March 25th.
Motherfucker just seizing control. I'm judge.
That was with the aid of and protection of black state militia troops. Then, April 13th, White League forces attacked the courthouse and massacred 50 black militiamen who had been captured.
Holy shit.
A total of 105 blacks were killed trying to defend the Colfax Courthouse for Governor Kellogg.
Son of a bitch.
April 21st, Grant sent in the U.S. 19th Infantry to restore order. May 22nd, he issued a new proclamation to restore order in Louisiana. May 31st, McHenry, he finally told his followers to obey preemptory orders of the president.
Right.
The orders brought a brief peace to New Orleans and most of Louisiana, except, ironically, Grant Parish.
That makes sense. Oh, wow.
Yeah, you guys can go look up that a little bit further. We're not getting into that. That'd be a whole probably episode on itself if we
might do it.
We want.
Maybe. Let's take a look at Brooks-Baxter. It was the Brooks-Baxter War in Arkansas. Fall of 1872, the Republican Party split in Arkansas and 2 candidates for governor, again, Elisha Baxter and Joseph Brooks. Massive fraud characterized the election, but Baxter was declared the winner and took office. Brooks never gave up, and finally, in 1874, a local judge ruled Brooks was entitled to the office and swore him in.
Oh.
Both sides mobilized militia units and rioting and fighting and bloodied the streets.
Can you imagine if shit would happen nowadays, dude? Like, what is happening here?
Speculation swirl as to who President Grant would side with, either Baxter or Brooks. I mean, look at the votes.
Right. Well,
whatever.
Grant, he delayed, requesting a joint session of the Arkansas government to figure out peacefully who would be the governor, but Baxter refused to participate.
Ooh.
May 15th, 1874, Grant issued a proclamation that Baxter was the legitimate governor of Arkansas.
Oh, that little bastard didn't even want to participate.
Right, and hostilities ceased.
Oh, I guess.
King Grant spoke.
Right.
In the fall of 1874, the people of Arkansas voted out Baxter, and the Republicans and Redeemers came to power.
That shit.
Okay, well, yeah, votes were heard, I guess.
Wow. A few months later, in early 1875, Grant announced that Brooks had been legitimately elected back in 1872.
Oh, jeez.
Grant did not send in troops. Brooks never regained office.
Damn.
Instead, Grant appointed him to the high-paying patronage job of United States Postmaster in Little Rock. Dude, why be governor when you can be postmaster and make way much more?
And do nothing.
Right. Grant's legalistic approach did resolve the conflict peacefully, but it left the Republican Party in Arkansas in total disarray and further discredited Grant's reputation.
Yeah, this guy just don't know what he's doing, apparently.
Right.
Well,
Ooh.
a little close to Grant's heart is Vicksburg, but there was some riots happening in August of 1874. The Vicksburg city government elected white Reform Party candidates consisting of Republicans and Democrats. Well, they promised to lower city spending and taxes. Despite such intentions, the reform movement turned racist when the new white city officials went after the county government, which had a majority of African Americans.
Son of a bitch.
The White League threatened the life of and expelled Crosby, who was the black Warren County sheriff and tax collector.
Son of a man.
Crosby sought help from the Republican governor Adelbert Ames to regain his position as sheriff.
I thought it was at Mesto.
Adelbert Armesto.
Mesto. Governor Ames told him to take other African Americans and use force to
He
retain
said,
his
beat their
office."
asses. What are you doing?
At that time, Vicksburg had a population of 12,443, more than half of whom were black.
Oh.
On December 7th, 1874, Crosby and an African American militia approached Vicksburg. He had said that the whites were ruffians, barbarians, and political banditti. A series of confrontations occurred against white paramilitary forces that resulted in the deaths of 29 African Americans and 2 whites. The white militia retained control of the county courthouse and the jail.
Oh, jeez. Well, Grant, with his old proclamations, he issued another one on December 21st for the people in Vicksburg to stop fighting. I hereby order you to stop fighting.
All right.
General Philip Sheridan, he was based in Louisiana for this regional territory. He dispatched federal troops who reinstated Crosby as sheriff and restored the peace.
Oh, look at that. That's all you had to do in the beginning.
Right. When questioned about the matter, Governor Ames denied that he told Crosby to use the African-American militia.
Of course.
June 7th, 1875, Crosby was shot in the head by a white deputy while drinking in a bar. He survived, but never fully recovered from his injuries.
Damn it.
The origins of the shooting remain a mystery
I'm
to
sure.
this very day.
I don't think it remains a mystery. It's just no one's talking.
Damn, one of his own damn deputies shot him in the head? Good Lord, what's going on? What's going on in America right now? This is worse than the Civil War.
It's insane. Take a look at the Louisiana Revolt and coup.
Yeah, might as well.
On the 14th of September, 1874, the White League and Democratic militia took control of the State House at New Orleans, and the Republican governor, William Kellogg, was forced to flee. Oh, my goodness. What the hell's going on? Former Confederate General James A. Longstreet, with 3,000 African-American militia, 400 Metropolitan Popo, made a counterattack on the 8,000 White League troops.
Wait a minute.
That's a battle here, boys.
Wait a minute. Old Longstreet is over here leading some African Americans? What the fuck is happening? The world's flipped upside down.
Holy shit.
Wow.
Consisting of former Confederate soldiers and experienced White League troops, routed Longstreet's army.
Oh, jeez.
On September 17th.
Maybe he just didn't care. He was like, bend
September-
those hips.
Right.
Remember now, it's all in the hips.
On September 17th, 1874, Grant sent in federal troops, and they restored the government back to Kellogg.
Jeez. During the following controversial election in November, passions rose high and violence mixed with fraud were rampant. The state of affairs in New Orleans was becoming out of control. The results were that 53 Republicans, 53 Democrats were elected, with 5 remaining to be decided by legislature.
There you go.
Grant had been careful to watch the elections and secretly sent Sheridan in to keep law and order in the state.
You got to.
Sheridan arrived in New Orleans a few days before the January 4th, 75 elections, before the January 4th, 75 legislature opening meeting. At the conventions, the Democrats, again with military force, took control of the state building out of Republican hands. Good Lord, dude.
Holy shit.
There's a banana republic going on right now.
Wow. Initially, the Democrats were protected by federal troops under the Colonel Regis de Troubriand,
Oh, no.
and the escaped Republicans were removed from the hallways of the state building. However, Governor Kellogg then requested that Troubriand reseat the Republicans. Troubriand returned to the State House and used bayonets to force the Democrats out of the building. The Republicans then organized their own house with their own speakers, all being protected by the Federal Army. Sheridan, who had annexed the Department of Golf to his command at 9 p.m., he later claimed that the federal troops were being neutral, since they had also protected the Democrats earlier.
That's probably true.
Holy shit.
Yeah,
What a
there's some
time.
shit going on in Louisiana.
Wow. Some coup.
Let's take a look at the Civil Rights Act of 1875. Throughout his presidency, Grant was continually concerned with the civil rights of all Americans, irrespective of nationality, color, or religion.
Okay.
Grant had no role in writing the Civil Rights Act of 1875, but he did sign it a few days before the Republicans lost control of the Congress.
Cool. All right.
I didn't write the Civil Rights Act of 1875, but I did stay in Holiday Inn. The new law was designed to allow everyone access to public eating establishments, hotels, and places of entertainment.
Fantastic.
This was done particularly to protect African Americans who were discriminated across the United States.
It didn't help very much.
Right. The bill was also passed in honor of Senator Charles Sumner, who had previously attempted to pass the Civil Rights Bill in 72.
Oh.
And Grant's like, I hate you, but you had some good ideas.
Right. Grant's sixth message to Congress. He summed up his own views. While I remain executive, of all the laws of Congress and all the provisions of the Constitution will be enforced with rigor. Treat the Negro as a citizen and a voter, as he is and must remain. Then we shall have no complaint of sectional interference. Quote, unquote. In the pursued equal justice for all category from the 2009 C-SPAN presidential rating survey, Grant scored a 9, getting in the top 10.
Look at you, buddy.
The Civil Rights Act of 1875 proved a very little value to blacks. The Justice Department and the federal judges generally refused to even enforce it. And the Supreme Court declared it unconstitutional anyhow in 1883. Historian William Gillette calls it an insignificant victory.
All right. Well, there's that. Don't worry. There'll be about 30 other civil rights acts in the coming years.
Yeah.
Well, apparently there's something going on in South Carolina in 1876. Because during the election year of that year, South Carolina was in a state of rebellion against Republican Governor Daniel Chamberlain. Conservatives, they were determined to win the election for ex-Confederate Wade Hampton through violence and intimidation. Republicans went on to nominate Chamberlain for a second term. Hampton supporters, donning red shirts, disrupted Republican meetings with gun shootings and yelling. Tensions became violent July 8th, 1876, when 5 African Americans were moited at Hamburg, South Carolina. Jeez.
Damn it. The rifle clubs wearing their red shirts were better armed than the blacks. South Carolina was ruled more by mobocracy and bloodshed than by Chamberlain's government. I mean, it's pretty much all everywhere. Anywhere that's not the North or like New York or Boston.
At this time, and everybody wants them to govern themselves now. They can't even do anything, even with...
Wow.
Jeez.
Black militia fought back in Charleston on 6th of September, 1876. In what was known as the King Street Riot. It's the King Street Riot.
Right.
The white militia assumed defensive positions out of concern over possible intervention from federal troops. Then, on the 19th of September, the red shirts took offensive action by openly killing between 30 and 50 African Americans outside Ellington. Oh, jeez. My goodness.
During the massacre, State Representative Simon Coker, he was killed. Oh, no.
Oh, shit.
October 7th. Governor Chamberlain declared martial law and told all the Rifle Club members to put down their weapons. In the meantime, Wade Hampton never ceased to remind Chamberlain that he did not rule South Carolina.
Oh.
Out of desperation, Chamberlain wrote to Grant and asked for federal intervention. The Canehoy riot took place October 15th when Republicans held a rally at Brick Church outside Canehoy.
Son of a bitch.
Dude, Wade Hampton, you're supposed to be like, you're this already a traitor.
Right.
Got let off for treason, and you're like letting this shit happen, dude. They should throw you in fucking jail right now.
Right. At this rally, blacks and whites both opened fire. 6 whites, 1 black, dead. Grant upset
In
over
the blacks' favor this time, huh?
Grant upset over the Ellington and Canehoy riots. Finally declared a presidential proclamation.
He's the proclamation president.
Right. On 17th October 1876. He ordered all persons within 3 days to cease their lawless activities and disperse to their homes. A total of 1,144 federal infantrymen were sent to South Carolina, and the violence stopped. Election day, quiet. Both Hampton and Chamberlain claimed victory, of course, and for a while both acted as governor. Hampton took the office in 1877 after President Rutherford B. Hayes withdrew federal troops, and after Chamberlain left the state.
Damn, so Hampton got his way, huh? Oh, racist bastard. Oh, Lord. This presidency is a disaster.
It is bad.
All right, well, let's take a look at some financial affairs, and starting out with the Panic of 1873. Between 68 and 73, the American economy was robust, primarily caused by railroad building, manufacturing expansion, and thriving agricultural production.
Damn right.
Well, they're forcing Indians to do some shit. Financial debt, however, particularly in the railroad investment, spread throughout both the private and federal sectors.
Yeah, it's bound to happen.
The market began to break in July of 1873 when the Brooklyn Trust Company went broke and closed. Secretary Richardson, he sold gold to pay for $14 million in federal bonds. 2 months later, the panic collapsed the national economy.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
September 17th, the stock market crashed, followed by the New York Warehouse and Security Company, September 18th, and then the J and Cook Company on the 19th, both going bankrupt.
Jeez, that quick?
September 19th, Grant ordered Secretary Richardson, Boutwell's replacement, said, purchase $10 million in bonds, will you? Richardson complied, using greenbacks to expand the money supply. On the 20th of September, the New York Stock Exchange closed for 10 days. Ooh. Traveling to New York, Grant met with Richardson to consult with the bankers, who gave Grant conflicting financial advice.
Oh.
Returning to Washington, Grant Richardson sent millions of greenbacks from the Treasury to New York to purchase bonds, stopping the purchases on September 24th. By the beginning of 1874, January, Richardson had issued a total of 26 million greenbacks from the Treasury Reserve into the economy, relieving Wall Street, but not stopping the national long depression that would last 5 more years.
I mean, what are you going to do?
Thousands of businesses depressed daily wages by 25% for 3 years and brought the unemployment rate up to 14%.
Damn.
That's crazy. Grant, you're not doing too hot, bud.
Right. Let's take a look at the inflation bill, which got vetoed in a compromise. Grant Richardson's mildly inflationary response to the panic of 1873 encouraged Congress to pursue a more aggressive policy. The legality of releasing greenbacks was presumed to have been illegal. On April 14th, 1874, Congress passed the inflation bill that set the greenback maximum at $400,000 retroactively, legalizing the 26 million reserve greenbacks earlier released by the Treasury. The bill released an additional 18 million in greenbacks, up to the original 400 million.
So it's supposed to be 400
Right,
million.
400 million.
I was to say 400,000.
Right.
How does that legalize 26 million?
Close enough.
400 million they did.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money.
Damn. Going further, the bill authorized an additional 46 million in banknotes and raised their maximum to 400 million.
Jeez. Eastern bankers vigorously lobbied, there's that word again, lobbied Grant to veto the bill because of their reliance on bonds and foreign investors
didn't
who
want
did
that.
business in gold.
Right.
Most of Grant's cabinet favored the bill in order to secure a Republican election. Grant's conservative Secretary of State Hamilton Fish threatened to resign if Grant signed the bill.
Right.
April 22nd, 1874, after evaluating his own reasons for wanting to sign the bill, Grant unexpectedly vetoed it against the popular election strategy of the Republican Party
He knew he was
because
out
he
anyway.
believed it would destroy the nation's credit.
Right, and he knew
which
he was
is
out.
Probably good.
You don't care.
Right.
Congress passed a compromise bill. Grant signed on the 20th of June, 1874. The act legalized 26 million released by Richardson and set the maximum greenbacks at 382 million.
Okay.
Up to 55 million national banknotes would be redistributed from states, with an excess to those states that had minimal amounts. The act did little to relieve the national economy.
All right. That leads us to the resumption of the Specie Act. January 14th, 1875, Grant signed that act, and he could not have been happier, he says. He wrote a note to Congress congratulating members on the passage of the act. Legislation was drafted by Ohio Republican John Scheuneman.
Oh.
He's a senator. The act provided that paper money in circulation would be exchanged for gold specie and silver coins and would be effective January 1st, 1879. The act also implemented that gradual steps would be taken to reduce the number of greenbacks in circulation. At the time, there were paper coin currency worth less than $1,
Right.
and these would be exchanged for silver coins.
Yes.
Its effect was to stabilize the currency and make the consumer's money as good as gold.
Yes.
In an age without a Federal Reserve System to control inflation, this act stabilized the economy.
Damn right it did.
Grant, he considered it the hallmark of his administration. About time he did something.
That still wasn't that great.
Lord.
Let's take a look at foreign affairs. Foreign affairs were managed peacefully during Grant's second term. Historians
He
credit
had a lot going on domestically. I don't think he had to worry about
Right.
foreign.
Historians credit Secretary of State Hamilton Fish with a highly effective foreign policy. Ronald Cedric White says of Grant, everyone agreed he chose well when he appointed Hamilton Fish Secretary of State.
Good for him.
Let's take a look at the Virginius incident. October 31st, 1873, a steamer Virginius flying the American flag carrying war materials and men to aid the Cuban insurrection in violation of American and Spanish law. It was intercepted and taken to Cuba.
After a hasty trial, the local Spanish officials executed 53 would-be insurgents. 8 of whom were United States citizens.
Uh-oh.
Orders from Madrid to delay their executions arrived way too late.
Oh, see, that's the
like, no.
Jeez.
Son of a bitch.
Well, war scares erupted in both the U.S. and Spain, heightened by the bellicose dispatches from the American minister in Madrid, who was retired General Daniel Sickles. Secretary of State Fish, he kept a cool demeanor in the crisis, and through investigation discovered there was a question over whether the Virginius ship had the right to bear the United States flag at all.
Oh, okay.
The Spanish Republic's president, Emilio Castelar, he expressed profound regret for the tragedy and was willing to make reparations through arbitration.
He got to.
Fish, he then negotiated reparations with the Spanish minister, Senor Polo de Bonalbe. Hey, you killed 8 Americans. What kind of reparation are we going to get for that?
Right. With Grant's approval, Spain was to surrender Virginius and pay reparations to the surviving families of the Americans executed, and also salute the American flag.
Oh, shit.
No, so, like, all right, we'll do that, but are you sure you want us to do the last one?
Yes, do it. They'll kill us all.
All right.
Damn,
Well,
dude.
the episode ended quietly.
Damn, have another nation salute their flag? That's crazy.
Great. Grant also played a pivotal role in this affair. Grant set American warships off of Florida and discussed Cuban invasion plans with General Sherman and the War Department. The bluff worked, and the Spanish government accepted Grant's negotiated peace terms. Grant messaged Congress the incident was closed, and national honor was restored.
Good for you, Grant.
It's like, dude, they even saluted a flag. Like, what?
However, though, the salute of the American flag by the Spanish Navy was a stickler. When the Spanish returned the Virginius, the Spanish Navy did not salute the American flag, disputing that the Virginius was not an American-owned ship.
Oh.
The next day, Grant's Attorney General George Williams ruled that the Virginius' U.S. ownership was fraudulent, but the Spanish had no right to capture the ship anyways.
Oh.
That was it. So they didn't end up saluting it. They're like,
Hold on.
Yeah, look at these guys.
Okay, good for them.
All right.
Take a look at the Hawaiian Free Trade Treaty. In December of 1874, Grant held a state dinner at the White House for the King of Hawaii, David Kalakaua, who was seeking the importation of Hawaiian sugar, duty-free to the United States. Grant and Fish were able to produce a successful free trade treaty in 1875 with the Kingdom of Hawaii, incorporating the Pacific Islands sugar industry into the United States economy sphere.
Look at that. And then we just took over their whole damn fucking country. Well, there's a thing called the Liberian Grabo War. Grebo. The U.S. settled the war between Liberia and the native Grabo people in 1876 by dispatching the USS Alaska to Liberia. James Milton Turner, the first African-American ambassador from the United States, requested that a warship be sent to protect American property in Liberia, it's a former American colony. After Alaska arrived, Turner negotiated the incorporation of Grebo people into Liberian society and the ousting of foreign traders from Liberia. Okay. Good for you guys.
Cool. No reason at all for that to happen. Let's take a look at the Mexican border raids. Wasn't very important. At the close of Grant's second term in office, Fish had to contend with the Indian raids on the Mexican border. This was due to a lack of enforcement over the U.S.-Mexican border. The problem.
Oh, really?
The problem would escalate during Hayes' administration under Fish's successor, William Everett. That's it.
Let's take a look at these old Native American affairs.
Oh, man.
Under Grant's peace policy, wars between settlers, the Federal Army, and the American Indians had been decreasing from 101 per year in 1869 to a low of 15 per year in 1875.
Wow.
However, the discovery of gold in the Black Hills of the Dakota Territory and the completion of the Northern Pacific Railway that threatened to unravel Grant's Indian policy as white settlers encroached upon native land to mine for the gold.
His second term as president, Grant's fragile peace policy came apart. Major General Edward Canby murdered in the Modoc War. Indians' wars per year jumped from 32 in 1876 to 43 in 1877. One of the highest casualty Indian battles took place in American history, the Battle of Little Bighorn, 1876. Indian war casualties in Montana went from 5 in 1875 to 613 in 1876 to 436 in 1877. Huh?
That's just Montana.
All right.
Well, let's take a look at that Modoc War. January 1873, Grant's Native American peace policy was challenged. 2 weeks after Grant was reelected, fighting broke out between the Modocs and settlers near the California-Oregon border. The Modocs, led by Captain Jack, killed 18 white settlers and then found a strong defensive position. He then ordered General Sherman not to attack the Indians, but settle matters peacefully with the commission.
Okay.
Sherman then sent Major General Edward Canby, but Captain Jack killed him.
Oh.
Reverend Eleazar Thomas, who was a Methodist minister, was also killed. Alfred B. Meacham, an Indian agent, he was severely wounded.
The murders shocked the nation. Sherman wired to have the Modocs exterminated. Grant overruled Sherman. Captain Jack was executed, and the remaining 155 Modocs were relocated to the Quapaw Agency in the Indian Territory. This episode and the Great Sioux War undermined public confidence in Grant's peace policy. According to historian Robert Utley, he said that. During the peace negotiations between Brigadier General Edward Canby and the Modoc tribal leaders, there were more Indians in the tent than had been agreed upon. As the Indians grew more hostile, Captain Jack said, "I talk no more," and shouted, "All ready." Captain Jack drew his revolver, fired directly in the head of the General Canby. Brigadier General Canby was the highest ranking officer to be murdered during the Indian Wars that took place from 1850 to 1890. Damn. Alfred Meacham, who survived the massacre, defended the Modocs, who were put on trial.
Jeez. And then there's the Red River War. 1874, war erupted on the Southern Plains when Kuana Parker, leader of the Comanche, they led 700 tribal warriors and attacked the Buffalo Hunter supply base on the Canadian River at Adobe Walls, Texas. The Army under Philip Sheridan launched a military campaign, and with few casualties on either side, forced the Indians back to the reservations by destroying their horses and winter food supplies.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Grant, who agreed to the Army plan advocated by Generals Sherman and Sheridan, imprisoned 74 insurgents in Florida. Obviously, that's not, you can look up, there's a whole thing on the Red River War. Right. So
take a look at the Great Sioux War.
This is the Battle of Little Bighorn.
1874, gold had been discovered in the Black Hills in the Dakota Territory. White speculators and settlers rushed in droves seeking riches, mining gold on land reserved for the Sioux tribe that was granted to them from the Treaty of Fort Laramie of 1868. These prospectors treated the natives unfairly when they moved into the area. 1875, Des Moines conflict. Grant met with Red Cloud, chief of the Sioux, and offered $25,000 from the government to purchase the land. The offer declined. 3rd of November, 1875, at a White House meeting, General Sheridan told the president that the army was overstretched and could not defend the Sioux tribe from the settlers. Grant ordered Sheridan to round up the Sioux and put them on the reservation anyhow.
Well, Sheridan used a strategy of convergence, using Army columns to force the Sioux onto the reservation. June 25th, 1876, one of these columns, led by Colonel George Custer, met the Sioux at the Battle of Little Bighorn, and part of his command was slaughtered, and him. Approximately 253 federal soldiers and civilians were killed, compared to 40 Indians. Custer's death and the Battle of Little Bighorn shocked the nation. Sheridan avenged Custer, pacified the northern plains, and put the defeated Sioux on the reservation, said, "You stay." August 15th, 1876, Grant signed a proviso, giving the Sioux Nation $1 million in rations, while the Sioux relinquished all rights to the Black Hills, except for a 40-mile land tract west of the 103rd Meridian.
Okay. August 28th, 7-man committee, appointed by Grant, gave additional harsh stipulations for the Sioux in order to receive government assistance. Half-breeds and squaw men, which is a white man with an Indian wife, they were banished from the Sioux reservation altogether. To receive government rations, the Indians had to work the land. Reluctantly, on the 20th of September, the Indian leaders, whose people were starving, agreed to the committee's demands and signed the agreement.
During the Great Sioux War, Grant came into conflict with Colonel George Custer after he testified in 1876 about corruption in the War Department under Secretary William Belknap. Grant had Custer arrested for breach of military protocol in Chicago and barred him from leading an upcoming campaign against the Sioux. If only.
Right.
Grant finally relented and let Custer fight under Brigadier General Alfred Terry.
Didn't know he was trying to save your life, Custer.
2 months after Custer's death, Grant castigated him in the press, saying, "I regard Custer's massacre as a sacrifice of troops brought on by Custer himself that was wholly unnecessary." Wholly unnecessary.
It was.
Oh, geez. Can't speak of the dead like that.
Right.
As the nation was shocked by the death of Custer, Grant's peace policy became militaristic. Congress appropriated funds for 2,500 more troops. 2 more forts were constructed. The Army took over the Indian agencies, and Indians were barred from purchasing rifles and ammo.
Take a look at the domestic affairs, religion, and schools. Grant believed strongly in separation of church and state. and championed complete secularization in public schools.
Secularization.
Yep. In September of 1875 speech, Grant advocated security of free thought, free speech, and free press, pure morals, unfettered religious sentiments, and of equal rights and privileges to all men, irrespective of nationality, color, or religion. In regard to public education, Grant endorsed that every child should receive the opportunity of a good common school education, unmixed with sectarian, pagan, or atheist tenets. Leave the matter.
Go to learn. You don't need religion in schools.
Right. He went on to say, leave the matter of religion to the family altar, the church, and the private schools. Keep the church and the state forever separate, which is probably a good thing to do.
Another speech in 1875 to a veterans meeting, Grant called for a constitutional amendment that would mandate free public schools and prohibit the use of public money for sectarian schools.
All right.
Yeah, no church schools are getting money. He was echoing nativist sentiments that were strong in his Republican Party. Tyler Anbender, he says Grant was not an obsessive nativist. He expressed his resentment of immigrants and animus toward Catholicism only rarely.
Oh.
But these sentiments reveal themselves frequently enough in his writings and major actions as general.
Right.
In the 1850s, he joined a Know-Nothing Lodge and irrationally blamed immigrants for setbacks in his career.
Grant laid out his agenda for good common school education. He attacked government support for sectarian schools run by religious organizations, called for the defense of public education, unmixed with sectarian, pagan,
we know.
And no atheists, please.
After Grant's speech, Republican Congressman James Blaine, he proposed the amendment to the federal Constitution. Blaine, who actively sought Catholic votes when he ran for president in 1884, he believed that possibility of hurtful agitation on the school question should be ended. 1875, the proposed amendment passed by a vote of 180 to 7 in the House of Representatives, but failed by 4 votes in the Senate. Nothing like it ever became federal legislation. However, many states did adopt similar amendments to their state constitution.
The proposed Blaine Amendment text was as follows. No state shall make any law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, and no money raised by taxation in any state for the support of public schools or derived from any public fund therefore, nor any public lands devoted thereto, shall ever be under the control of any religious sect. Nor shall any money so raised or lands so devoted be divided between religious sects or denominations.
All right.
Okay.
Good for that. Well, we're moving on to polygamy and Chinese prostitution. Let's see what Grant's got to do with this. October of 1875, Grant, he traveled to Utah and was surprised that the Mormons treated him kindly. He told the Utah Territorial Governor George Emery that he had been deceived concerning the Mormons. However, December 7th, 1875, after his return to Washington, Grant wrote to Congress in his 7th annual State of the Union address that as an institution, polygamy should be banished from the land.
Yes.
Grant believed that polygamy negatively affected children and women.
Mm-hmm.
Grant advocated that a second law, stronger than the Moral Act, be passed to punish so flagrant a crime against decency and morality. He also denounced the immigration of Chinese women into the United States for purposes of prostitution, saying it was no less an evil than polygamy.
It's true.
I mean, yeah, if you're only coming here to be a whore.
Take a look at the interaction with the Jews. Grant publicly stated regret for his offensive wartime order expelling Jewish traders. In his army days, he traded at a local store operated by the Seligman brothers, 2 Jewish merchants who became Grant's lifelong friends. They became wealthy bankers who donated substantially to Grant's presidential campaign. After the wartime order, however, the Jewish community was angry with Grant. While running for president in 1868, Grant publicly apologized for the expulsion order. And once elected, he took actions intended to make amends. He appointed several Jewish leaders to office, including Simon Wolf, Recorder of Deeds in Washington, D.C. Also, Edward S. Solomon, governor of the Washington Territory.
Historian Jonathan Sarna, he argues, eager to prove that he was above prejudice, Grant appointed more Jews to public office than had any of his predecessors, and in the name of human rights, he extended unprecedented support to persecuted Jews in Russia and Romania. Time and time again, partly as a result of this enlarged vision of what it meant to be an American, and partly in order to live down General Orders Number 11, Grant consciously worked to assist Jews and secure them equality. Through his appointments and policies, Grant rejected calls for a Christian nation and embraced Jews as insiders in America, part of the We the People. During his administration, Jews achieved heightened status on the national scene. Anti-Jewish prejudice declined, and Jews looked forward optimistically to a liberal epoch. characterized by sensitivity to human rights and interreligious cooperation.
Let's take a look at the midterm election in 1874. How's this going to shake up the old house? As 1874 midterm elections approach, 3 scandals: the credit mobilier, the salary grab, and the Sanborn incident. They caused the public to view the Republican Party as mired in corruption. Democratic Party held the Republican Party responsible for the Long Depression. Republicans were divided on the currency issue. Grant, who with hard money Northeastern Republicans, vetoed an inflation bill. Grant was blamed for the nation's problems, while he was accused of wanting a 3rd term. Grant never officially campaigned, though, but he did travel west to emphasize his relatively popular Indian policy.
The October election swept the Republicans from office and was a repudiation of Grant's veto. In Indiana and Ohio, the Republicans suffered losses caused by the money issue and the temperance movement. The Democratic Party won the New York governorship for Samuel Tilden. The Democrats won the House, gaining 182 seats, while the Republicans retained 103. The Republicans retained control of the Senate, though, but the new class included 14 Democrats and 11 Republicans. The Democratic Party also had strong victories in Jersey, Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, Missouri, and Illinois.
Oh.
That's what happens when they don't like you, bud. They're going to get rid of your shit.
In the South, 1874 election campaign was violent.
Of course it was.
6 Republican office holders were murdered in Coushatta, Louisiana.
Jeez.
September 14th, 1874, General Longstreet, the Popo, and black militia fought 3,500 white leaguers who attempted to capture the State House in New Orleans. This ended in 32 people murdered. Grant issued a dispersal proclamation the very next day, sent 5,000 troops and 5 gunboats to New Orleans. The white leaguer resistance collapsed. The North disapproved of Grant's federal intervention into the election. What? What, you're supposed to allow it?
I guess.
And you shouldn't have done anything in 1861.
Right.
Republican representation dropped by 60%. Racism in both the North and the South called the rejection of the Reconstruction. In his December of 1864 annual message to Congress, Grant condemned violence against blacks in the South.
Well, guess what? It's his 2nd term, but we got more reforms and scandals. Scandals and frauds continued to be exposed during Grant's 2nd term in office. Although Grant's appointments of reformers to his cabinet temporarily helped his presidential reputation, cleaned up federal departments, and defeated the notorious whiskey ring.
Ooh.
Grant, however, often remained loyal to cabinet members or appointees involved in corruption or mismanagement, refusing to believe in their guilt.
Right.
The Democrats, along with liberal Republicans, had gained control, and held many committee meetings to stop political graft.
Uh-oh, here we go. The Emmer Silver Mine was a minor embarrassment associated with American ambassador to Britain, Robert Schenck, using his name to promote a worked out silver mine. Okay. The credit mobilier scandal's origins were during the presidential administration of Abraham Lincoln and Andrew Johnson. However, political congressional infighting during the Grant administration exposed this scandal.
Okay, it sure did.
Whatever.
Oh, we got the Sanborn contracts as well going on. June of 1874, Treasury Secretary William Richardson gave private contracts to I thought it said concerts at first, like, damn, to one John Sanborn, who in turn collected illegally withheld taxes for fees at inflated commissions. Oh. The profits from the commissions were allegedly split with Richardson and Senator Benjamin Butler, while Sanborn claimed these payments were expenses. Senator Butler had written a loophole in the law that allowed Sanborn to collect the commissions, but Sanborn would not reveal whom he split the profits with.
Oh, obviously.
And that was a big old thing. You guys can read more about that.
Yes, you can. Let's take a look at Pratt and Boyd, whoever these guys are. April of 1875, it was discovered Attorney General George Williams allegedly received a bribe through a $30,000 gift to his wife from a merchant house company, Pratt and Boyd. This bribe was to drop the case for fraudulent custom house entries. Williams was forced to resign by Grant, 1875.
Delano's Department of Interior. See what's going on there. By 1875, the Department of Interior under Secretary of Interior Columbus Delano, he was in serious disrepair with corruption and fraud. Profiteering prevailed in the Bureau of Indian Affairs, controlled by corrupt clerks and bogus agents. This proved to be the most serious detriment to Grant's Indian peace policy. Many agents that worked for the department made unscrupulous fortunes and retired with more money than their pay would allow at the expense and exploitation of Native Americans. Well, they've just been doing this shit for years. Hundreds.
Delano had allowed Indian attorneys who were paid by Native American tribes $8 a day, plus food and travel expenses, for sham representation in Washington. Delano exempted his department from Grant's civil service reform implementation in federal offices. Delano told Grant the Interior Department was too large to implement civil service reform. Delano's son, John, and Grant's own brother, Orville Grant, were discovered to have been awarded lucrative corrupt cartographical contracts by Surveyor General Silas Reed.
Well, neither John Delano or Orville Grant performed any work or were qualified to hold such surveying positions.
Makes sense.
Massive fraud was also found in the patent office with corrupt clerks who embezzled from the government payroll. Under increasing pressure by the press and Indian reformers, Delano resigned from office October 15th, 1875. Grant then appointed Zachariah Chandler as Secretary of the Interior, who replaced Delano. Chandler vigorously uncovered and cleaned up the fraud in the department by firing all the clerks and banned the phony Indian attorneys' access to Washington. Grant's Quaker or church appointments partially made up the lack of food staples and housing from the government. Chandler cleaned up the patent office by firing all the corrupt clerks.
There you go. Get rid of them bitches.
All right, old Elon Chandler.
Yeah. Take a look at the whiskey ring prosecution. Grant's presidency is often criticized for scandals,
You think?
though Grant also appointed many reformers as well. In May of 1875, Secretary of Treasury Benjamin Bristow discovered that millions of dollars of taxes were being funneled into an illegal ring from whiskey manufacturers. Prosecutions ensued. Many were put in prison. Grant's private secretary, Orville Babcock, was indicted and later acquitted in trial. Grant's new Attorney General, Edwards Pierpont, and Bristow, they formed an anti-corruption team to weed out criminal activity during Grant's second term. Look at Bristow came back after getting, it was Babcock.
Right. Well, the whiskey ring was organized throughout the United States, and by 1875, it was a fully operating criminal association. The investigation and closure of the whiskey ring resulted in 230 indictments, 110 convictions, $3 million in tax revenues that were returned to the Treasury Department. Bristow and Pierpont, they brought evidence to Grant of Babcock's involvement. Grant asked Babcock with Bristow and Pierpont in attendance at the White House about the evidence.
Look at that shit.
Is he going to lie?
Babcock, he gave Grant an explanation that the evidence did not concern the ring. Grant quietly accepted Babcock's words as face value. During the prosecution of the whiskey ring leaders, Grant testified on behalf of his friend Babcock, and as a result, Babcock was acquitted. However, the deposition by Grant was a great embarrassment to his reputation. The Babcock trial turned into an impeachment trial against the president by Grant's political opponents.
Basically, right?
Yeah.
Well, we got more rings. This time it's a trading post ring. March of 1876, it was discovered under House investigations. Secretary of War William Belknap was taking extortion money in exchange for allowing an Indian trading post agent to remain in position at Fort Sill. Belknap, he was allowed to resign by Grant, and as a result was acquitted in a state impeachment trial. Profits were made at the expense of Native Americans who were supposed to receive food and clothing from the government. Late April 1876, Grant lashed out at Lieutenant George Custer after Custer had testified, like we said earlier, at a congressional committee 1 month before, and that was against Grant's brother Orville and Secretary Belknap.
There had been rumors Custer had talked with the press concerning the Indian Post profiteering. Custer personally went to the White House to clear matters up with the old president. However, Grant refused to see him 3 times. When Custer left Washington on the 3rd of May to return to Fort Lincoln, he had been removed from overall command by Grant, denied any participation in the Sioux campaign, having been replaced by Brigadier General Alfred Terry. However, at Terry's insistence, Grant said, "Come on, Custer, you can come back, and you can go and fight the Sioux," on the condition that he did not take any pressmen with him.
Look at the Indians killed him, and he was trying to help them out.
Right.
Well, let's take a look at something called catalysm. March of 1876, Secretary of Navy George Robinson, he was charged by a Democratic-controlled House investigation committee with giving lucrative contracts to Alexander Cattell and Company. He was a grain supplier in return for real estate, loans, and payment of debt. The House investigating committee also discovered that Secretary Robinson had allegedly embezzled $15 million in naval construction appropriations.
Bitch.
Since there were no financial paper trails or enough evidence for impeachment and conviction, the House investigation, they admonished Robinson and claimed he had set up a corrupt contracting system known as cartellism.
Oh, making up words.
All right.
Take a look at this. There's such thing.
Apparently.
The safe burglary conspiracy. September 1876, Orville Babcock, Superintendent of Public Works and Buildings, he was indicted again in a safe burglary conspiracy case and trial. April, corrupt building contractors in Washington were on trial for graft when a safe robbery occurred. Bogus Secret Service agents broke into a safe and attempted to frame Columbus Alexander, who had exposed a corrupt contracting ring. Babcock was named as part of the conspiracy, but later acquitted in trial. Evidence suggests that Babcock was involved with the swindles by the corrupt Washington contractors ring, and he wanted revenge on Columbus Alexander. and an avid reformer and critic of the Grant administration. There was also evidence that a safe burglary jury had been tampered with.
Of course there was. Jeez, old Peters. All right, finally, this fucking corrupt-ass president's about to be out of the White House.
Holy
In
shit.
the election of 1876, the Republicans nominated the fiscally conservative Rutherford B. Hayes.
Damn right.
The Democrats nominated reformer Samuel Tilden. Results were split. Tilden received 51% of the popular vote.
Damn.
Hayes 48. Many black Republicans were not allowed to vote, however. Of course. 20 key electoral votes remained undecided and in dispute. Both Republicans and Democrats claimed victory. Of course they did. And the threat of a second civil war was imminent. Grant was watchful, encouraged Congress to settle the election by commission, and determined to keep a peaceful transfer of power.
Oh, wow. On the 29th of January, 1877, Grant signed the Electoral Commission Act that gave a 15-member bipartisan commission power to determine electoral votes. The commission gave Hayes 185 electoral votes, and Tilden received 184.
Oh, I'm sure he was pissed, huh?
Grant's personal honesty, firmness, and even handiness assured the nation a second civil war was averted.
Right. All right, Grant's out. Let's take a look at how history has evaluated him. Grant's presidency has traditionally been viewed by historians as incompetent and full of corruption. Did you guys just hear the last hour of this damn podcast?
Yeah.
An examination of his presidency reveals Grant had both successes and failures.
He did.
Recent years, historians have elevated his presidential rating because of his support for African American
Get the
civil
hell outta
rights.
here.
Grant had urged the passing of the 15th Amendment and signed into law the Civil Rights Bill of 1875.
Cool.
That gave all citizens access to places of public enterprise. Oh, yeah, just 100 years later, it still didn't mean anything.
He leaned heavily toward the radical camp, often sided with their Reconstruction policies, signing into law the force acts to prosecute the Ku Klux Klan. In foreign policy, Grant won praise for the Treaty of Washington, settling the Alabama claims issue with Britain through arbitration. Economically, he sided with the Eastern bankers and signed the Public Credit Act that paid United States debts in gold, but was blamed for the severe economic depression that lasted from 1873 to 1877.
And Grant, wary of powerful congressional leaders, was the first president to ask for a line item veto through Congress, though Congress never allowed one.
Oh,
His presidency was inundated with many scandals caused by low standards and carelessness with his political appointees and personal associates. Nepotism practiced by Grant was unrestrained, with almost 40 family members or relatives who financially benefited from government appointments or employment.
I bet.
His associations with these scandals have tarnished his personal reputation while president and afterwards. Despite the scandals, by the end of Grant's second term, the corruption in the Departments of Interior, 1875, Treasury, 1874, and Justice Department, 1875, were cleaned up by his new cabinet members.
All right. Look at that shit. His generous treatment of Robert E. Lee Appomattox helped give him popularity in the South. Although he kept civil rights on the political agenda, the Republican Party at the end of Grant's second term shifted to pursuing conservative fiscal policies. His weak response to the Panic of 1873 hurt the economy and seriously damaged his party, which lost heavily in 1874. Grant's financial policies favored Wall Street, but his term ended with the nation mirrored in a deep economic depression that Grant could not comprehend or deal with. I don't understand what's going on.
Well, revisionist historians during the first half of the 20th century have tended to prop up a romantic view of the Confederacy and the lost cause at the expense of downgrading the Union cause and Grant's presidency as a corrupt despot. The 20th century historical views of Grant were less favorable. Political analyst Michael Barone noted in 1998 that Ulysses S. Grant is universally ranked among the greatest American generals, and his memoirs are widely considered to belong with the best military autobiographies ever written. But he is inevitably named by conservatives as well as liberals as one of the worst freaking presidents in American history.
You were not kidding. Raymond Barone argues this consensus, however, is being challenged by writers outside the Professional Historians Guild. He went on to say that lawyer Frank Scaturo, who led the movement to restore Grant's tomb while only a college student, and in 1998 wrote the first book of the modern era which portrays Grant's presidency in a positive light.
Oh.
Barone said that Scaturo's work was a convincing case that Grant was a strong and in many important respects successful president. It is an argument full of significance for how we see the course of American political history. Scaturo's work should prompt a reassessment of the entire progressive New Deal tradition. No.
Well,
We'll
the
just
20
take the facts as we see it and then judge from that, motherfucker.
Well, apparently, in the 21st century, Grant's reputation and ranking had significantly increased.
Of course.
That followed a series of positive biographies written by noted historians that included Jean Edward Smith, which was called Grant, H.W. Brand's The Man Who Saved the Union, Ulysses S. Grant in War and Peace, and most recently, Ronald C. White in his book American Ulysses, A Life of Ulysses S. Grant. Historian Joan Wall, she said that Grant took steps where a few other presidents have attempted in the areas of Native American policy, civil service reform, and African American rights. She also said Grant executed a successful foreign policy and was responsible for improving Anglo-American relations. Awesome.
Interest in his presidency has also increased by historians. That included Josiah Bunting III. His book, Ulysses S. Grant, The American President Series, the 18th President. After leaving the White House, Grant said he was never so happy in his life.
I bet.
The Grants left Washington for New York to attend the birth of their daughter Nellie's child. The Grants toured Cincinnati, St. Louis, Chicago, and Galena
I don't know why they're touring their home city, but okay.
without any clear idea of where they would live.
Oh. Well, he goes on world tour and gets some diplomacy in there, using $25,000, which is equivalent to $720,000 nowadays, from liquidating an investment in a Nevada-based mining company. The Grant set out on a world tour for approximately 2.5 years. Dude, you had all the money in the world. How the hell did you go broke?
Right.
I don't understand. May 16th, Grant and his wife left for England aboard the SS Indiana. During the tour, the Grants made stops in Europe, Africa, India, Middle East, and the Far East, meeting with notable dignitaries such as Queen Victoria, Tsar Alexander II, Pope Leo XIII, Otto von Bismarck, Li Hongzhang, and Emperor Meiji. As a courtesy to Grant by the Hayes administration, his touring party received federal transportation on 3 U.S. Navy ships. One was a 5-month tour of the Mediterranean on the USS Vandalia, travel from Hong Kong to China on the USS Ashalot, and from China to Japan on the USS Richmond.
Fantastic. The Hayes administration encouraged Grant to assume a public unofficial diplomatic role and strengthen American interests aboard. Homesick, the Grants left Japan on the SS City of Tokyo and landed in San Francisco on the 20th of September, 1879. They were greeted by cheering crowds. Grant's tour demonstrated to Europe and Asia that the United States was nobody to be fucked with.
Basically, they're like, these guys are getting big.
We're an emerging world power, motherfuckers.
Well, he gets a third term attempt, apparently.
Ooh.
Politically conservative, Grant was supported by the stalwarts, who, led by Grant's old political ally, Roscoe P. Coltrane, Roscoe Conklin, saw Grant's renewed popularity as an opportunity and sought to nominate him for the presidency in 1880. Opponents called it a violation of the unofficial 2-term rule in use since George. Grant said nothing publicly, but wanted the job and encouraged his men. Oh, geez. Washburn urged him to run. Grant demurred. Even so, Conklin and John Logan, they began to organize delegates in Grant's favor. When the convention convened in Chicago in June, more delegates were pledged to Grant than any other candidate, but he was still short of a majority vote.
Oh. At the convention, Conklin nominated Grant with an eloquent speech, the most famous line being, "When asked which state he hails from, our sole reply shall be, he hails from Appomattox and its famous apple tree." Oh, gosh. with 378 votes needed for the nomination, the first ballot had Grant 304, Blaine 284, and Sherman at 93.
Well, Sherman.
And the rest 2 minor candidates.
I don't know why they're having minors.
All right. After 36 ballots, Blaine's delegates...
36?
Wow. Blaine's delegates combined with those of other candidates to nominate a compromise candidate, James Garfield.
Jamie Garfield.
Which would become president.
A procedural motion made the vote unanimous for Garfield. Grant gave speeches for Garfield, but declined to criticize the Democratic nominee Winfield Scott Hancock. Garfield, he won the election. Grant gave Garfield his public support and pushed him to include stalwarts in his administration. On July 2nd, 1881, Garfield was shot by an assassin and died September 19th. On learning of Garfield's death from a reporter, Grant wept.
Oh, wow. Take a look at his business failures. In the 19th century, there were no federal presidential pensions.
No.
The Grant's personal income was $6,000 a year.
Dude, I mean, it's $179,000 a year, dude. You can't freaking...
Can't live on that.
Jeez.
Grant's world tour had been costly.
He had $700,000 equivalent.
He had depleted most of his savings. Wealthy friends bought him a house on Manhattan's Upper East Side. And to make an income, Grant, Jay Gould, and former Mexican Finance Secretary Matias Romero, they chartered the Mexican Southern Railroad with plans to build a railroad from Oaxaca to Mexico City.
Huh?
Grant purged President Chester Arthur.
He purged him.
Grant urged President Arthur to negotiate a free trade treaty with Mexico. Arthur and the Mexican government agreed, but the U.S. Senate rejected the treaty in 1883. The railroad was similarly unsuccessful, falling into bankruptcy the following year.
Wow. At the same time, Grant's son Buck, he had opened a Wall Street brokerage house with Ferdinand Ward. A conniving man who swindled numerous wealthy men, Ward was at the time regarded as a rising star on Wall Street. The firm, Grant and Ward, it was initially successful. Well, of course, it's got to be if you're going to swindle somebody. 1883, Grant joined the firm and invested $100,000, which is $2.78 million in 2023 of his own money.
Oh, wow.
Ward, he paid investors abnormally high interest by pledging the company's securities on multiple loans in a process called rehypothecation, now regarded as a Ponzi scheme. Ward, in collusion with banker James Fish and kept secret from bank examiners, retrieved the firm's securities from the company's bank vault.
Okay.
When the trades went bad, multiple loans came due, all backed by the same collateral. Oh, no.
Historians agree that the elder Grant was likely unaware of Ward's intentions, but it is unclear how much Buck Grant knew. In May of 1884, enough investments went bad to convince Ward that the firm would soon be bankrupt. Ward, who assumed Grant was a child in business matters, told him the impending failure, but assured Grant that this was a temporary shortfall. Grant approached businessman William Henry Vanderbilt, who gave him a personal loan of $150,000. Damn. Grant invested the money in the firm.
Oh, jeez.
But it was not enough to save it. The fall of the Grant and Ward set off the panic of 1884.
Jeez. Vanderbilt offered to forgive Grant's debt entirely, but Grant refused. Impoverished but compelled by personal honor, he repaid what he could with his Civil War mementos, and the sale or transfer of all other assets.
Wow.
Vanderbilt took title to Grant's home, although he allowed the Grants to continue to reside there, and pledged to donate the souvenirs to the federal government and insisted the debt had been paid in full.
There you go.
Grant was distraught over Ward's deception and asked privately how he could ever trust any human being again. March 1885, he testified against both Ward and Fish. After the collapse of Grant and Ward, there was an outpouring of sympathy for Grant. Oh, get a GoFundMe?
All right, take a look at the memoirs, military pension, illness, and the ultimate demise of Ulysses S. Grant.
Smoked all those cigars.
Grant intended a service for Civil War veterans in Ocean Grove, New Jersey, August 4th, 1884, receiving a standing ovation from the 10,000 attendees. It would be his last public appearance. Summer of 1884, Grant complained of a sore throat, but put off seeing a doctor until late October, when he learned it was cancer, possibly caused by his frequent cigar smoking. He chose not to reveal the seriousness of his condition to his wife, who soon found out from Grant's doctor. In March 1885, the New York Times announced that Grant was dying of cancer, causing nationwide public concern.
Knowing of Grant Julia's financial difficulties, Congress restored him to the rank of General of the Army with full retirement pay.
Nice.
Grant's assumption of the presidency had required that he resign his commission and forfeit his and his widow's pension.
Right.
Grant was nearly penniless and was worried about leaving his wife money to live on.
Right.
He approached the Century magazine and wrote a number of articles on his Civil War campaigns for $500 each, which is about $17,000 today. What do you do with all this money?
All right.
The articles were well received by critics, and the editor, Robert Underwood Johnson, he suggested Grant write a memoir, as Sherman and others had already done. Yeah, why haven't you done that?
All right. Well, that very same magazine offered him a book contract with a 10% royalty. However, Grant's friend Mark Twain, one of the few who understood Grant's precarious financial condition, offered him an unheard of 70% royalty.
Damn!
To provide for his family, Grant worked intensely on his memoirs in New York City. His former staff member Adam Beddoe assisted with the research, while his son Frederick located documents and did much of the fact-checking. Because of summer heat and humidity, his doctors recommended that he move upstate to a cottage at the top of Mount McGregor, offered by a family friend.
July 18th, 1885, Grant finished his memoir, which included the events of his life to the end of the Civil War. The Personal Memoirs of U.S. Grant was a critical and commercial success. Julia Grant. She eventually received about $450,000 in royalties, which is about a little over $15 million in today's money. The memoir has been highly regarded by the public, military historians, and literary critics. Grant portrayed himself as an honorable Western hero whose strength lies in his honesty. He candidly depicted his battles against both the Confederates and internal Army foes.
Oh, Grant died in the Mount McGregor College on July 23rd, 1885. Sheridan, then commanding general of the Army, ordered a day-long tribute to Grant on all military posts, and President Grover Cleveland ordered a 30-day nationwide period of mourning. After private services, the honor guard placed Grant's body on a funeral train, which traveled to West Point and then to New York City. 250,000 people viewed it in 2 days before the funeral. Tens of thousands of men, many of them veterans from the Grand Army of the Republic, marched with Grant's casket, drawn by 24 black stallions, to Riverside Park in Morningside Heights, Manhattan.
His pallbearers included Union General Sherman and Sheridan, Confederate Generals Simon Bolivar Buckner and Joseph Johnston,
Oh, no shit.
Admiral David Dixon Porter, and Senator John Logan. He was the head of the GAR at that time. Following the casket and the 7-mile-long procession were President Cleveland, 2 former living presidents, Hayes and Arthur, all of the president's cabinet, and justices of the Supreme Court. Attendance at the New York funeral topped 1.5 million.
Ceremonies were held in other major cities around the country, while Grant was eulogized in the press. Grant's body was laid to rest in Riverside Park, first in a temporary tomb, and then on the 17th of April 1897 in the General Grant National Memorial, known as Grant's Tomb, the largest mausoleum in North America.
All right, let's take a look at his historical reputation. Grant hailed across the North as the general who saved the Union, and overall his military reputation has held up well. Achieving great national fame for his victories at Vicksburg and the surrender at Appomattox, Grant was the most successful general, Union or Confederate, in the Civil War. He was criticized by the South for using excessive force, and his drinking was often exaggerated by the press and stereotyped by rivals and critics. Was it? Historians also debate how effective Grant was at halting corruption. The scandals during his administration stigmatized his political reputation.
During the late 19th and early 20th century, Grant's reputation was damaged by the Lost Cause movement and the Dunning School. Views of Grant reached new lows as he was seen as an unsuccessful president and an unskilled, if lucky, general. In the 1950s, some historians reassessed Grant's military career, shifting the analysis of Grant as the victor by brute force to that of a skillful, modern strategist and commander.
I have to have a little bit of time to look at what the stuff he was doing. It's like, hey, maybe he was actually pretty brilliant.
Right.
Historian William McFeely's biography called Grant in 1981 won the Pulitzer Prize and brought renewed scholarly interest in Grant. McFeely believed Grant was an ordinary American trying to make his mark during the 19th century. Didn't they just say earlier the dude in 1998 wrote positively about him or some shit? It was the first one or something. 21st century, Grant's reputation improved markedly among historians after the publication of Grant in 2001 by historian John Edward Smith. Opinions of his presidency demonstrated better appreciation of Grant's personal integrity, Reconstruction efforts, and peace policy toward the Indians, even when they fell short.
H.W. Brand's The Man Who Saved the Union in 2012, Ronald White's American Ulysses 2016, and Ron Chernow's Grant in 2017 continue the elevation of Grant's reputation. White said that Grant demonstrated a distinctive sense of humility, moral courage, and determination. And as president, he stood up for African Americans, especially fighting against voter suppression perpetrated by the KKK.
Because he stood up for one group of people, it makes him the greatest.
Get the hell out of here.
I mean, geez, dude. I mean, obviously it was a good thing, but
Right. But he
don't
also
need to revision his presidency just because of that.
But he also massacred the Indians.
Right.
White believed that Grant was an exceptional person and leader. Historian Robert Farley writes that the cult of Lee and the Dunning School's resentment of Grant for his defeat of Lee and his strong enforcement of Reconstruction resulted in Grant's shoddy treatment by historians.
In a 2021 C-SPAN survey ranking presidents from worst to best, Grant, he was ranked 20 out of 44.
So he's mad.
Up from previous ranking of 33 in 2017. This was due to the rehabilitation of his image and legacy in recent years, with Grant now receiving more credit for Reconstruction and his diplomacy than condemnation. Oh, yeah, well, that's Ulysses S. Grant and his freaking presidency. Wow. Yeah, talk about a lot of corruption. There's a lot of stuff going on there. I think his corruption stuff overshadows his he was good to the African Americans, and he had a peace policy with the Indians, which still resulted in wars.
Right.
So, yeah, dude didn't care about any of his close friends and family members getting fraudulent fucking payments from doing fraudulent things.
He wasn't really that great of a general because if Lee would have took him seriously, the war could have turned out different. So I guess he did get that luck. He's a luck general.
Speaking of, we'll be covering old Robert E. Lee himself next week. And, yeah, continuing on with this behind the battle stuff. This is a long-ass episode, so we're going by the Michiganders with...
Yep. Live from the BDN Studios, it's Bang and Dangs.
That's awesome.
If you don't like that, then...
You ain't black.
All right, welcome back to Battles of American Civil War Behind the Battles. And finally, we have reached. We've been kind of holding these guys off because they got little long stories.
All right, you got to keep the winners for last.
Well, we did Grant already, but we're doing old Philip Sheridan today. It's been a while. We probably should have done him and Sherman a while ago if we were doing the heavy hitters.
Yeah.
Seems how